The sight of this caused killing intent to rise up from within. With a wave of his hand, all of the Death Trap Array runes were activated and he unleashed a finger towards Wu Jingde, shouting out loud, "You can go to die now." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1040, The Person Mo Wuji Feared. Chapter 1040, The Person Mo Wuji Feared. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Wu Jingde never thought that Mo Wuji would dare to make a move here, but he wasn't worried at all. So what if Mo Wuji was a god monarch? Even he did not dare to attack anyone in the new god domain city, hence it was simply courting death for Mo Wuji, a mere outsider, to attack him here. Since Mo Wuji had done so, Wu Jingde didn't bother holding back anymore and tried to draw his magic treasure out in a fit of rage. But soon his eyes were filled with fear. He discovered that the space around him had been locked in place by some extremely strong law power. It was a trap array. In that moment, he knew that he was wrong. Mo Wuji wasn't some fat sheep ripe for the taking, and no matter what happened to the other party, he was going to die now. His opinion previously was that Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to kill him in a short period of time even if Mo Wuji was at the Great Circle of God Monarch. Moreover, to him, Mo Wuji definitely wasn't a god monarch yet. However, now that Mo Wuji had attacked, it left him without the ability to fight back. He wouldn't be able to block a single strike, much less for a short period of time. Boom! Before the hopelessness had dissipated from Wu Jingde's eyes, his body was already blown to bits. The spiritual beast sac was directly kept into the undying world by Mo Wuji. The first finger of the seven-world finger killing Wu Jingde was just the start. At that moment, the entire Black Mustard God merchant house had degraded to a form similar to the world of man. Time flowed incessantly, life ceased to be in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out in the Black Mustard God merchant house. Everything in the world of man eventually turned to dust. The other two god monarchs of the Black Mustard God merchant house didn't even have a chance to fight back, and their lives were wiped out under the effect of the world of man. All cultivators surrounding the merchant house were stunned. Ever since the God Domain and God Continent joined forces to set up the new God Domain city, no one dared to fight in here, much less destroy an entire merchant house. If a merchant house in the new God Domain city could be destroyed just like that, the city wouldn't have been able to progress till this day. Streaks of light shot towards the Black Mustard God merchant house immediately, and no matter how fast Mo Wuji was, he couldn't escape the enforcers of the city. Haha Wuji, why have you gone into such a rage after arriving at the new God Domain city? A warm voice rang out beside Mo Wuji's ears. Stopping in his tracks, Mo Wuji replied excitedly, "Is this Senior Tsang?" Mo Wuji used void runes to set up the death trap array here, hence if Tsang Jingxing was in new God Domain city, he would definitely not be able to hide it from Tsang Jingxing. Regardless how much he altered his appearance, once he made a move, a top-notch expert like Tsang Jingxing would surely recognize him. Yes, I was coincidentally in new God Domain city. Tsang Jingxing paused for a moment and an array flag landed in front of Mo Wuji. Wuji, this is the death trap array flag for new God Domain city. I'm giving it to you. Will you come to where I am to visit me now, or will you be going elsewhere first? Thank you, Senior. Junior will be going elsewhere first. Mo Wuji felt extremely grateful towards Tsang Jingxing. Without asking why he destroyed the Black Mustard God merchant house, Tsang Jingxing just directly gave him the array flag. Once the array flag was in his possession, Mo Wuji knew that there was a grade 7 death trap array here. This meant that as long as he had this array flag, even if God Kings ganged up on him in new God Domain city, he would be able to easily take them out and control the situation. Mo Wuji was aware that if he went to look for Tsang Jingxing now, no one in the new God Domain city would dare to touch him. However, he didn't want others to speak badly of Tsang Jingxing behind his back. After all, he had just destroyed the Black Mustard God merchant house. After keeping the array flag, Mo Wuji easily left the city with a flash. By the time a few of the city's enforcers landed on the rubble, Mo Wuji was already outside of the city. Once he exited the city, Mo Wuji let Tian Nu out of the spiritual beast sack and took a few life pills for De Huang to help to save Tian Nu with. He then changed into a fresh set of clothes, removed his mask, and entered the new God Domain city again. Mo Wuji? When Mo Wuji stepped foot into new God Domain city, a slightly thin male cultivator stared at him in shock. 10,000 years had passed and Mo Wuji had gradually been forgotten by many. But once he appeared, people would immediately recognize him. The person that recognized Mo Wuji was named Lu Xingting, a disciple of the Nine Evolutions God sect. Back then, Mo Wuji saved Lu Ruting, and Lu Ruting asked Lu Xingting for a favor, to arrange for Mo Wuji to enter the Nine Evolutions God sect as an outer disciple. In the end, Lu Xingting simply ridiculed Mo Wuji and left, never bothering with Lu Ruting's instructions. Actually, Lu Ruting didn't bother about this herself either. To her, Mo Wuji was just a random passerby that she made use of. After seeing Mo Wuji, Lu Xingting was agitated to the point that he was shivering. His talent for cultivation was quite decent, and in the 10,000 years, he had advanced from Heavenly God Level 3 to Heavenly God Level 5. However, he knew very clearly that his level of strength was peanuts compared to Mo Wuji. The hate between the Heavenly Mortal sect that Mo Wuji was part of and the Nine Evolutions God sect ran as deep as the oceans. Hence at this point, since Mo Wuji appeared in New God Domain City, how could Lu Xingting let this chance slip away? When Mo Wuji entered the city, Lu Xingting immediately sent out a message. This time, they definitely could not allow Mo Wuji to escape out of New God Domain City. If it weren't for his limited strength, he would have acted on his own already, as it was rumored that Mo Wuji could have been carrying large amounts of treasures, possibly even a medicinal cauldron stone. Song Jingxing's home was very easy to locate, as it was the Nirvana Ocean Transfer Array's headquarters in the city center. Upon Mo Wuji's entrance into Song Jingxing's house, Song Jingxing stood up and smiled. It had been 10,000 years, and your cultivation level has risen again. The land of mortals indeed has exceptional abilities. Mo Wuji greets Senior. I'm really happy to be able to meet Senior here. Mo Wuji quickly bowed respectfully. These words were from the bottom of his heart. Compared to Xing Mu, Sang Jingxing was the senior that Mo Wuji truly respected. Song Jingxing responded with a wave, and gestured for Mo Wuji to take a seat. I thought that something bad happened to you with the Yu clan, and I went back to kick up a fuss with that old phobie, Xing Mu. But everywhere the Yu clan were transformed into voids, and I could not peer inside with my current level of strength. There was nothing I could do. Now that I know that you're okay, I'm very relieved. Mo Wuji knew that Song Jingxing sincerely cared for him, and he quickly replied, there was a primal god spiritual vein hidden underneath where the Yu clan was located, and they asked me to set up a defensive array there to lock in the primordial energy. I took the opportunity to remove the primal god spiritual vein, which caused the space there to collapse, and I was transported to the Seven World Stone. The Seven World Stone? Song Jingxing repeated with a surprised tone when he heard Mo Wuji mention this term. Senior knows of the Seven World Stone? Mo Wuji asked. Shaking his head, Sang Jingxing responded, I heard my grandmaster mention the Seven World Stone before. It's rumored that the place that it's located at is linked to 7 worlds. Don't ask me which 7 worlds, I don't know either. Wuji, do you have any way to get to the 7 World Stone? Without hiding anything, Mo Wuji replied, if we were in the immortal world, I would know how. There's a place called the Great Desolate Sea Domain in the immortal world, and there's a passage that's directly linked to the 7 World Stone. While from here, I can't go to it. Song Jingxing didn't ask about it any further and carried on, there's a great secret to the 7 World Stone. When your cultivation level is higher, you can go to investigate it. I'm very happy to see that you're fine, but when you return to the Nirvana Learning Academy, you have to be careful of Xing Mu, that old phobie. He has rather ill intentions towards you. Thank you, Senior, for caring this much about me. Junior understands. Mo Wuji suspected long ago whether Xing Mu had intentionally asked him to go to the Yu clan, but he had no evidence to prove it, thus he didn't mention this. Moreover, there was too large of a gap between Xing Mu and him currently. Good, I'm about to leave this place too. Next time if you want to look for me, you can go to the border of God Domain Nest. Song Jingxing stood up as he spoke. The battle with the gods race is still going on? Mo Wuji asked. Since the time he came out from closed-door cultivation, he had not found out anything about the gods race yet. With a sigh, Song Jingxing replied, how could things end so easily? The people of the gods race indeed live to cultivate. Initially, we still had the upper hand, but as the laws became equal, experts from the gods race began to grow in number, which didn't bode well for God Continent and God Domain. Next time if anything happens, you can try to go to the Seven World Stone and only come back to take a look after your Grand Dao is complete. Also, the array flag that I gave you not only controls the death trap array here, but it's a symbol of me as well. It will be as though I am there in person. After finishing this statement, Song Jingxing disappeared with a flash. Mo Wuji bowed in the direction that Song Jingxing left in. This was a senior that he truly respected. When he mentioned the primal god's spiritual vein, he considered giving it to Song Jingxing. In reality, Song Jingxing left before waiting for him to say so. Song Jingxing's house had an unparalleled density of God's spiritual energy. Mo Wuji knew that this was left behind by Song Jingxing for him to cultivate in. Although he really wanted to undergo closed-door cultivation for a period of time, he knew that this wasn't a good time. Since Song Jingxing gave him an array flag of power, he could at least use it to do some things. As he thought about this, Mo Wuji decided to go to the Hall of Missions in New God Domain City to try to gain information on Xin Shuyin and Ku Kai. As long as the both of them were still in the God Domain, they would definitely have come to New God Domain City. After all, this was the largest God city in the entire God Domain, and it was very well connected. On top of that, to go to the God Continent, one had to use the transfer array in New God Domain City. The Hall of Missions of New God Domain City wasn't any smaller than Nirvana Dao City, and its interior was crammed full of people. On the various mission displays, most of the missions involved forming teams to kill God's race cultivators at the border of God Domain Nest. Kiddo, what a coincidence meeting you here. A voice echoed from Mo Wuji's side. This voice was extremely familiar, and it made Mo Wuji shudder inside. Upon turning around, he saw a long-haired youth standing a few meters away from him, smiling. The youth appeared to be very young, and his cultivation level was around Heavenly God stage. However, he had a rust-covered Buddha shovel on his back. Kuan Yun? Mo Wuji instinctively took a few steps back. If there were anyone that he feared, Kuan Yun would definitely be number one out of them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1041, Indeed It's You, Mo Wuji. Chapter 1041, Indeed It's You, Mo Wuji. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. When he spoke, Mo Wuji took a glance at the rusty Buddha shovel on Kuan Yun's back. This Buddha shovel was still a cause of fear. If he didn't know the background of Kuan Yun, he might have ended up like everyone else, treating the Buddha shovel as an ordinary magic treasure. But now Mo Wuji clearly knew that this Buddha shovel was a top-notch magic treasure. His guess was that Kuan Yun carried it not to show off, but because Kuan Yun didn't have anything that could store the shovel. Once he thought about this, Mo Wuji's heart trembled. If Kuan Yun's strength had completely recovered, Mo Wuji was sure that even if Song Jingxing and Xing Mu joined forces, they would just be ants in front of Kuan Yun, much less if he did it. Kuan Yun didn't even have a magic treasure capable of storing the Buddha shovel, which meant that Kuan Yun was still an elementary heavenly god. You're Mo Wuji, right? That's right, not long ago I saw someone send a message, and it seemed like he wanted to capture you. Kuan Yun said causally, almost as though he didn't care that Mo Wuji wanted to kill him. Mo Wuji was also aware that someone like Ko In-yun wouldn't dare to show up unless he had absolute confidence. As for killing him, Mo Wuji didn't care about it even more. In the new God Domain City, as long as Unity God experts did not show up, no one had the ability to kill him. Ko In-yun, you can cross your wooden bridge, while I walk my own path. We'll just care about our own issues. If you want to convince me of something, I still haven't got back at you for the issue of collecting the immortal world's fate. Mo Wuji knew that Ko In-yun was a slippery eel, hence he didn't want to be associated with this person as much as possible. Ignoring Mo Wuji's words, Ko In-yun carried on, Mo Wuji, you cultivate the mortal Tao, which makes you a pioneer of sorts. Although I want to strip the immortal world of its fate, but because of you, I couldn't help but give up integrating my sea of consciousness and wasted a significant amount of effort. I was thinking, why don't we work together? With our combined intelligence, we can definitely get whatever we need. Oh yes, don't think about making a move against me, you're not qualified enough. Even though Mo Wuji knew that Ko In-yun was too scheming, he thought of himself as a worthy opponent for this person. Now that Ko In-yun wanted to join forces with him, he declined the offer without hesitation. Sorry, I don't intend to work together with you. This isn't that urgent. Many years ago, I saw a few girls around here. One of them was named something like Sin Shuin, and she secretly went around looking for information about you. Back then I even stepped in to allow the few of them to safely leave this place. But you have to know that I was just at nascent God level 1, so you still owe me. You know where Shuin is at? Mo Wuji grabbed Ko In-yun's shoulder and asked frantically. Without breaking a sweat, Ko In-yun swatted Mo Wuji's hand off his shoulder and replied casually, look, if I really wanted to trap you, I would have done so the moment when you placed your hand on my shoulder. Mo Wuji laughed coldly, I'd like to see you try. He didn't believe that Ko In-yun was kind-hearted enough to help Shuin and company. Let's find somewhere to discuss this further. Ko In-yun didn't care about Mo Wuji's threat and continued to chuckle while speaking. Sure. Although Mo Wuji didn't want to get involved with Ko In-yun, but he couldn't disagree with Ko In-yun's words. The both of them left the Hall of Missions, arriving at an average-sized spiritual tea house. When the spiritual tea was served, Ko In-yun activated the restriction on the room and said, Mo Wuji, the reason why I gave up on my sea of consciousness really had some link to you. Firstly, you damaged my sea of consciousness. Secondly, you disrupted my plans. Mo Wuji replied unfeelingly, I don't dare to agree with you. If you didn't try to strip the immortal world's fate away, how would I have landed in your sea of consciousness? Even me landing in your sea of consciousness was orchestrated by you, right? It was only that I didn't fall for your trick in the end. Moreover, the person that wanted to split up the fate of the immortal world wasn't me either. That person is still in the God domain. If you want to look for her to cause trouble, it shouldn't be that difficult to catch wind of news about her. Ko In-yun waved it off. I, Ko In-yun, have lived to this day, hence I won't bother with these pointless things. While you have damaged part of my sea of consciousness, its effect on me isn't that great. The reason why I didn't want to continue staying there to repair my sea of consciousness was that if I didn't come out, once you grew further, I wouldn't get anything at all. What do you mean? Wuji stared at Ko In-yun, puzzled. Chuckling, Ko In-yun explained, you'll understand this in due time. Let's discuss about our collaboration first. Calmly, Mo Wuji spoke, tell me where my wife, Shuin, went first, then we'll move on to other topics. Mo Wuji was very aware how scary Ko In-yun was. This person in front of Mo Wuji might have been only a heavenly god, but his treachery knew no bounds. Ko In-yun also knew that Mo Wuji feared him, and in reality, he feared Mo Wuji as well. Not only did Mo Wuji possess all sorts of means, Mo Wuji also created the mortal Tao, a great universal Tao that he didn't even dare to think about in the past. If it weren't for the fact that he would benefit the most from collaborating with Mo Wuji, he definitely wouldn't have come here to wait. Countless experts had fallen into his sea of consciousness before, but Mo Wuji was the first that could leave and force him to give in. He gave up on repairing his sea of consciousness further, other than because an unparalleled genius landed in it which gave him the idea of going with possession instead, but also as Mo Wuji had appeared. Others might have thought that Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to achieve much based on the mortal Tao foundation of Mo Wuji giving off nearly non-existent spirituality. However, Koan Yun had a complete opposite interpretation. He believed that if there were anyone that would stand at the peak of the universe, it would undoubtedly be Mo Wuji. Therefore he had to come out to take the advantage of the fact that Mo Wuji wasn't at the top yet, and at least fight for the opportunities that belonged to him. Otherwise, it would be too late by the time his sea of consciousness completely healed. Mo Wuji, I came to New God Domain City just to wait for you. I knew that you would definitely come to New God Domain City once you appeared. Actually, I didn't meet you first, but instead I met your Tao companion, Sin Shuyin. She came here looking for you, and if it were not for me, she might have landed in the hands of others. Hence, you should be thankful towards me. Koan Yun calmly spoke while looking in Mo Wuji's direction. This time, Mo Wuji began to believe Koan Yun's words. He believed that Koan Yun didn't need to lie to him. There was some enmity between them, but that was because he had ruined Koan Yun's plans and sent all of the fate that Koan Yun collected from the immortal world back to the immortal world. Someone as intelligent as Koan Yun shouldn't have been that petty anyway. Surely he knew that even if he killed Mo Wuji, it wouldn't benefit him at all and the lost fate wouldn't come back either. Just tell me where she is. Mo Wuji eased up on his tone. Nodding, Koan Yun replied, this is the kind of attitude you should have. Your Tao companion seems to know that you had some relations with a woman named Chuyu in God Domain, which made her rather unhappy. Nonsense. Mo Wuji retorted. Koan Yun simply ignored the comment and continued, women are always like this. Nothing happens without reason. Thankfully she met me then and I spoke to her. If she dared to secretly dig around for information on your whereabouts, it would have ended terribly for her group. Your Tao companion was respectful though, as she asked me politely. I told them to stop mentioning your name completely, and go to fight on the front lines against the gods' race. You sent Shuyin to her death? Mo Wuji shot up with a cold look in his eyes. Koan Yun chuckled, Mo Wuji, I still somewhat admired you even though you ruined my plans. But now, I think I was probably mistaken. When I saw your Tao companion, what cultivation level was she at? A mere immortal reverent which can't be considered to be an ant. This sort of cultivation level makes her as good as a blade of grass in the God world. The battles of the God Domain and God Continent at the border of the God Domain nest might be dangerous, but there are countless opportunities. She might die at any moment after I send her there, however, she will also be reborn in the battles for life and death to become truly strong. Otherwise, will you protect them for the rest of your life? I don't know if your wife was killed, but I know that if she didn't die, she wouldn't be any weaker than you now. Moreover, at that location, one's battle experience would grow constantly, so can you still say that I sent her to her demise? This statement calmed Mo Wuji down, and a good while later he slowly sat down. If Shuyin went around searching for him, it would be as Koan Yun said, she would die in God Domain one of these days. This was because he had offended one too many experts here. I'm going to the border of the God Domain nest. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. The border of the God Domain nest was the most dangerous area of all battlefields with the God's race. One's life would constantly be at risk there. While it was as Koan Yun had said, and Shuyin could receive training there, at the same time, her life could reach its end at any moment. There's no rush for going to the God Domain nest. That girl knows that you've moved on, so perhaps she has done the same and no longer cares about you anymore. Koan Yun seemed like he wanted to intentionally affect Mo Wuji psychologically. Mo Wuji coldly replied, that's my own problem, I don't need you to worry about it for me. Speak, what do you want to cooperate with me on? I'll make my decision after listening to your explanation. In response, Koan Yun shrugged, our cooperation isn't that urgent. You'd better settle that God King from 9 Evolutions God sect first. I believe he came here to apprehend you himself. Indeed, after Koan Yin just finished speaking, the restriction on the room they were in was forcibly broken, and 2 God Kings appeared before Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji recognized one of them, 9 Evolutions God sect's God King Dark Bodhi. That goatee was almost his symbol by then. The other person had probably become a God King recently, hence Mo Wuji didn't know him. Indeed, it's you, Mo Wuji. It's been so long. God King Dark Bodhi grinned, seemingly adding emphasis to every single word. Sigh, youngsters nowadays have no F** king manners. Koan Yun didn't even bother opening his eyes as he carefully took a sip of God's spiritual tea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1042, The Strength of a Grade 7 Death Trap Array. Chapter 1042, The Strength of a Grade 7 Death Trap Array. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji chuckled to himself. Koan Yun was scolding F***CKU at others but also criticizing other people for lacking manners. Seeing that a mere heavenly god ant dared to speak so boldly to him, killing intent flashed in God King Dark Bodhi's eyes. He was a God King, but this amount of patience wasn't beyond him. In his eyes, Koan Yun was the same as Mo Wuji, dead men. However, they couldn't be killed now. While he dared to break open the restriction in this small rest house, he didn't dare to kill anyone here. The person in control of the new God Domain city wasn't some God King expert of God Domain, but a Unity God expert of the God Continent. Without caring about Koan Yun, God King Knight Bodhi added on, Mo Wuji, there are some things I would like you to cooperate with me for. If you're not willing to leave with me, I'll just have to talk to you here. Mo Wuji stood up, then let's go outside. This small rest house couldn't withstand an expert like God King Knight Bodhi, hence Mo Wuji didn't intend to start a fight here. Koan Yun continued sitting there, saying to Mo Wuji, come back soon. I've been waiting for you for a few years, not only a few days. In his eyes, it would be a piece of cake for Mo Wuji, a god monarch, to kill a god king. You should come along as well. God King Knight Bodhi's gaze swept across Koan Yun. Drinking the god spiritual tea in his cup in one gulp, Koan Yun coldly replied, who are you to ask me to move? Get lost. The last 2 words hit God King Knight Bodhi like a heavy hammer, causing a distasteful feeling to bubbling within. This thoroughly shocked Knight Bodhi in cold sweat appeared on his back. At this point, he was sure that Koan Yun definitely wasn't a simple heavenly god. If 2 words from a mere heavenly god could create an emotional imbalance in him, then he, Ding Zicheng, was too weak. The words get lost also had top-notch laws of the heaven and earth integrated into them, which directly tore through his mental defenses. God King Knight Bodhi wasn't even sure if Unity God experts could pull this off, as this required an extremely deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Since Mo Wuji sat together with this expert of unknown strength, it made God King Knight Bodhi doubt whether his decision to come here was the right choice. What now, didn't God King Knight Bodhi come to invite me out? I've already stood up, why don't you lead the way? Mo Wuji stared at God King Knight Bodhi, whose expression didn't change. Deep inside, he was shocked as well. At this moment, he also suspected if he would be a match for Koan Yun if he tried to attack. However, Mo Wuji soon felt relieved. He was the founder of the Mortal Tao, and when Koan Yun shouted out those 2 words, it should have included one of the laws of heaven and earth in them. That might have affected God King Knight Bodhi's Tao and made him back off, but it might not have necessarily affected Mo Wuji's great Tao. Sure. God King Knight Bodhi didn't want to stay here for another second at all and quickly backed off. He had already made up his mind. If Mo Wuji wasn't willing to follow him out of New God Domain City, he would leave temporarily. Only when he found enough help would he come back to see what Koan Yun was made of. Once they exited the small rest house, the large plaza of God Domain's Hall of Mission was before them. With a few steps, Mo Wuji landed in the center of this plaza, looking at God King Knight Bodhi and another God King that he didn't recognize while calmly speaking. Knight Bodhi, quickly ask whatever questions you may have. Originally, God King Knight Bodhi wanted to forcibly bring Mo Wuji out of New God Domain City, but the appearance of the mysterious Koan Yin made him restrain himself, and instead he said, Mo Wuji, back in the newly incubated God Domain nest, were the tens of 9 evolutions God sect disciples killed by you? Mo Wuji grinned, they were killed by me. Back then I was acting out of self-defense, hence I naturally had to fight back when they tried to kill me. Okay, now it's my turn to ask questions. Was the Heavenly Mortal sect eliminated by the 9 evolutions God sect? Was Heavenly God sect's God King Pang Jie killed by you and a few others? How many people were involved? I don't know. Since you've already answered my question, I'll take my leave. Due to his fear of Koan Yun, God King Knight Bodhi, who originally planned to take Mo Wuji away, actually gave up on this idea for now. Raising his hand and throwing out an array flag, Mo Wuji laughed coldly, you want to leave? Wait for your next life. The moment that the array flag was thrown out, the death trap array of the new God Domain City appeared in Mo Wuji's consciousness with extreme clarity. At this point, if Mo Wuji wanted to trap anyone, he could do so by activating the Death Trap God array through this array flag. Mo Wuji couldn't help but mutter to himself, what a strong grade 7 Death Trap God array. This Death Trap God array could take out tens of God Kings easily upon activation, much less if it were 2 God Kings only. The Death Trap God array of New God Domain City? God King Knight Bodhi screamed out in fear after being trapped by the Death Trap God array. Many God Kings were aware that the new God Domain City had a grade 7 Death Trap God array. However, no one knew how this array was set up and where the array base was. Only after Mo Wuji activated the Death Trap God array did God King Knight Bodhi know how terrifying it was. The space around him turned deathly gray, and when he raised his hand to tear the gray space apart, his primordial spirit seemed to be stuck in sludge, unable to make any moves at all. The other God King that was in the Death Trap God array wasn't any better. He had just advanced to God King for a short period of time, and he knew very clearly that this God array wasn't something that he could break through at his current level of strength. Hence once he entered the God array, he shouted, Dao friend Mo, the incident back in the day had nothing to do with me. I was always in closed-door cultivation and didn't know anything about the Heavenly Mortal sect. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji regained his senses as well. His Death Trap array's trap portion had only been partially activated and these 2 God Kings had already been successfully trapped, even without activating the killing array part. This made him even more impressed with how strong Song Jingxing's array Dao was. That array flag was an unparalleled existence in the new God Domain City. With the entire plaza outside of the new God Domain City under the control of Mo Wuji's Death Trap array, Mo Wuji was aware of every single cultivator inside the array. Thus, Mo Wuji quickly threw out a few runes which ejected all unrelated cultivators from the Death Trap array. Today, 2 members of the 9 Evolutions God sect started an attack in the new God Domain City and will be dealt with. All related personnel please leave the area immediately. As Mo Wuji spoke, he activated the killing array portion. Those cultivators who were thrown out had already long fled the area without Mo Wuji saying anything else. Boom boom. Once the killing array was activated, 2 flashes of blood burst out. Regardless whether it was God King Knight Bodhi, who was at God King level 4, or the newly minted God King, they didn't have the ability to fight back at all and were directly eliminated by the killing flashes within the Death Trap array. After the deed was done, Mo Wuji stood there, stunned. How could it have been this easy? 2 God Kings were killed just like that, but not even a splash was made. Noticing many beams of light coming his way, Mo Wuji quickly kept the array flag and swept up the storage rings of both God Kings. There's not much use in taking their storage rings. Their good stuff will definitely not be inside. Koan Yun's voice echoed out. Yet, Mo Wuji didn't care about Koan Yun and incinerated both God Kings with 2 balls of fire while a few beams of light landed in front of him. Mo Wuji took out the array flag, there's nothing concerning you here. Not long ago these two men openly destroyed the Black Mustard God merchant house, and I've already killed them. New God Domain City's Castellan Hong Tong greets the flight controller. A middle-aged cultivator rushed over and bowed respectfully before Mo Wuji. This array flag from San Jingxing was a good tool indeed. Even the Castellan had to pay his respects. It seemed like this Hong Tong was stronger than God King Knight Bodhi, probably at God King level 5 or 6. As a grade 5 God Array King and a tier 5 God Pill King, a God King bowing to him wasn't much, and Mo Wuji nodded. Just now the Black Mustard God merchant house had an argument with these two God Kings, and in the end the two of them actually dared to make a move in New God Domain City, directly destroying the merchant house. To uphold the laws of the city, I killed the both of them in a fit of rage. Roger, does the envoy have any other instructions? Hong Tong didn't have any questions about the killing of two God Kings, instead asking Mo Wuji if there were any further instructions. Aha! Mo Wuji replied. Although the Black Mustard God merchant house was destroyed, they had it coming. They exchanged low-leveled cultivators' lives for God lattice crystals. In the name of New God Domain City, go to round up everyone related to the Black Mustard God merchant house. Don't let a single piece of black mustard trash escape. Roger. Hong Tong bowed respectfully once more before leaving swiftly. The area outside of the Hall of Missions returned to its peaceful state. Even those who had witnessed everything quickly left. No one dared to stay here for long. Koan Yun chuckled, you sure like to concern yourself with useless things. Mo Wuji casually responded, I do like to concern myself with useless things. If you're not happy about that, you cannot work with me. Why would I be unhappy with it? What has this nonsense have to do with me? Let's go, we'll go back to continue our discussion. Koan Yun waved his hand. You must have your eyes in the mortal Tao that I cultivate, right? Does the thing we're cooperating on require my mortal Tao? Mo Wuji was still wary of Koan Yun. While Koan Yun appeared to be a heavenly god, a mere 2 words from him could shut a God King up. This level of strength was way beyond his own. Although he got rid of 2 God Kings without executing an attack himself, it was because he could control the grade 7 Death Trap God Array of New God Domain City. Once outside of the city, he might not have been an ant to God Kings, but he would only be able to run away. You're not wrong. But I assure you that there are great benefits to be reaped for you. Koan Yun patted his chest. Waving it off, Mo Wuji replied, the benefits can wait. If you want me to help you, you will have to help me first. Speak, what help do you require? Koan Yun had a bad feeling about this. I'm very angry that those 2 God Kings interrupted us just now. I want to wipe out both of their sections. Mo Wuji decided to make use of this opportunity to get rid of the 9 Evolutions God sect and the Phoenix Soul God estate. All this while he never liked to hold a grudge overnight, but now so many years had passed and he had not gotten his revenge yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043, Koan Yun shows his hand. Chapter 1043, Koan Yun shows his hand. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Koan Yun lazily patted the rusty Buddha shovel on his back and casually said, I, Koan Yun, have walked down a path many times longer than yours, so don't tease me with these small issues. If you were really angry, you could have asked Hong Tong to get rid of those 2 sects straight away. You probably have some feud with them, right? That's why you want to go personally. Otherwise, those 2 pieces of trash wouldn't have come knocking on your door either. So will you go or not? Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered to rebut Koan Yun. He didn't believe that Koan Yun hadn't done research into his background all these years. Everyone knew of the great enmity between him and the 9 Evolutions God sect and Phoenix Soul God estate. Hence it wouldn't be difficult to find out about this, yet this fella made it sound like he had inferred everything. If he, Mo Wuji, was so easy to fool, he wouldn't have lived till this day. Ignoring Mo Wuji's attitude, Kuan Yin responded, I can go. With your current strength, it's just not possible for you to wipe out 2 sections. I'm not underestimating your abilities. That's why I'm asking for your help. If you can't even help me with this, why should I help you? Mo Wuji said without hesitation. This statement made Kuan Yin almost jump up. Let me make this clear, you're not helping me. We're working together. Working together. Do you understand? Before we work together, I want to see your sincerity. Tell me, will you do it or not? Mo Wuji didn't care about Kuan Yin's anger. He was sure that Kuan Yin had some way to take out those 2 sects just based on a hunch. With a sigh, Kuan Yin agreed, sure, I'll help. Actually, I know that your intention is for me to settle the entire issue by myself. I don't believe that eliminating 2 sects will be of any use to you. Actually, even if Kuan Yin didn't agree, Mo Wuji would have expected it and it would have given him an excuse to turn down Kuan Yin's proposal. However, he never imagined that Kuan Yin actually agreed to it. No matter how impressive Kuan Yin was, the current him was still a mere heavenly god. Seeing that Mo Wuji stopped talking, Kuan Yin spoke, Mo Wuji, you can't be going back on your word, right? Mo Wuji laughed. How could I, Mo Wuji, default on something I've agreed on? Kuan Yin looked at Mo Wuji with approval, that's the way. I thought that you would require me to swear not to attack you while we're working together, but... As Mo Wuji's gaze swept across Kuan Yin once more, he replied, Kuan Yin, I don't know who you were in the past, but I am a god monarch at the very least, so if I have to worry about a heavenly god like you attacking me, then I don't have to cultivate Tao anymore. If you want to fight, feel free to do so, as long as you don't regret it. Just as Mo Wuji had said, if he didn't have this bit of faith, he really didn't have to continue cultivating Tao. Don't worry, I won't attack you. Kuan Yin chuckled. No one could predict what he had in mind. Before this, I have to make a trip to the border of God Domain Nest. Mo Wuji decided that he had to go to the border to look for Shuyin first. Casually, Kuan Yin remarked, Mo Wuji, even if we disregard the fact that your Tao companion has gone to the border of God Domain Nest for around 10,000 years and had just gone over, do you have the ability to find her in a short period of time? The border of God Domain Nest is boundless and has over 1 trillion cultivators, countless restrictions, and many complex factions at work. How will you carry out your search? Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji became silent. He knew that Kuan Yin was right, but he wasn't about to resign to fate. After some time, he asked, Kuan Yin, tell me what you want to cooperate with me on. To search for something. Don't worry, it won't harm you in any way and it isn't very dangerous. After you've exacted your revenge, we can increase our strength a little more before we go over. From the start, Kuan Yin expected Mo Wuji to ask this, hence his response came very quickly. If no large sects from the God continent came over, the 9 Evolutions God sect would definitely be considered a large sect. There was at least one God King in the sect, God King Knight Bodhi. Moreover, thousands of years ago, the 9 Evolutions God sect produced another God King as well. But after many large sects from the God continent came to the God domain, the 9 Evolutions God sect could only be considered a decent sect. At this point, outside of the 9 Evolutions God sect, Mo Wuji watched as Kuan Yin set up an explosion god array. The array flags in Kuan Yin's hands were like musical notes that bounced around, and they were continuously added outside of the 9 Evolutions God sect's defensive array without leaving any traces behind. While Mo Wuji was a grade 5 god array king, he knew that his level of array Tao paled in comparison to Kuan Yin's as he looked at the way Kuan Yin set up the array. Even Song Zhengxing's array Tao wouldn't be good enough in Kuan Yin's eyes. Finally, he understood why Kuan Yin wasn't frightened in New God Domain City. With such array Tao at his disposal, Kuan Yin could have definitely made use of Song Zhengxing's death trap array. Although there were many aspects of the array flag placement that Mo Wuji didn't really understand, he still managed to learn a lot from Kuan Yin. A grade 7 explosion god array was completely set up by Kuan Yin in a mere 5 days. Mo Wuji was aware that this was due to Kuan Yun's insufficient strength. If Kuan Yun's cultivation level was higher, with his array Dao methods, it would have taken just a few breaths to complete this explosion god array. Let's go, we'll go to Phoenix Soul God Estate. After setting up the explosion god array, Kuan Yun didn't trigger this death trap array, instead proposing to go to Phoenix Soul God Estate. Why don't you activate the explosion god array? Mo Wuji thought that Kuan Yun was about to set off the array and was ready to speak up. You're really still a novice. Your appearance in New God Domain City probably reached the years of Phoenix Soul God Estate, right? Now if the 9 Evolutions God sect blew up out of nowhere, would the Phoenix Soul God Estate still allow us to set up an explosion god array outside easily? Who do you think you are? Kuan Yun said while staring at Mo Wuji. In his heart, Mo Wuji thought, this guy must do this on a frequent basis. Kuan Yun, I have an acquaintance in 9 Evolutions God sect. I want to find a way to let her know so that she can escape first. Mo Wuji ignored Kuan Yun's stare. Kuan Yun casually replied, you're talking about the female cultivator Xinyan Ma, right? You're really a Casanova. She went to the border of God Domain Nest in search of opportunities a long time ago. The amount of hate she carries is no less than you, and based on my estimates, her cultivation level should be at elementary God Monarch as well. Not another word was uttered by Mo Wuji as he expected that Kuan Yun had investigated everything there was to find out about his past. From the way those old fogey did things, they wouldn't have waited for him for so many years. Days later, Kuan Yun finished setting up the explosion god array of the Phoenix Soul God Estate. The moment that Kuan Yun activated the array flags, 2 terrifying explosions simultaneously ripped through where the 9 Evolutions God sect and Phoenix Soul God Estate stood. A grade 7 explosion god array could even tear the god domain or laws of space apart. It would be difficult for God King cultivators to escape death as well. 2 sects were totally wiped off the face of God Domain, and God King Salt Pavilion, who was absent from Phoenix Soul God Estate, was able to escape this tragedy. As he observed the 2 locations blow up, Mo Wuji's heart was at peace. Back then the Phoenix Soul God Estate and 9 Evolutions God sect had wiped out the Heavenly Mortal sect, killed Heavenly Mortal sect disciples, and sent out a warrant for his arrest over some minor issues, which made him swear to get rid of such sections. Today, although he had used Kuan Yun to achieve his goal, he did not regret it at all. Kuan Yun, you can tell me what you need help with now. I'll go with you. Once the explosions at both sects died down, Mo Wuji looked directly at Kuan Yun and said. Since he had agreed to it, he would follow through with his words. Kuan Yun chuckled once more, you said it wrongly again. How many times have I told you, it's not that you need to help me with something. We'll be working together, do you understand what working together means? We still can't go over there now because we are not strong enough. What we need is to go to the border of God Domain Nest to improve our cultivation level. There are complete laws and large piles of cultivation resources there. Once I've reached God Monarch stage, we can continue. Coldly laughing, Mo Wuji responded, in the end it's your cultivation level that's too low and not mine, right? You can think whatever you want. Regardless, our strength is insufficient. We can stay for at most 10 years at the border of God Domain Nest, and after that we can go over. Mo Wuji interrupted Kuan Yun, you're saying that you can become a God Monarch in 10 years? While he already felt that his rate of cultivating was very fast, Mo Wuji didn't dare to claim that he could progress from elementary heavenly god to God Monarch in a mere 10 years. Other people might not be able to do it, but that doesn't mean I can't do it. Kuan Yun remarked. You're now at the great circle of heavenly god? So the elementary heavenly god stage that I detect is fake? Mo Wuji asked after regaining his composure. You're wrong. I'm now half a step into God Monarch already. With your insignificant cultivation level, don't even dream about sensing my cultivation level. Kuan Yun rolled his eyes. Okay, we'll set a time for 10 years later then. It was apparent to Mo Wuji that it was normal to not be able to get an accurate read of an old monster like Koan Yun. It would be abnormal if he could actually get an accurate read instead. Koan Yun replied by vigorously shaking his head, "No, definitely no. I've waited here for you for so many years, but you can't wait for me for 10 years? In this 10 years, you must be by my side at all times." "Oh, that's not right, we must be together at all times." Mo Wuji coldly commented, "You're trying to gain insights into my mortal Tao while I cultivate, When he heard Mo Wuji's words, Koan Yun, who had always been in control of the conversation, suddenly choked and spoke in a slightly awkward manner. "You can't really put it as gaining insights into your mortal Tao. Your mortal Tao is indeed exceptional, and I need to take reference to it. Do you know what it means to refer to it? Of course, if there's anything you don't know, you can ask me as well." In his heart, Koan Yun thought to himself, "This is a devil." The reason he could guess what Mo Wuji would do next was that he had investigated Mo Wuji for many years. However, Mo Wuji simply used one sentence of his to predict what he wanted to do. It seemed like he had to be more careful while cooperating with Mo Wuji, otherwise he might end up getting the short end of the stick. The number of low-leveled cultivators he had met wasn't that small, but this fella in front of him was the most sly and the hardest to settle. Anyway, he had been the only one putting in any effort so far, hence there wasn't much headway made for the cooperation. "If you don't agree, it's fine. You can simply not cultivate, and I can't gain insights into anything if you don't cultivate. Anyway, when I cultivate, feel free to try to gain some insights." Seeing that Mo Wuji had a pretty ugly expression on his face, Koan Yun said awkwardly once more. Calmly, Mo Wuji asked, "If we went up against a god king, can you deal with it?" "What are god kings? I, Koan Yun, can totally take care of them." Koan Yun waved it off. "So that means you can take care of me whenever you want to?" Mo Wuji stared at Koan Yun. Koan Yun shook his head, "Those are two different things. You won't understand even if I explained it. This difference is caused by the laws of heaven and earth. Your Tao has nothing to do with the laws of heaven and earth here, which is also why I want to work together with you." "Sure, I agree. Let's go to the border of the God domain nest now." Mo Wuji didn't probe any further and nodded in agreement without hesitating. Since the time that Mo Wuji and Koan Yun strolled off after eliminating the two large sects, the entire God domain fell into disarray. Regardless whether it was Phoenix Soul God Estate or Nine Evolutions God Sect, they were the top sects of the God domain. However, they were destroyed overnight. Hence this was definitely a very significant incident. The surviving God King Salt Pavilion of Phoenix Soul God Estate wasn't in the state of mind to do anything else and rushed straight to the God Protection Hall. The God Protection Hall was jointly built up by experts from the God World and God Domain. It was located at the border of God Domain Nest, and this was where the final headquarters of the battle between the God World and God's race was at. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1044, Are You Back for Revenge? Chapter 1044, Are You Back for Revenge? Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. By the time God King Pavilion rushed over to the God Protection Hall, he discovered that over 10 God Kings had gathered there already. The head of the 10 great God Kings of God Domain, God King Blazing Heaven, sat at the top. Other than God King Blazing Heaven, God King Uncruel, Scoured Sea, Orchid Tomb, Ming Yang, Lone Cauldron, and Rising Sea were here as well. Seeing that his old friend God King Yiming was present, God King Salt Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief before angrily speaking, "Fellow Tao friends, I, Salt Pavilion, put my life on the line in the fight against the God's race, but my Phoenix Soul God Estate was reduced to rubble by others. If the God Domain is as such, how can we continue to motivate cultivators to fight for our sovereign lands? I would like to ask everyone to give judgment on behalf of the Phoenix Soul God Estate and 9 Evolutions God Sect." In his heart, God King Rising Sea snorted to himself, but he didn't speak up. He knew that out of the 10 great God Kings, God King Uncruel supported God King Salt Pavilion, and God King Eing was also God King Salt Pavilion's friend. Who didn't know the reason why, back in the day, Heavenly Mortal Sect was destroyed out of the blue, and God King Pang Jie of Heavenly Mortal Sect was surrounded and killed? God King Wei Zhang, who had the closest relationship with the Heavenly Mortal Sect, was determined to get justice for the Heavenly Mortal Sect, but in the end, he disappeared from the God domain completely as well. As long as one wasn't stupid, one would know that God King Wei Zhan was ambushed by a few other bold and daring God Kings. In actual fact, it was precisely because God King Wei Zheng and Pang Jie were killed that God King Blazing Heaven's credibility took a huge dip. One had to know that due to the low population of God Kings in the God domain, God King Blazing Heaven had said before that there had to be minimal fights between God Kings. As for what God King Salt Pavilion said about wagering one's life in the fight against the God's race, it was even more preposterous. Who didn't know that the God's spiritual energy at the border between the God's race and God domain nest was dense as hell, and the laws there were the clearest? Almost everyone present cultivated here, and God King Salt Pavilion heard about Phoenix Soul God Estate being destroyed while in closed-door cultivation before rushing down here. Dao Friends Salt Pavilion, all of us know of this incident. Sit down first, we'll slowly discuss a plan of action. After all, it's definitely not an ordinary person behind it if he can use a God Explosion array to destroy 2 large sections. God King Blazing Heaven had a headache. Back in the day, his heart was filled with rage when Pang Jie was ganged up on and God King Wei Zhang went missing. But it was a pity that he couldn't just round up a few God Kings and kill them. He clearly knew that while he was the main coordinator of the God domain on the surface, in reality there weren't many God Kings that would listen to his commands. God King Blazing Heaven, I've investigated this issue before. If I'm not wrong, it was done by Mo Wuji. God King Salt Pavilion spoke while gnashing his teeth. Mo Wuji? God King Blazing Heaven asked. Mo Wuji had left too deep an impression on him. Back then, Mo Wuji, as an elementary nascent god, could kill 42 nascent gods and 5 heavenly gods while under attack from all of them. The remaining 2 cultivators were severely injured and crippled respectively. Although he, Blazing Heaven, had seen much of the world before, he had never met someone as impressive as Mo Wuji. Due to Mo Wuji's low cultivation level and low growth rate, the thought of forcing out Mo Wuji's secret to allow the God Kings of God domain to level up did cross his mind. After all, Mo Wuji did condense his own great Tao. If he, Blazing Heaven, could condense his own great Tao as well, perhaps he could really enter the ranks of unity gods. Following the expansion of the God domain nest, the God domain became increasingly dangerous. If no one in God domain became a unity god soon, it would be the greatest threat to the domain. If it wasn't for the assistance of unity god experts from God continent, God domain would have landed in the hands of the God's race long ago. Even with the God continent helping God domain now, they were on the losing end. In the end, Blazing Heaven never expected that a few God Kings would get messed up when trying to catch an elementary nascent god like Mo Wuji. Could it be that Mo Wuji eliminated the 2 large sects that destroyed Heavenly Mortal Sect and killed God King Pang Jie the moment he returned? Was this cultivator that sent shock waves through the community in the past back for revenge? Upon thinking about this, God King Blazing Heaven couldn't help but shudder. Although he didn't want to catch Mo Wuji for himself, and he didn't plan on killing Mo Wuji, there was indeed some enmity between them. Yes, it's Mo Wuji. This person appeared in the new God Domain City, and I suspect that God King Dark Bodhi of 9 Evolutions God Sect has already been killed by him. The moment the God King Salt Pavilion mentioned God King Dark Bodhi, his tone changed slightly. Impossible. God King Uncruel replied without hesitation. Back then Mo Wuji should have been an elementary nascent god when he fled God Domain Nest. Even if he were in advanced nascent god stage then, how many years had passed only? 10,000 years, right? If he could reach Heavenly God in 10,000 years, he would be considered a genius amongst geniuses. Moreover, on the path of cultivating Tao, the duration between breakthrough only increases the further one progresses. Even if he used 10,000 years to cultivate to elementary heavenly God, he wouldn't be able to reach God Monarch without another 1 million years, right? To kill God King Dark Bodhi, no matter how impressive Mo Wuji is, he would have to be at God King level 1 at least. Tell me, what genius can cultivate from nascent God to God King in a mere 10,000 years' time? God King Blazing Heaven nodded his head. Indeed, it is impossible for one to cultivate from nascent God to heavenly God in 10,000 years. Unless he used primal God's spiritual energy to cultivate all the way, and even if it were so, reaching God King level 1 is still rather absurd. Mo Wuji can be a match against those of higher cultivation levels. Perhaps he doesn't have to cultivate until God King stage. God King Yi Ming feared Mo Wuji in his heart as well, and at this moment he really wanted to have God King Blazing Heaven lead the charge to take Mo Wuji out. However, he didn't expect that God King Blazing Heaven was actually thinking about pouring the entire God domain's cultivation resources into developing Mo Wuji, since Mo Wuji had such heaven-defying talent and had reached God King stage, so as to allow Mo Wuji to reach Unity God stage as soon as possible. For someone like Mo Wuji that could get rid of 49 cultivators, who were much stronger than him, that ganged up against him, once he became a Unity God, what would the God's race be compared to him? If Mo Wuji could really reach Unity God stage, so what if he was killed by Mo Wuji in revenge? As for the destruction of Phoenix Soul God Estate and 9 Evolutions God Sect, God King Blazing Heaven actually had some idea that this would happen. When Mo Wuji fled back then, he suspected that Mo Wuji would come back one day to take revenge. Even if Mo Wuji reached Worldly God stage, it would at least take him 1 million years, so this incident has to be investigated first. God King Clear Eyes, usually a man of few words, spoke up. Seeing that God King Salt Pavilion still wanted to add on, God King Blazing Heaven waved his hand. The situation with the God's race doesn't look good. I heard that the God's race had a new Unity God expert join their ranks not long ago, and if this continues, the God domain and even the God continent will be wiped out. As for the issue of Phoenix Soul God Estate and 9 Evolutions God Sect, I will send some people to investigate. Let's discuss among ourselves first before going to request Senior Song of God Continent for advice on how to defend God Domain Nest. These words made it seem like a bucket of cold water had been poured on the entire situation. It made God King Salt Pavilion realize that it wasn't possible to ask Blazing Heaven to stand up for him. God Domain Nest, Leafless Forest. The Leafless Forest got its name because there was an endless forest here. The only difference between this forest and conventional ones was that all trees here were completely bare and without leaves. Almost like they were shriveled up poplar trees that had gone through 1,000 years in a desert. Regardless whether it was with the God's race or God domain, the Leafless Forest was an extremely well-known location in God Domain Nest. Countless primal spiritual eyes were present in the Leafless Forest. Large ones were many meters in radius, while small ones were about the size of a wash basin. No matter large or small, as long as one was found, it was enough to drive cultivators crazy. This was because cultivating in a primal spiritual eye was many times faster than cultivating elsewhere. Moreover, the laws in a primal spiritual eye were much clearer, making it the best place to go for raising one's cultivation level. At this point, deep inside the Leafless Forest, one person was standing his ground against 7 others. A dried-up primal spiritual eye lay between them. This spiritual eye wasn't very large, only being half a meter wide. At the center of the spiritual eye, there was a curled-up female cultivator whose clothes were rather torn up. The single person was a hemp-clothed youth with a fierce aura and a worn-out face. In terms of cultivation level, his wasn't that high, just at Heavenly God level 5. On top of that, this hemp-clothed youth was facing off against 7 people. Other than 3 elementary Heavenly Gods, the remaining 4 were all intermediate or advanced Heavenly God stage, with the one with the highest cultivation level at Heavenly God level 7. Young man, don't think that you've gotten somewhere with your exploits around here. If you dare to spout nonsense again, don't blame us for killing you. The person that spoke was a gray-haired cultivator of medium build at Heavenly God level 7. Out of the entire group, this guy was the strongest. Let her go and I'll naturally take her and leave. Although he was up against 7 people alone, the hemp-clothed youth didn't give in to their threats and continued to speak calmly. It was just the Tao aura around him that flamed up, having an intensity never seen before. "We're giving you face, but you don't want it? Everyone attack him together and kill him." The gray-haired cultivator flared up and directly blasted his magic treasure at this hemp-clothed youth. Following which, the remaining people charged forward towards the youth. Without breaking a sweat, the hemp-clothed youth threw his magic treasure, a dark red halberd, throwing out waves of halberd radiances. The clash of God elemental energy in the leafless forest caused many leafless trees to be split into half. A few sacred arts landed on the hemp-clothed youth's body, creating mists of blood one after another. But it seemed like he couldn't see how serious those injuries were becoming as he continued to swing his halberd to use one sacred art after another. Boom! A bloody explosion rang out as one of the youth's arms was severed and a bloody hole appeared on his belly. At the same time, his halberd produced multiple halberd radiances that broke through 2 heavenly gods' domains and swept their heads off their shoulders. One of the 2 was even at heavenly god level 6. Boom! After killing 2 people, a beam from a sacred art blasted straight onto the hemp-clothed youth's chest. This beam blew the youth away, hitting and breaking a leafless tree. Killing intent bubbled up from the gray-haired man as he took a step forward, ready to split the hemp-clothed youth in half. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1045, Tian News Secret. Chapter 1045, Tian News Secret. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. That's enough. A voice echoed out, stopping the gray-haired cultivator. Following which a beautiful woman in light green clothes seemed to appear out of nowhere. When he saw this woman, the gray-haired cultivator didn't dare to maintain his killing intent and quickly bowed respectfully. Min Fair greets Senior. With Min Fair's experience, he could tell from a single look that this woman's cultivation level was definitely beyond heavenly god, with a 90% likelihood of her being a god monarch expert. The woman in a green dress didn't bother with the gray-haired man, instead looking at the hemp-clothed youth, who just had his arm chopped off, and asked, "You knew that you weren't a match for him, so why did you still stay here to court death?" The hemp-clothed youth swallowed a few pills and struggled to stand up. Yet, his eyes continued to stare at the curled-up woman behind the gray-haired cultivator as he spoke. "Back in the day my senior brother taught me that a person has to do a few foolish things in his or her life. At that time, I let my senior brother face a group of men alone while I fled. For that, I've regretted till this day, and now I will not allow Xiang Yu to remain here alone. Even if I die, I will die here." A person had to do a few foolish things in his or her life. If Yu, could do it, why can't I, Sin Shuyin, do it as well? The woman in a green dress mumbled to herself. A good while later, she said to the hemp-clothed youth, "What's your name, and who is she to you?" This woman in a green dress was precisely that Sin Shuyin that Mo Wuji desperately wanted to meet. Back when she went to New God Domain City, she was still together with Empress Wenlan and Lin Gu. Because of what Koan Yun said, Empress Wenlan made the decision for the 3 of them to stop searching for Mo Wuji and focus on using their existing resources to cultivate. The 3 of them had large numbers of Heavenly Law's elemental pills on them. Other people desired to have such a treasure, but the 3 of them were actually randomly roaming around God Domain with that many cultivation treasures in their possession. After arriving at the border of God Domain Nest, the trio found an extremely secluded area to undergo closed-door cultivation. In the span of a few thousand years, they used the pile of Heavenly Law's elemental pills to reach advanced Heavenly God. Following which, the 3 of them stayed in the area to fight against the God's race, collect contribution points, and earn more cultivation resources. This went on for over 1,000 years, then they entered the ranks of God monarchs. At this point, a great messy battle had broken out with the God's race at the border of God Domain Nest. In the chaos, Sin Shuyin, Lin Gu, and Empress Wenlan lost contact with each other. Although Qin Shuyin had been scouring the area for many years and her cultivation level had risen to God Monarch level 4, but there was no news about Lin Gu and Wenlan. On the other hand, she had heard a lot about Mo Wuji. Some said that Mo Wuji died in the Nirvana Ocean, while others stated that Mo Wuji went to God Burial Valley in search of Chuyu. After all, Chuyu entered God Burial Valley for Mo Wuji and was also his Dao companion. As time passed, Qin Shuyin also began to suspect that Mo Wuji entered the God Burial Valley. She always wanted to go there to take a look, but never managed to overcome her hesitation. She wasn't afraid of dying, but of entering the God Burial Valley when Mo Wuji wasn't inside. As for the God Continent, she never thought that Mo Wuji would go to there. The transfer array connecting God Continent to God Domain wasn't something ordinary people could use. Even if low-leveled cultivators did use the array, they were transported from God Continent to God Domain, not the other way around. No matter how famous Mo Wuji was on God Continent, it was just within Nirvana Learning Academy. Moreover, he had been missing for 10,000 years, so how many people would still remember him since there was just too many exceptional genius cultivators around? Junior Wei Ru, her name is Morong Xiangyu. If she didn't save me previously, I would most likely have been killed. Now I definitely can't leave her behind. The hemp-clothed youth said while he bowed. Morong Xiangyu? This name seemed rather familiar to Qin Shuyin. She took a look at the woman curled up in the primal spiritual eye but did not feel like she knew her. Your senior brother is a very impressive person. He's right. A person must do a few foolish things in his or her life. After finishing her sentence, the image of her blocking the killing blow from Sun Hui for Mo Wuji flashed before Qin Shuin's eyes. The scene of her igniting her life energy and using the wind escape technique to flee with Mo Wuji in space also appeared. Were these foolish things? She never regretted any of it, and if she turned back time, she would still do the same things all over again. Because she saw Mo Wuji bring her physical body to the soul-condensing immortal pond to save her and bring her out, while he was swept into the pond with the other incomplete soul, she knew that no matter how many times they repeated this, she wouldn't regret it. Indeed, Mo Wuji had a Dao companion, but as long as he never told her to leave, she would definitely not leave. Yes, senior brother is the most greatest person to me. Upon hearing Qin Shuyin mention his senior brother, Wei Ru immediately straightened up and spoke with reverence. Qin Shuyin nodded her head and threw a jade bottle to Wei Ru. This is for you. It can help you heal your wounds. After finishing, her cold gaze fell onto Min Fair and company as she commanded, "Scram." Yes, senior. When they heard Qin Shuyin ask them to get lost, Min Fair didn't dare to spout any more nonsense and quickly backed up before turning and leaving. Once Min Fair left, the few injured heavenly god cultivators that remained behind also swiftly fled. Then, Qin Shuyin nodded at Wei Ru and disappeared with a flash. In the direction that Qin Shuyin disappeared in, Wei Ru bowed and gave his thanks. After which, he also brought Morong Xiangyu away as fast as he could. Koan Yun, you've been referring to yourself as a sage, so does this mean that all those above Unity God can be called sages? Mo Wuji asked once he exited the transfer array. As someone without a master, Mo Wuji's path of cultivation was forged by himself. Koan Yun wasn't that simple, hence Mo Wuji suspected that this guy was one of the old fogies left behind from the ancient times. Perhaps Koan Yun was even older than those people in the God's Tower. If there was anything he didn't understand, it would be the best to ask this guy. Koan Yun chuckled, there's no use for you to know with such a low cultivation level. Moreover, if you don't leave God Domain in your lifetime, you'll become a Unity God at best, so there's no need to think that much. If you don't want to tell me, just say it. Mo Wuji didn't dispute that statement, but he didn't feel very happy inside either. His mortal Tao had almost completely been born from his own insights, and now his undying world had complete laws while the God Domain didn't, which shouldn't affect him from gaining further insights. Naturally, Koan Yun knew what Mo Wuji was thinking of and didn't prompt him further. Compared to the newly incubated God domain nest that he first entered, this time, Mo Wuji could immediately feel the great change that happened to the God domain nest. Initially, this place was nothing but a large open-air marketplace, but now it was totally transformed into a major cultivation God city. This city might not have had the grandeur of New God Domain City, but in terms of prosperity, it did not lose out to New God Domain City at all. Mo Wuji, you should be looking for a place to rest for a few days, right? Why don't I go to inquire which location in the God domain nest allows one to raise his cultivation level the fastest? Koen Yun looked at Mo Wuji casually, not caring about Mo Wuji's attitude. In his heart, Mo Wuji was shocked. He really intended to find a place to rest at, primarily to go to the undying world to take a look at Tian Nu. Could Koen Yun know of his undying world? Or does he knew Tian Nu? Based on his tone and attitude, it was rather possible. Mo Wuji never told Koen Yun anything about Tian Nu, as the news of someone having two mind palaces and seas of consciousness was really too shocking. That kind of situation was almost like his own, as he possessed the mortal Tao, a little too frightening. I'll make a move first. In 2 days' time, I'll come looking for you. Koen Yun chuckled again, disregarding how shocked Mo Wuji was. With a flash, he disappeared into the masses. Nirvana Rest House. When Mo Wuji saw this name, he entered the establishment without hesitation. He was from the Nirvana Learning Academy, and since a Nirvana Rest House appeared here, it was very likely a rest house opened by the Academy. Although he didn't fear anyone now, it was always better to err on the side of caution. Everything of the Nirvana Learning Academy was very expensive, hence there weren't many cultivators staying here, and as a result rooms in specialized cultivation estates were available. Without giving a sh*t about Koen Yun, Mo Wuji booked a room for himself only. The moment he got into the room, he redid the restrictions of it before entering the undying world. Inside the undying world, Tian Nu remained in a lifeless state. Mo Wuji sighed. He asked De Huang to feed the breath of Hongmang and various other vitality pills to Tian Nu, but Tian Nu had already been tortured to the point that his primordial spirit was breaking apart. If there wasn't some top-notch spiritual item that addressed this specific problem, he wouldn't be able to save Tian Nu either. While Mo Wuji used his vitality channel to nourish Tian Nu's condition didn't improve at all. Shaking his head, Mo Wuji prepared to stand up. Tian Nu and him were linked through fate and they became friends. But now he had tried his best, and not only was Tian Nu's foundation was gone and primordial spirit dissipated, all vitality was gradually eroding away. At most in a few days' time, Tian Nu would completely leave this world with his divine soul destroyed. At this point, Tian Nu suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Mo Wuji, he was surprised. Sorry Tian Nu, I've tried my best. Mo Wuji knew that even though Tian Nu had opened his eyes, he was only seeing his life flashing before his eyes. Brother Mo. Thank you for bringing me out of black mustard, and allowing me to die peacefully. Tian Nu spoke with a stutter and an endless longing for lift. There's a big secret in God Burial Valley. I have 2 seas of consciousness. The only path of survival in God Burial Valley, cave. Finally, Tian Nu could speak no longer and he passed away in the undying world. Sadness rose up in Mo Wuji's heart. So what if one cultivated to become a god? Death still awaited at the end of the line. Tian Nu's cultivation level was at the bottom of God domain, but regardless whether it was in the immortal world or mortal world, he would be considered a god. But ultimately, he still met with the same end as a mortal. Mo Wuji stood up soon after personally burying Tian Nu in undying world. He had to grow stronger. Only by doing so would he not get stepped on. Only if he was stronger would he not end up like Tian Nu, kidnapped and tortured to the grave. Tian Nu's secret was that he had 2 seas of consciousness, but Mo Wuji's secret was much greater than that. He was cultivating Tao as a mortal. If this was found out by some scheming experts, he would end up like Tian Nu did. At least Tian Nu had Mo Wuji to bury him. If Mo Wuji died, he would just be turned to ashes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1046, 7 Worlds. Chapter 1046, 7 Worlds. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After leaving his undying world, Mo Wuji wasn't in the mood to cultivate. Just as he sat down for a moment, a large commotion could be heard from the outside. Puzzled, Mo Wuji extended his spiritual will outwards, and he saw that the outside of Nirvana Rest House was in a mess. Everyone seemed to be in shock. What happened? When Mo Wuji was about to leave the room to take a look, Koan Yun casually entered. Koan Yun, I know that you're very well versed in array Dao, but can you at least not before coming in? Mo Wuji said unhappily. Sai, I really can't do anything about you. You don't have any skills, but you have a whole bunch of rules. While Koan Yun spoke, he really went back to the door and knocked on the restriction at the doorside, asking, Can I come in? Koan Yun chuckled, walked in, and sat down. Have you seen the commotion outside? Yes, I have. What's going on? Mo Wuji was a little confused. It's because not long ago a Unity God expert of the God's race gained insights in a sacred art. He used the sacred art once at the border of God Domain Nest and killed hundreds of thousands of God Domain cultivators at one shot. There was even a God King among them. What? Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji leapt up. This piece of news made him stunned. A sacred art could kill tens of thousands of God Domain cultivators, even including God Kings? What sacred art was this? If it was some God's race expert attacking a planet in a lower world, eliminating 1 billion cultivators wouldn't make Mo Wuji raise an eyebrow, as an expert could ignore the laws of the heaven and earth of the lower world in that scenario. However, in God Domain, the laws of the heaven and earth were very sturdy, so no matter how strong a sacred art was, it would be contained within a certain boundary. Outside of this boundary, it would be destroyed by the laws. This meant that regardless how strong one was, one could only affect a limited area around himself. A Unity God was only one level higher than a God King, but he was this powerful? I'm not lying. I heard about this outside, and against such a sacred art, I had no choice but to come back first. Koan Yun said indifferently. What kind of sacred art is it? Mo Wuji asked, slightly worried. For this type of sacred art that could kill hundreds of thousands at once, if it was used continuously, God continent would be wiped out, much less God domain. Obviously, Koan Yun knew that Mo Wuji was thinking about, and he added on, there's no need to worry. This person might have gained insights into this sacred art, but it's already very taxing to use it once. He still does not have the ability to fire it off continuously. Of course, with such a sacred art in the picture, God Domain is definitely at a disadvantage in the battle against the God's race. You still haven't told me what sacred art it was. Mo Wuji stared at Koan Yun. He was very concerned about this sacred art. It's called Curse Arts, and this sacred art was originally a top-notch great sacred art of the God's race, but... Great curse arts? Mo Wuji interrupted Koan Yun out of shock. He had heard of this sacred art before. Who knew that it didn't get eliminated by him and still went to the God's race? Koan Yun grinned coldly, great curse arts? Keep on dreaming. It's just a partially complete minor curse arts. There's nothing to be surprised about. A partially complete minor curse arts is already so impressive, then for the great curse arts. Mid-sentence, Mo Wuji didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Wouldn't the great curse arts be able to destroy the entire God world? Chuckling, Koan Yun replied, I know what you're worried about. That's not something to worry about. With this level of laws, it is already very lucky for that member of the God's race to gain insights into minor curse arts. I believe that guy must be a super genius. It's simply impossible to gain insights in the great curse arts. Is this curse arts the #1 sacred art in the universe? Mo Wuji was slightly relieved after hearing Koen Yun's words. Once more, Koen Yun laughed coldly. Number 1 sacred art? Stop dreaming. Out of the infinite number of sacred arts, the great curse arts is treated as a treasure by the gods' race because they don't have any better sacred arts. Koen Yun, can you tell me more about a few other great sacred arts? Mo Wuji quickly probed. When it came to asking Koen Yun about something, he became very courteous. Although he was consulting Koen Yun, in his heart he was thinking about his own seven-world finger and whether it was considered a great sacred art. Unfortunately, Koen Yun didn't answer Mo Wuji and instead stared at him. Once he seemed to be a little disturbed, Koen Yun chuckled and grinned. If we're talking about great sacred arts, you seem to know some yourself. I know great sacred arts? Mo Wuji was stunned. He was sure that the domain-crushing fist, for halberd strikes, spatial imprisonment, and wheel of life and death shouldn't have been considered great sacred arts. Even for the seven-world finger, while it had immense power, it paled greatly in comparison with the minor curse arts. Koen Yun then casually explained, when I was in New God Domain City, I saw you unleash that finger. Although it was nothing to write home about, it had a tinge of the first world's aura. Knowing that it was not possible to continue hiding it in front of Koen Yun, Mo Wuji admitted, yes, that's my strongest sacred art, World of Man. World of Man. Koen Yun said to himself, and turned around to reply, not bad, that's a good name. It's indeed suited for the seven worlds. In his heart, Mo Wuji was shocked. This guy actually knew about the seven-world finger. Koen Yun continued, you should have had some special opportunity to be able to gain a sacred art that crosses the seven worlds. A seven-world sacred art is much stronger than curse arts in my eyes, it's just that you haven't even reached the tip of the iceberg yet. Mo Wuji responded unhappily, I can use the third finger of the seven-world finger now, so is that still not even reaching the tip of the iceberg? It's been renamed as the seven-world finger by you? That's not bad too. Koen Yun spoke without holding back. You can use the third finger because you cultivate the mortal Tao. Otherwise, you won't even be able to use the first finger. True seven-world sacred arts are boundless. With the stretch of one's hand, one will be able to turn the heaven and earth upside down, and tearing the universe and stars is also within one's grasp. Can you do that? This made Mo Wuji fall silent. He knew that Koen Yun should have been speaking the truth, as there was no reason to lie to him about this. Soon after he stood up and bowed respectfully towards Koen Yun, could Brother Koen teach me more? Chuckling, Koen Yun pointed at Mo Wuji and spoke, you're too snobbish. I'm many generations your senior, yet you call me by my name, and now when you need my advice, you call me Brother Koen. Let me tell you then, I'm not giving you any advice. Never did Mo Wuji expect that Koen Yun would act arrogant when he was giving face, so he replied coldly, since you're not going to give me any pointers, please leave. I want to cultivate. Koen Yun touched his nose, and looked at Mo Wuji expressionlessly, you can't be going back on your word about our cooperation, right? What do you mean going back on my word? The 10 years are not up yet. I need to cultivate now. Okay, I'll give you a few pointers. I don't know where your seven-world sacred art originated from, but it only has the form but no true laws. You're simply borrowing the mortal Tao for your laws, so before your mortal Tao is largely complete, it's secondary if you can use your seven-world finger. Hence that's why I said that you're training your seven-world finger without understanding it properly. Koen Yun was also afraid that Mo Wuji wasn't a person of his word. He had spent so many years searching for this guy. So how can I allow my seven-world finger to have true power? Mo Wuji quickly asked. This wasn't a chance he would give up. Pointing in the air, Koen Yun explained, if you can find the seven-world stone one day, you can gain some insights from it, and after that there'll be some chance that you can understand the true meaning behind your seven-world finger. Seven-world stone? Mo Wuji had already been to the seven-world stone twice. Koen Yun nodded, that's right, the seven-world stone. Don't ask me where the seven-world stone is. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. I understand. Can you tell me which 7 worlds there are? Mo Wuji calmed down. He knew about the 7-world stone, but he wouldn't reveal it to Kuan Yin. After sweeping his gaze across Mo Wuji, Kuan Yin spoke, "You're really getting a steal by following me. There's no problem with telling you. They are the mortal world, underworld, immortal world, god world, darkness world, and fortune world. There's only 6 worlds. Mo Wuji said. It's 7 worlds. You only see 6 because your cultivation level is too low and you haven't gained enough insights. Once your cultivation level is high enough, you'll know that I'm talking about 7 worlds. Deep inside, Mo Wuji was not convinced. Wasn't this like the emperor's new clothes? If you don't know, then I won't bother asking anymore. But why are there no demon, devil, ghost, asura, and other worlds? As Mo Wuji was from Earth, he knew that the 7 worlds weren't the 7 that Kuan Yin mentioned. That's why I said that your cultivation level is insufficient. The Great Tao is boundless, and once you reach the end of your path, how would there still be the distinction between demons, devils, and other races? Kuan Yin waved his hand and interrupted Mo Wuji's question. Do you still have any questions? Seeing that Mo Wuji didn't rebut him further, Kuan Yin happily asked another question. Mo Wuji shook his head, no. Some questions weren't very suited to be asked to the current Kuan Yin. For example, if he wanted to ask about how to get back to the immortal world or how did the location in God domain that he arrived at have any relation to Kuan Yin's sea of consciousness, they would have to wait. Since you have no more questions, let's start cultivating. I found an extremely good location where there is an endless supply of primal God spiritual energy. It seems like the 10-year period that I stipulated might be a little too long after all. Kuan Yin chuckled as he stood up. Without moving, Mo Wuji calmly said, the God's race expert could use the minor curse arts outside. You might have some way of defending against it, but I don't. Kuan Yin responded tartly, the expert of God's race used the minor curse arts to chase all of the God domain cultivators away from the area around the God domain nest, so that the area's cultivation resources can be given to the God's race for cultivation. If you're afraid of something like this, then perhaps cooperating with you was a mistake. Moreover, every bit of cultivation resource that you use up is a bit less that you have, so why don't you come with me to strike it rich together instead? Initially, Mo Wuji wanted to use the heavenly law's elemental pills and the energy within the furnace of the heaven and earth to cultivate, but upon hearing Kuan Yin's last sentence, he couldn't help but be moved. Hence he casually asked, where are we going? Leafless forest. 2 words came out of Kuan Yin's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047, Leafless Forest. Chapter 1047, Leafless Forest. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Once Mo Wuji stepped out of Nirvana Rest House, he could sense a sort of rotting and corrosive aura. This sort of aura was almost the same as what he felt coming from the cursed seal of God's precipice continent. It seemed like Kuan Yin wasn't lying. This was really curse arts. The cultivators on the streets had fear in their eyes, and many of the people that just entered the God City wanted to leave again. As all transfer arrays in the city were shut down, one had to fly off if one wanted to leave. However, once those cultivators walked to the city gates, they turned around as they thought of the ongoing curse arts outside. Also, the defensive array of the God City was already activated, so cultivators on the outside could not come in anymore. An elementary heavenly God cultivator suddenly blew up not far away from Mo Wuji, and the rotting bloody smell immediately spread out. Very soon, a few streaks of fire landed on the exploded heavenly God cultivator's body, incinerating him to nothing. How impressive! Mo Wuji mumbled to himself. The curse arts had captivated him indeed. Yet, Kuan Yin laughed coldly, how is this impressive? The Tao energy of the great curse arts can't be burnt away by normal flames. After remaining silent for a moment, Mo Wuji responded, "Can the curse arts be transmitted through a person's energy or aura?" This time, Koan Yun replied normally, "That's right. As long as you're touched by the curse arts, it'll mean that you've been inflicted by it. Can't you see that the God City has a restriction on cultivators entering the city? It is out of worry that the curse arts will spread through the city." Upon hearing Koan Yun's words, strong killing intent rose up in Mo Wuji's heart. He wanted to kill this fella that unleashed the curse arts. Instantly, Koan Yun sensed Mo Wuji's killing intent and chuckled, "With your current cultivation level, going to kill that guy who knows curse arts will be like striking a rock with an egg. No, you're more inferior than an egg. You're the one that's lousier than an egg." Mo Wuji snorted, not caring about Koan Yun anymore. Splat! Just as Mo Wuji finished speaking, a fiery explosion occurred in front of him. An advanced nascent god cultivator was directly reduced to nothing by the ball of flames. There's no need to look. He was inflicted by the curse arts, so he was incinerated. Koan Yun casually remarked. A sense of helplessness arose in Mo Wuji's heart. Although he had many enemies, this was the god domain, and he was also a part of the god domain. Every single cultivator that stood here came for the purpose of killing God's race cultivators. Perhaps everyone could have been fighting for contribution points, but no one could deny that most of the people present had made some contribution to the defense of the god domain. However, after those who faced the God's race cultivators on the front line had been hit by the curse arts, they were still killed after using an escape talisman to return. This was too saddening and unbearable. He knew that such incidents would occur more frequently in the future, but he couldn't do anything to change it. "Koan Yun, let's go to the leafless forest. I need to cultivate." Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. Smiling, Koan Yun replied, "That's the way. You'll be a much better help to me if your cultivation level is higher." "You're going out?" There were 2 god monarch experts guarding the defensive array, and at this point, there were only people streaming in constantly. How could there be anyone going out? The Tao traces of curse arts didn't fade away that quickly. At least there was a defensive array as a shield, preventing the curse arts from seeping in. "That's right, we're going out," Mo Wuji declared calmly. "You should know that once you've gone out, you won't be allowed back in for the near future. On top of that, your life will be in danger and you can die at any moment." That god monarch stared at Mo Wuji while speaking in a harsh tone. "We get it. How naggy," Koan Yun remarked from the side. After finishing his piece, the aura around him began to grow. When he sensed that Koan Yun wasn't someone good to mess with, the god monarch didn't carry on and allowed them to leave directly. As long as they didn't come back in, it wouldn't make much of a difference to him. Once they were out of the god city, Mo Wuji's spiritual will immediately spread outwards, and the sight before him gave him a shock. There were god domain cultivators fleeing everywhere, and many cultivators' bodies blew up in midair constantly. How is it that only a few 100,000 people died? Mo Wuji commented. Just care about yourself first. Koan Yun took out a flying magic treasure after finishing, and rushed into the sky. Mo Wuji could feel a corroding energy seeping into his meridians that even wanted to tear his meridians up. Traces of his Tao began to disintegrate, and his vitality started to leak out. At this point, Mo Wuji finally understood what Koan Yun meant by asking him to take care of himself first. With the activation of his detoxification channel, the corrosive energy was swept away, never to be seen again. Following which, he also took out a flying magic treasure and caught up to Koan Yun. Not bad, you blocked off the Tao traces of the minor curse arts so quickly. I originally planned to help you out if you didn't manage to handle it, Koan Yun happily said as he saw Mo Wuji catch up. No reply came from Mo Wuji. He knew that if he couldn't shake off the curse arts, there was absolutely no chance that Koan Yun would turn around to help him. At most, Koan Yun would take his body and refine it to see what sort of secrets it held. Although the leafless forest wasn't close to the God Domain Nest's God City, with Mo Wuji and Kuan Yun's speed, they only took half a day to arrive there. As its name suggested, an endless sea of trees came into sight, with the only thing that seemed out of place being the trees having no leaves at all. Not only that, every single tree had a sort of defeated feel to it. What shocked Mo Wuji was that once he entered the leafless forest, the corrosive energy of the curse arts could not be felt anymore. However, this didn't cheer him up a single bit. On the way, he had seen countless people that were killed by the curse arts. That sort of apocalyptic scene still lingered in his mind. Aren't you curious why the curse arts has no effect on the leafless forest? Kuan Yun prompted. Mo Wuji nodded. Yes, the leafless forest is also at the border of the God Domain Nest, so why can't the curse arts reach this place? Kuan Yun replied, how could a mere ant's curse arts disturb a location that houses primal energy? There are countless primal spiritual eyes in the depths of the leafless forest, and if any curse energy comes close to the forest, it will be destroyed by the primal energy's laws. We just have to find a primal spiritual eye here and go into closed-door cultivation. Mo Wuji probed further. What you're saying is that as long as you enter the leafless forest, you can avoid the curse arts? Of course. Kuan Yun replied without hesitation. Even if you have been hit by the curse arts, as long as it isn't very serious, your condition will improve after entering the leafless forest. For those serious cases, if you can find a primal spiritual eye, they can still recover. You don't have to tell others about this because this information has already been spread out a long time ago. Mo Wuji scanned inwards with his spiritual will, and indeed he saw many cultivators who were hit by the curse arts rushing towards the leafless forest. Let's go to the deeper parts of the forest. Even if there are primal spiritual eyes in the outer circle, they would have been drained completely by others already. With a flash, Kuan Yun charged into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, Mo Wuji thought of the broken planet that he found during the fight for resources in Nirvana Learning Academy, and he asked, Kuan Yun, back then I went to a planet with broken laws, and there was also some hidden primal god spiritual veins in there. I even cultivation in there for a long period of time, so were those primal god spiritual veins the same as this leafless forest? You really found a planet with primal god spiritual veins? Quick, tell me where this planet is. Kuan Yun immediately became excited upon hearing Mo Wuji's words. Looking at Kuan Yun's expression, Mo Wuji knew that the planet with broken laws was not simple. That planet has a very big secret. As long as you tell me its location, we'll split the benefits 2 ways. If you go by yourself, I guarantee that even if you spend 1 billion years searching, you won't be able to find the good stuff. How could Kuan Yun not understand what Mo Wuji was thinking of, hence he quickly explained himself. In response, Mo Wuji said, let me tell you honestly, I don't know where that planet is either. I only stumbled upon it by chance once. Even though he said that, Mo Wuji was determined to ask Song Jingxing where the broken planet was the next time they met. Then, he would go inside to take a look. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find whatever good stuff that Kuan Yun could find. Kuan Yun was a little skeptical, and he began to think about how to convince Mo Wuji to bring him along on the search for the broken planet. With that, the two of them rushed through the leafless forest depressingly before dense primal god spiritual energy hit them in the face. This made Kuan Yun stop in his tracks as he spoke excitedly while looking in the distance. Someone actually found the highest grade of primal spiritual eyes, let's quickly go over. After finishing his sentence, he couldn't even bother to care about Mo Wuji, and he turned around and charged towards the origin of the primal god spiritual energy. Since Mo Wuji desperately needed to raise his cultivation level, naturally, he wasn't far behind. With his wind escape technique, he wasn't any slower than Kuan Yun. An incense's time later, both of them stopped, looking at the scene before them in shock. A spiritual eye at least a few kilometers in radius appeared in front of them, and the primal god spiritual energy emanating above it was frighteningly dense. It was like a hot spring had sprung up in midair. While Mo Wuji was some distance away from the primal spiritual eye, the clear laws of heaven and earth could be felt. However, there were simply too many people around. The primal spiritual I continued to spew primal God spiritual energy, but no one went down to cultivate. There were at least a few thousand people surrounding it and more were on their way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048, Here Comes Two Fiends. Chapter 1048, Here Comes Two Fiends. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. There were God's race, God domain, and God continent cultivators present. What confused Mo Wuji was that the God's race and God domain cultivators were sworn enemies, but neither side made any moves while they stood here. It seemed like cultivating was the most important thing to everyone. With such a large primal spiritual eye appearing here, Mo Wuji understood why everyone stood at its edge and didn't go in. When a primal spiritual eye first explodes, its laws are very messy, and if you went in, it was very possible that your own Tao would be messed up, which could make your cultivation go astray. Even thought you might not have cultivated inside. Only after the various laws became clearer, no matter how much primal God spiritual energy seeped out, it would automatically return into the space with clear laws, and that would mark the start of the fight. A God Monarch level 7 God's race cultivator suddenly flew up and fiercely declared, "There's too many people here in too little space. I would like to propose a rule to split this area into 5, and each side will send out 10 people to spar. The top 5 cultivators will get the 5 parts." Without any further explanation, everyone knew that this God Monarch of the God's race was referring to the two sides of God domain and God's race. Mo Wuji scanned outwards with his spiritual will and found out that the God domain had fewer people here due to the effects of the minor curse arts. Out of the 3,000 to 4,000 men around, almost 3,000 were God's race cultivators, while less than 1,000 were from God domain. For the 5 God monarchs with the highest cultivation levels, 4 were from the God's race, and the God domain only had a God monarch level 6. There was also a clear separation between God domain and God's race cultivators, as there was a distinct gap between the two groups. That's weird. Since there's more people from the God's race, why don't they charge forward all at once? Mo Wuji was indeed puzzled. Based on the enmity between the God's race and God domain, it wasn't impossible for them to massacre all of the God domain cultivators here. You just arrived at Leafless Forest? Initially, Mo Wuji's question was directed to Koan Yun, but an intermediate heavenly God cultivator from God domain overheard him and responded with a question of his own. That's right, I just arrived here. Mo Wuji nodded. That heavenly God cultivator patiently explained, in the Leafless Forest, as long as a primal spiritual eye is found, there are normally no fights over it. Primal spiritual eyes have some spirituality, so if the killing intent that arises during the fight seeps into its laws, it would take an extremely long time for the laws to become clear again. Moreover, it is also very common for primal spiritual eyes to suddenly teleport away in the midst of a large battle filled with killing intent. On top of that, there's an unspoken rule that everyone abides by here: fights for a primal spiritual eye has to be done outside of the it. Once the battle ends, and the victors occupy the primal spiritual eye, no one else should go forth to disturb the other party from cultivating. This explanation gave Mo Wuji much clarity over the situation. This unspoken rule was beneficial to everyone, as no one would want to be disturbed in the midst of their cultivation. However, he felt that this unspoken rule would only be useful when there was a large group of people involved. If there were much fewer people and a primal spiritual eye appeared, one side would definitely want to wipe out the other side and use it to cultivate. After that God's race cultivator finished giving his proposal, no one opposed it. In reality, there wasn't anyone stronger from the God's domain that could step forward to reject it. The strongest cultivator from the God domain had probably just become a God Monarch level 6, while the God's race had 2 God Monarch level 9s and 1 God Monarch level 8. Seeing that no one spoke up, the God Monarch level 7 of the God's race carried on. If that's the case, then outside can produce 5 members, and you can send forth 5 people as well. Before the God Monarch level 7 of the God's race could finish speaking, a figure rushed out. When Mo Wuji saw this figure charge into the primal spiritual eye, he naturally followed suit without hesitation. The person that charged in was Koan Yun, as the primal spiritual eye's laws had become clear in that moment. The way Koan Yun acted came as no surprise to Mo Wuji. For an expert like Koan Yun, even though his cultivation level had regressed by a great deal, it wasn't at a level that a few God's race ants could hold back. He obviously did whatever he wanted to do, and in Koan Yun's eyes, that God Monarch level 7 of God's race was probably as good as farting. You're asking to die. Upon noticing that Koan Yun boldly charged into the primal spiritual eye, 3 God Monarchs of the God's race leapt forward. 2 were God Monarch level 9 and 1 of God Monarch level 8. Behind those 3 were another 2 God Monarch, one of which was the God Monarch level 7 that proposed the idea of sparring. Mo Wuji didn't worry for Koan Yun, as he knew that it was a piece of cake for Koan Yun to deal with these few God Monarchs. The moment he entered the primal spiritual eye, his spirit storage channel went to work, and in an instant, he located the origin of the primal spiritual eye. There were 2 sources for the primal spiritual eye, and on top of that, there were other small spiritual eyes around. One of the 2 sources had been occupied by Koan Yun, hence Mo Wuji took over the other one without hesitation. Then, his 2 hands threw out all sorts of array flags and carved runes one after another. The first array he set up was not a defensive array but a death trap array. Koan Yun was the first to enter the primal spiritual eye, so a few of the experts had gone after him. Being the second to enter, Mo Wuji was sure that there were others coming for him as well, thus it was necessary to set up a death trap array. Although Mo Wuji's array Dao was inferior to Koan Yun, the strength and speed of his spiritual will were unparalleled. When one God Monarch level 5 cultivator came charging in his direction, he had already finished setting up the first grade 4 death trap array. Once the God Monarch level 5 stepped into Mo Wuji's death trap array, he was constricted by Mo Wuji's domain. A winding river was fired off with the half-moon halberd, and it instantaneously tore apart the God Monarch level 5 cultivator's domain. Without using his death trap array, Mo Wuji had already neutralized this God Monarch level 5 of the God's race. This God Monarch was obviously a war veteran, as he knew that he wasn't a match for Mo Wuji when Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain swept towards him. At that point, how could he still care about dealing with Mo Wuji, so he backed up as fast as he could. However, would Mo Wuji allow him to retreat? By throwing out another 2 array flags, the grade 4 death trap array produced lightning bolts all over, trapping the God's race God Monarch who was backing up. The half-moon halberd drew another halberd radiance in mid-air, and the God Monarch level 5 could not move backwards by a single step, hence he was ground to bits by Mo Wuji's halberd. After Mo Wuji kept a ring away, he threw out a final few array flags which turned he grade 4 death trap array into a grade 5 death trap array. Following which, Mo Wuji didn't stop. He started setting up a defensive array. Combining a defensive array and death trap array was his ultimate aim. At this moment, his spiritual will had already scanned Koan Yun's side. Koan Yun's defensive array had been set up even earlier than his own, and over 200 m radius of land was demarcated by Koan Yun. As for the few God Monarchs of the God's race that charged at Koan Yun, there wasn't any sign of them at all. Mo Wuji knew that those God Monarchs were definitely killed by Koan Yun. With Koan Yun's array Dao, it would take a mere raise of his hand to set up a grade 6 death trap array. Anyone that enters would be seeking death. On the other hand, Mo Wuji's defensive array took up a 500 m radius, more than 2 times greater in area than Koan Yun's. The first 2 to rush into the primal spiritual eye were Koan Yun and Mo Wuji, and after that there were 6 God Monarchs that leapt at them. But in the end, those 6 people disappeared without a trace. Even an idiot would recognize that Mo Wuji and Koan Yun were not to be messed with. After the both of them set up their defensive arrays and death trap arrays, no one dared to provoke them any further. The remaining thousands of cultivators rushed inside to fight for a spot of their own. As for the battle outside of the primal spiritual eye, no one cared about it anymore. Every cultivator that managed to obtain a small piece of territory swiftly marked out the area and set up a simple defensive array. Under normal circumstances, a circle a few meters in radius would be enough. After all, this was a primal spiritual eye where primal God spiritual energy was spread out everywhere. Anyone that marked out a circle of a few hundred meters in radius like Mo Wuji and Kuan Yin, others would look down on them as idiots. What use was there to get a large area for yourself? Wouldn't the God spiritual energy still be dispersed for everyone to share? Soon after, no one held that belief anymore. Regardless whether it was Mo Wuji's or Kuan Yin's territory, a God spiritual energy whirlpool formed on it. The whirlpool not only sucked the God spiritual energy away from their marked areas, but also drew the God spiritual energy from the outside of the primal spiritual eye in. With such a frightening cultivation process, no one dared to think of Mo Wuji and Kuan Yin as idiots, much less try to fight for God's spiritual energy in the territory of the both of them. Even though the two greatest sources of primal God spiritual energy were occupied by those two, there were still some small primal spiritual eyes outside. The only difference between them was that Mo Wuji and Kuan Yin not only took up the two sources of the greatest primal spiritual eye but also sucked the God spiritual energy away from the outside while they cultivated. One could have been enraged with them, but no one dared to voice out their unhappiness. As the primal God spiritual energy whirlpool above their heads grew larger, the small primal spiritual eyes began to dry up, no longer producing primal God spiritual energy. Most people could only cultivate for half a day before they had to stand up. They gazed at Mo Wuji's and Kuan Yin's cultivation location with envy, but could only sigh before leaving in search for new primal spiritual eyes. The originally bustling place only had a few bloodstains and two primal God spiritual energy whirlpools in the air remaining a day later. All of the cultivators here had left. Occasionally, one or two ignorant cultivators would pass by and charge in as they were tempted by the dense primal God spiritual energy whirlpools, never to be heard from again. Since the moment that Kuan Yin entered the primal spiritual eye, he had kept a close eye on Mo Wuji. When he observed that Mo Wuji found another primal God spiritual energy source in a short period of time, he couldn't help but feel more fearful than impressed. Soon after he noticed that the commotion from Mo Wuji's cultivation was greater than his. The primal God spiritual energy whirlpool was more intense than his, and he could only feel a little helpless. A guy that relied on his own exploration and cultivation actually caused such a commotion. It seemed like Kuan Yin's judgment was spot on. This guy was even more impressive than he thought him to be. Thinking about Mo Wuji's terrifying rate of cultivation, Kuan Yin quickly collected his thoughts and started to increase his speed of absorbing primal God spiritual energy. He definitely could not allow Mo Wuji to suppress him with a superior cultivation level. In his eyes, Mo Wuji wasn't someone easy to interact with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049, Here Come the Unity Gods. Chapter 1049, Here Come the Unity Gods. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Just as Kuan Yin hadn't seen someone absorb God's spiritual energy as fast as himself, Mo Wuji never knew someone that could match his speed in doing so. Sensing Kuan Yin's frightening speed of absorbing God's spiritual energy, Mo Wuji kicked it up a notch as well. In his heart, he knew that Kuan Yin's actual cultivation level was lower than his own, probably not even at God Monarch stage yet. For someone not even at God Monarch stage, the commotion caused by Kuan Yin cultivating almost caught up with him, so how could this not cause him to worry? He still had to work together with Kuan Yin, and since his cultivation level was slightly higher than Kuan Yin's at the moment, there was some room for cooperation. Once his cultivation level was actually lower than Kuan Yin, it would be much more dangerous to remain around Kuan Yin. Mo Wuji's 108 meridians went into reverse circulation to form a major circulation route, causing the primal God spiritual energy whirlpool above his head to gradually increase in size. At this point, his cultivation level was going up at every moment, but he wasn't satisfied. It had to be even faster. A bunch of Heavenly Law's elemental pills were taken out, and at the same time, Mo Wuji placed the extreme ice Heavenly Bamboo by his side. He was worried that his rate of cultivating was too fast, which might lead to his Tao laws becoming messed up. Now that his 108 meridians were wildly in reverse circulation, and with the primal god's spiritual energy and heavenly law's elemental pills as cultivation resources, his cultivation level seemed to rise as fast as a rocket in the sky. Crack! Many days later, Mo Wuji's cultivation level broke through the bottleneck of God Monarch Level 1, entering God Monarch Level 2. Just as he wanted to double down to progress to God Monarch Level 3, another God Monarch trespassed into his death trap array. It was even a God Monarch Level 1 expert. Mo Wuji didn't want his death trap array to get damaged. After all, he had set it up in a hurry. Hence, after the God Monarch entered the array, he threw a punch out to eliminate the ant trapped in his array. Following this, Mo Wuji didn't continue cultivating. There were 7 to 8 people that entered the death trap array these few days, and even a God Monarch came today. Who knew if there would be worldly gods or god kings arriving tomorrow? He really wasn't as capable as Kuan Yin. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji kept the extreme ice heavenly bamboo and walked out of the death trap array, shouting at Kuan Yin's defensive array, "Kuan Yin, we can't cultivate for now." Upon hearing Mo Wuji's voice, Kuan Yin stopped cultivating as well. He walked out of his defensive array and frowned. "Mo Wuji, I was just in the zone for cultivation, what's the meaning of this?" Mo Wuji pointed at Kuan Yin's grade 6 death trap array and said, "How many people have your grade 6 death trap array killed these few days?" "It should be around 5 people?" Kuan Yin replied. His death trap array got rid of 5 cultivators recently, one of which even being a worldly god level 3 cultivator. What was the cultivation level of the strongest one? Mo Wuji continued probing. Finally, Kuan Yin understood the meaning behind Mo Wuji's actions and he chuckled, "Worldly god level 3. But in my death trap array, he was no different from an ant." But deep inside, Mo Wuji wasn't very happy, but who could he blame for himself not being able to set up grade 6 death trap arrays? Hence, he could only say, "Kuan Yin, you should get the gist of what I'm talking about." There was a worldly god level 3 cultivator in our death trap array today, and it could be a god king tomorrow or even a unity god expert the day after. Moreover, the primal spiritual eye seems to be never-ending. It's a spiritual eye that's unparalleled in size. Once the unity god experts come over, should we still cultivate? I'm fine with it. My death trap array can take these people on. Kuan Yin casually shrugged. In response, Mo Wuji laughed coldly. "I believe that you can hold off a god king, but I don't think your death trap array can handle unity god experts. Even if a god king came, you can only flee and leave the position for him, right? If you're still not afraid, then we can only split up. I'll change my location, and you'll have this entire place to yourself." What's your intention? Kuan Yin also knew that Mo Wuji was right. In reality, even if Mo Wuji didn't come out to look for him, he intended to go over to contact Mo Wuji. But now that Mo Wuji took the initiative, he had to make it seem like he was helping Mo Wuji. "My intention is very simple, to set up a grade 7 death trap god array. Once unity god experts come over, we will join forces to eliminate them," Mo Wuji calmly proposed. Kuan Yin seemed irritated. "Kill unity gods? Mo Wuji, do you think you're that impressive after killing 2 god kings in New God Domain City? What?" However, Mo Wuji didn't bother with this comment, instead calmly staring at Kuan Yin. If Kuan Yin didn't agree to it, he would leave immediately. He was sure that this place would draw the attention of experts sooner or later, so instead staying here and waiting for death, it would be better to make a move earlier. With a serious face, Kuan Yin replied, "Mo Wuji, I can set up a grade 7 death trap array, but with it, the both of us can only handle god kings and definitely not a unity god. It's not that the array is not good enough, but we're simply too weak. Also, the laws here are incomplete, so a grade 7 death trap array has at most the power of a grade 6 death trap array." This made Mo Wuji frown. If a grade 7 death trap god array couldn't eliminate unity gods, the only option left was for him to leave. "You were also right. The primal god's spiritual energy here is extremely dense, thus I suspect that there's some creation energy wrapped around a primal space. I propose to set up a grade 8 death trap god array here, and with it we will be able to kill unity gods together. Ko In-yoon said. You can set up grade 8 death trap god arrays? Mo Wuji stared at Ko In-yoon in shock. On God Domain and God Continent, the person strongest in array Dao was Tsang Jingxing, but even he could only set up grade 7 god arrays. Ko In-yoon casually replied, grade 8 god arrays are nothing. If you give me the right materials, I can even set up grade 9 death trap god arrays for you, but... Mo Wuji just shrugged, I don't have anything for you though. That extreme ice heavenly bamboo you used while you cultivated is quite good, why don't you give it to me? Ko In-yoon commented. In response, Mo Wuji chuckled, if we're going to work together, then let's just work together. If there's going to be these terms, then I'll take my leave. Wait. Seeing that Mo Wuji was about to leave, Ko In-yoon quickly stopped him. I need some high-grade god equipment as the array base, and I already used mine for this array. You can't expect to enjoy the fruits of my labor without contributing anything, right? What Ko In-yoon said was very reasonable, but Mo Wuji felt that the items in his possession were either too high quality or too low quality. It was impossible for him to give a natural treasure to Ko In-yoon too. After hesitating for half a day, Mo Wuji could only say, Ko In-yoon, didn't you say that the planet with broken laws which I found primal god's spiritual energy on has treasures in it? How about I'll bring you there after we're done with this joint venture, and we'll split the treasure evenly. Deal. Ko In-yoon agreed without hesitation. Now Mo Wuji began to suspect that Ko In-yoon said so much before in order to wait for him to bring this issue up. But it didn't matter to him whether there was such an agreement. He believed that as long as he asked Tsang Jingxing would definitely tell him where that planet was. There was one thing good about Ko In-yoon, once a deal has been struck, he would become very motivated. Array flag after array flag was put out by Ko In-yoon, and pieces of high-grade god equipment were placed at the various locations of the array flags like pieces of trash, which made Mo Wuji feel that it was a little wasteful. The best magic treasure he had was the half-moon halberd, which was only a low-grade god equipment. But soon after, Mo Wuji didn't think about the high-grade god equipment anymore, as he was captivated by how Ko In-yoon set up the death trap array. Previously, Ko In-yoon's setting up of the explosion array was too fast, which prevented Mo Wuji from learning anything, but now when Mo Wuji watched Ko In-yoon set up the grade 8 death trap array, he could feel his own array Dao improving slowly. A few points that had eluded him for the longest time now seemed like they had their answers presented to him. Hence Mo Wuji suspected that if he started to go into closed-door cultivation to research array Dao now, he would probably become a grade 6 god array king within a month. This place wasn't that large all this while, and Ko In-yoon saved a large amount of time by using high-grade god equipment to make the array base, thus in a few days, Ko In-yoon had completed the grade 8 death trap god array. As he observed Ko In-yoon set up a concealment array and another grade 5 death trap god array outside of the grade 8 death trap god array, Mo Wuji knew that Ko In-yoon was extremely sly. We can go in to cultivate now. After finishing his sentence, Ko In-yoon grinned at Mo Wuji before diving into the array. While he had taken part in the setting up of this array, once Ko In-yoon decided to make a move against him, he would be as good as dead inside of the death trap array, which made him hesitate. Don't worry, what I need your help with is worth much more than your puny life. Even if I wanted to kill you, I won't do it now. Ko In-yoon's voice echoed out. So Mo Wuji grit his teeth and stepped into the death trap array. Even if it was a grade 8 death trap array, it might be able to kill him. After all, he did help to set up this death trap god array, hence he had a certain level of understanding about it. Moreover, he also had the Book of Luo and Sage Dao Talisman, and he just didn't believe that the Book of Luo wouldn't be able to block the attacks from the death trap array. At this point, cultivating was the most important to him. Going back to his previous spot in the primal spiritual eye, Mo Wuji raised his hand and set up a few restrictions that blocked out spiritual will. Then he took out the extreme ice heavenly bamboo and heavenly laws elemental pills before starting to cultivate once more. It was quite likely that Kuan Yin could sense the aura from the Heavenly Law's elemental pills, but even if he knew, Mo Wuji still had to set up the restrictions. This time when he restarted his cultivation, Mo Wuji didn't hold back any further. The energy from the Heavenly Law's elemental pills melded together with the primal god's spiritual energy and enveloped him a short while later. Mo Wuji's cultivation kept going up, and at the same time, Kuan Yin's was as well. A few cultivators that stumbled upon this place couldn't even make it to the Grade 8 Death Trap Array and were killed in the Grade 5 Death Trap Array outside. As time passed, everyone came to know that this area in the leafless forest had 2 fierce men cultivating, so no one should casually go over there. Another month went by, and Mo Wuji broke through from God Monarch Level 2 to Level 3. Just as he reached God Monarch Level 3, the thing that he worried about happened. A pale-faced man, who was wearing a tall hat, landed before Mo Wuji in Kuan Yin's defensive array. At the same moment, Mo Wuji received a message from Ku Yun that a Unity God expert had arrived outside of their defensive array. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1050, You Can Attack Me Now. Chapter 1050, You Can Attack Me Now. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Without Kuan Yin's reminder, Mo Wuji could also sense that there was an expert outside. After all, he had contributed a fair bit to set up this death trap array, so he only didn't know what cultivation level their new visitor was at. The half-moon halberd was drawn out by Mo Wuji and the Kuan Wu sword was also left floating behind him. Mo Wuji knew his limits. While his strength had risen, no matter how fast it could rise, his current state would be no match for a god king. Now that a unity god, that the entire god domain didn't even have based on some rumors, he naturally wouldn't ease up. I'll trap him with all my might, then you'll attack him with everything you've got. Whether we can kill this guy will depend on that sword of yours. A message from Kuan Yin came once more, and Mo Wuji didn't mind as the existence of his Kuan Wu sword was revealed to Kuan Yin a long time ago. As for Kuan Yin, Mo Wuji didn't have any doubts about him. Regardless how strong Kuan Yin was initially, his current cultivation level was not even at God Monarch stage. If a guy that wasn't even at God Monarch stage could use a death trap array to restrain a Unity God expert while also attacking the expert, that would really make Mo Wuji shake in his boots. The pale cultivator with the tall hat stood in front of the Grade 5 Death Trap God array from over 10 breaths, then he chuckled coldly before stepping straight into the Death Trap array, waving his hand out. Wild God elemental energy swept outwards, creating a crisp sound of the Grade 5 Death Trap array shattering that Mo Wuji could hear very clearly. The dense primal God spiritual energy was instantaneously detected by the Unity God expert, which made his eyes flash with excitement for a moment. After which he took a step in without hesitating. He felt that it was a great decision to come here today. There were primal spiritual eyes found in the leafless forest regularly, but actually, none of them lasted for very long. Worldly gods and above found it very difficult to locate a primal spiritual eye for them to cultivate for long periods in, but today he was sure that he saw an origin primal spiritual eye today. Something's not right. The moment that the Unity God expert just stepped into the Death Trap God array, he felt his surroundings suddenly change, and his spiritual will could no longer extend outwards. The pale Unity God stopped in his tracks, with a cold grin appearing on his face. The Grade 5 Death Trap God array outside was actually a front, and there was actually an even high-grade Death Trap array inside. In a place like the God domain, how high a grade of Death Trap God array could this get? Grade 7 was out of the picture, as no one would be able to set up a Grade 7 Death Trap array in a short period of time unless Tsang Jingxing came over. Thus, this Death Trap array could only be Grade 6. The Unity God expert stretched out his hand, drew his magic treasure, and launched an attack of white light. The white light seemed to be like small blades when it was just launched, and in an instant, those blades began to grow, hitting a few meters long and counting. Boom! It seemed like the attack withered away, and the white light suddenly disappeared. A Grade 8 Trap God array? How is this possible? the Unity God expert exclaimed. Soon after, the space around him began to twist, and endless killing intent started to tear his domain to shreds. No, it's a grade 8 death trap array. When the Unity God expert realized that he was in a grade 8 death trap array, his face turned even paler. At this point, the primal spiritual eye was of secondary importance already, so he swiftly backed up, trying to flee before doing anything else. However, a grade 8 death trap array was completely different from a grade 8 trap array. One would allow him to slowly grind his way out, while the other posed a threat to his life at all times. You still want to leave after entering my death trap god array? How embarrassing. I, Koen Yun, actually have to borrow the power of a death trap array to deal with a small ant like you. Koen Yun's voice echoed by the Unity God's ears, which almost caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. How many Unity Gods were there in God domain? He could enter Unity God stage as he was a genius of the God's race, and as a result, he became one of those at the peak. However, this guy actually trapped him with a death trap god array and could still continue spouting casual nonsense. Mo Wuji, what are you waiting for? Attack! Koen Yun's infuriated voice traveled to Mo Wuji's ears. The scene before Mo Wuji's eyes cleared up in an instant, allowing him to see the Unity God expert's position. But his heart sank, as he knew that if Koen Yun wanted to deal with him, it was very likely that he could only hide inside the Book of Luo. Drawing out the half-moon halberd, Mo Wuji turned it into a blast of white radiance that was shot at the Unity God expert. This expert also saw Mo Wuji at the same time. However, he was restrained by the grade 8 death trap god array, not able to do anything to Mo Wuji. As it was a mere elementary god monarch attacking him, he didn't bother to even look. Even if he were stationary, what could an elementary god monarch do to him? Boom! The halberd radiance slammed against the Unity God expert's domain, causing a significant rebound, and Mo Wuji felt waves of tightness in his chest. How impressive, Mo Wuji thought to himself. Although he didn't use any sacred arts, this slash had 70% of his strength behind it, and now it didn't even break through a Unity God expert's domain. One had to realize that this Unity God was trapped in a grade 8 death trap array, free for Mo Wuji to attack as he pleased. Did you not eat? Koen Yun's unhappy voice sounded out. He thought that Mo Wuji was preserving some strength with this strike. This guy was trapped in the death trap god array, so why would anyone still hold back? You're right, I haven't eaten in many years. As Mo Wuji spoke, his halberd turned into a silver river and landed down. Mo Wuji's mortal Tao was in a stage of initial completion, and his cultivation level was at God Monarch level 3, so at this point, the full-force winding river brought with it a heaven and earth-shattering aura as it landed. A strong killing intent swept out, and the Unity God who had been wildly attacking the death trap array stopped for a moment as an unparalleled sacred art aura was blasted his way. He felt his spiritual will freeze for a moment, and even though it was only for an instant, it was enough to shock him thoroughly. Boom! The silver river tore through the Unity God expert's domain. God elemental energy exploded, and wild energy from the rebound hit Mo Wuji's body, causing him to feel waves of tightness at his chest once more. However, with his sage physique, his God elemental energy circulated slightly and the tightness disappeared completely. It seemed like when Mo Wuji's winding river sacred art tore open the Unity God expert's domain, thousands of killer radiances were activated by Koen Yun to be blasted onto the Unity God's body. A mist of blood bursting out of the Unity God's body was clearly seen by Mo Wuji, and he was secretly shocked that Koen Yun chose such an opportune time. Naturally, Mo Wuji didn't let this great opportunity slip through his fingers. The Koen Wu sword turn formed a single strike that tore through all killing intent that flew towards the Unity God expert. The Koen Wu sword? The moment that the Unity God expert laid eyes on the Koen Wu sword, a tinge of fear appeared in his eyes, and he no longer bothered to use his magic treasure to block the various killer attacks from the death trap array, instead striking back at the Koen Wu sword with full force. The Koen Wu sword was an ancient god sword, hence even though Mo Wuji was only at God Monarch stage, it was enough to tear his body to shreds. For a Unity God expert like himself, once his physical body was destroyed, he could only wait for death inside such a death trap god array. Bang! The Unity God Expert's magic treasure clashed against the Kuan Wu sword, and Mo Wuji could feel an endless stream of killing intent gushing towards his body. Mists of blood burst out from him, causing him to fly backwards. At that moment, Mo Wuji realized that he had been set up. Koen Yun set him up. Upon seeing Mo Wuji fly backwards, Koen Yun chuckled as his two hands threw out various hand techniques, releasing the total power of the Grade 8 Death Trap Array without holding back. Distortions in space were formed irregularly, and just then, that Unity God Expert, whose domain was torn open by Mo Wuji, felt killer strikes landed on his body one after another. Blood sprayed all over while the Unity God Expert could only look on as his body was broken apart in the Death Trap God Array. The bloody Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief before retrieving the Kuan Wu sword and carrying it on his back. If his physical body had not advanced to sage physique, then it would have been him that had his physical body torn to bits by the Unity God Expert. If he had a primordial spirit, that would have been all that was left. But he didn't have a primordial spirit, so after his physical body was torn apart, he could only rely on his vitality channel to slowly recover. More importantly, Koen Yun was observing this from the side, so could he really use his vitality channel to heal up? Mo Wuji, are you okay? Koen Yun's voice appeared just in time, seemingly deeply caring about Mo Wuji. Deep inside, he was stunned. He thought that this strike would have been enough to break down Mo Wuji's physical body completely. Who knew that Mo Wuji would actually be so durable to actually remain fine with the bloody wounds all over from the killing intent? Actually, he didn't want to kill Mo Wuji. Instead, all he was interested in was for Mo Wuji's physical body to be destroyed and only for a primordial spirit to be left behind. As long as Mo Wuji's physical body disintegrated, Mo Wuji would have to use the extreme ice heavenly bamboo to reconstruct a new physical body, and this was an extremely long process. While that went on, he, Koen Yun, would be able to do so many things. Firstly, he would open up the world of the Unity God Expert to take everything for himself. Secondly, he could cultivate crazily as he no longer had to worry about Mo Wuji fighting for primal God spiritual energy with him. By the time Mo Wuji finished condensing a new physical body, he would have reached his goals. Most importantly, Mo Wuji's cultivation level would have had to be controlled at elementary God Monarch stage, in order to prevent any unexpected things from happening. Honestly speaking, Koen Yun was fearful of Mo Wuji at a level that was much greater than fear of a Unity God. There were many ways to deal with Unity God experts, but Mo Wuji was one that could escape from his sea of consciousness when barely a nascent god. As for Mo Wuji's tricks, he really wanted to find out about everything, but up until today, he could only understand a small part of them. This scheme failed to come to fruition this time, and it caused him to guard against Mo Wuji to a greater extent as he realized that Mo Wuji's body was of sage physique. An elementary nascent god was actually at sage physique. No one would believe this outside. Even for him, when he was at his strongest in the past, his physical body was at most hovering around half sage physique. The reason that it was difficult to break through to sage physique, other than the rarity of physique tempering techniques, was that spiritual cultivation and physique tempering clashed with each other. The higher one's cultivation level, the harder it was to allow external forces to temper one's physical body. Mo Wuji chuckled, "I'm okay, at least I'm still alive. Koen Yun, you can attack me now. This is the time that I'm at my weakest. How could I do that? Please don't make this kind of joke anymore. We are partners, so just heal as much as you need to, I'll stand guard for you." "That's right, how long will you need to recover?" Koen Yun said as he forced a laugh. Mo Wuji had his vitality channel and top-tier healing pills, so this kind of injuries would only take a moment to settle. However, his plan had changed, hence he weakly replied, "I'll take at least a year or more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1051, I might really get into trouble. Chapter 1051, I might really get into trouble. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Ah, it's that serious? This time it's my fault. I didn't expect that this guy would still be so strong in my grade 8 death trap god array. Koan Yun spoke with a surprised tone as he blamed himself. Soon after, he loudly said, Mo Wuji, focus on your healing. I'll try to gain insights in some sacred art and wait to cultivate with you half a year later. Koan Yun definitely did not believe that Mo Wuji would require half a year to recover. Since Mo Wuji had claimed it to be as such, he was definitely trying to test Koan Yun. Coincidentally, Koan Yun wanted to spend some time to break into the world of the Unity God expert that he killed to retrieve the items in it. However, he was worried that Mo Wuji would begin cultivating before he finished opening the world, leaving him in the dust. Also, who could confirm whether that the spiritual energy source in the primal spiritual eye had a limit? Once it was used up by Mo Wuji, it wouldn't be clear whether there was enough compensation from whatever was in the Unity God's world. You're going to wait till I'm fully recovered before cultivating together? Mo Wuji was a little shocked. How was this guy so loyal? Koan Yun just stopped short of patting his own chest. That's natural because we're partners. There's limited primal god spiritual energy here, so I can stop cultivating first, otherwise, I'll drain the primal spiritual I dry at it. This came as a surprise to Mo Wuji, but he quickly regained his senses. If one claimed that Koan Yun was doing so out of goodwill, he definitely didn't believe it. The only reason that Koan Yun was willing to delay cultivating for half a year to a year was for something that the Unity God possessed. Unity gods had their own worlds and all of their belongings were kept in it. Hence, even if one killed a Unity god, one wouldn't be able to get the other party's items. Mo Wuji knew that no matter how long he spent, he wouldn't be able to break open a Unity god's world. But who was Koan Yun? This guy was surely an old monster, so it wasn't impossible to think that he would be able to break into a Unity God expert's world. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji said, Thank you Koan Yun old friend. I'll tell you once my injuries become better so that we can cultivate together. So it's settled then, you should start on your recovery. Let me study my sacred art. Koan Yun casually said. Without any further blabbering, Mo Wuji entered his own defensive array and threw out 3 to 4 layers of defensive restrictions. This time, breaking the code of Koan Yun's grade 8 death trap array was his priority, not cultivating. Otherwise, he would surely lose out. Koan Yun's suggestion of waiting for half a year fit his plan nicely. Although he wasn't going to cultivate, Mo Wuji's 108 meridians continued to circulate wildly. The only difference was that they were sucking in the primal god's spiritual energy previously, but now their major circulation was in service of the Tao Revelation Meridian. The hand techniques in Mo Wuji's hands kept changing, then the insights from the Tao Revelation Meridian constantly influenced Mo Wuji. The grade 7 explosion god array that Koan Yun set up previously, and the methods used to set up the current grade 8 death trap array kept being played back time and again in Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. Most of the possible methods were abandoned by him while some of the main essences behind the arrays was absorbed by him. Mo Wuji's array Tao level rose rapidly and many days later, he became a grade 6 god array king. His array Tao might have borrowed some aspects of Koan Yun's array Tao, but its foundation was completely different from Koan Yun's. At this point, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel slowly extended outwards. When he was going to attempt to break through to grade 7 God Array Master, he wanted to thoroughly understand Koan Yun's grade 8 Death Trap Array. Time passed by with this happening, and Koan Yun constantly tried to break the Unity God Expert's world's laws in order to open up the hidden world. On the other hand, Mo Wuji kept increasing the strength of his Array Tao, slowly deciphering the secrets behind Koan Yun's grade 8 Death Trap Array. Ever since a Unity God Expert disappeared after entering this area, complete silence fell on the place that the both of them were cultivating in. The God Domain Nest's God City grew a few times larger than before and the defensive array on the outside was set up anew while the interior of the city didn't change much. Other than the God Protection Hall, the God King Hall remained the largest meeting place. At this moment, there were at least 30 God Kings sitting in the God King Hall. God King Blazing Heaven of Blazing Heaven Palace still sat at the top, and his cultivation level was only a step away from Unity God stage. However, it seemed like this small step was extremely difficult to take. The God's race already had 2 God Kings crossing into the ranks of Unity Gods, but the Unity God stage continued to elude him. 2 months ago, a Unity God of the God's race gained insights in curse arts and unleashed this sacred art. With this single curse art sacred art, it caused the entire God domain to decay by a great amount. Although the Tao traces of the curse arts had disappeared, their morale never returned to their original levels. While there were many God Kings gathered in the God King Hall, the atmosphere was still very gloomy. God King Blazing Heaven sighed in his heart. The laws of the God's race was actually more broken than God domain, but they could still produce Unity God experts. If it weren't for the 2 Unity God experts from the God continent, God domain would have been utterly destroyed and turned into the God's race's territory by now. Initially, God continent's God array expert, Sang Zhengxing, set up a grade 7 God array to protect the area, which led to a stalemate. Although the God domain were always on the losing end in the battle, they were still able to barely hang on. But the members of God's race had too well of an understanding of heavenly Tao laws, which allowed 2 Unity Gods to join their ranks in the short span of 10,000 years. Out of which, one of the Unity Gods had gained insights in the terrifying curse art's sacred art, under which, other than Unity Gods who could barely block it, God Kings could only flee. God King Uncruel broke the silence in the God King Hall. The God's race should have a total of 5 Unity God experts while we only have 2. Senior Sang Zhengxing has also always been controlling this defensive array and is unable to fight. The only one that can fight is Senior Jiju. However, it's difficult for Senior Jiju to fight 4 opponents with 2 fists. If it weren't for Senior Sang Zhengxing's defensive array's protection, the members of the God's race would have overrun us already. Now that the God's race has the curse art sacred art on their side, it's a double whammy for us God domain cultivators. Fellow Tao friends, I suggest that the God domain retreat and give up the God domain nest. God King Blazing Heaven suddenly stood up and responded, we of the God domain must not give in. Our opponents are only at the border of God domain nest and could produce 2 new Unity Gods in a short period of 10,000 years. If we give up God domain nest, then God domain will never be able to make a comeback. A pale, beardless man who looked rather down spoke up as well. Tao friend Blazing Heaven, do you know how many genius cultivators fall on the front lines of the border of God domain nest every day? If this carries on, I'm afraid. Before the gloomy man could finish his sentence, a sharp voice interrupted him, definitely not. Tao friend Su Ping, do you think that the God's race would let the God continent go after trampling over our God domain? I agree with Brother Blazing Heaven. This time we must not give in to them at all. We still have Senior Sang Zhengxing and Jiju, so we can definitely defend God domain nest. The God's race won't be allowed to take even half a step. The person speaking was God King Clear Rise of God Domain, number 10 out of the 10 great God Kings, an upright person. The pale, beardless, and gloomy man was Su Ping of Cultivator's Embassy. If it weren't because he was backed by Nirvana Learning Academy, he would have left a long time ago. Now that he heard God King Clear Rise's words, Su Ping shattered the teacups by his side with a slam and coldly replied, so what, God King Clear Rise, does this mean you're ready to teach me, Su Ping, a lesson? Upon seeing this, God King Blazing Heaven quickly intervened, Tao friend Su Ping, it's just a misunderstanding. What I mean is that we secure the border of God domain nest before we put everything into producing a top-notch expert. Now Su Ping's expression eased up as he nodded, this is a pretty good idea. Star Concealing Mountains Jifian and my Cultivator's Embassy's Su Sha are all top-notch geniuses, if we put everything into their development. God King Clear Rise was more direct, hence he didn't wait for Su Ping to finish and simply interrupted, Tao friend Su Ping, we already have a candidate in mind. Oh? I didn't know that there was anyone that could be more talented than the Star Concealing Mountains Jifian. Star Concealing Mountains Elder Rao, she casually remarked without hiding anything. Never did God King Clear Rice think that these guys could be so thick-skinned, so he could only respond, "This person is a rogue cultivator of our god continent. His name is Mo Wuji. Although he's just a rogue cultivator, but Mo Wuji?" Su Ping, who had been sitting down all this while, suddenly shot up. Killing intent emanated from his entire body as he raged, "Where is Mo Wuji?" Most god kings from God Domain in the God King Hall didn't understand why Su Ping would become so angry upon hearing Mo Wuji's name, but they were used to being arrogant, hence no one stepped forward to ask anything. The god kings from God Continent knew very clearly why Su Ping was so infuriated. In the battle for resources in Nirvana Learning Academy, Mo Wuji killed cultivators embassies Li Wuzhen. "Dao friend blazing heaven, where is Mo Wuji?" Another angry voice rang out. This time it was a tall, thick-browed middle-aged man that stood up. Everyone could recognize him, God King Lao Fingy of Returning Godgate, who was at God King level 8. Even those god kings from God Domain who didn't understand what was going on started to get an idea of the big picture. Mo Wuji must have gone to God Continent and offended a large number of experts. Speechless, God King Blazing Heaven rubbed his forehead. This Mo Wuji really knew how to get into trouble. No matter where he went, something would happen. Star Concealing Mountains God King Raoshi casually spoke, "Mo Wuji killed the greatest genius disciple of Dao Friend Fomi of Returning Godgate, He, and Cultivator's Embassy's direct disciple Li Wuzhen, and stole my disciple Jushin's cultivation resources." Dao Friend Blazing Heaven, do you think this Mo Wuji can be developed for our cause? At this moment, a beam of red light suddenly landed in God King Blazing Heaven's hand. It was a flying messenger sword. God King Blazing Heaven grabbed it to take a look and immediately said in shock, "This is just in, God's race cultivators are retreating out of the border of God Domain Nest once more." "What's going on?" "I know what happened." A middle-aged man in black walked in. "Dao Friend Lone Cauldron, what happened?" God King Blazing Heaven probed. It was God King Lone Cauldron, Luan, number 9 of the 10 great God Kings, that just walked in. However, most felt that God King Lone Cauldron could enter the top 5 now. He was placed in 9th position back when he was still God King level 6, but now he had gained some opportunities in God Domain Nest and advanced to the Great Circle of God King level 7, only a small step away from becoming God King level 8. Because a Unity God expert of God's race, Huan Ji, was killed in the leafless forest. What? Lone Cauldron's words fell like a bomb in the God King Hall, causing all God Kings to stare at each other in disbelief. Huan Ji was a level 2 Unity God, the number 2 expert of the God's race, so how could such an expert be murdered in the leafless forest? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1052, Negotiating Peace. Chapter 1052, Negotiating Peace. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. God King Lone Cauldron carried on with a serious expression on his face. "I just came back from Leafless Forest. Huan Ji was really killed by someone. The information that I gathered was that an expert went to Leafless Forest, seemingly bringing a disciple with him. That expert's cultivation level is very likely at Intermediate Unity God." Intermediate Unity God? Cultivator's Embassy's Su Ping exclaimed. Why would an Intermediate Unity God go to Leafless Forest? This wasn't the first few days that Su Ping was in God Domain 4. He clearly knew that the Leafless Forest wasn't suitable for cultivators of God King and above to cultivate in. The large primal spiritual eyes of Leafless were basically all sucked dry, so only smaller ones remained. Those primal spiritual eyes were difficult to find, and even if one was found by chance, it would dry up after one cultivated in it for a short while. Experts were basically making a loss by going into Leafless Forest to cultivate, wasting all their time on finding primal spiritual eyes. God King Lone Cauldron continued with a low tone, "That's all I managed to gather." The expert casually set up a death trap array, and all god monarchs that entered were like droplets of water that fell into the sea, disappearing without any traces. After that, some worldly god cultivators went in, and it was still the same. Even after those two cultivate inside for over a month, the primal spiritual I still did not dry up, which finally drew the attention of God's race's unity god expert, Wuji. Wuji suspected that the place that those two were cultivating it was an origin primal spiritual I, and as he was at the peak of unity god level 2, the best way for him to progress further was to find a location with a constant supply of primal god spiritual energy. However, once Wuji left, he was never heard from again. Perhaps it was those two guys that killed Wuji? A god king of God continent proposed after some hesitation. Shaking his head, God King Lone Cauldron replied, "Not possible. Someone saw Wuji enter the grade 5 death trap god array of those two before disappearing." Sometime later, the cultivators that occupied the primal spiritual I came out to set up the grade 5 death trap god array that Wuji destroyed once more. Actually, the god's race's cultivators will only retreat if Wuji died. God King Blazing King excitedly said, "Then it means that our god domain has another unity god expert?" From God King Blazing Heaven's perspective, since that expert in the leafless forest could kill Wuji, it meant that he was not a member of the god's race. Since he wasn't from the god's race, he could only be from God domain. What was God King Lone Cauldron doing in leafless forest? Cultivator's Embassy Su Ping suddenly asked. God King Lone Cauldron casually replied, "That's my own business." Despite God King Su Ping's cultivation level being at its peak, God King Lone Cauldron definitely didn't fear Su Ping. He went to Leafless Forest because he heard that Mo Wuji had appeared at God Domain Nest, and he thought that since Mo Wuji wasn't at God Domain Nest, the only other place Mo Wuji could have gone was Leafless Forest. "Dao friend Lone Cauldron, please sit down. The God's race's retreat comes as extremely good news to us. We must come up with a plan as soon as possible." God King Blazing Heaven went straight to the point. God King Lone Cauldron was one of the 10 great God Kings of God Domain, so he had a rather high level of thinking, hence it was only natural for him to be qualified to join such discussions. The person that had been sitting all the way at the bottom, God King Yiming, suddenly sent a message to Su Ping, "Brother Su Ping, that Mo Wuji stayed at Nirvana Rest House. He will definitely return to the same place." While God King Salt Pavilion had left God Domain Nest, God King Evening stayed behind. Initially, when he heard that God King Blazing Heaven was prepared to pour all resources into cultivating Mo Wuji, he felt very shocked. Thankfully Mo Wuji actually offended a few experts from large sects in God continent. Although everyone had moved on from talking about Mo Wuji, he wouldn't forget about it. Hence he quickly reminded Cultivator's Embassy Su Ping in hope that Su Ping would go to eliminate Mo Wuji. Su Ping simply snorted and stared at God King Yiming in the eye. How could he not know that Mo Wuji would definitely stay at Nirvana Rest House upon returning? The important thing was that even if Mo Wuji stayed at Nirvana Rest House now, would he dare to make a move? This would have to wait until Mo Wuji actually appeared. While God King Yiming didn't understand how strong Nirvana Rest House backers were, he didn't continue blabbering. Right after asking God King Lone Cauldron to take a sit, God King Blazing Heaven suddenly stood up. Just as everyone didn't understand why he did so, he said, "Let him in." Those 3 words seemed to extend to every corner of God Domain Nest, and everyone could hear them very clearly. Su Ping, who hadn't been taking God King Blazing Heaven seriously, got a shock. He knew that he had underestimated Blazing Heaven. Just based on God King Blazing Heaven's mastery of space, his strength was probably greater than Su Ping's. Without waiting for anyone to ask questions, God King Blazing Heaven took the initiative to explain, "God's race's God King Mo has actually come to our God Domain Nest." Everyone turned to stare at one another. A God King of the God's race in God Domain Nest's God City? What was this? Moreover, everyone knew Mo's level of strength very well. This was a God King level 9 expert, definitely not one who was beneath God King Blazing Heaven and God King Uncruel. A few breaths after God King Blazing Heaven's words left his mouth, a crisp voice rang out from the outside of God King Hall, "God's race /SEMO has come to visit. If I offend anyone, I hope that you will forgive me." following which, a slender and handsome man in green garments entered. This green-clothed man had a little lightning rune belt around his waist, and based on everyone's observation, that small lightning rune best was at least a high-grade god equipment. God King Blazing Heaven laughed. "DOA friend, Mo is our guest from afar, please take a seat." When God King Blazing Heaven finished saying the last 3 words, a white jade chair appeared out of nowhere at the guest seating position in God King Hall. Bowing respectfully, God King Mo moved slightly and made it to the white jade chair, appearing calm and confident. Even though there were a few tens of God Kings from God Domain and God Continent around, in his eyes, they were all some ordinary people. This place had God King Blazing Heaven as its leader, so while many wanted to know the intention of God King Mo, it was still God King Blazing Heaven who asked, "May I ask why Dao friend Himi has come here to visit us?" Calmly, God King Mo replied, "I represent the God's race to negotiate for peace." God Domain and God's race were once as one, all part of the ancient God world. But now we're killing each other and it will only deplete our vitality. In the vast universe, there are countless worlds like our God world, and once God world becomes too weak, we'll just become easy pickings for others. Upon hearing this, God King Clear Rise laughed coldly. "All these years, your God's race has killed countless God Domain cultivators. Not long ago, the Curse Arts killed close to 1 million cultivators of my God Domain also. Now if we go into a treaty with the God's race just because you asked, does that mean we'll be back at war whenever your side wants to?" Many felt rather happy when they heard Mo talk about coming over to negotiate peace. The God Domain had been at the losing end all this while, so if the God's race continued to press on, God Domain would even abandon God Domain nest. In reality, everyone was seated here today to discuss retreating. However, since the God's race came over asking for peace, this came as a pleasant surprise. But all this was ruined by a single sentence of God King Clear Rise. Didn't this fella know that the God Domain was losing? It was only because the God's race's God King Mo was around that they did not feel like it was appropriate to step forward to chide God King Clear Rise. God King Mo's appeared calm on the surface, but deep inside he was in shock. It seemed like the God's race's guess was spot on. The God Domain had new and extremely strong unity God. Otherwise, how would they dare to be so arrogant? Although Mo was here to negotiate for peace, he was actually also tasked with finding out more about the new unity God of God Domain. The God's race's thoughts were about the same as God King Blazing Heaven's, which was that the person that could kill Huan Ji had to be God Domain's unity God expert. As for a grade 8 death trap array, it wouldn't be a possibility to anyone. Regardless whether it was God Domain or God's race, there was no one that could set up a grade 8 death trap God array. Now that God King Mo heard God King Clear Rise's words, he was a little more sure that their guess was correct. In the leafless forest, Mo Wuji didn't know that he and Kuan Yun had accidentally killed a unity God expert of God's race, resulting in the God's race to go to God Domain to negotiate out of suspicion. At this point, Mo Wuji was at the crucial moment of deducing the grade 7 God array, and everything presented itself to him. With the primal God spiritual energy present at the Heavenly Law's elemental pills, Mo Wuji used the Tao Revelation Meridian to join the ranks of grade 7 God array masters in the 4th month. The effect of the laws of the outside world had no effect on him gaining insights. On top of that, he had the undying world as well. In the 5th month, Mo Wuji stopped researching into array Tao. While he could not completely understand the grade 8 death trap God array, he had already found a way out. At least if Kuan Yin activated it, it would not be able to trap him. With his current strength as a grade 7 God array master, as long as his cultivation level was not lower than Kuan Yin wouldn't be able to do anything to him. No matter how strong Kuan Yin's array Tao was, it was restricted by his cultivation level. In the middle of a fight, he would only be able to set up a grade 6 death trap array in a rush. As of now, grade 6 death trap God arrays posed no threat to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's spiritual will scanned across Kuan Yin without a care in the world, and he found out that Kuan Yin was still breaking into the unity God's world. Seeing one after another worldly laws being torn apart by Kuan Yin made Mo Wuji very jealous. He knew that if he could learn this, it would benefit him tremendously. However, it wasn't his greatest priority to follow Kuan Yin to learn how to break other people's world's laws. The most important thing was to raise his cultivation level. It didn't matter if Kuan Yin was aware. Mo Wuji boldly placed a trace of his spiritual will not far away from Kuan Yin to sense how Kuan Yin broke worldly laws. After which, he took out a large pile of heavenly laws elemental pills and shouted to Kuan Yin, "Kuan Yin, I'm already fully recovered and will prepare to cultivate now. You should cultivate with me too. Thank you for waiting for me all this while." Once he finished his last sentence, Mo Wuji didn't bother about what Kuan Yin thought and activated his immortal mortal technique in full force reverse circulation, drawing in the dense primal god spiritual energy in a whirlpool. Then he began to cultivate wildly once more. When Kuan Yin saw Mo Wuji start to cultivate, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood in a fit of rage. He also almost made a mistake in the decoding of laws in his hands. One had to know that once a mistake happened in his decoding of laws, it could very well cause the collapse of the Unity God expert's world and everything in it would disappear. The hard work he put in over these few months would be rendered useless at the moment. Even though he was very unhappy, Kuan Yin could only watch while Mo Wuji started to cultivate, and he just continued to slowly break down the Unity God's world of laws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1053, I have been narrow-minded. Chapter 1053, I have been narrow-minded. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Another month passed and Mo Wuji broke through to God Monarch Level 4 without any commotion. Compared to God Monarch Level 4, his strength had another leap in quality once more. At the same time, Kuan Yin also finally broke open the Unity God's world of laws. As Mo Wuji saw pile after pile of treasures in the world of laws, he felt very jealous. However, Mo Wuji didn't care about all this, and he simply continued to absorb primal God spiritual energy in heavenly laws elemental pills at a crazy pace for cultivation. This primal spiritual eye was indeed an origin spiritual eye. Following Mo Wuji's increase in cultivation level, the amount of primal God spiritual energy increased many folds, but the primal spiritual eye seemed to provide an endless supply. No matter how much God spiritual energy Mo Wuji absorbed, there was still more flowing out of the primal spiritual eye in a continuous stream. In the 9th month since he entered the primal spiritual eye, Mo Wuji advanced to God Monarch Level 5. As long as the primal spiritual eye didn't dry up, Mo Wuji's cultivation would never stop. In the 12th month, God Monarch Level 6. In the 16th month, God Monarch Level 7. Now the God spiritual energy of the primal spiritual started to feel a little weaker than before, which disappointed Mo Wuji. If the primal God spiritual energy remained at the previous density all the way, he was confident in advancing to God Monarch Level 10 within 2 years. Thanks to the large volume of primal God spiritual energy, Mo Wuji still had a few heavenly laws elemental pills left. Pausing his cultivation temporarily, Mo Wuji's spiritual will swept outwards. The area that Kuan Yin cultivated it was still a large God spiritual energy whirlpool, so obviously Kuan Yin didn't give up on continuing to cultivate. As he thought that the amount of God spiritual energy he required was much greater than what Kuan Yin needed, Mo Wuji took out a damaged primal God spiritual vein from the undying world and planted it in the ground. At the same time, he also took out green dew rice and began cooking. Something like green dew rice was still extremely essential for God Kings. Mo Wuji had eaten peak-grade green dew rice before, which helped his cultivation greatly. This was a good item that could increase one's ability to gain insights and break through to the next cultivation level while cultivating, and it did not have any side effects. Originally, he planned to slowly consume peak-grade green dew rice when he went into long-term closed-door cultivation. But now, he had to urgently improve his cultivation level, so he decided to take out everything that could be of use. Only when a cultivation resource could be converted to his strength would it be considered of value. Keeping and not using it would only give him a little more comfort. With the assistance of green dew rice, Mo Wuji sat directly on top of the primal god spiritual vein and wildly burnt through the remaining heavenly laws elemental pills for cultivation. On top of that, he also used his world channel to draw out the pill energy from the furnace of the heaven and earth inside his undying world into his meridians to boost his cultivation. As long as it could help him increase his cultivation level, Mo Wuji didn't hold back. A wild and fiery stream of heaven and earth elemental energy rushed into Mo Wuji's meridians, and it was quickly converted into cultivated elemental energy under the reverse circulation route. His sea of consciousness kept expanding, and meridians continued to grow stronger. In what seemed to be a few days' time, Mo Wuji's cultivation level broke through from God Monarch level 7 to level 8. At this point he could really feel how heaven-defying the peak-grade green dew rice was. That sort of clarity in gaining insights and the guidance for absorption of God's spiritual energy and laws gave him a sense that his cultivation level was increasing with every full round of reverse circulation. It also allowed him to understand how he should continue with the next round of circulation for cultivation. This wasn't the first or second time that Mo Wuji obtained extremely good cultivation resources, but it was a first in terms of clarity of senses while cultivating. The current experience made him decide that once he had the free time, he would continue planting peak-grade green dew rice. Heavenly Law's elemental pills were being expended at a visible rate, and all of the Tao traces from the pills that were used up and the dense primal god spiritual energy were soaked up in Mo Wuji. Following his increase in cultivation level, his understanding of Tao laws commensurately deepened as well and his undying world rapidly expanded. The laws of heaven and earth of the undying world became clearer with Mo Wuji's progress in cultivation level, and the formation of a day and night system became more obvious too. God Monarch level 9, level 10. Crack. When the last Heavenly Law's elemental pill was used up, Mo Wuji's cultivation level seemed to change from that of a rocket to a plane. As the primal god spiritual energy from the primal spiritual eye weakened, his rate of cultivating dropped a second time. Many days passed, and Mo Wuji finally stopped cultivating. He sent the primal god spiritual vein back into his undying world. After close to 18 months of cultivation, Mo Wuji expended all his Heavenly Law's elemental pills and a good part of the pill energy in the furnace of heaven and earth. A small portion of his peak-grade green dew rice was consumed, while surprisingly it was the damaged primal god spiritual vein that hadn't been used up by much. As for the primal spiritual eye, it had already dried up. The outcome made Mo Wuji feel that everything was worth it. His cultivation level was currently at the peak of God Monarch level 10, only a step away from becoming a level 11 God Monarch. Although there wasn't any God spiritual energy from the primal spiritual eye anymore, he was confident that he could enter the great circle of God Monarch very soon. There was still a primal God spiritual vein and a large amount of peak-grade green dew rice on him. The pill energy left in the furnace of heaven and earth was still rather significant as well. More importantly, he had another skill that no one else had: pill cleansing. He could use pills to improve, and the pill cleansing sacred art would reduce the pill poison and pill impurities to the minimum. Haha, Brother Wuji, it seems like you have benefited quite a bit. Koan Yun's happy voice rang out, almost like the incident of Mo Wuji starting to cultivate before him had not happened. To Mo Wuji's surprise, the surrounding death trap array was removed by Koan Yun. In his heart, Mo Wuji was stunned. This Koan Yun actually didn't do anything to him? And he actually studied the Grade 8 Death Trap Array for a few months to prepare. Very soon Mo Wuji understood what was going on. It wasn't that Koan Yun didn't want to attack him, but the Grade 8 Death Trap Array used the primal spiritual eye as its source of energy. Now that the primal spiritual eye had been sucked dry by them, if Koan Yun still wanted to use the Grade 8 Death Trap Array, he would have to use God crystals or God spiritual veins as fuel. Once he did something like that, it would be as good as burning bridges with Mo Wuji. Hence, Koan Yun wouldn't do that since he had something to request from Mo Wuji. Brother Wuji's cultivation technique is indeed impressive. I can't even discern what cultivation level you're at. After Koan Yun saw Mo Wuji, his eyes lit up and at the same time, he began to fear Mo Wuji a little more. Mo Wuji's cultivation level was really beyond his level of detection, and he could only roughly sense that Mo Wuji's cultivation level wasn't any lower than his own, even possible an advanced god monarch stage. It seemed like that old fogey back then had not only made the correct prediction, but the strength of the true mortal Dao even greatly surpassed what he expected. Mo Wuji chuckled as he replied, "Brother Koan Yun, your cultivation level should be at advanced god monarch stage, right? Compared to you, I'm so much more inferior. Back when I first advanced to god monarch, I was wrecked by the lightning tribulation. But brother, you were able to enter advanced god monarch stage without much of a commotion at all. How impressive." Similarly, Mo Wuji couldn't discern what Koan Yun's cultivation level was, and he could roughly sense that Koan Yun was at advanced god monarch stage. This fellow was indeed impressive, even avoiding lightning tribulations when advancing to god monarch. Koan Yun chuckled too. "Back then my laws were greater than that of this place, so this world isn't qualified to give me lightning tribulations. We reaped rather great benefits this time. Finding the origin of a primal spiritual energy source really helped us save a lot of time. We can go to do that thing early." Waving his hand, Mo Wuji replied, "Doing that thing isn't that urgent, I still have other matters to attend to. Brother Wuji, your Dao companion, Sin Shuin, has already been here for over 10,000 years. You can't find out much in a short period of time, and if you offend some God King expert, you won't be able to stomach the consequences." "What I mean is that..." This time Mo Wuji directly interrupted Koan Yun, "Brother Koan Yun, I don't want to work with you for now." Upon hearing this, Koan Yun's turned gloomy. "Brother Wuji, a man has to stick to his words. We already agreed on this, and you're going to change your mind just like that? Could this still be considered the Dao heart of a cultivator?" Mo Wuji laughed coldly. "Brother Koan Yun, you still have some way to go before you can shake my Dao heart. I'm only worried that once I work together with you, I won't be able to even get the smallest of benefits and will just end up being your lackey." Koan Yun didn't really understand what being your lackey meant, but he could guess that this wasn't something very good. Hence he replied, "Brother Wuji, I, Koan Yun, was an expert that stood at the peak of the universe once before after all. Why would I cheat a small god monarch like yourself? This would go against my Dao heart as well. If Brother Wuji still doesn't trust me, then let's swear on this." The response from Mo Wuji was still the same. He waved it off. "Brother Koan Yun, there's not need for any swearing. I don't have many techniques at my disposal, so I don't have any way to dispel a sworn oath to the heaven and earth unlike you. If that is the case, why do you still doubt me?" Koan Yun gave a wronged expression. Mo Wuji casually remarked, "Previously when we dealt with the Unity God expert, I did everything I could, got injured, it took half a year to recuperate. After that, I didn't even see anything that belonged to the Unity God. Never mind, I'm just a lackey, so I should expect to be shortchanged. After all, my insights are still not very in-depth. Sigh, those who go through hardships still don't get rewarded at all, how tough." Kuyun's expression changed as he laughed a couple of times. He, "Brother Wuji, even if you didn't bring this up, I plan to speak to you about it. The world of that Unity God expert was broken open by me, and there were indeed some good things inside. I plan to split them evenly with you." Mo Wuji patted his head with a look of happiness on his face. "Oh really? Brother Koan Yun, so it was me that had been narrow-minded all this while. Please don't take it to heart. You know that I'm an old-fashioned man with no street smarts, so I can't help but nag when I see good things. Previously, I saw that there were hundreds of all kinds of God spiritual veins in the Unity God's ring with my spiritual will, and it also seemed like there was a Alchemy King God spiritual vein. The Alchemy King vein is very useful for me. That's right, I don't need too many God crystals, so you can just give me half. I also like those God spiritual herbs and smithing materials more too, especially that piece of... Oh yes, it's the piece of darkwood. I have something to use it for." The originally calm face of Koan Yun changed to that of one that had experienced great internal injuries after hearing Mo Wuji's statement. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1054, A Significant Event of God World. Chapter 1054, A Significant Event of God World. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. He really couldn't understand why Mo Wuji knew about Darkwood as well. When he heard that Mo Wuji didn't need too much God crystals and only wanted half, he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood too. How do you know of Darkwood? Since he still needed Mo Wuji's assistance, Koan Yun suppressed the desire to cause trouble with Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji chuckled, so it's really Darkwood. I read about it in a damaged jade slip. I didn't expect it to really exist. For the Darkwood, he actually saw it from the crystal ball of Kukai. It was a tree that had the laws of darkness within, essentially a priceless treasure. One could say that any cultivator that cultivated with laws of darkness would view Darkwood as their most precious item. But what lay before him wasn't Darkwood itself, but a piece of damaged Darkwood only. Brother Wuji, you know that I lack cultivation resources the most now. Why don't I give you some high-grade God equipment instead? Koan Yun was sobbing in his heart. If his items were still around, he wouldn't even have to bother with these cultivation resources. But as of now, they were treasures that were given to him when he needed them most. Mo Wuji intentionally went forward to pat Koan Yun on the shoulder. It's okay, I have got equipment already so I don't need any more. That's right, let's set a time to meet up again, I have some personal issues to attend to. Don't. Koan Yun quickly stopped Mo Wuji. He was sure that once Mo Wuji left, there would no longer be any partnership between them. Brother Wuji, there are 304 God spiritual veins here, out of which there are 61 high-grade and 1 alchemy king God spiritual veins. There's also a single damaged peak-grade God spiritual vein. Give me the alchemy God spiritual vein and we'll split the rest evenly. I must have the piece of Darkwood. Mo Wuji interrupted Koan Yun straight away. He knew that these so-called peak-grade God spiritual veins were actually only high-grade ones, and now Koan Yun indeed identified them for what they were. Sure, we have a deal. Since he knew that he had to give some things to Mo Wuji, Koan Yun decisively agreed. Straight away, he gave half of the items from the Unity God's world to Mo Wuji. If it weren't for the fact that he was lacking in cultivation resources, he might not even have picked up those God spiritual veins if they were thrown on the floor before him. After receiving the ring that Koan Yun passed to him, Mo Wuji was very satisfied. This time, he had obtained over 100 God spiritual veins, and on top of that, a few tens of millions of high-grade God crystals went into his pocket. Add that to the God crystals he had on hand, the number of God crystals in his possession exceeded 100 million. Seeing that Mo Wuji kept the ring, the terrible feeling in Mo Wuji's heart vanished almost completely, and he said to Mo Wuji, Brother Wuji, now that we have made slight progress in our cultivation level, I can bring you to somewhere fun. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with it. Mo Wuji knew what Koan Yun's intention was. Now that you've received some benefits from me, it's time to get to work for me. All of this was what Mo Wuji agreed to in the first place, and if it wasn't for Koan Yun trying to destroy his physical body in the death trap array, he really wouldn't have forced Koan Yun to hand over half of the spoils. Of course. Brother Koan Yun, please lead the way. Mo Wuji raised his hand and sheathed the half-moon halberd on his back. He still feared this Koan Yun. The rusty Buddha spade on Koan Yun's back made Mo Wuji even more afraid, but he just didn't have the chance to see Koan Yun use it yet. That halberd is not bad. Koan Yun praised as he saw Mo Wuji's half-moon halberd. Why don't we swap? Mo Wuji stared at the Buddha spade on Koan Yun's back as well. No way. This time Koan Yun didn't even bother trying to put up an act. He sped up, obviously wanting to leave Leafless Forest. When Mo Wuji saw Koan Yun's speed, he suspected whether he had guessed Koan Yun's cultivation level wrongly. From his perspective, it seemed like Koan Yun should have been an advanced God Monarch too, but with Kuan Yun's current speed, it was very likely that Kuan Yun had broken through God Monarch to enter the ranks of worldly gods. Moreover, he could see that Kuan Yun wasn't putting in his all and just casually running along. However, he couldn't exchange blows with Kuan Yun to confirm anything. A mere 2 hours later, the both of them emerged from the leafless forest. The moment Kuan Yun came out, he was shocked and stood on the spot. Mo Wuji also suspiciously observed the large group of cultivators around, thinking to himself, when did the cultivators of the god's race and god domain begin to live in harmony? They were outside of the leafless forest, in an area without any primal spiritual eyes. Outside of the leafless forest, countless cultivators moved about, out of which there were God's race and God domain cultivators mingling together. Mo Wuji did not see any conflict between them, so what exactly was going on? Soon enough Mo Wuji found out what was wrong. The leafless forest was at the border of God domain nest, which was the border between God domain and the God's race. At the outer region of the border, a small crack had appeared. This small crack extended far into the horizon, seemingly without an end. That crack will grow in size. Kuan Yun obviously noticed the crack as well, and he spoke to Mo Wuji with a suppressed voice. After this sentence, his expression changed to a surprised on, then an ugly one. Observing Kuan Yun at his side, Mo Wuji knew that this guy must have found something out, hence he quickly asked, "Brother Kuan Yun, did you discover anything?" Kuan Yun took in a deep breath before replying, "Mo Wuji, let's push back our partnership. I have something to deal with now." Once he was done, he didn't even care about Mo Wuji and disappeared in a flash. Deep inside, Mo Wuji cursed Kuan Yun. This bast *RD actually burned bridges with him, not even giving an explanation at all before running away. Next time they worked together, he would take a good amount of stuff from this guy. Since Kuan Yun left after seeing this crack, and as Kuan Yun had begged for his help, it was obvious that the crack wasn't simple. When Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on the crack, he could sense that it was different. He didn't dare to stare at it for long and suspected that he had already been mentally affected by it already. From it, he could actually sense the energy of creation. There was no way he could have wrongly picked up that energy. This was because he had his world channel and created his own undying world. Could this crack create an entirely new world? Just as Mo Wuji was about to find someone to ask about this, Kuan Yun appeared by his side once more. "Brother Wuji, once the God world is completed, if I meet with any trouble, I'll need to trouble you to help me out. You see, we can be considered old friends already since we've cultivated together until today." Mo Wuji snorted, "Brother Kuan Yun, I'm not targeting you, but you left when presented with other benefits, so it doesn't seem like you've treated me like a brother." Only an idiot would treat you as a brother, Kuan Yun thought to himself. Yet, he still said frantically, "I don't have the time to explain." Something must have happened between the God's race and God domain which caused the origin law world that predates the beginning of the universe to appear. Only when that world completely fuses with God domain and God world, then the laws of heaven and earth of this world would become complete. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji exclaimed, "Kuan Yun, you're saying that God world will have complete laws?" Kuan Yun replied seriously, "That's right, Brother Wuji. Do you know which period's cultivators were the strongest?" This made Mo Wuji think of the ancient myths, great ancestor Hongjun, Pangu opening the skies, the 7 great sages, and other exceptionally strong people. Although myths were not guaranteed to be true, he had really seen the Book of Luo, the red karmic fire lotus, and Shuaiguo also had the aura of an ancient beast, the bloodthirsty black mosquito. Weren't all these also only part of ancient Chinese myths? As he thought of these, he casually said, "It should be the cultivators who were born during the time of creation, as they have the resources of creation." Kuan Yun nodded his head in agreement. "You're right. The cultivators who were born during the time of creation were the strongest. Once the God world becomes totally complete, it'll be similar to that, and countless people will benefit from the process of the laws being completed. This is the origin essence of the universe, the energy of creation. Our cultivation levels will balloon, possibly even crossing into God King stage. Mo Wuji pleasantly responded, "Isn't this a good thing?" Koan Yun snorted again, "Yes indeed, it's a good thing, but when the time comes you'll find out why it's not necessarily all good." "Why?" Mo Wuji quickly probed as he knew that Koan Yun had more life experiences than himself. If he didn't ask now, it would be too late once Koan Yun left. It was very obvious that Koan Yun wanted Mo Wuji to help him, hence while he wanted to leave very urgently, he still explained in a rushed manner, "There are many others like me in this world. Many other super experts have hidden in many corners of the world, and once the God world's laws are restored, and itself turned into a true world, those people will obtain vitality prematurely and complete their own laws. Just from the time you came out of my sea of consciousness, you passed through Taotai Valley, right?" "That's right, I already had the intention of sabotaging you then, and actually that Taotai was a super expert that rivals me." This revelation made Mo Wuji's heart jump. He thought of the shred of Lu Xing's spiritual wool that he threw into the Nirvana Ocean, that guy on Turtle Shell Island, and the mysterious expert in the immortal world's sword prison. The thought of these people all appearing made Mo Wuji feel like his scalp was going to explode. Compared to them, Koan Yun was easy to negotiate with. "Old friend Koan Yun, quickly teach me how to approach this event. You know, if anything happens to me, no one will be able to help you in the future." Mo Wuji quickly stopped Koan Yun. Regarding Mo Wuji only calling him old friend when help was required, while it was simply Koan Yun that normally, Koan Yun had already grown numb to it. He originally planned to help Mo Wuji as the mortal Tao that Mo Wuji cultivated was of great importance to him. "Brother Wuji, when the God world is restored, there will be endless origin elemental energy of creation and all sorts of clear laws will form. At this time you must remember to increase your cultivation level at an insane rate without any hesitation. At the same time, countless God spiritual veins will shoot out of the land of creation origin and land in various locations in the entire God world. This sort of God spiritual vein is difficult to catch, but you must catch at least a couple. They are the best cultivation resource. Remember, once a God spiritual vein gets away, you must not give chase because you will definitely not be able to catch up to it." Koan Yun was speaking the complete truth without hiding anything from Mo Wuji as he still had something to ask of Mo Wuji. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1055, Being Enlightened. Chapter 1055, Being Enlightened. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji sincerely bowed and said, "Old friend Koan Yun, thank you. Other than what you've mentioned, are there other methods?" This time Mo Wuji was really grateful towards Koan Yun from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Koan Yun's reminder, he would have definitely reaped some benefits, but it wouldn't be doing something with a goal in mind. Koan Yun hesitated for a moment before saying in the end, "In this kind of battle for resources during the time of creation, everyone will progress in cultivation level by a large amount. However, the true battle is after the laws of the God world have completely formed. The fight for resources then will determine how far each person can go on the path of cultivation." "What do you mean?" Mo Wuji quickly probed. "Fate," Koan Yun said softly. This shocked Mo Wuji and he stared at Koan Yun while speaking. "Koan Yun, you can't be thinking of taking the fate of God world again, right?" Koan Yun laughed coldly. "Taking the fate of God world, who do you think I am? Do you still want to know more? Otherwise I'll leave." Mo Wuji quickly stopped Koan Yun and said with a smile on his face, "Of course I still want to find out more. Could brother Koan Yun please enlighten me?" Koan Yun carried in, "After the God world is completed, that's when fate is the densest. At that point, the person that takes the most initiative will obtain the most fate. This fate isn't something that you can fight others for. Even if you were a sage, it would be very difficult for you to snatch this fate from others. The fate is distributed by the laws of God world and it will be up to the opportunities each person has to determine how much fate one gets. Of course, doing things to get a larger share of the fate is sort of a fight in itself. Old friend Koen Yun, do you have any way to obtain more fate from the God world? Once Mo Wuji heard this piece of news, he became very excited. Obviously, Koen Yun had something like that in mind. In response, Koen Yun snorted, no matter how much fate one obtains, it will be difficult for one to emerge victorious in the fight between the real Great Daos. What is the fight between the Great Daos? Mo Wuji quickly interjected. You'll know when it comes, I won't tell you these things. Koen Yun declined to explain without hesitating. Mo Wuji also understood the intentions of Koen Yun, so he could only ask, could old friend Koen Yun please tell me how to obtain more fate? Set up a sect. Only by setting up a grand sect will you be able to obtain more fate. The closer a sect is to being the top in God world, the more fate of creation it will get. This fate will not only be divided between all disciples of the sect, but the founder will obtain the most of it. Koen Yun said as he stared at Mo Wuji. Set up a sect? Mo Wuji thought to himself that he was originally planning to set up Ping Fan, but because his cultivation level was too low and he had not connected well with other large powers, he could only roam around. Hence all this while he was never able to settle down to set up a sect. Old friend Koen Yun, honestly speaking, I've wanted to set up a sect since a long time ago, but my strength has always been too insignificant and a few random people have been hunting me down as well. Thus it has dragged on until today. Actually, I have a sect named Ping Fan in the immortal world. Mo Wuji drew the two words Ping Fan while he spoke. Seeing those two words that Mo Wuji drew, Koen Yun became a little unsure. Who was Mo Wuji? He had gone through too much, hence with a single look, he knew from Koen Yun's expression that Koen Yun was holding something inside. He wouldn't allow Koen Yun to continue thinking, hence he patted Koen Yun's shoulder. Old friend Koen Yun, we're friends now and I'll definitely help you to the best of my ability in the future. Now I have something I don't really understand, so could old friend Koen Yun please don't hide anything from me? Finally, Koen Yun decided to reveal it. Brother Wuji, my following statement will really be confiding in you with the greatest of sincerity. You must remember to return the favor. No, I don't want you to pay me back. Just remember this sincere gesture from your old friend. Nodding his head, Mo Wuji assured, old friend, don't worry. Just speak your mind. Okay. Koen Yun grit his teeth and continued, old brother Wuji, your mortal Tao is definitely the number one great Tao. It is not any weaker than the Tao of any of those old fogies. But you don't really understand your mortal Tao very well yet. Pray tell. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully, this time really wanting Koen Yun to enlighten him. Back in the day, he thought that his mortal Tao was complete, but in the end, he gained insights in how to condense his own world using his own laws on God continent. This method allowed him to get rid of the origin beads in the undying world and change it into a world based on his own laws. The undying world also changed into the mortal world. With this kind of precedence, Mo Wuji immediately asked for advice once Koen Yun told him that his understanding of the mortal Tao wasn't deep enough. Although the mortal Tao was created by him, the experience of an old man like Koen Yun wasn't something he could match up to. Word by word, Koen Yun explained, the name of your sect is already wrong. You're cultivating mortal Tao, and everything should be within the realm of the ordinary. But as you used the words Ping Fan, 1, you abandoned your original Tao, so this is a problem with the state of your heart. Hence, why don't you change it back to ordinary? That way, your sect will be more closely related to your great Tao and it will allow you to obtain a great amount of fate. Koen Yun's word hit Mo Wuji's mind like a hammer, and Mo Wuji muttered to himself, so it's like this. Initially, he came up with the name ordinary, but it didn't sound as grand as Ping Fan. However, he was cultivating mortal Tao, so why did he need a nice sounding and impressive name? Ordinary would be ordinary, and if his sect's name couldn't even address how ordinary he was, how could his great Tao reach the level of being truly ordinary? Initially, when his undying world transformed into the mortal world, this was the actual meaning behind it, just that he didn't manage to thoroughly understand it. Mo Wuji's ability to understand things was top-notch. He never had a master and everything he had was made by himself. Now that Kuan Yin nudged him in the right direction, he suddenly became enlightened. Mo Wuji thanks old brother Kuan Yin for the advice. I've learnt a lot. I will no longer hold a grudge against you for sabotaging me back in the day. In the future, if you need my help with anything, I, Mo Wuji, will definitely put my best foot forward. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully towards Kuan Yin. What was a statement that could enlighten someone? This was it. Also, what was a heavily loaded sentence? Was Kuan Yin's statement heavily loaded? This process enabled Mo Wuji to understand his own great Tao more clearly. Although he had been pursuing mortal Tao alone all this while, unconsciously, he had formed the impression that the word ordinary did not suit the mortal Tao. It had already deviated from the right path. Just like a son that despised his mother for being ugly, this was something that self-obstructed one's great Tao, and he, Mo Wuji, had actually done it. What more, he did it happily. Wasn't this confusing cause and effect? Only a top-notch expert like Kuan Yin could delve deeper into the intricacies within. Gazing deeper was one thing, but being able to explain it was another. Some people could have a deep understanding but couldn't explain it to you. Precisely because of this, Mo Wuji was extremely grateful towards Kuan Yin. This was truly an inspiration. When he saw that Mo Wuji could absorb these ideas so well, Kuan Yin regretted even telling these things to Mo Wuji in the first place. What Mo Wuji said after that helped to rebalance his emotions as he realized that not telling Mo Wuji was just harming another without benefiting himself. After all, hiding such information wouldn't help him in any way. Now that he told everything to Mo Wuji disregarded his previous backstabbing attempt straight away. To him, it was a pretty good favor to get. Haha, Brother Wuji's ability to understand ideas is really impressive. In the future, I might even have to seek protection at your sect for some time. Kuan Yin chuckled and at least appeared happy on the surface. Mo Wuji didn't ask if Kuan Yin was also going to set up a sect, as he knew that an old fella like Kuan Yin definitely had one too many ways to collect fate. Don't worry, old brother, as long as my sect is set up, you'll be welcome whenever you decide to come over. Mo Wuji's tone became much more respectful than before. It seems like you're ready to rename your sect Ordinary. Kuan Yin smiled. Shaking his head, Mo Wuji replied, No. I'm originally a mortal, hence when I set up a sect in God world, its name will be Mortal. This statement shocked Kuan Yin and he instantly understood Mo Wuji's intention. What Mo Wuji was doing was of an even higher level, hence he sighed and said, if you're able to survive this banquet of battles, you'll definitely be among the ranks of the experts at the peak of the world. After finishing his sentence, Kuan Yin disappeared with a flash again. His final sentence was what he sincerely felt. All this while, he never underestimated Mo Wuji, and now he knew that in the process he was still underestimating Mo Wuji. This level of perception was something he never came across before. If someone guided Mo Wuji, his achievements wouldn't only be at his current level. However, Mo Wuji's own exploration wasn't a bad thing either. Although he might have gone on many detours at the start, in the end, he would go on to achieve much more. Seeing Kuan Yin leave, Mo Wuji was made up his mind. In the vast universe where there were billions of great Tao, he didn't believe that his mortal Tao was weaker than others. He had to build the mortal sect in God world, and it wouldn't be that suffocating land of mortals in Nirvana Learning Academy. 1. Ping Fan is a synonym for the Chinese characters for ordinary, but a different character is used for the fan. The ordinary in the next sentence refers to the Ping Fan that's more closely related to mortal Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1056, An Old Acquaintance of Heavenly Mortal Sect. Chapter 1056, An Old Acquaintance of Heavenly Mortal Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Kuan Yin said that the rate that the crack of creation, which would complete the God world's laws, opened up, but would be rather slow. Despite that, dense God spiritual energy seeped out from the crack, and cultivating near it would allow one to gain insights into laws with extreme clarity. Precisely because of these many cultivators of various races crowded around the crack, every single one cultivating without exception. In his heart, Mo Wuji was thinking about setting up a sect as Koan Yun had suggested, so he didn't want to stay here to cultivate. With the resources he required to cultivate, a few hundred years by the side of the crack might not even help him enter the peak of God Monarch stage. Moreover, it was as Koan Yun had mentioned. Although a crack of creation had appeared, it would take at least a few decades to a few hundred years before the actual explosion happened. As for Koan Yun, Mo Wuji was sure that this guy went to make his own preparations, naturally to get a windfall when the God world eventually got restored by the laws of creation. However, this guy didn't bring him along, and Mo Wuji couldn't do anything about it. Just as Mo Wuji was about to leave, in a flash, a familiar figure appeared before him. Wei Ru? Mo Wuji landed in front of this cultivator with a step, exclaiming in surprise. De Shi Xiang. Wei Ru was even more surprised to see Mo Wuji, hence he shouted out in excitement. His voice was trembling while his heart was racing. It's great that you're okay. Mo Wuji patted Wei Ru's shoulders and laughed with happiness in his heart. Back then many members of the Heavenly Mortal sect had died, so it was an extremely happy occasion for him to meet Wei Ru here today. A good while later, Wei Ru finally calmed down, but he still spoke excitedly. De Shi Xiang, I've been worried about you all this while. Now that I've met you, I'm really happy. If Wei Ru had someone he respected the most, it was undoubtedly Mo Wuji, his De Shi Xiang. Memories of his De Shi Xiang speaking to him by his side were still fresh in his mind. One person had to do a few foolish things in one's life. De Shi Xiang really did this. He allowed Wei Ru to leave first while he stayed behind to face the combined attack of 49 cultivators stronger than himself. Once he thought of the fierce and bloody battle that De Shi Xiang went through against the 49 cultivators, a sort of angry and helpless feeling welled up in Wei Ru. On top of that, when he recalled that De Shi Xiang killed 47 out of the 49 men he fought and seriously injured one other guy, he felt immense pride in his heart. Since that day, every time he heard a rumor about De Shi Xiang, he would become more confident in his decision to make Mo Wuji his role model. This was the only secret in the depths of his heart. Before he achieved anything of the same level as De Shi Xiang, he would definitely not reveal his background. Mo Wuji could obviously see that Wei Ru had too much to say, hence his gaze swept across the crowd of cultivators before he said, "Let's leave this place first, then we'll talk later." That's right, why are the God's race and God domain cultivators getting along so well? Wei Ru also knew that this wasn't a good place to talk, but when he heard Mo Wuji's question he was very surprised. De Shi Xiang, you should have just arrived here, so you don't know what's going on. Our God domain produced a super expert. This expert killed a unity god, Huanji, of the God's race in the leafless forest, which prompted some members of the God's race to come over to negotiate a truce. Now, at the areas close to the God domain nest, everyone can fight for cultivation resources, but no one can kill without any reason. Moreover, after the truce, both sides released all sorts of restraints they placed on the area, such as law and God spiritual energy restraining arrays. Something clicked inside Mo Wuji. Could this be related to the crack of creation? Did it appear because the God's race and God domain came to a truce? As for the unity God expert of the God's race that was killed in leafless forest, he was sure that it was the guy that he and Koan Yin killed together. Who knew that they would have unknowingly helped God domain out? Wei Ru, have you seen other surviving disciples of Heavenly Mortal sect around here? Mo Wuji followed up with another question. Without hiding anything, Wei Ru responded, I only saw Elder Jia once before. Wei Jia is not dead? Mo Wuji asked excitedly. The image of this silly old man appeared before his eyes once again. Ah, a genius, I can't believe I am able to meet a top-notch genius like yourself. When he heard these words of Wei Jia at first, he became a little excited as someone had finally realized how much potential he held and recognized that he was someone impressive. Only sometime later did he find out that Wei Jia said this to everyone. A top-notch genius like himself only barely made it into the sect, and in the heavenly mortal sect, the lowest ranking position was an inner disciple. There weren't any outer disciples at all. As for other top-notch geniuses, Wei Jie made them core disciples or direct disciples. This was a warm and caring old man that he couldn't forget, hence he brought Wei Jie over to the newly incubated God Domain Nest back in the day. Yes, I saw Elder Wei Jie in God Domain Nest back then. He gave me some God pills, then pat my shoulder and told me that my future was very bright, so the future of the heavenly mortal sect rested on my shoulders. Thus I shouldn't follow him and waste my youth. He also asked me to work hard, then he left. Wei Ru sadly recounted. Mo Wuji laughed secretly in his heart. This fella really didn't change a single bit. Wei Ru, I plan on setting up a sect of my own. Are you willing to join me? Mo Wuji felt that time was very precious, so he had to set up his mortal sect quickly in order to fight for fate when the God world was restored. Upon hearing Mo Wuji's words, Wei Ru exclaimed, "De Shi Xiang, I'm very willing to go with you. Are you restarting the heavenly mortal sect?" The reason Wei Ru had been roaming the border of God Domain Nest in search of cultivation resources was not that he didn't want to join a sect, but he just didn't have a sect to join. Since the heavenly mortal sect was gone and many other sects were enemies of the heavenly mortal sect, where could he go to join a sect? Shaking his head, Mo Wuji explained, "No, my Tao has nothing to do with the heavenly mortal sect. I plan to start a new sect of my own. In the past, I had my own sect in the immortal world, and now I plan to set up another one in the God world called Mortal Sect. De Shi Xian, wherever you go, I'll follow," Wei Ru declared without hesitating. The main source of his sense of belonging for the heavenly mortal sect was Mo Wuji, as Mo Wuji gave him cultivation resources and asked him to leave alone, and helped him take on the attacks of 49 nascent God and heavenly God cultivators. Hence he made Mo Wuji his role model from then on. As for heavenly mortal sect, he joined it with Mo Wuji and not for long, so his loyalty to the sect didn't run that deep. "Okay, I will choose a location for our sect now." The addition of Wei Ru to his team made Mo Wuji rather pleased. At first, heavenly mortal sect's original location seemed the most suitable, but now Mo Wuji didn't want to alter that area to become the mortal sect. This wasn't because he respected Lu Xing, but instead out of respect for Pang Jia. Regardless which angle one approached this from, Pang Jia wouldn't have wanted heavenly mortal sect to become another sect. His mortal was obviously completely different from heavenly mortal sect, so he had to find a different place. "Shi Xiang, I know of a place," Wei Ru quickly reported. "That place is very scenic, and God's spiritual energy is also sufficient. The only problem is that it's a little too close to the Nirvana Ocean." Proximity to the Nirvana Ocean meant that they would be affected by the corrosive energy, hence no sect would locate themselves there. Actually, Mo Wuji didn't really care much about the choice of location, as he knew that the appearance of the entire God world would totally change after the world's laws were restored. Even if the location they chose was an excellent one now, there would soon be an extreme alteration to the surrounding geography, almost equivalent to a world-shaking super-earthquake. Some large sects would fall as a result, then the whole world would be reformed. However, Wei Ru was the first person that joined mortal in the God world, so Mo Wuji could only say, "Sure, then let's go to the location you're suggesting. As for the Nirvana Ocean, there's no need to worry about it. I have a way to deal with it." The God world's laws were going to be affected by the law of creation and become complete. Thus the Nirvana Ocean would similarly be restructured by the laws, which would cause the corrosive energy in the Nirvana Ocean to disappear. At the same time, the sect that he newly set up might be destroyed as a result. What Mo Wuji cared about wasn't all these issues, but that he had to set up the sect first. Only after his sect was set up would he be able to rely on it to gain a fair share of fate when the God world was restored. When the fate was in his hands, he would reconstruct the sect on the same piece of land. "Okay, I'll bring De Shi Xiang over now. I also have a companion. She'll definitely follow me when I call her over later." Once he finished speaking, Wei Ru shot out a flying messenger sword while raising his hand. "Who is that?" Mo Wuji casually inquired. "Her name is Morong Xiangyu. She saved me once before and she's a very kind person. When we were in the leafless forest looking for primal spiritual eyes, she would always allow me to cultivate first before she went in." As Wei Ru mentioned Morong Xiangyu, his voice had a tinge of warmth in it. Morong Xiangyu? Mo Wuji was shocked. Could this be that Morong Xiangyu from Immortal World? She actually came to God World? It seemed like this woman wasn't that simple. She could leverage on the laws of time and the Book of Luo to cultivate, so her cultivation level would definitely be much higher than others. But Morong Xiangyu's Book of Luo's laws of time had one problem: her Book of Luo wasn't complete, which meant the book's laws were not complete either. If she could really cultivate all the way to nascent God with these incomplete laws of time and the Book of Luo, she definitely would have met with some other opportunities. Draw her face for me to see. Mo Wuji still suspected whether Morong Xiangyu, with the incomplete Book of Luo, would really have appeared in the God World. Wei Ru didn't mind doing so, and he drew the picture of a beautiful young woman in midair. It was very apparent that he was familiar with Morong Xiangyu's appearance. Even all of her good-looking features were reflected in the drawing. Slightly frowning, Mo Wuji never thought that it would really be the Morong Xiangyu that obtained 5 pages of the Book of Luo. For a woman like Morong Xiangyu, Mo Wuji despised her greatly. At the time that he just got to know her, this woman still retained a trace of kindness and innocence, but the Morong Xiangyu that borrowed the power of the Book of Luo to advance to Immortal King had completely changed into a selfish and despicable woman. Now what he wanted to know was how she managed to come to the God World. With the broken laws of the God World, there shouldn't have been any paths for ascension. Wei Ru, can you tell me how you met Morong Xiangyu? Mo Wuji would never allow a woman like Morong Xiangyu to join Mortal Sect, and at the same time, he knew that a woman like her would never try to join Mortal Sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1057, Because of the Spirit-Seeking God Bug. Chapter 1057, Because of the Spirit-Seeking God Bug. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When we were fighting for a primal spiritual eye, I found a bug, a spirit-seeking God bug. Wei Ru, you found a spirit-seeking God bug? Mo Wuji cut Wei Ru off with his question. That God bug was considered one of the most desired things for everyone in the entire God world. Obtain even a single one would mean that you wouldn't have to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future. If news of such a God bug leaked out, it would cause a whole messy battle over it. Wei Ru nodded his head. Yes, I relied on that bug to find a large amount of cultivation resources. Due to the bug, I was able to locate primal spiritual eyes often in the leafless forest, but it was a pity that I am too untalented, hence I'm only at Heavenly God level 5 up till this day. There was one time in the leafless forest that I found a decent primal spiritual eye. Just as I was about to enter it, I met a Heavenly God level 3 expert. Back then I had only just advanced to Heavenly God level 1 and my cultivation level wasn't that stable yet. However, right before I was going to get killed, Xiangyu appeared. She put her life on the line and threw out dozens of attack talismans wildly to push the Heavenly God level 3 cultivator back. In the end, she fled with the heavily injured me. Mo Wuji didn't believe that Morong Xiangyu would use her own life to save a stranger. She definitely had some hidden agenda. So where's your spirit-seeking God bug? Mo Wuji asked. It's with Xiangyu. She has an excellent spatial treasure, so she has been helping me to raise the God bug. It's much better than my spiritual beast sack. Wei Ru quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji could only sigh and shake his head without anything to say. Does she Xiang, is there something wrong? This time Wei Ru noticed that Mo Wuji wasn't wearing a very pleasant expression, seemingly rather disapproving of his actions. Looking at Wei Ru, Mo Wuji spoke, junior brother Wei Ru, do you believe me? Of course I believe this Xiang. Wei Ru said without any doubt. Mo Wuji nodded again. Good, since you believe me, then I won't hide it anymore. Although I might not know why that Morong Xiangyu saved you, I'm sure that she didn't do so out of goodwill. Perhaps she might have known in advance that you have the spirit-seeking god bug on you and wanted to use this sort of method to get acquainted with you, but spirit-seeking god bugs only recognized one owner, so from Mo Wuji's perspective, Morong Xiangyu acted as she knew that Wei Ru had the god bug. Ah, that's not possible. Wei Ru quickly shook his head. De Xiang, you don't understand Xiangyu. While she could encounter primal spiritual eyes by following me, but she always let me take the best position or even allowed me to start cultivating first. Mo Wuji chuckled coldly. Did the primal spiritual eyes dry up very quickly every time? Nodding his head honestly, Wei Ru replied, it was as such. Two people cultivating used the spiritual energy up far too quickly. Mo Wuji couldn't believe that two people would expend that much primal spiritual energy. Morong Xiangyu had the time acceleration from the Book of Luo, which allowed her to absorb primal spiritual energy at a rate much higher than Wei Ru. It would have been ridiculous if Wei Ru could actually gain anything out of fighting her for God's spiritual energy while cultivating together. This also made Mo Wuji rather impressed with her luck as well. He had refined all 6 pages of the Book of Luo in his possession, but none of them gave him abilities related to laws of time. Then what's Morong Xiangyu's current cultivation level? Mo Wuji continued probing. Although Wei Ru didn't understand why De Xiang was so biased against Morong Xiangyu, he still replied, she's now at Heavenly God level 4. She's so much more talented than me, hence her cultivation speed is much greater than mine. Mo Wuji casually commented, you're wrong, Morong Xiangyu's cultivation level is not Heavenly God level 4. It's Heavenly God level 8. De Xiang, how do you know that? Wei Ru asked in a surprised tone. I saw it with my 2 eyes. When Mo Wuji finished his last word, a slender figure landed in front of them. It was a woman in a dress of green lotus design who appeared pure and with the kind of fragility of a girl next door. Xiangyu. Wei Ru excitedly called out. Mo Wuji. Morong Xiangyu exclaimed and took a few steps back. She really couldn't understand why Mo Wuji would appear at a place like this. The achievements of Mo Wuji had spread around so widely that everyone in the god domain knew of his, but with his disappearance of 10,000 years, he slowly faded away from everyone's memories. Morong Xiangyu hadn't arrived in the god world for long, and by the time she came here, no one talked about Mo Wuji anymore. On top of that, Wei Ru never mentioned Mo Wuji in front of her before, hence she never found out that Mo Wuji was also in god world. You two know each other? Only then did Wei Ru suddenly realize what was going on. De Xiang didn't seem to have a good impression of Morong Xiangyu, likely due to some conflict the two of them had a long time ago. Calmly looking at Morong Xiangyu, Mo Wuji observed whether she would try to snatch his pages of the Book of Luo. If she attacked, he wouldn't hold back either. Wei Ru, let's go. I don't wish to stay in the presence of this guy. To Mo Wuji's surprise, Morong Xiangyu actually didn't do anything to him. Based on his predictions, a woman like her would think that he was an ant and try to take his pages of the Book of Luo for herself. Xiangyu, you must have some misunderstanding with De Xiang. De Xiang is a very noble man with both courage and wit. I was just about to leave with him to work on a large project. Why don't you come along with us? While Wei Ru didn't know what kind of grudge the both of them had, he definitely did not want De Xiang to be loggerheads with his best friend, Morong Xiangyu. Deep in his heart, he was rather fond of Morong Xiangyu, to the extent that he wanted to be Dao companions with her. However, despite his multiple hints, she was still very hesitant, seemingly asking him to spend all of his energy on cultivation. Wei Ru, I will not leave with him. If you trust me, then come with me. We can go to roam the leafless forest, and one day we will advance to a much higher level. Morong Xiangyu pleaded. This ignited a flame in Wei Ru's heart. From her words, she clearly implied that she wanted to spend the rest of their lives together. This was exactly what he wanted, so his gaze unconsciously fell on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji wore a calm expression on his face as he spoke. Junior brother Wei Ru, I'll let you make your own decision. If you come with me, you will never have to get into any trouble with this woman ever again. If you think that my words can't be trusted, then let's go our separate ways here. What had to be said was already on the table, hence Mo Wuji wouldn't advise Wei Ru any further. From what he saw, Wei Ru's arm had a fresh wound on it, so while he didn't know what caused it, Mo Wuji was sure that Wei Ru spent every day in the leafless forest in danger. Xiangyu, has your cultivation level has improved again? Just now when you landed, you gave off some ripples and I felt that you've become much stronger than before. Wei Ru was one to repay kindness with gratitude and wasn't a fool at all. His question caught Morong Xiangyu by surprise and she quickly replied, I experienced a breakthrough not long ago, so my cultivation level is at Heavenly God level 5. Upon hearing this, a flash of disappointment appeared in Wei Ru's eyes. To him, Morong Xiangyu was only second to De Shixiang in importance. But now it was apparent that De Shixiang was right, Morong Xiangyu was cheating him. He didn't even have to sense the ripples caused by her cultivation level, as everything had been revealed through a single sentence. After going into deep thought for a long while, Wei Ru looked up at Morong Xiangyu. Xiangyu, I intend to leave with my De Shixiang. Return me my bug, and thank you for cultivating and searching for cultivation resources with me all these years, but... This made Morong Xiangyu's heart jump, then she stared at Mo Wuji hatefully. She couldn't understand why she wasn't as important as a man like Mo Wuji to Wei Ru. Ah! Morong Xiangyu exclaimed and frantically responded. Then please wait for me, I kept the bug in my cave. I'll go to take it for you now. The light in Wei Ru's eyes dimmed even further as he shook his head. Never mind, I'll leave with De Shixiang first. Pass me the bug to me if we ever meet again in the future. Once he finished his piece, Wei Ru spoke to Mo Wuji in disappointment. De Shixiang, let's go. He wasn't that big of an idiot to believe that Morong Xiangyu would really leave the bud in a cave. Nodding his head, Mo Wuji took out a flying ship magic treasure straight away and said to Wei Ru, board the ship. Without saying anything else to Morong Xiangyu, Wei Ru landed on the flying ship in a single step. Mo Wuji also charged up in an instant while controlling the flying ship. Are you in a bad mood? Mo Wuji chuckled as he asked Wei Ru. Wei Ru sighed. Yes, I did have my doubts about how she coincidentally appeared to save me when I first met her. With her cultivation level, she could just kill me if she wanted the bug, so why did she have to go through the entire charade? Mo Wuji casually explained, you're wrong. With her original cultivation level, it was really not possible for her to kill you. However, even I am impressed with her rate of cultivation. Moreover, the spirit-seeking god bug does not recognize a second owner, which is why you were able to live till today. But if Morong Xiangyu had arrived in God World at the same time as himself, Mo Wuji suspected that her current strength would have exceeded his own. Seeing that Wei Ru was rather down, Mo Wuji asked, your arm was cut off not long ago, right? What happened? Wei Ru just shook his head for some time before saying, if she's really at Heavenly God level 8, then she must have faked being severely injured in the past. I had my arm cut off in an attempt to save her. If it wasn't for a senior that passed by, I would have died in the leafless forest. I don't understand what's the point for her to do that. Mo Wuji nodded, you're lucky to have met me then. Otherwise, not even a few bits of your bones would be left. If I'm not wrong, that woman should be looking for some means to turn the bug into her own. As he spoke, Mo Wuji stopped the flying ship. De Shixiang, why did you stop? Wei Ru faced Mo Wuji with a puzzled look as he asked his question. Mo Wuji grinned, do you think Morong Xiangyu would let us off that easily? Actually, when he spotted Morong Xiangyu, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel caught a connection between her and a worldly god cultivator. Morong Xiangyu wouldn't let him go and he wouldn't let her go either. Hence he was sure that she would come chasing after them with that worldly god expert. He only stopped to make some preparations first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1058, You're really extremely unlucky. Chapter 1058, You're really extremely unlucky. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When Mo Wuji left, Morong Xiangyu began to shake with rage, almost as though she couldn't keep it in any longer. A gray-clothed man, that had been sitting with his eyes closed at the edge of the god domain nests cracked to gain insights and laws, finally opened his eyes and shot a gaze towards Morong Xiangyu. Xiangyu, is that person very important to you? Rubbing her eyes, Morong Xiangyu replied, he took something off mine, lied, and cheated me. If I didn't have my own principles, She was very aware that she was just an ant in front of this gray-clothed man, and despite him taking her in as disciple in name, she knew that he only wanted her as a plaything. The reason he hadn't done anything yet was that he thought she had some treasures on her. But up till this point, she didn't reveal a single trace of her treasures at all. Morong Xiangyu's pages of the Book of Luo were integrated into her sea of consciousness, which meant that unity gods wouldn't be able to find them, much less for a worldly god. Do you want me to take care of him for you? The gray-clothed man casually remarked. Ah. Morong Xiangyu appeared shocked, seemingly surprised by this statement. She might have worn a surprised expression on her face, but in her heart, she was aware that this gray-clothed man was only joking. Getting him to chase after and fight with Mo Wuji wasn't something she could accomplish with a few simple sentences. Since the time they fought over the Book of Luo, Mo Wuji could suppress the top-notch geniuses of a few top immortal sections. Even Gu Zijian, the 8-star genius that she admired, didn't dare to make a sound in front of Mo Wuji. Although she borrowed the power of the laws of time to advance to Immortal King in a short period of time, she was still completely overwhelmed by Mo Wuji. After that incident, she never underestimated Mo Wuji again. While she was at Heavenly God level 8 now, she was sure that it wasn't good enough to match up against Mo Wuji. Seeing Wei Ru still worshipping Mo Wuji completely although he was at Heavenly God level 5 confirmed her suspicions. What had she, Morong Xiangyu, not seen after roaming the world for so many years? She desperately hoped to obtain the pages of the Book of Luo from Mo Wuji, but at the same time she was aware that it was impossible. It was enough to have made a mistake 2 times in front of Mo Wuji, so she definitely did not want to do it for a 3rd time. Precisely because of that, she thought of everything she could to manipulate the worldly god that conspired with her to deal with Mo Wuji. The best outcome would be both sides leaving with severe injuries. As long as Mo Wuji could handle the worldly god for an incense worth of time, she would have the chance to flee. She had already found an ideal location but only lacked the opportunity to go there. Once she escaped from the worldly god, she would enter the world of her pages of the Book of Luo, and she was also confident that she could remove the spiritual will imprint he left on her. After removing the imprint, she would never come back here again. As for the bug, she might have some way to make it recognize her as its owner if Wei Ru was killed by the worldly god. Even if it were a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was better than nothing. What is his name? The worldly god closed his eyes once more and casually asked. Just as Morong Xiangyu expected, he wouldn't waste his own time for such a small issue, so asking for a name was his way of entertaining her. Mo Wuji. Morong Xiangyu gave Mo Wuji's name up. In her heart, she was already considering whether she should reveal that Mo Wuji possessed pages of the Book of Luo. Only with a treasure like the Book of Luo in the picture, then the worldly god would hunt down Mo Wuji relentlessly. What? His name is Mo Wuji? The worldly god suddenly leapt up and asked in a shocked tone. Morong Xiangyu nodded while being rather confused. Yes, he's Mo Wuji. After finishing her sentence, she seemed to recall something and casually produced an image of Mo Wuji. When Mo Wuji was standing here a moment ago, Morong Xiangyu was also using her spiritual will to contact the worldly god. However, the worldly god didn't even bother about Mo Wuji and Wei Ru. He was too lazy to even scan the area with his spiritual will, as his focus was on the clear laws in the crack. Now that he saw the image that Morong Xiangyu produced, he frantically asked, which direction did he leave in? Morong Xiangyu lifted her hand to point in one direction, and in an instant the worldly god disappeared. Staring at the direction that the worldly god expert vanished in, Morong Xiangyu took a few moments before she finally regained her senses. All of the tricks she tried to employ didn't work, but once she mentioned Mo Wuji's name, it triggered something in the worldly god to chase after him. She was quite confident that Mo Wuji was now more important in the eyes of the worldly god than herself, hence at this point of time, he would stop tracking her location, making it her only chance to run. As she thought about this, Morong Xiangyu's figure turned and disappeared in a different direction. She had to find a place to erase the spiritual will imprint on her before cultivating wildly. Just as she had guessed, the grey-clothed worldly god valued Mo Wuji over 100 times greater than Morong Xiangyu. Even if he knew that Morong Xiangyu would escape, he wouldn't go after her, firstly because he knew that she wouldn't be able to run away from him, and secondly, Mo Wuji was the only one on his mind. It was rumored that Mo Wuji was in possession of some extremely valuable treasures, and as he was so close from the worldly god would regret for life if he was allowed to escape. The worldly god even regretted that he didn't use his spiritual will to scan Mo Wuji just now. Mo Wuji didn't misjudge Morong Xiangyu, as he made the same mistake before. Morong Xiangyu desperately tried to obtain the pages of the Book of Luo from him, and after that many years of roaming and struggling, the Morong Xiangyu now was nothing like the woman of the past. But at least he wouldn't expect her to dare to come after him with only heavenly god level 8 in cultivation. What Mo Wuji didn't expect either was that the relationship between Morong Xiangyu and that worldly god was that of captor and captured, totally not what it appeared to be on the surface. Ha ha! So it's you indeed, Mo Wuji. It seems like my luck isn't that bad. The grey-clothed worldly god saw Mo Wuji within an incense's worth of time since he started his chase, landing in front of Mo Wuji in Wei Ru. Medicinal cauldron stone, primal god lattice stone. At this point, countless natural treasures appeared in the worldly god's mind. Actually, your luck is really as bad as it could ever be. After seeing that Morong Xiangyu wasn't giving chase behind the worldly god, Mo Wuji said while heaving a sigh of relief. Man proposes, God disposes. When he was cultivating, how could others not cultivate at the same time? Regardless whether it was enemies or friends, this logic was the same. Wei Ru, back off for now. I didn't think that a miscellaneous person would arrive before the master. Mo Wuji sighed. Since it was just an elementary worldly god, Mo Wuji decided that he didn't have to use the death trap arrays that he had set up in advance. Those were mainly meant for dealing with Morong Xiangyu, but didn't that mean that she was stronger than this worldly god? He knew that Morong Xiangyu was in possession of pages of the Book of Luo, and with that kind of natural treasure, what if it had some means of helping her flee? De Shi Xiong, this man is named Hui Gu. He's a worldly god who's very famous in the leafless forest. Wei Ru spoke in a flustered manner as he recognized Hui Gu. Without waiting for Mo Wuji to speak, Hui Gu leapt straight at him with open hands ready to grab his head, die. He had heard of how fierce Mo Wuji was back in the day. When Mo Wuji was just an elementary nascent god, he managed to hold his ground against 49 nascent gods and heavenly gods. Only 10,000 years had passed since then, so even if Mo Wuji was the reincarnation of the god of creation, he shouldn't be able to advance to god monarch stage. Thus, in the eyes of a worldly god, he wasn't even comparable to an ant. As Mo Wuji swung his hand, the halberd on his back formed a boundless silver river which struck down. The domain of the worldly god suddenly broke open, and his hand that reached out towards Mo Wuji slowed down as well. At this moment, the entire space around the worldly god had turned into a world of silver as a silver river that seemed to tear apart the void landed from above. An overbearing aura surrounded the grey-clothed worldly god expert, causing even his spiritual will to become sluggish. This is impossible. The worldly god's eyes were finally willed with fear. Before this strike of Mo Wuji had completely landed on him, he was completely restrained by the laws. Now there was indeed an ant, but this ant was him, Huigu, instead of Mo Wuji. In an instant, Huigu regained his senses. He was sure that Mo Wuji was a worldly god too and had much more complete worldly laws than him, which directly locked up the space around him. Huiji flew into a wild fit, almost disregarding everything to circulate his spiritual will, even if it meant igniting all he had. But soon after he discovered that this was all for naught. There was simply too big a gap between him and Mo Wuji. His worldly laws before Mo Wuji's worldly laws were like an egg meeting a rock. Boom! When the Silver River landed, it appeared as if a large splash had been made. Crack! A domain shattered, a world of laws shattered, bones shattered, and a mist of blood exploded. By the time Huigu landed on the ground with a splat, his body had already been split into two. Just as his primordial spirit seeped out, it was blown to bits by a flash of halberd radiance. Although he knew that there shouldn't have been much in his opponent's ring, Mo Wuji still casually kept it away. Does she xiong? Wei Ru stared at Mo Wuji with a look of shock on his face. He never imagined that Huigu, an unrivaled expert of the leafless forest, wouldn't be able to last a single round against Mo Wuji before being reduced to nothing. Let's go. That woman must have fled. She still has some tricks up her sleeve, seeing that she could send a worldly god idiot to his death. Mo Wuji patted Wei Ru's shoulders. Finally, Wei Ru regained his senses and happily asked, "Does she xiang, you're a worldly god already?" Shaking his head, Mo Wuji replied, "Not yet, however, I should be advancing to worldly god soon. You'll also enter the ranks of god monarchs soon, and even that of worldly gods. As for why, I'll explain to you on the road." "Sure, I'll listen to Dish Shixiang's instructions." At this moment Wei Ru's heart was filled with excitement and faith. Someone as strong as Huigu couldn't even handle a single blow from his Dish Shixiang, so what was there to be afraid of? Grandmaster Pang Jie was also very impressive, but the way he did things was rather different from how Dish Shixiang did things. From Wei Ru's perspective, Grandmaster Pang Jie was overly cautious and still got stabbed in the back in the end. On the other hand, his revered Di Shixiang did things decisively, repaying kindness with kindness, repaying grudges with vengeance. Ultimately working with the mindset that one had to do a few foolish things in one's life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1059, Mortal. Chapter 1059, Mortal. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Following behind Wei Ru through many transfer arrays, they finally arrived at the place Wei Ru mentioned after a few days. There were indeed mountains on one side and water on the other. However, it was only tens of kilometers away from the Nirvana Ocean of extinction. The few mountains weren't very towering, and from afar, they looked pretty miserable. Because of the energy of extinction from the Nirvana Ocean, there were extremely few life forms despite the presence of dense god spiritual energy. Mo Wuji didn't notice any living weeds, let alone demonic beasts or god spiritual herbs. Wei Ru spoke awkwardly. Dish Shixiang, when I was here previously, there was still some low-grade god spiritual herbs around. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, this place had turned into such a state. Why don't we find somewhere else? Mo Wuji smiled. This place is not bad, let's just stay here. If Mo Wuji wasn't aware that the laws of the god world was about to be restored and the god world was about to transform drastically, he wouldn't have chosen this place too. This place was indeed decent, but the proximity to the Nirvana Ocean made it worthless. Otherwise, other sects would have chosen this place a long time ago. Mo Wuji was interested in this place, more importantly, because this place had mountains, water, and a boundless plain field. When the laws of the god world returned, this plain field would be a suitable place to grow and nurture green dew rice. In the future, when the god world had returned to its original state, this would definitely be a place where people would fight for. Noticing that Wei Ru was still slightly confused, Mo Wuji spoke. Remember what I told you while traveling? De Shixiang, could it really happen? Even though Mo Wuji had said so, the restoration of the laws of the God world was simply too shockingly unbelievable to Wei Ru. Mo Wuji nodded. Yes, it will definitely happen. Therefore, this location that we chose would certainly be the most suitable location to establish a sect in the God world. Mo Wuji was convinced not because of Kuan Yun's words but because he could sense the energy of creation within the chasm. In addition to Kuan Yun's words, Mo Wuji was certain that this matter would be true and Kuan Yun wasn't lying to him. De Shixiang, I'm worried that a God King expert might chase after us. We only have the two of us. Even though Mo Wuji's sacred art was capable of killing of a world god, Wei Ru was still worried. There's no need to worry. As long as a God King doesn't come within the next 1 year, they wouldn't have a chance anymore. Mo Wuji replied confidently. Presently, he could set up grade 7 God array and a year later, he would have completed the setup of the sect's defensive array. Given his current strength coupled with a grade 7 death trap God array, Mo Wuji was confident he was qualified enough to deal with an expert in the God King stage. Mo Wuji had more than enough resources on him. Without mentioning the large number of resources he obtained from the God continent, even half of the items of that unity god which he killed with Kuan Yun was enough to install the sect's defensive array. When Mo Wuji and Wei Ru were fully focused on establishing the mortal sect, that chasm in the God domain nest grew bigger every day. The chasm expanded far more rapidly than Mo Wuji and Kuan Yun expected. Half a year later, that chasm was already 3 to 4 inches wide. The energy of the clear laws spread outwards as the dense God spiritual energy seeped out. Even those who didn't know the reason would know that once this chasm expanded to a certain extent, the entire God world would have a complete transformation. Because of the clear and vast laws, this increasingly wide chasm was known as the Chasm of Laws. Countless cultivators surged towards the Chasm of Laws and even God Kings were of no exception. Those who were stuck at the bottlenecks of their cultivation managed to break through here. At that point in time, the periphery of the Chasm of Laws suddenly became a temporary ground for tribulations. A few desperate cultivators risked everything as they jumped right into the chasm. However, those cultivators who jumped right in would all disappear without a trace. Presently, Mo Wuji was already done with the installation of the mortal sect's defensive array. He managed to install a grade 6 God defensive array to protect the sect. Within the grade 6 God array was a grade 7 death trap God array and a grade 6 energy gathering God array. The main purpose of the grade 7 death trap God array was meant for any incoming God Kings. In the space above the mortal sect, the word mortal was suspended for everyone to see. Just like Ping Fan of the immortal world, located at the entrance of the mortal sect were 2 tall stone tablets erected by the side. It reads one's Tao can differ, but all men are equal. Other than this, Mo Wuji also constructed the sect's main hall. Outside the main hall was carved with 4 words with Tao spirituality, I am immortal. At a time like this, Mo Wuji believed that there was no need for him to hide anymore. Since he was going to fight in the God world, he mustn't be low profile. When the laws of the God world were restored, the lower profile the person was, the less opportunity would present themselves to the person. In order to obtain more opportunities of the God world, Mo Wuji managed to seep his mortal Tao into the words which he wrote himself, including the one's Tao can differ, but all men are equal, as well as that I originate from a mortal. He wanted to let the laws of heaven and earth of the God world to know that his mortal Tao was also one of the Grand Taos and would not be weaker than any other Grand Tao. He was unable to recruit too many disciples to fight with the others, so the only way was to use his own Tao spirituality to fight with others. Mo Wuji didn't believe that given his clear-cut Grand Tao in the God world, the future opportunities he received would be worse than all the ordinary sections. After completing the installation of the array, Mo Wuji decided to go into secluded cultivation as his cultivation level was still too low. If he was able to enter the world God stage when the God world was restored, the advantages that await him would be immeasurable. Others might not be able to cultivate here, but he cultivated the mortal Tao, so he was completely unaffected. As for Wei Ru, Mo Wuji got him to stop cultivating. Given Wei Ru's aptitude, even secluded cultivation for 1,000 years might not guarantee his advancement into the heavenly god level 6. He left a large pile of god pills for Wei Ru, so when that chasm emerged completely and the laws had been restored, that would be when Wei Ru would finally get his opportunity. Wei Ru's aptitude might be average, but that was if you compared him to the other geniuses. As compared to average cultivators, Wei Ru was considered in the intermediate category. Because Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal Tao, he duplicated a copy of most of the techniques and sacred arts which he had obtained for Wei Ru. Within his own death trap array of his sect, Mo Wuji took out that broken primal god spiritual vein as well as the furnace of the heaven and earth instead of using his world channel to interact with it. The extreme ice heavenly bamboo was also brought out beside Mo Wuji. As for the world-bearing pill concocted using the pill-cleansing sacred art, every pill was worth cities. At this moment, Mo Wuji brought it out to be used as a supporting pill for his cultivation and not for charging into the world god stage. Mo Wuji started cultivating without restraint while being in the god monarch level 10. In the space above the mortal sect, a massive god spiritual energy whirlpool was formed. Coupled with that primal god spiritual vein, the nirvana ocean of extinction appeared like a burst dam as all the dense god spiritual energy surged wildly towards Mo Wuji. The person who could sense it firsthand was Wei Ru as he was in the mortal sect touching up the interior designs of the sect as instructed by Mo Wuji. Presently, he was dumbstruck by Mo Wuji's mighty cultivation. De Shixiang was indeed extraordinary, no wonder he was able to kill Hui Gu in one strike of the halberd. The reason Wei Ru used a halberd was also because he was influenced by Mo Wuji. But whether it was his halberd or cultivation, they were still exceedingly far from his De Shixiang. When Mo Wuji was quietly cultivating, cultivators from both the god domain or the god's race were turned quiet too. Even the occasional killings were reduced tremendously as everyone was heading towards the chasm of laws, desperately wanting to increase their cultivation. Mo Wuji's mortal sect was located right at the edge of the nirvana ocean like a discarded weed at the corner. Nobody would notice it, let alone god kings. Just like the serenity before a massive explosion, the god world was incredibly quiet and peaceful. Only a person like Mo Wuji, who had inside information, would know that this was the serenity before an explosion. 3 years later, Mo Wuji charged into the god monarch level 11. 7 years later, Mo Wuji broke through the god monarch level 11. Even though Mo Wuji's cultivation speed was frightening, Mo Wuji was aware that it was still multiple times slower than ideal. This was because he lacked the appropriate elemental pills as well as the primal spiritual eye. He was only at this speed mainly because of the world-bearing pill. When his broken primal god spiritual vein and pill energy of his furnace of the heaven and earth was completely exhausted, his speed of cultivation would slow down tremendously. Therefore, Mo Wuji wanted to enter the world god stage before that happened. Otherwise, he would have to make use of the restoration of the god world to step into the world god stage. According to Mo Wuji's calculations, an opportunity like the restoration of the god world should be used for his advancement into the god king stage, not world god stage. Gotcha. The primal god spiritual vein beneath Mo Wuji's feet was exhausted as the pill energy was also completely diminished. Mo Wuji let out a long breath as he could feel a vast energy surging through his meridians. A type of grand Tao was hovering within reach in his mind. He was in the great circle of the god monarch stage already and could enter the world god stage anytime now. There were no bottlenecks and everything flowed smoothly. Mo Wuji's body flashed and he landed on the nirvana ocean of extinction. Tens of high-grade god spiritual veins were thrown under his feet as his aura exploded. 108 meridians started circulating fearlessly. Boom boom boom. Terrifying lightning fell and Mo Wuji knew that his world god tribulation had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1060, Start of the Muddled War. Chapter 1060, Start of the Muddled War. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji intended to try his luck and only take out his magic treasures if he really couldn't withstand the lightning bolts. While over 10 thick lightning bolts fell on Mo Wuji's body, they didn't even tear Mo Wuji's skin apart. This was when Mo Wuji recalled that he was already in the sage physique stage. The world god's tribulation might be strong, but to him, it was like strolling in a heavy storm. It looked threatening, but it wasn't challenging. When the next wave of 10 lightning bolts descended, Mo Wuji threw out punch after punch fearlessly. A lightning tribulation like this wasn't even enough for him to temper his physique. Therefore, all he could do now was to trigger the lightning tribulation so that the lightning bolts that descended would be much stronger. This was the only way he could absorb the lightning source at a much faster rate. The lightning tribulation was indeed triggered. Lightning tribulation under the laws of heaven and earth had their own pride as well. Initially, the lightning bolts which descended were blue in color. Now, they had all turned into purple-colored lightning bolts and was several folds thicker and more threatening. Mo Wuji let out a breath, and with the support of the defensive array, he dashed into the sky. Even if the nirvana ocean of extinction was below him, it wouldn't stop Mo Wuji from charging towards the sky. His spirit storage channel was in full circulation, and almost at the instant the purple lightning bolt struck Mo Wuji felt like the shackles of his cultivation had been blasted open. The god elemental energy suppressed within the meridians in Dantian instantaneously surged throughout his entire body. A mighty aura overwhelmed Mo Wuji's body as he ignited even more god elemental energy into his punches to cater to the incoming purple lightning bolts. At this moment, clear laws of the world were captured by Mo Wuji. Just as Mo Wuji was wondering if this was the world god stage, his mortal world suddenly merged together with all his Tao spirituality. Presently, the god spiritual vein underneath Mo Wuji seemed to be shone upon by a scorching sun as it started to melt. All those god spiritual energy was constantly absorbed by Mo Wuji without leaving any behind. Simultaneously, Mo Wuji's cultivation level was on the rise. Mo Wuji was dazed. He knew that he had stepped into the world god stage and understood what he needed to do after stepping into this stage. That would be to condense his own world by merging his laws into his world. Currently, the laws of his mortal world were rising rapidly as it was perfecting itself. This was when Mo Wuji realized that he was different from others. After stepping into the world god stage, other people's world would only be in the embryonic form. On the other hand, his world was formed by his world channel back when he was in the heavenly immortal stage many years ago. This was why when he stepped into the world god stage, there were no bottlenecks at all. As long as he had sufficient resources, everything would flow smoothly and he would be able to advance. Not only this, the rewards of his lightning tribulation were used to increase his cultivation instead of forming his world or break through the shackles. If he hadn't formed his mortal world before, he would be working hard to charge past the shackles of the world god stage before perfecting the laws of his own world until the lightning tribulation ended. Now, all he needed to do was to work hard to increase his own cultivation level. Compared to the other god monarchs, he had long condensed his own mortal world. In actual fact, Mo Wuji was still uncertain about the world god stage. He thought that the other world gods would be just like him, possessing a world of their own after stepping into the world god stage. The truth was that the reason why the world gods were so reputable was that after entering this stage, any cultivator would be able to create a space belonging to their own. This space would increase in accordance to the cultivator's cultivation level and understanding towards the laws of heaven and earth before being perfected. After a certain extent, the world that they created would then be able to form the world channel before evolving into a real world with laws. Before the evolution to a real world with laws, the world of the world god was at most a movable super storage ring. Or it might be capable of storing some spiritual beasts, but it would definitely not be a world as perfect as Mo Wuji's mortal world, a world which could give rise to laws, nurture all sorts of god herbs, or even allow others to cultivate in it. Kakaka. The god spiritual veins beneath Mo Wuji's feet were destroyed one after the other as Mo Wuji's cultivation rose from World God Level 1 to World God Level 2 before charging right into World God Level 3. The power of the lightning tribulations grew weaker and Mo Wuji knew that even if he took out more god spiritual veins, his cultivation level wouldn't rise any further. The reason being that his world had already been settled a long time ago. After entering the World God stage, being able to have his cultivation rise a few levels already made Mo Wuji very pleased. Even though he didn't know how far apart was his strength at World God Level 3 from a God King, there was one point that he was certain of. If he were to meet any of those so-called God Kings again, there was no need for him to think of ways to escape anymore. The mortal sect had been constructed into a magnificent place by following Mo Wuji's outline. Even though he knew that the mortal sect would be transformed once more when the laws of the God world restored, Wei Ru continued to put his heart and soul into constructing every small detail on the side of the mortal sect. As compared to tens of years ago, the mortal sect presently, besides the number of members, certainly didn't look too different from a peak grade sect. Additionally, with the Nirvana Ocean of Extinction as the backyard of the mortal sect looked even more imposing and majestic. Congratulations to Shixiang on entering the World God stage. The moment Mo Wuji returned to the sect, Wei Ru came over to congratulate. Mo Wuji took out a storage ring for Wei Ru before saying, "There are large amounts of cultivation god pills here. Feel free to use them and don't be worried about pill poisoning. There are also monarch condensing god pill among them." Monarch condensing god pill? Wei Ru heard these 4 words and almost dropped the storage ring on the floor. Cultivators, who could advance into the next realm without the use of pills, were incredibly rare. Because of this fact, the monarch condensing god pill used by heavenly gods to step into the god monarch stage were extremely valuable. In the god domain, the appearance of the monarch condensing god pills would always ignite a fight for it, regardless of the tier of the pills. Mo Wuji patted on Wei Ru's shoulder before replying. Besides the monarch condensing god pill, there were also the world bearing pills and god jade pills. As long as you make steady progress, you will undoubtedly step into the god king stage in the future. To Mo Wuji, the most precious pill was only the god jade pill. As for the monarch condensing god pill and world bearing pill, he had loads of them. However, he only had 1 furnace worth of god jade pill and the clear jade godflower was even gifted by Qi Bing. When Wei Ru heard that there was still the world bearing pill and god jade pill, he held onto the storage ring nervously before saying, "De Shixiang, I will definitely advance into the god king stage." In the god domain, many people were stuck in the god monarch stage or the world god stage. Besides the influence of the laws, the more important reason was the lack of pills which could aid their advancement. Wei Ru had been wandering outside for many years, so he had understood this logic since a long time ago. Now that Mo Wuji had paved the way for him, he would simply be too weak if he chose not to walk down that path. "Alright, I am going into seclusion for a few months and then we can head into the God Domain Nest. During the restoration of the God World, the God Domain Nest would be where our opportunity lies," Mo Wuji stated. He needed to go into seclusion because he wanted to forge some offensive array disc and offensive halberd talisman for Wei Ru. Besides that, he also wanted to forge the restriction array disc. Koan Yun had mentioned this before. The moment the God world started its restoration, countless God spiritual veins would spill over from the heavens. If he had a restriction array talisman, it would undoubtedly be crucial to collecting those God spiritual veins. The God Domain Nest's chasm of laws was already a few hundred inches wide and the speed at which it was widening was also increasing. Endless laws were emitted from the chasm of laws as many cultivators started making use of these laws to break through. God Domain, God Continent and every cultivator in the God world charged intensely towards the periphery of the God Domain Nest. This place had become a peak-grade cultivation holy land. At this point in time, even rivals wouldn't be bothered to seek revenge on each other if they saw each other here. Everyone was fully focused on cultivating with all their might. Who knew how long such an opportunity would last for? Also, nobody continued to jump into the chasm of laws as everyone knew that entering it would only mean death. Intense explosions were constantly heard from the chasm of laws, and every time it sounded, it felt like the god world had been struck by an enormous iron hammer. Everyone could feel the tremble in their legs. A faint red light radiance suddenly emerged from the chasm, and the god monarch closest to this light radiance hurried to retreat. A heavenly god behind this god monarch took a step forward and grabbed this red light radiance with his hand. Even before the heavenly god could keep this red radiance, everyone by the side had seen what it was as one of them shouted, "Scorching fire sacred art. That is a natural Tao law sacred art." A majority of them saw what the red radiance was. It was a simple and unadorned bent shell, and a few diagrams and words were carved on it. On the very top of the shell were two ancient words, scorching fire. Just like oil spilling on a burning fire, this sacred art ignited the massive fight between cultivators as they attempted to get their hands on it. The heavenly god who caught the scorching fire sacred art had yet to react, and it was already snatched away from him. He was then destroyed to pieces. The first god monarch cultivator who missed it might not have good fortune, but it didn't mean the fortune of the heavenly god cultivator was good. Once the chaos had started, it was no longer under control. More people went up to fight for the scorching fire sacred art, because how could anyone resist the urge to have something that came straight out from the chasm of laws? Before the muddled war could start, yet another purple-colored light radiance shot out from the chasm of laws. This time, nobody retreated out of fear as everyone started charging towards that purple-colored light radiance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1061, Frightening the God King. Chapter 1061, Frightening the God King. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. That is the sacred art, heaven and earth sword radiance. Another person's spiritual will had detected what that purple jade letter was as he exclaimed out loud. Even if it was the most ordinary of sacred arts, let alone the heaven and earth sword radiance, such heaven and earth's sacred art would ignite the fight among cultivators for it. All sorts of magic treasures radiance started flying everywhere as blood spattered all over. The calm and peaceful periphery of the god domain nest suddenly erupted into a blood-filled chaos. Just like a hibernating beast who has woken up abruptly and started acting out violently. Just as a heavenly god grabbed onto the heaven and earth sword radiance sacred art, a few offensive radiances landed on him. In the next moment, his fleshly body was instantly torn apart as his primordial spirit hurried to escape. Fortunately, nobody paid any attention to his primordial spirit at a time like this. Everyone's focus was only on that purple sacred art. As if it was unwilling to see so many people snatching for just one sacred art, yet another faint gold-colored radiance was shot out from the chasm of laws. It is the minor cut sacred art. Despite knowing that they had no fate with these sacred arts, those who saw the emergence of the sacred arts still continued to exclaim out loud. If the previous heaven and earth sword radiance had started a muddled war, this minor cut sacred art simply got everyone crazy. Back then, an expert of the god's race used a small curse arts to kill millions of cultivators in the god domain easily. This minor cut sacred art was evidently of the same grade of sacred art as the small curse arts. Now that it had appeared, how could it not cause a greater commotion? Even Unity God experts had joined in the fight for these sacred arts, let alone God Kings. As if someone had kickstarted a row of dominoes, even more light radiances were shot out from the chasm when everyone was fighting for the minor cut sacred art. Icebound sacred art. The first blade Tao. The ninth escape. Oh God, what am I looking at? That is the great art of destruction. A golden light radiance, which shone as brightly as the sun, attracted the attention of everyone. Following the exclamation of those few words, almost all the experts here dashed towards that golden light radiance. Dishixiang, these people are crazy. Wei Ru and Mo Wuji, who had just arrived at the god domain nest, stared blankly at this crazy bunch of people. At this moment, cultivators were flying everywhere and blood was splattering everywhere. Everyone was fighting with one another for these sacred arts. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath before commenting. They are not crazy, but because the chasm of laws had started to produce sacred arts. These were all ancient sacred arts, formed by the heaven and earth. Every single one of these sacred arts was of tremendous power. To think that Koan Yun that B** starred, actually didn't inform me of this earlier. Wei Ru's eyes instantly turned red as he said, "De Shi Xiang, let's join in the fight for these sacred arts. If we're late, we might not even obtain any benefits at the end of the day." Mo Wuji shook his head. "Wei Ru, you should retreat to as far back as possible. This isn't a place where you can fight for any of these sacred arts. The moment you caught hold of any sacred art, you would be dead in the next moment. I will fight for these sacred arts later and they will all belong to our mortal sect." Mo Wuji wasn't speaking mindlessly. Entering a fight like this with Wei Ru's physique and heavenly god level 5 strength would simply be sending himself to death. In that short period of time, Wei Ru saw the bodies of a few cultivators, who approached the sacred arts, being torn and ripped apart by countless radiances. He was reluctant, but he knew that his De Shi Xiang was right. Heading in would be equivalent to sending himself to death. "De Shi Xiang, I'll listen to you." He had a large number of cultivation pills and a low-grade god armor. Moreover, he also had quite a few offensive halberd talismans. These were his foundation and basis for survival in this place. Mo Wuji called out for Shuaigua and De Huang as he instructed them. "I've told you about this before. Whether this feast is beneficial for you too, it will depend on your own fate. Now, both of you shall retreat with Wei Ru and wait for further opportunities. I am going in to bring back a few heaven and earth techniques." De Huang was in the great circle of the heavenly god stage but had been stuck there for a while now. Because De Huang was stuck there, Shuaigua had already caught up with him. Just like De Huang, Shuaigua was also stuck in the great circle of the heavenly god stage. The god world's restoration this time around would also be De Huang and Shuaigua's chance. "My lord, we know." De Huang and Shuaigua replied cohesively. Shuaigua, who heard Mo Wuji said that the god world was about to be restored, clenched his fists excitedly. He was ready to make a good fortune out of this opportunity. After instructing De Huang and Co., Mo Wuji no longer hesitated as he charged towards the periphery of the chasm. He had his sage physique as well as wind escape technique, so he would definitely have an advantage in a fight like this. All sorts of light radiance were shot out from the chasm, but Mo Wuji didn't start fighting for them. Very soon, Mo Wuji noticed that the golden light radiance's sacred arts were the strongest and should be a peak-grade sacred art. Up till now, a great art of destruction had emerged and was taken away by a unity god expert. That unity god expert didn't dare to extend his stay here as he hurried away upon obtaining the great art of destruction. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart. That fella should be unaware that insane god spiritual veins were about to emerge from this place which could make everyone go crazy. At the thought of this, a black long sword emerged from the chasm. Mo Wuji was well aware of that energy which was emitted from it, and he knew that it was undoubtedly a Xiantian treasure. Mo Wuji was clearly not the only knowledgeable one, as several god kings had already darted towards the black sword the instant it appeared. After this black sword, there were two more grey radiances which brought along the same type of energy. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath of cold air. Just how many treasures would this chasm let out today? Mo Wuji didn't fight for any of these items. Firstly, it was because too many god kings were fighting for it, and secondly, Mo Wuji didn't need these items desperately. At this moment, a faint gold-colored light radiance shot out. Without hesitation, Mo Wuji rushed towards it as the spiritual will of his spirit storage channel had already noticed what that item was. It was the rain-beckoning sacred art. Without mentioning that Mo Wuji had been thinking about the rain-beckoning sacred art, the faint golden-colored sacred art was something only second to the golden-colored sacred art. Mo Wuji's wind teleportation was incredibly quick as he managed to send that faint golden radiance right into his mortal world the moment he appeared. Mo Wuji? God King Yiming's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't expect Mo Wuji to send himself to death here. Previously, while he was snatching all sorts of sacred arts and techniques, he didn't even notice Mo Wuji's presence. Now that Mo Wuji had kept a faint golden-colored sacred art, God King Yiming would certainly have noticed him. Put that item down. A cultivator in the advanced world god stage shouted at Mo Wuji as he charged towards him. In his eyes, Mo Wuji was only an ant-like existence. Regardless of how speedy he was still an ant. At the same time, tens of magic treasures radiances were shot towards Mo Wuji's domain. These offensive radiances were completely useless against Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't even bother spouting unnecessary words as he swept up his half-moon-weighted halberd. He struck his halberd against the world god who was charging towards him. The halberd radiance was like a sand wave in the desert as it instantly drowned that world god. That world god was in world god stage level 7, but he could only feel his sacred art and spiritual will being cut off by the opponent's halberd strike. Even his domain was being torn apart by this wild sand waves that were drowning him. I don't want it anymore. Let me go. How could this world god not realize that he had come up against an iron board? This fellow was certainly not an ant but a god king expert. Mo Wuji had no intention of showing mercy as the desert exploded and a blood fog was formed. This world god didn't even have any strength to retaliate against Mo Wuji's sacred art. Unless Mo Wuji was foolish, why would he show any mercy at a time like this? A few heavenly gods and world gods saw Mo Wuji's threat and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Who else, other than a god king, was capable of killing a world god in one single move? Even God King Yiming, who was prepared to charge towards Mo Wuji, stopped in his tracks subconsciously. He started to suspect if Mo Wuji actually made use of the death trap array to kill God King Dark Bodhi back in the god domain. Mo Wuji spotted God King Yiming as he struck out his halberd radiance as well. A silver river descended from the void towards God King Yiming. Mo Wuji was the only one who would act because of vengeance. You're asking for death. Initially, God King Yiming was planning to snatch for more treasures before finding God King Salt Pavilion to get rid of Mo Wuji together. Now that Mo Wuji had acted against him first, how was he supposed to keep his anger in check? As he opened up his palm, God King Yiming's Qinkuan 8 trigrams was brought out. Everything in the space around them was locked on by God King Yiming's Qinkuan 8 trigrams. Mo Wuji felt as though he was trapped within the opponent's spatial laws. Boom! Mo Wuji's silver river finally descended and it looked like an explosive sea of water had descended on the space trapped by God King Yiming's 8 trigrams. In that instant, the space trapped by the 8 trigrams disappeared without a trace. God King Yiming could feel his domain trembling as he was in awe at how perfect the laws of this silver river was. The descending energy brought with it a serious killing intent. Mo Wuji was inwardly delighted at his decision to add the chance water when forging his half-moon-weighted halberd. When he used this halberd to fight, it was truly too satisfying. Without waiting for Mo Wuji's second sacred art to form up, God King Yiming's body flashed as he said coldly, "I'll let you live for a few more days." Having said that, God King Yiming had already escaped far away from Mo Wuji's position. He was frightened because he was definitely not stronger than God King Dark Bodhi. If he died in the hands of Mo Wuji here, he wouldn't even have the chance to regret. Towards Mo Wuji, he was now subconsciously fearful of him. Mo Wuji forcefully blocked off the impact brought by God King Yiming's Qinkuan 8 trigram spatial laws, and he knew that there was still a distance between God King Yiming and himself. Therefore, he didn't go ahead to chase after God King Yiming. Instead, he looked at a slightly fat monk standing not too far away from him. "Fat monk, you should be God King Yendu if I am not mistaken. Back then, I believe you, Salt Pavilion, Yiming and Dark Bodhi share the same pants everywhere you go, right?" God King Yendu hurried to bow towards Mo Wuji. Benefactor Mo really did accuse me. Back then, someone wanted to harm Dao friend Pang Jia and even invited me along. Because I have a decent relationship with Dao friend Pang Jia, how could I do such a thing to him? Therefore, I simply left without hesitation. I've admired Benefactor Mo for a long time, so how could I liaise with others to deal with Dao friend Pang Jia? It was true that Yan Du was indeed unwilling to deal with Pang Jia, but it wasn't because he had a decent relationship with Pang Jia. The main reason was because he was fearful of Mo Wuji. In his eyes, his judgment was indeed right. How many years had it been? God King Dark Bodhi died at the hands of Mo Wuji and God King Yiming fled after a single exchange of attacks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1062, Heavenly Spirit Transformations. Chapter 1062, Heavenly Spirit Transformations. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji knew that this fat monk had always been very crafty, but he didn't doubt his words. According to the information he received, this fat monk was indeed not involved in the death of Pang Jia. Noticing that Mo Wuji didn't reveal any killing intent, Yan Du was inwardly pleased. Despite knowing that Mo Wuji might not be able to kill him even if Mo Wuji was a match for him, Yan Du was unwilling to form any feud with Mo Wuji. He simply took a step forward to whisper. Benefactor Mo, old man here does have an extremely important news to inform you. Benefactor Mo should have heard of the Forgotten Creek Dao School, right? The Forgotten Creek Dao School's genius disciple. Mo Wuji, who was initially listening to the words of God King Yan Du, suddenly flashed away as he headed towards the periphery of the chasm. God King Yan Du was in shock. He was intending to let Mo Wuji know that Chuyu had entered the God Burial Valley alone because of him. God King Yan Du didn't expect Mo Wuji to leave even before he could complete his sentence. When God King Yan Du saw where Mo Wuji was headed towards, he understood why Mo Wuji did that. An eye-striking golden color radiance, which shone brighter than the sun, was shot out of the chasm of laws. It appeared to be a pitch-black tree bark. The words carved onto the tree bark was something even his spiritual will was unable to discern clearly. Given God King Yan Du's experience, how could he not know that this tree bark was the most peak-grade sacred art? Evidently, Mo Wuji had gone over to fight for it. The pity was that God King Yan Du had seen it late, because otherwise, he would have been the first to head over there. At this moment, there were at least 5 God Kings and 10 world gods who had already darted towards the tree bark. Fat monk God King Yan Du's spiritual will might not be able to discern what was on that black tree bark, but Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will saw it clearly. 3 golden bright and dazzling words were suspended on the surface of black tree bark. Heavenly Spirit Transformations. As a person from Earth, Mo Wuji was naturally familiar with the Heavenly Spirit Transformations. By making sense of the name, there was a high possibility that this could contain the 36 transformations of Heavenly Spirit. Even if he learned how to call for the wind and rain, it was merely one type of the 36 Heavenly Spirits. In the legends of the Journey to the West, the Monkey King learnt the 72 metamorphoses while Zhubeiji learnt the 36 Heavenly Spirit Transformations. In Mo Wuji's eyes, the 36 Heavenly Spirit Transformations was the true transformation sacred art, while the 72 metamorphoses were only the smaller version of it. Similarly, Mo Wuji believed that the 36 Heavenly Spirit Transformations did not only refer to physical transformation. Zhubeiji was able to transform his physique, but he didn't make full use of his technique. This simply meant that Zhubeiji didn't have much gifts for cultivation and only learned a tiny bit of the true 36 Heavenly Spirit Transformations. On the other hand, Monkey King, Sun Wukong, studied the 72 metamorphoses so vividly and thoroughly that he managed to surpass Zhubeiji. Even so, that doesn't mean that the 72 metamorphoses were stronger than the 36 Heavenly Spirit Transformations. For example, Golden Light Rising, Stars Shifting Technique, reversed yin-yang, being to soldier transformation, wind and rain beckoning, heavenly reversal, fortune mediation, river to land transformation, etc. were all sacred arts belonging to the heavenly spirit transformation. And what were those belonging to the 72 metamorphoses? They were like mountain carrying, water termination, phantom path, fog spreading, borrowed wind, clear skies prayer, rain prayer, water indulgence, sun shielding and the other small arts. The heavenly spirit transformations had sacred arts like wind and rain beckoning and heavenly reversal, while the 72 metamorphoses only had powers like the clear skies prayer and rain prayer. The difference between these was simply immeasurable. Whether the legends were right, the heavenly spirit transformation was definitely much stronger than 72 metamorphoses. Ever since he started cultivation, Mo Wuji had encountered countless experts. However, he had never met a cultivator who could transform himself. At the very most, it was using a magic treasure, pills or other methods to change their appearance. If it really was a transformation sacred art, it would undoubtedly be one of the greatest peak-grade sacred art. Now that such a sacred art had appeared, Mo Wuji wouldn't let it go even if it meant that he had to go against a unity god. As for the Forgotten Creek Tao school which that fat monk was talking about, what has it got to do with him? Even though Mo Wuji's wind teleportation was at full force and just as he was about to grab hold of that tree bark, a light radiance had already wrapped around this black tree bark. This was by an expert in the God King stage level 2. Mo Wuji didn't show any mercy as he instantly extended his domain wildly and threw out a finger. The third finger of his seven-world finger, fortune. Koinyun's mention that Mo Wuji had cultivated his seven-world finger wrongly was completely disregarded by Mo Wuji. In Mo Wuji's eyes, his world finger would grow stronger when his own laws grew stronger. Making use of the laws of the outside world would indeed make it stronger, but its potential would also be limited. Presently, Mo Wuji had already stepped into the World God stage level 3. As he struck out his finger, an area with a radius of 10 feet was instantly turned into a large smelting furnace. All the cultivators within this space were like lumps of copper inside a smelting furnace as they started to melt. It wasn't just the fleshly body that was melting, because even the Tao spirituality of their sacred arts and laws of their domain were all melting within this finger. The remaining God Kings were still far apart as they didn't make it within the boundary of Mo Wuji's finger. They didn't know where Mo Wuji came from and how strong Mo Wuji actually was. Now that they had sensed the changes in the laws of space, an energy of extinction could be felt across the entire space, everyone started to slow down subconsciously. However, the expert in the God King stage level 2, who was enveloped by Mo Wuji, was not that fortunate. The seven-world finger, third finger, fortune. It instantly tore his domain apart as the energy of the large smelting furnace surged over. This God King could feel his own laws disintegrating rapidly, and he was no longer concerned about the tree bark sacred art. All that was in his head now was to escape. A silver river landed and the extremely long halberd radiance appeared to have cut open the entire void as it sealed up the God King's escape route. Boom! Even without the support of the domain, this God King suddenly brought out a red lash which was slowed down by Mo Wuji's half-moon-weighted halberd. The long lash was still able to forge out an endless shadow-broken chasm which defended himself against the winding river sacred art. The exploding God elemental energy was like a firework as it shot out in all four directions. Mo Wuji could feel the backblast of the strong God elemental energy as his chest tightened up and almost spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. AI. The half-moon-weighted halberd had yet to descend completely, but a blood fog was already formed. One of the arms of the God King was slashed apart from his shoulder by this halberd strike. In the next moment, this God King grabbed onto his decapitated arm before escaping immediately. As for the tree bark sacred art, he didn't even bother taking a last look at it. Mo Wuji didn't chase after him as he instantly sent the tree bark sacred art into his mortal world. If his cultivation was slightly higher or at the world god stage level 4, that God King could forget about escaping from his clutches already. Cultivation level was still his greatest shortcoming now. At the instant he landed on the ground, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel started to carve out hundreds of void runes, and in a short period of time, he had installed a grade 5 death trap array around him. If the heavenly spirit transformations was indeed the same as what he imagined, then it would simply be too ridiculously strong. Mo Wuji didn't dare to guarantee that nobody would come fight against him for it. Hand that item over or today shall be your death day. A gloomy voice could be heard by Mo Wuji, and a middle-aged man with a slightly green face landed in front of Mo Wuji. He had no idea that he had already stepped into the region of Mo Wuji's death trap array. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to size this man up and knew that he was at least in the God King stage level 7. If it was a head-on fight, Mo Wuji could only temporarily retreat against a God King stage level 7 expert. Even if he was stronger, he wouldn't be able to deal with a God King expert in the advanced stages. The difference between God King stage level 4, God King Yiming, and this green-face God King was simply too vast. Seeing how this green-face God King stood forward to stop Mo Wuji, a few other God Kings subconsciously took a few steps back. Not many people in the periphery of the God domain nest didn't know the god's race's Luo Huangsang. This green-faced cultivator was indeed the god's race's Luo Huangsang. Even though this man was in the God King stage level 7, he had never been fearful of facing a God King stage level 9 expert. In fact, he had even won on many occasions. Moreover, this man had a habit of always saying today shall be your death day before he picked a fight with someone. In the end, he was right every time he said this. Without any exception, it would always be his opponent's death day after the fight. Mo Wuji was still carving his death trap array. Given his current strength, unless an expert like Song Jingxing was here, no one else would be able to find out that he was using his spirit storage channel to carve these void runes. Name a price. Otherwise, you can forget about it. Mo Wuji replied faintly as he continued to carve his void runes. The grade 5 death trap array was about to become a grade 6 death trap array. Presently, he was stalling for time, and even if the opponent knew that he was doing this, he wouldn't be suspicious. In fact, he would allow him to stall for time just because he was a world god. A world god's items could be kept in his own world. Not everyone was like Koen Yun, who could break apart a world god's world. Hand that sacred art over and you can name your own price. Luo Huangsang oppressed the inner rage in his heart as he uttered out every word clearly. A faint golden sacred art in 10 peak grade god spiritual veins. What I meant was true peak grade god spiritual veins and not some high grade imitation like 100 high grade god spiritual veins put together. 10 billion high grade god crystals. Mo Wuji stopped talking as his grade 6 death trap array had been completed. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a God King stage level 7 expert under his own grade 6 death trap array. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1063, What kind of fart was Luo Huangsang? Chapter 1063, What kind of fart was Luo Huangsang? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. You have guts, but do you believe I will crush your bones into ashes and not take any of your items? Luo Huangsang could no longer control his killing intent and anger. He had never seen a world god as arrogant as Mo Wuji. Others might think that Mo Wuji was a god king, but he, Luo Huangsang, would never judge a person wrongly. Mo Wuji was definitely not a god king and must be a world god. At the very most, he would only be in the advanced world god stage. Your grandfather really doesn't believe. Now that his grade 6 god death trap array had been completed, why would Mo Wuji waste any more time? His half-moon weighted halberd had already turned into a crescent as it enveloped Luo Huangsang. Luo Huangsang was beyond furious when he saw that Mo Wuji took the initiative. You're courting death. A lightning hammer was drawn out. Following which, 5 earth-shattering blue lightning bolts, which were thicker than pails, flew towards Mo Wuji. Seeing the release of those lightning bolts, Mo Wuji was slightly depressed. If he knew that his opponent was a lightning cultivator, he might not even need to set up the death trap array. These 5 thick lightning bolts might be powerful, but it was still short when compared to his world god's lightning tribulation. It wasn't just the power of the lightning bolts but also the poorer laws of heaven and earth within the lightning bolts. Now that Mo Wuji had set up the death trap array, he would definitely use it. Within seconds, he had ignited the death trap array and sent out a finger. 7 world finger, world of man. Noticing how Mo Wuji didn't even bother defending against his 5 lightning bolts, Luo Huangsang sneered coldly. His 5 lightning bolts were something even an advanced God King expert, who didn't defend against it, would suffer severe injuries from. Following which, all he needed to do was to land the finishing blow. Mo Wuji was merely a world god and he dared to go against his lightning bolts without protection. Boom 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 boom. 5 consecutive lightning bolts struck against Mo Wuji and one of them even landed on Mo Wuji's head. On the surface, Mo Wuji appeared to have exploded into a blood fog and sounds of cracking bones could be heard. However, the truth was that Mo Wuji didn't even slow down his movement. His 1-finger sacred art was ignited. Luo Huangsang was dumbfounded at what kind of sacred art this was. Mo Wuji didn't even use any defensive magic treasure and was able to block off his 5 lightning bolts? One must know that this sacred art of his was able to control all domains, and regardless of what domain, the 5 lightning bolts would be able to destroy it immediately. Others might think that the lightning bolts worked against Mo Wuji, but he knew clearly that his 5 lightning bolts didn't even hurt him. Before Luo Huangsang could continue looking for a reason, the laws of heaven and earth started to change. Luo Huangsang instantly felt like he was living in an ordinary mortal world. Mo Wuji was the dictator of that world, and if Mo Wuji wanted him dead, death was his only option. If Mo Wuji didn't want him dead, all he could do was to grow old and die. Hurry up and retreat. Despite knowing that this sacred art of Mo Wuji was at most an intent-level sacred art and was unable to cause any threat to his life, Luo Huangsang wasn't willing to be trapped within Mo Wuji's sacred art. He didn't like the idea that Mo Wuji could attack him as freely as he wished. Luo Huangsang raised his hands and managed to tear Mo Wuji's sacred art world apart. In the very next moment, the space around him started turning viscous as if many formless ropes were restraining him. Luo Huangsang was cursing in his heart because, being a well-experienced cultivator with killing array, how could he not know what was going on? At this moment, he would be a total idiot if he didn't realize that he was trapped in an invisible death trap array. The main purpose of Mo Wuji's grade 6 god death trap array was indeed to trap Luo Huangsang. He had merely added a few killing radiances because he was too lazy to form more. This was because he knew that he was still unable to set up killing strikes in a death trap array capable of killing of a god king. To Mo Wuji, these were no longer important. As long as he was able to trap Luo Huangsang temporarily, he considered himself to have succeeded. Dao friend, please stop. I, Luo Huangsang, agree to your conditions. Luo Huangsang called out anxiously as a flame started burning in his sea of consciousness. Even if he were to lose his consciousness, he mustn't fall here. Kakaka. Mo Wuji's grade 6 god death trap array was carved out by his spirit storage channel hurriedly. To an expert like Luo Huangsang, his death trap god array was simply too weak. Indeed, when Luo Huangsang started burning his Dao spirituality, the death trap god array started to tear apart. Since the opponent had been trapped by his own death trap array, why would Mo Wuji let him leave so easily? He charged directly towards Luo Huangsang as he struck out a fist, the domain-crushing fist. The originally stunned Luo Huangsang's domain was destroyed inches by inches under Mo Wuji's fist. Kacha. The fleshly body was torn apart as sounds of his bones exploding could be heard. The initially struggling Luo Huangsang had stopped completely. The world of man of his 7-world finger managed to trap Luo Huangsang's mind in once more. In one move, Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd had struck towards Luo Huangsang. Mo Wuji knew that mercy must not be shown when going up against an expert like Luo Huangsang. Just like the final radiance of a setting sun, Luo Huangsang seemed to be woken up by the moments before death as he hurried to call out. I am the elder of the gods' race with the gods' race's direct descendant blood. You are not to touch me, otherwise, you will be entirely destroyed by the gods' race. Mo Wuji chuckled coldly. I dared to kill the unity god of the gods' race, so why would I care about a small fart like you? What? God Lord Huanji was killed by you? Luo Huangsang seemed to have woke up abruptly as he muttered to himself. Wrong, completely wrong. His eyes were filled with regrets. If he knew that God Lord Huanji was killed by this ant in front of him, the gods' race would not have changed their plan to seek temporal peace with the god domain. As for how Mo Wuji killed Huanji, it must have been through death trap array, just like how Mo Wuji dealt with him. AI. Blood fog exploded and Luo Huangsang was turned into nothingness. Just like Mo Wuji's prediction, he didn't notice where the other party's world was, and Mo Wuji wasn't concerned anyway. He wasn't Kuan Yun, so it was perfectly normal if he couldn't find the other party's world. After things had calmed down, none of the other god kings dared to charge towards Mo Wuji anymore. Who wasn't aware of Luo Huangsang's strength? An expert like that didn't even last half an incense worth of time in front of Mo Wuji. Everyone witnessed how Mo Wuji trapped Luo Huangsang and finished him off with a finger, a fist, and one halberd strike. This was considering the fact that Luo Huangsang did attack Mo Wuji. However, his 5 lightning bolts felt nothing more than an inch as it struck against Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji's cultivation level wasn't much higher than Luo Huangsang, the only possibility of this happening was that Mo Wuji was a sage physique expert. Were there any sage physique experts in the god domain? If Mo Wuji was truly a sage physique expert, even a unity god might not be able to do much about Mo Wuji. At the very most, he would be able to attack and scare Mo Wuji away, but would definitely not be able to finish Mo Wuji off. God King Yiming, who watched from afar how Mo Wuji got rid of Luo Huangsang, shivered as he instantly ignited his escape talisman before Mo Wuji could look over his direction. In seconds, he disappeared without a trace. As for finding Mo Wuji for revenge, he would certainly not commit such foolish act. He was certain that even if he combined hands with God King Salt Pavilion, they wouldn't be a match for that Luo Huangsang. After seeing how easy it was for Mo Wuji to get rid of Luo Huangsang, why would he, Yiming, still find Mo Wuji for revenge? If God King Yiming still harbored any thoughts of this, it would only end up in endless regrets. Back then, when they got rid of Pang Jia, he didn't even receive any treasure or any rewards. Just like that, he formed an undeniable feud with a person like Mo Wuji. One could imagine that as long as Mo Wuji was still alive, he, Yiming, would have to live in the dark forever. If he had received or obtained any rewards or benefits back then, it would still sound reasonable that he was chased after by someone. Ironically, he didn't even get anything and had offended such a powerful enemy. Mo Wuji spotted God King Yiming's escape, but he didn't chase after him. He was well aware that he managed to kill this god's race's God King level 7 expert not because he was much stronger than his opponent. It was because he was a grade 7 god array expert and also possessed a method of using void runes to set up a death trap array. Otherwise, even if he wasn't fearful of a lightning cultivator expert like Luo Huangsang, he wouldn't be able to finish him off. Even so, not every god king was the same as Luo Huangsang. Not every god king wanted the items on him and even waited for him to finish setting up his god array. God King Yiming wasn't the only one who ran away. The fat monk god King Yendu, who was initially planning to pay Mo Wuji some greetings, had also sneaked away. He wanted to form a relationship with Mo Wuji previously because even though he was convinced that Mo Wuji was strong, he thought that Mo Wuji would still not be able to do anything to him. Now that Mo Wuji had killed God King stage level 7 Luo Huangsang so casually, God King Yendu lost his guts. The chasm of laws had stopped shooting out all sorts of techniques and magic treasures. Even though the ground was killed with bloodstains and murdered cultivators, the crowd of cultivators, who noticed Mo Wuji walking over, subconsciously took a few steps back to path away for him. Mo Wuji walked over to the periphery of the chasm, and at this moment, he could clearly feel the energy of the laws. The god's spiritual energy wouldn't be any weaker than the primal spiritual eye in the leafless forest. The only difference was that the god's spiritual energy here was not stable. In a place like this, it wasn't suitable for him to cultivate. This chasm had widened to over 100 feet and kept expanding towards the periphery of the leafless forest, which remained unaffected. Any cultivator wishing to cross over didn't dare to fly across the chasm, as they made a detour around the leafless forest instead. Just when Mo Wuji wanted to wave towards Wei Ru, Shuaiguo and De Huang to come over to have a sense of the energy of creation, a short man gradually walked towards Mo Wuji. He walked very slowly, but in a few steps, he was in front of Mo Wuji. Sensing this man's killing intent, Mo Wuji hurried to carve his void runes. However, when he started to carve out his first void rune, this man raised his hand and destroyed the void runes which he tried to carve. Following which, he looked at Mo Wuji coldly before speaking. "Are you Mo Wuji? The Mo Wuji who killed Luo Huangsang of my god's race?" The space around them seemed to have turned cold as it soaked Mo Wuji in it. A deathly threat was felt in the bottom of Mo Wuji's heart. He had a premonition that if he wanted to escape from the hands of this man, there would be a huge price to pay. What kind of fart was Luo Huangsang? Your old man here even killed the god's race's unity god level 2 expert in the leafless forest. Koan Yun's arrogant voice could be heard, and Mo Wuji's ice-cold body finally felt some warmth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1064, Koan Yun's Pot. Chapter 1064, Koan Yun's Pot. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Koan Yun's Pot. God race's Huan Ji was killed by this person? The short man turned around as he looked at Koan Yun astonishingly. "Scram or I will not spare your life." Koan Yun was like a rogue as he shouted once more. When he said this, the spatial laws surrounding them started to change abruptly. A space which did not belong to this place was instantly felt by the short man. His face turned pale immediately, because what did it signify if someone's laws were much higher than the space around them? This would mean that the other party had surpassed a unity god expert. Before he could continue thinking, a suffocating deathly energy enveloped him. This short expert didn't even dare to utter a word as he turned and left without a trace. He was certain that if he didn't leave any moment now, this fella carrying a pot really wouldn't spare his life. Mo Wuji didn't find it odd as he saw how that short cultivator left so hurriedly. Earlier, Koan Yun used his own Tao spirituality to oppress God world's laws of the heaven and earth. If the opponent wasn't an idiot, he would definitely run away. How was it? "Your old brother, I, helped you again." When this unity god of God race had left, Koan Yun smirked at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji understood those eyes of Koan Yun as it meant that Mo Wuji had owed him yet another favor. However, Mo Wuji was staring at the iron pot on Koan Yun's back instead. Previously, Koan Yun was carrying a corroded and stained monk's spade. After a short period of absence, he came back with an iron pot. "Old brother Koan Yun, even if that fella acted against me, I would be able to escape on my own. You have to admit this, right?" Mo Wuji was certain that he mustn't appear as though he owed him yet another huge favor. Otherwise, this fellow would definitely cross the line and suggest even more unreasonable requests. Koan Yun laughed. "I know, that was why I've said that I've helped you, not rescued you." Koan Yun was aware of Mo Wuji's capabilities and that even that unity god expert might not have been able to kill Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji chuckled. "I am thinking if that fellow wasn't threatened by you, you would be in deep trouble." Koan Yun spoke casually. "Wrong, if he really dared to stay, I will kill him instantly. Don't think that I'm merely threatening him." Looking at how serious Koan Yun was when speaking, Mo Wuji started to doubt his own guess. Was this fella really capable of killing a unity god now? Noticing the slightly shocked Mo Wuji, Koan Yun went up to pat him. Old brother Wuji, I am slightly apologetic. I didn't know that this place would leak so many heaven and earth treasures and resulted in you being unprepared. Koan Yun might be an experienced man, but he wasn't a figure of creation. Therefore, he was truly clueless that this place would produce so many treasures at a time like this. Mo Wuji simply replied, "It's okay because my rewards were pretty decent and I have gotten what I should have gotten." But old brother Koan Yun, why did your monk's spade become an iron pot so suddenly? Could it be that you're going to beg others for rice? While speaking, Mo Wuji intentionally walked to Koan Yun's back as he knocked on Koan Yun's iron pot. Koan Yun replied proudly, "Please don't underestimate my pot. Initially, I thought I needed to spend a lot of effort to borrow it, but I didn't expect myself to be able to borrow it so easily." Koan Yun was only focused on speaking as he didn't notice how dumbfounded Mo Wuji was. In a single knock of the pot, he felt a grand energy almost similar to his furnace of the heaven and earth. Could this pot of Koan Yun be like his furnace of the heaven and earth? Belonging to the class of treasures of fortune which couldn't be compared to, What treasure is this? Mo Wuji asked curiously. Koan Yun had spent quite a long period of time together, so he knew that Mo Wuji didn't have a mentor. Naturally, he would be clueless about a lot of things. Presently, Mo Wuji asked and he merely waved his hand. "You wouldn't know even if I told you about it. Anyway, you will know of its use when the laws of God world start to restore." Mo Wuji answered faintly, "Big brother Koan Yun, you're not being kind and honest this way. Given your lofty character, you will definitely not carry a pot on your back and let others look down on you. If I were to guess, it should be because you cannot keep this pot in your world, right? Just like your previous corroded and stained monk's spade, but..." "Ah, old brother Wuji, you are pretty knowledgeable to know that this is a Xiantian treasure?" Koan Yun exclaimed. Mo Wuji chuckled coldly, "Don't look down on me just because I am from the rural areas. Xiantian treasures? I have at least hundreds of Xiantian treasures with me. If yours is a Xiantian treasure, I will swallow it myself." As for the hundreds of Xiantian treasures, Koan Yun neglected it completely. Even the Lord of Fortune wouldn't have that many Xiantian treasures. Instead, he was astonished that Mo Wuji was able to tell that his pot wasn't a Xiantian treasure. "Old brother Wuji, you really recognize my pot?" Mo Wuji acted as though he had seen such a pot before as he replied, "Isn't this a supreme treasure of fortune? You make it seem like you're carrying billions of dollars." Koan Yun jumped as he pointed at Mo Wuji in disbelief, "You really do know?" Koan Yun was in disbelief because there shouldn't be a lot of people who knew about treasures of fortune. How could Mo Wuji know about it? What he didn't know was that many disciples of the big sects in God domain knew that there was a supreme treasure of fortune called furnace of the heaven and earth in God domain itself. However, nobody knew where it was. "Spill it out then. You've spent over 10 years and could even forego our friendship just for this pot. What is the use of this pot?" Mo Wuji took a step forward to glare at Koan Yun. Koan Yun chuckled yet again, "It is just for some defensive purposes." If Mo Wuji believed Koan Yun's words, he would have been sold off by Koan Yun. Koan Yun spent over 10 years just to bring back a pot with some defensive purposes? Koan Yun, you're being too dishonest with me. You got me to establish a sect to gather fate and you went to get this pot? Could it be to gather fate too? Mo Wuji replied coldly. "How did you know?" Koan Yun asked shockingly. Mo Wuji looked at Koan Yun disdainfully, "Others might not know, but how could I not know? Back then, you didn't even want your old face just for the sake of my immortal world's fate. You would even go so far into hiding in your own sea of consciousness for countless of years. If this trip of yours to obtain this pot wasn't to gather fate, I, Mo Wuji, would have misjudged you and would apologize to you immediately." Koan Yun revealed an awkward expression, "That is quite some thought." Following which, he spoke in a high-pitched voice sounding like he was hurt, "Old brother Wuji, I am not lying to you. You've established mortal sect and you would be gathering great fate in the future. It would definitely not be any lesser than mine. Mo Wuji finally understood. Even though you said it wouldn't be lesser than yours, what if it was lesser eventually? How about this? I shall go and find a supreme treasure of fortune for myself. I will not fall behind you in terms of collecting such items. What was the use of fate? In Mo Wuji's mind, he was still confused. To him, it could be said as good luck or fortune. Now that he had seen how much emphasis and importance Kuan Yin placed on gathering fate, Mo Wuji knew that fate was definitely not something simple. Gathering more of such items would certainly be better, and being dependent on the sect to gather fate would depend on the heavens. If the heavenly Tao felt that your sect was a grand Tao of the heaven and earth, your sect would receive more fate. The feeling of leaving your fate in someone else's hands was something Mo Wuji hated. He also had a supreme treasure of fortune in furnace of heaven and earth. Xiantian treasures cannot contain treasures of fortune, but his mortal world was capable of doing so. He had made his decision to control his own furnace of heaven and earth when the fate appeared in God World's restoration. He wanted to let his furnace of heaven and earth gather God World's fate. Ha 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 ha. Kuan Yin pointed at Mo Wuji and started laughing hysterically. You really think such items are there for you to find just because you said so? Old brother Wuji, listen to your older brother and install a defensive array here. When God World is restored, you would save your effort and not waste time running around. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered with Kuan Yin. Just when he was about to leave, two people landed in front of Mo Wuji. May I ask if you are Dao friend Mo? This should be the senior who killed God Race's Huan Ji, right? The one speaking was a good-looking middle-aged man with long black hair. This most striking part of him was his purple beard. Behind this good-looking man was an average-built man. Kuan Yin's eyes swept across the two people as he said faintly, "Report your name." "Yes, I am God King Blazing Heaven of God Domain's Blazing Heaven Palace. This is God King Clear Rise." The middle-aged man spoke respectfully to Kuan Yin. He was indeed respectful because someone spotted how Kuan Yin shouted and scared off the number 1 Unity God expert of God Race, Unity God Level 4 Bai Dai. In front of Bai Dai, this man actually shouted that he was the one who killed God Race's Unity God Huan Ji. In the end, Bai Dai didn't even let out a fart as he left instantly. One must know that the reason why God Race gave up on their attack on God Domain was because God Race suspected that Huan Ji was killed by a new Unity God of God Domain. Now that the Unity God expert, who killed Huan Ji, was standing right here, Blazing Heaven came over to greet him as soon as he could. "I have no interest in knowing you, so move to one side. Don't interrupt my conversation with my brother." Kuan Yin acted as though he was chasing a bedbug away as he simply waved his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1065, I don't have any of these. Chapter 1065, I don't have any of these. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Blazing Heaven didn't dare to show any sort of dissatisfaction as he continued to reply respectfully. "Senior, my trip here is to look for Dao friend Mo Wuji. I have a few cultivation resources which I want to gift them to Dao friend Mo concurrently. I want to thank Senior on behalf of the God Domain for killing that Unity God of the God's race and for saving the life force of the God Domain." Even though Mo Wuji's seniority and cultivation level were both far below God King Blazing Heaven and God King Clear Rise, God King Blazing Heaven didn't dare to show any form of disrespect because Kuan Yin addressed Mo Wuji as his brother. Kuan Yin coughed awkwardly because he thought that these two fellas were here to bootlick him. Who knew that they were actually here to bootlick Mo Wuji? Mo Wuji said faintly, "I wouldn't dare to accept Dao friend Blazing Heaven's cultivation resources. I'm afraid that if I'm not cautious, I might be chased into the Nirvana ocean of extinction again." God King Blazing Heaven was stunned because he knew that Mo Wuji was being sarcastic with him. However, he didn't think that Mo Wuji really escaped into the Nirvana ocean of extinction. After entering the Nirvana ocean, how did Mo Wuji survive there? Very soon, Blazing Heaven regained his composure. If Mo Wuji was an ordinary cultivator, would there be a need for him to come over personally to gift Mo Wuji cultivation resources? If Mo Wuji was an ordinary cultivator, would he be able to gift the primal god lattice to others? God King Clear Rise, who was standing by the side, hurried to add in. Wuji, you've truly mistaken Brother Blazing Heaven. Blazing Heaven had always held responsibility for the god domain and was even willing to sacrifice his own life for the god domain. Back then, Blazing Heaven wanted to look for you only because he wanted to gain some cultivation insights from you so that he could step into the Unity God stage. He had truly had no personal interests in this matter or any intention to hurt you. Mo Wuji waved his hand. Now I know, so I wouldn't hold any more grudges with the few of you anymore. In the future, we shall walk our own paths. Mo Wuji had no bad impression about God King Clear Rise because he had heard from others that he was a decent God King with a good sense of justice. However, God King Blazing Heaven's pursuit many years ago made him very unhappy. One must know that he was the true victim at that point in time. God King Blazing Heaven didn't punish the vicious hands of God King Yiming and God King Salt Pavilion who destroyed the heavenly mortal sect without mercy. Instead, he turned to go against a weakling like himself, and that made Mo Wuji lose all respect for God King Blazing Heaven. Just because he was not calculative, it didn't mean that he would comply. Kuan Yun chuckled. Old brother Wuji, I think you can accept Blazing Heaven's good intention. It wouldn't hurt you even if you accept some cultivation resources. Having said that, he transmitted a message to Mo Wuji. This fella must have predicted your bright future and is intending to use all cultivation resources on you. He probably wants to help you enter the Unity God stage before asking you to help the God domains fight against the God's race. And you do know what is about to happen in the God world, so he. Mo Wuji was clear of Koan Yun's meaning. He knew that since Blazing Heaven was offering these resources to help him, it would be a waste if he had rejected them. The God world was about to restore its equilibrium. Even if cultivators of the God's race were to look down on other races, they wouldn't come together to deal with the human race anymore. When the laws of the God world were restored, everyone would be busy cultivating, so who would have time to fight and kill? Mo Wuji wasn't as thick-skinned as Koan Yun. In his subconscious, accepting the gifts of others would mean that he would have to work for them. Mo Wuji never had the intention to protect the God world, so he wouldn't want to accept a few items and be forced to put his life on the line for the God world. God King Blazing Heaven spoke with a straight face. Dao friend Mo, I know that your aptitude must be really good and you're also a man with great fortune. I only hope that I can gift these resources accumulated by the God domain for many years to you. In the future, if you can help the God domain once, I would greatly appreciate it. If you're really unable to help, feel free to leave and there is no need for you to explain yourself. Sensing God King Blazing Heaven's extremely sincere words and attitude, Mo Wuji started to believe that the words of God King Clear Rise was true. God King Blazing Heaven might really be a person who was willing to sacrifice his life just for the God domain. Because of the sincerity of God King Blazing Heaven, Mo Wuji grew slightly more respectful towards him. He clasped his fists. God King Blazing Heaven, God King Clear Rise. I know that since both of you have come to me personally, the items must not be of little value in quantity. I have my own principles, so if I see that the God world is in any form of danger in the future, and it is within my means, I will definitely reach out a helping hand. If I don't have such an opportunity, I could only apologize to you now. Regardless of the case, I wouldn't want the large amount of cultivation resources. The only thing I'm lacking now is time, so if the two of you have nothing else, we shall bid our goodbyes now. Mo Wuji believed in karma. If he took the items gifted by God King Blazing Heaven and ended up not being able to help, it wouldn't do his grand Dao any good. Moreover, he wouldn't be keeping to his principle by doing so. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, God King Blazing Heaven was even more certain of his judgment. If it was any other cultivators who had heard him say that there was no obligations for them to help, they would have accepted the offer without hesitation. Who would react like Mo Wuji did? In fact, he didn't even notice that Mo Wuji mentioned God world instead of just the God domain. My old brother has such high moral principles. The pity was that I don't have any of that. Kuan Yin chuckled. However, he understood Mo Wuji's thought process. A greedy person would certainly not be able to reach the high levels like Mo Wuji did. God King Blazing Heaven revealed eyes of disappointment as he took out a jade container for Mo Wuji. Back then, I was at fault. I don't have many good items, but since you mentioned that you lack time, I do have a time talisman here. Even though it couldn't be used for cultivation, it should be enough for you to use it to forge equipments, concoct pills, or gain some knowledge. Time talisman? Mo Wuji subconsciously received that jade container to open up. Time transformation talisman? Koin Yun exclaimed. What is a time transformation talisman? Mo Wuji looked at Koin Yun doubtfully. Koin Yun exclaimed. This item is very hard to forge, or at least even I am unable to forge it. Only a person who had extreme understanding of the laws of time would be able to forge such a talisman. After you activated this talisman, time within it will flow for 100 years, while the time in the real world would only be very short. As for the specific time, it would depend on the grade of the talisman. Looking at this talisman, I predict that the time in the real world wouldn't be more than a year. Mo Wuji was instantly surprised because a talisman like this was a timely help. Koen Yun laughed coldly. Don't be too happy so early just because this item sounds useful. You wouldn't be able to cultivate with this item, and don't listen to how this fella mentioned that you can use the time to learn pills or smithing. There was a lack of laws within this talisman, and other than some extra monotonous time, there was basically nothing else. Hearing Koen Yun's words, God King Blazing Heaven appeared slightly awkward. This talisman was indeed very impressive, but just like what Koen Yun said, it only appeared very useful. He did mention that one could forge equipment inside, but it was only very low-grade equipment. This was because the laws inside were not complete, thus being unable to forge any high-grade pills or equipment. Mo Wuji didn't bother about Koen Yun's words as he kept the jade container as he clasped his fists towards God King Blazing Heaven. Many thanks, God King Blazing Heaven, this talisman is of use to me. I have something to let the two of you know as well. There is no need to protect the God domain anymore. The God world is about to restore, and that would be the time both of you could step into the Unity God stage. As long as preparations were apt, you would definitely be able to advance further. Mo Wuji didn't wish to owe any favors, so he gifted God King Blazing Heaven the words of Koen Yun. Koen Yun grunted as he spoke ungratefully. Old brother Wuji, even if you want to use my news as a return of your favor, shouldn't you do it behind my back? Aren't you a little too casual to do it right in front of me? Mo Wuji chuckled. Old brother Koen Yun, I want to head off to borrow something. I shall leave now, goodbye. Having said that, Mo Wuji didn't bother about Koen Yun as he left in a flash with his wind teleportation. Wei Ru, De Huan, and Shuaiguo were all here gaining insights to the laws, so there was nothing for him to worry about. Koen Yun shook his head speechlessly. Did Mo Wuji really think that supreme treasures of fortune were something off the streets? Without even bidding goodbye, Koen Yun turned and left. Brother Blazing Heaven, what did Mo Wuji mean by those words? God King Clear Rise looked at God King Blazing Heaven with a confused expression. God King Blazing Heaven suddenly turned to the massive chasm as he looked at it in disbelief. Dao Friend Clear Rise, previously whenever the God domain nest incubated, it was like a new creation with all sorts of clear laws. However, the time period of those were simply too short. Could this chasm be the same as the God domain nest's incubation? Could it produce supreme laws of the heaven and earth? And even restore the God world? God King Blazing Heaven wouldn't be blamed for such thoughts because Mo Wuji did say that when the God world was restored, they would be able to step into the unity God stage. If it wasn't this chasm, he really couldn't think of any other reason why the God world would restore itself. Mo Wuji knew that senior with indiscernible cultivation. Perhaps he was saying, God King Clear Rise didn't continue as God King Blazing Heaven had understood what he meant. That fella Mo Wuji called Koen Yun, didn't Mo Wuji say that he was using his news as a favor, that once they understood this, neither God King Blazing Heaven nor God King Clear Rise had the heart to continue staying here as they left in a hurry. If Mo Wuji was right and the God world was about to restore, they must indeed make their preparations to step into the Unity God stage. After Mo Wuji greeted Wei Ru, De Huang, and Shui Guai, he teleported into the leafless forest. He was desperate for time and he needed to control his furnace of heaven and earth as soon as possible. He had an advantage over Koen Yun, and that was the fact that he could keep his furnace of the heaven and earth as and when he wished into his mortal world. Presently, the mortal world had a radius of over 500,000 kilometers and had turned into the embryonic form of a world. All sorts of laws were continuing to condense as time passed. Mo Wuji no longer had the mood to care about this as he landed beside the furnace of the heaven and earth with his time transformation talisman. Indeed, a space was formed, but unfortunately, the laws within this space was simply too weak and monotonous. Even Mo Wuji could tell that the cultivation level of this person who forged this talisman was not very high. After Mo Wuji had completely absorbed the pill energy of the furnace of the heaven and earth, Mo Wuji came forward to refine this furnace fearlessly. Otherwise, he would look like a joke if he took out a massive furnace like this to gather fate. It was still blurry within the furnace of the heaven and earth. To speed up the refining of the laws within the furnace of the heaven and earth, Mo Wuji spat out a few drops of blood. Dao insights were seeped into the furnace by Mo Wuji, and then Mo Wuji started his spiritual circulations intensely. He started to form a connection with the furnace of the heaven and earth while starting to refine all laws and restrictions within the furnace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1066, Dao Friend Mo please stop. Chapter 1066, Dao Friend Mo please stop. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. 10 years had passed and Mo Wuji hadn't even touched the periphery of the furnace of the heaven and earth. Despite using his full force to refine this furnace, he was simply too weak and unable to discern the laws of this furnace. Mo Wuji knew that a treasure like this would be impossible to refine with his current strength. His own hope was to be able to turn this towering furnace smaller. Within this time transformation talisman, he had 100 years to squander. Mo Wuji didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to shrink this furnace, even by a little, within 100 years. 20 years, 30 years. After 70 years had passed, Mo Wuji heard a faint bang sound coming from within the furnace. It seemed like he had touched the heart of the furnace of the heaven and earth. Boom! A majestic energy surged towards Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel and vitality channel managed to recover his sea of consciousness rapidly. Even when Mo Wuji was inwardly fearful, he didn't retract his own spiritual will. His spiritual will used 70 years to seep into the furnace of the heaven and earth and had yet to reap any rewards from it. If he were to do it again, who knows how long he would need to spend. It was fortunate that he didn't have any primordial spirit, because if he did have, the previous instance would have destroyed his primordial spirit. This time, Mo Wuji grew cautious. Indeed, he had experienced the first restriction of the furnace of the heaven and earth. No, it shouldn't be called a restriction. It was more like an obstruction in his mind which was caused him to be unable to proceed any further. At the thought of how he didn't know when the God world was about to restore, Mo Wuji couldn't care about anything else as he shot out a few spiritual will arrows. In the next moment, he directly formed a true connection with the furnace. The spiritual circulations formed by his meridians were sent into the furnace of the heaven and earth fearlessly. While Mo Wuji was unable to continue refining the furnace, he was able to feel the vast energy within the furnace. This energy surpassed the primal energy of the cosmos, and it seemed to bring along a Tao spirituality similar to that of the breath of Hongmeng. Mo Wuji cautiously controlled his spiritual will as he desperately wanted to merge with the furnace. As time passed by, the word furnace appeared in Mo Wuji's will. The furnace of the heaven and earth became smaller following Mo Wuji's will, and he was elated. Even though the process of refining the furnace had just begun, he knew that at least he could shrink the furnace. The furnace as tall as 100,000 Chinese foot, soon became 10,000 Chinese foot, 1,000 Chinese foot, 100 Chinese foot. When his furnace had shrunk to become 3 Chinese foot, it was no longer able to shrink any further. Mo Wuji knew that this should be the most he could do with his current strength. Even though a meter-tall furnace was still huge, it was much better than one of 100,000 Chinese foot. However, he wouldn't bring this furnace out casually. Mo Wuji brought over a lightning soulstone from his mortal world. This lightning soulstone was obtained from the oblique space sea island and had never been of use until today. Piles of lightning soulstones were refined by Mo Wuji before being thrown behind the furnace. Fate restrictions were carved onto the lightning soulstones by Mo Wuji. After multiple months, an ocean bowl with a diameter of 5 meters appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Even though the external ocean bowl was big, the space inside was ordinarily small. Koan Yun used a pot, so he shall turn his furnace into a bowl. This bowl was wrapped around by piles of lightning soulstones because he was unable to shrink the furnace any smaller. The lightning soulstones were carved with a pile of grade 7 God restriction as they were made into a bowl with a diameter of 5 meters. The furnace of the heaven and earth's energy of fortune couldn't be captured as easily as one of a Xiantian treasure. In addition to Mo Wuji's grade 7 God arrays, even a unity God might not be able to tell that this was the furnace of the heaven and earth. As for Koan Yun, Mo Wuji had made his decision to never let that fella touch his bowl. The time transformation talisman had been ignited once, so even if the time was not up, there was no longer any use to it. Mo Wuji didn't feel that it was a waste because such things were truly only for show unless you had a use for it. After packing up his items, Mo Wuji carried this 5 meters wide ocean bowl on his back as he hurried out of the leafless forest. In his eyes, the God world will be restored within these few years. He had to find a place where it would be the most suitable for his bowl. The moment Mo Wuji left the leafless forest, he sensed that something was amiss. Initially, the chasm which was on the periphery of the leafless forest had seeped into the leafless forest. Moreover, the chasm had expanded to over thousands of Chinese foot, and cultivators on both sides were no longer able to cross over. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will and instantly managed to detect De Huang and Shuaiguo's location. To his delight was that even before the restoration of the God world, De Huang had stepped into the God monarch stage. Standing opposite De Huang and Shuaiguo was a young woman, whom Mo Wuji surprisingly knew. "My lord, this woman insisted that we follow her." The moment Mo Wuji landed, Shuaiguo hurried over to speak. Seeing Mo Wuji, Wei Ru and De Huang both stood behind Mo Wuji. "Mo Wuji, you are indeed capable, aren't you? Back then, you are merely an ant in the immortal emperor stage, and now even a god king couldn't do anything to you?" The woman saw Mo Wuji and her eyes appeared as though flames were going to shoot out at him. She was referring to the lack of outcome when god kings chased after Mo Wuji many years ago. As for the fact that Mo Wuji had killed a god king, she had no idea. Mo Wuji recognized this woman as the woman who wanted the immortal world's fate back then, Yuzhina. Yuzhina was full of hatred towards Mo Wuji, not only because Mo Wuji returned the entire immortal world's fate back to the immortal world without leaving any for it. More importantly, she had heard from her father that Mo Wuji was the murderer who killed her brother, Yuzhiner. What she didn't know was that this was simply an excuse made up by God King Lone Cauldron in his attempt to capture Mo Wuji and obtain the treasures from him. However, even God King Lone Cauldron didn't expect that his son, Yuzhiner, was really killed by Mo Wuji. Either way, Yuzhina was convinced that her father's prediction was right. If Mo Wuji had just arrived at the god domain and met this woman, he would naturally run as far away as possible. However, Mo Wuji had even killed a God King level 7 expert, so why would he fear a puny Yuzhina? You are merely an elementary god monarch cultivator, so why are you being so arrogant here? Mo Wuji chuckled coldly. Scram, otherwise, I will be calculative with the immortal world issue back then. My father is about to arrive and I do want to see what methods you have. Yuzhina replied disdainfully. Mo Wuji was shocked as he hurried to carve the void runes. In a short period of time, Mo Wuji carved out a grade 5 god death trap array. At this moment, a black-robed man landed not too far away from Mo Wuji. In one look, Mo Wuji was able to tell that this person was an expert in the advanced God King stage. Mo Wuji guessed that he should be God King Lone Cauldron. Are you Mo Wuji? The person who arrived was indeed God King Lone Cauldron, you ding. In actual fact, he was just like Mo Wuji as he had just come out from the leafless forest. After being in secluded cultivation in the leafless forest, his cultivation level was in the God King stage level 8. As for the fact that Mo Wuji killed God King Luo Huangsang of the God's race and scared off Unity God Bai Dai with Koan Yun, he had no idea that it happened. If he knew, he wouldn't have landed in front of Mo Wuji so arrogantly. Father, he is indeed Mo Wuji, the person who killed brother. Yuzhin now replied on behalf of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji wasn't particularly too surprised but was only slightly suspicious. He knew why Yuzhin mentioned that he had killed her brother. Back in the immortal world, he did kill a brown-haired youth who looked 70% like Yuzhin. That should be the brother she was talking about. What he was suspicious about was how he had forced out the spiritual will imprint on himself. On the first time he met Yuzhin didn't realize or notice it. Why was it that during his second meeting with her, she noticed it? Since you've killed my son, Jinner, die for me. God King Lone Cauldron grunted as he reached out his hand to grab Mo Wuji. His killing intent towards Mo Wuji was entirely because of the treasures on Mo Wuji. As for the death of his son, Jinner, he didn't think that Mo Wuji was the one who killed him. Mo Wuji had just completed his grade 6 god death trap array. Now that God King Lone Cauldron was about to attack, why would he show any mercy? Dao friend Lone Cauldron, please stop. In the very next moment, God King Clear Rise shouted as he landed in front of the few of them. God King Lone Cauldron looked at God King Clear Rise with furrowed brows because he was also one of the 10 great God Kings who had a good relationship with God King Blazing Heaven. Even if he had great improvement in his strength, there was no need for God King Lone Cauldron to fear him. The one God King Lone Cauldron would be worried about was God King Blazing Heaven. Dao friend Mo. Seeing that God King Lone Cauldron had stopped, God King Clear Rise heaved a sigh of relief as he greeted Mo Wuji first. As for the huge bowl on Mo Wuji's back, God King Clear Rise didn't pay much attention to it. If Koan Yun and Mo Wuji addressed themselves to be brothers, Koan Yun carried a pot, so it didn't seem extraordinary that Mo Wuji was carrying a bowl himself. Looking at how respectful God King Clear Rise was to Mo Wuji, God King Lone Cauldron was increasingly shocked. God King Clear Rise was still worried that God King Lone Cauldron would want to act, so he hurried to turn to God King Lone Cauldron. Brother Lone Cauldron, Brother Mo and his friend had just killed the god's race's Huan Ji in the leafless forest. A few months ago, Luo Huangsang was also killed by Dao friend Mo. God's races by Dai came over, heard the words of Dao friend Mo's friend and left in a hurry fearfully. What? God King Lone Cauldron heard these words and was dumbfounded. He was the one who reported the death of the god's race's Huan Ji, so how could he not know? This ant in the eyes of his daughter? How could he become so strong? To be able to kill Luo Huangsang, a person whom he feared? As for the fact that Bai Dai was convinced to leave, only an idiot would believe. Could it be that something happened and he, Lone Cauldron, was not aware of it? Boom! 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 A series of explosions from the chasm of laws could be heard as god crystals containing primal energy started falling like rain. Countless cultivators went insane. Previously, when those heaven and earth's techniques were shot out, none of them had any rights to fight for it. Now that these primal crystals were being produced, anyone and everyone could fight for those. Mo Wuji was inwardly excited because he knew that this was the prelude before the chasm shoots out countless God's spiritual veins. In his heart, why would he bother wasting any time talking to Lone Cauldron? As he drew his halberd, a winding river was struck directly against Lone Cauldron. "Dao friend Mo, please stop." Seeing that Mo Wuji had acted, God King Clear Rise became so worried that he shouted. 1. A Chinese foot is 1/3 of a meter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1067, Even Koan Yun knows what is fear. Chapter 1067, Even Koan Yun knows what is fear. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Why would Mo Wuji stop at this point in time? The grade 6 death trap array had been ignited as large halberd radiances was swept towards God King Lone Cauldron. God King Lone Cauldron never expected Mo Wuji to dare attack him first. In his eyes, Mo Wuji was still merely an ant. Even while God King Clear Rise had mentioned how Mo Wuji managed to kill Luo Huangsang, he wouldn't believe it. To say that a nascent god was able to progress so far that he could kill Luo Huangsang in less than 10,000 years, nobody would believe it. Just when God King Lone Cauldron was still digesting the words of God King Clear Rise, the space around him tightened up and a deathly energy was directed right into his soul. In the next moment, there were signs of his domain being crushed, and to make things worse, he could feel his spiritual will turning sluggish. Boom! Explosive God elemental energy was felt as God King Clear Rise was forced to enter Mo Wuji's death trap array. He stopped Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd with a fist. Gotcha! God King Clear Rise's fist was destroyed in an instant as Mo Wuji stopped his winding river's Tao spirituality. He didn't want to hurt God King Clear Rise. The truth was that Mo Wuji was capable of killing both God Kings once they were inside his death trap array, but God King Clear Rise was a loyal elder. As for why God King Clear Rise wanted to rescue Lone Cauldron, Mo Wuji could guess a few reasons. He told God King Clear Rise about the restoration of the God world. However, God King Clear Rise was doubtful, and if the God world had not been restored, killing God King Lone Cauldron wouldn't do the God domain any good. Mo Wuji's mercy towards God King Clear Rise was felt by God King Lone Cauldron at the very first moment. He hurried to move back in an attempt to retreat out of the array. However, the moment he moved, the spatial laws within Mo Wuji's death trap array moved accordingly. In an instant, God King Lone Cauldron was trapped within his death trap array once more. This death trap array wasn't an imprisonment array and was merely something Mo Wuji used his void runes to set up temporarily. God King Lone Cauldron's face turned pale as he didn't try to attack this array forcefully. He was worried to truly anger Mo Wuji if he attacked the death trap array. At that point in time, even if God King Clear Rise pleaded for him, it wouldn't stop Mo Wuji from killing him. Indeed, Mo Wuji didn't continue as he looked calmly at God King Clear Rise. God King Clear Rise, I'll let him off on your behalf, but there will not be a next time. Many thanks, Dao friend Mo. God King Clear Rise hurried to clasp his fists towards Mo Wuji before pulling God King Lone Cauldron out of Mo Wuji's dissipating death trap array. Mo Wuji stared coldly at God King Lone Cauldron as he wasn't worried that God King Lone Cauldron would continue attacking him. If God King Clear Rise allowed God King Lone Cauldron to attack Mo Wuji in his presence without stopping him, it would simply mean that he had misjudged God King Clear Rise. After the laws of the God world had been restored, his cultivation would improve yet again. By then, God King Lone Cauldron would no longer be a threat to him. God King Lone Cauldron had a sensing that if Mo Wuji didn't use a death trap God array, Mo Wuji wouldn't be a match for him. Even so, God King Lone Cauldron didn't have the guts to continue attacking Mo Wuji. After God King Clear Rise thanked Mo Wuji a few more times, he pulled God King Lone Cauldron out and left. Having seen how her own father wasn't a match for Mo Wuji, why would you not stay to face Mo Wuji? In a hurry, she fled without saying anything. Boom boom boom. The chasm of laws was beginning to let out even louder explosions as the god crystals that were being shot out were getting bigger. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows as he looked at the crowd of cultivators snatching the countless god crystals raining down. He was pondering as to how he could make use of the furnace of the heaven and earth to gather fate. Despite hearing from Kuan Yin that supreme treasures of fortune could gather fate, he had no idea how to do so. Could it be that all he needed to do was to leave the furnace of the heaven and earth in one corner when the god world started to restore itself? And then the fate will come to him? Just when Mo Wuji was confused as to what he should do, he saw Kuan Yin, who was carrying a large pot. At the same time, Kuan Yin spotted Mo Wuji and landed right beside Mo Wuji. After which, he stared at the large ocean bowl at the back of Mo Wuji before letting out a huge laughter. Old brother Wuji, back then when Sage Luo Su hosted a guest reception, even the comedian he hired to entertain the crowd wasn't as funny as you. Ha ha ha. Kuan Yin couldn't help it as he burst out laughing. Just because he carried a pot on his back to gather the fate of the god world, Mo Wuji followed suit by carrying an ocean bowl. His pot was actually the Tao Tai pot and was the one and only in the entire universe. Mo Wuji knew what Kuan Yin was laughing about and he heaved a sigh of relief instead. It seemed like Kuan Yin couldn't tell that his ocean bowl is actually the furnace of the heaven and earth. Old brother Kuan Yin, may I ask how is your pot going to gather fate of the god world? Mo Wuji asked while chuckling. Kuan Yin stopped laughing as he took out a jade letter carved with some words before throwing it to Mo Wuji. This is for you, but it isn't something impressive. Old brother Wuji, why didn't you listen to your old brother and focus on cultivating and collecting God's spiritual veins? Mo Wuji took over the jade letter in a good mood as he replied. By placing my lucky bowl there to gather fate, I can also go ahead to cultivate and collect God's spiritual veins. Kuan Yin was surprised as he responded. You are right too. Old brother Kuan Yin, I still have something to ask you. Who was the sage Luo Su whom you talked about earlier? Kuan Yin shook his head as his expression turned slightly ugly. He didn't even answer Mo Wuji's question. Mo Wuji patted Kuan Yin's shoulder. Old brother, were you bullied by Luo Su, that old man? You look like a princess who had been bullied. Don't worry, your brother will avenge you in the future. If I ever see Luo Su, that fella, I will pull his ear and get him to plead for forgiveness from you. Boom! Just as Mo Wuji spoke, a black-colored lightning bolt as thick as an infant's arm landed. Even a lightning bolt as thick as a water pail wasn't able to do anything to Mo Wuji, but this infant's arm-sized lightning bolt actually sent Mo Wuji flying with broken bones. I am not involved. Kuan Yin shrieked as his body flashed and disappeared without a trace. Mo Wuji was flabbergasted as he blocked the impact with his furnace of the heaven and earth. As if it couldn't sense Mo Wuji's energy, a formless and terrifying energy finally disappeared in the void. Mo Wuji kept his furnace as he looked at the boundless void with an ugly expression. How impressive, and if he wasn't in the sage physique stage, he would have been killed by that joke he made. Mo Wuji didn't know where this Luo Su was from to be terrifying to such an extent. Mo Wuji didn't think that he was punished because Luo Su heard his words. If this was the case, Mo Wuji would have lost his life already. It should be because Luo Su managed to leave behind the energy of the laws belonging to him in the god world. Therefore, when someone scolded him, it would unintentionally set off the energy of the laws to attack him with the lightning bolts. Kuan Yin didn't even dare to say anything as he escaped in an instant. Evidently, one could tell how powerful this Luo Su was in the eyes of Kuan Yin. Mo Wuji was well aware of how arrogant a person like Kuan Yin was. To make an arrogant person like Kuan Yin turned and fled in a hurry, Luo Su might not just be powerful. Mo Wuji took out the jade letter given by Kuan Yin. The introduction stated clearly that he needed to set up a grand array to gather fate. As to how to set up this grand array, the Jade Letter had briefly explained it too. Kuan-Yun's mentioned that this grand array could be installed anywhere, as long as the treasure to gather fate was placed in it. However, Mo Wuji still chose his own location, which was facing the leafless forest. Primal spiritual eye had always been spotted in the leafless forest. In Mo Wuji's eyes, this leafless forest was undoubtedly related to the creation chasm. Mo Wuji was unable to set up a Great 8 God array, but it didn't matter if the array used to contain the furnace of the heaven and earth was strong or weak. When the God world restored, there would be an endless fate of the heaven and earth. Even if the grand array was strong, the supreme treasure of fortune would also not be able to gather all the fate endlessly. Mo Wuji was able to set up a grade 7 God array, and because this was related to his future, he would definitely not waste this opportunity. He set up a grade 7 God Fate array and an additional grade 7 defensive array together with a grade 7 Death Trap array on the outside. The chasm of laws was still constantly producing all sorts of God crystals containing primal energy, but Mo Wuji didn't fight for those crystals. He was in his own defensive array as he took out the heavenly spirit transformations. When the laws of the God world started its restoration and when an endless number of God spiritual veins were produced, one could imagine how much bloodshed there would be. As a cultivator, nobody would be afraid when it comes down the temptation to climb further up the cultivation ladder. Every cultivator would fight for all these resources wildly. Even though Mo Wuji wasn't afraid of an ordinary God King, Mo Wuji would be at a disadvantage if he were to face an expert in the intermediate God King stage and above. The heavenly spirit transformations was a peak grade treasure. If he could gain insights on one or two skills of the heavenly spirit transformations before the restoration of the God world, he would definitely grow stronger. The heavenly spirit transformations was only a piece of black tree bark. When Mo Wuji first kept this piece of tree bark, he didn't pay detailed attention to it. Now that he had brought it out once more, he instantly felt a boundless and majestic supreme aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068, Fighting for the God Spiritual Veins. Chapter 1068, Fighting for the God Spiritual Veins. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji's spiritual will was sent inside and a clear and majestic grand Tao energy was felt. Every word inside was of the highest quality as it contained energy of the primordial world. Mo Wuji felt as though he was swimming freely in a vast and boundless ocean of grand Tao. Within the universe of his own mind, there were 36 golden light radiances. Mo Wuji looked surprisingly at these 36 golden light radiances and instantly knew that his guess was accurate. The heavenly spirit transformations wasn't 36 types of transformation but 36 types of sacred art. Heavenly spirit 36 transformations was merely one of the sacred art. This sacred art was renowned as the fetal transformation technique because one could change appearance casually. If not for the fact that he had limited time, there were too many sacred arts which Mo Wuji wanted to learn. Earth shrinking, predicting future, beam to soldier transformation. Alright, even Mo Wuji knew that with his current understanding and control over the laws of heaven and earth, he wouldn't be able to learn all these great sacred arts. Most importantly, he needed to learn fetal transformation technique, which was also more commonly known as the transformation sacred art. To be frank, transformation sacred art was merely a technique to disguise oneself. The only difference was that such a technique made use of the laws of Tao spirituality to execute. It wasn't merely just a change of appearance like what cultivators normally do. At the very most, they could only change their energy. When Mo Wuji's entire heart was completely immersed in learning the fetal transformation sacred art, the remaining golden lights of the heavenly spirit transformations started to conceal themselves. They were no longer able to affect Mo Wuji. As time passed by like that, there were lesser fights for the God crystals in the periphery of the God domain nest. The God crystals were shot out in all four directions and most of the crystals were shot far away. Therefore, everyone here would have a chance to collect it and there was no need for any fights. Wei Ru, Shuaiguo and De Huang had stopped cultivating and gaining insights as they had joined the crew to collect god crystals containing primal energy. Mo Wuji had instructed the few of them that the moment God's spiritual veins were shot out from the chasm of laws, he was to be informed at the very first instant. As Mo Wuji started to understand the fetal transformation technique and was completely immersed in the sacred art, a message suddenly woke Mo Wuji up. De Huang was the one who sent him the message saying that he had seen one God's spiritual vein being shot out. The speed of the God's spiritual vein was incredibly quick and the God's spiritual energy within were much greater than those so-called peak-grade God's spiritual veins in his mortal world. Mo Wuji knew that the time he was awaiting had finally arrived. At this point in time, why would Mo Wuji continue cultivating? After putting the furnace of the heaven and earth in place, he rushed out of his defensive array. Seconds after he rushed out, Mo Wuji saw two white lights, as long as dragons, flashed by. That was indeed the true peak-grade God's spiritual veins. While Mo Wuji was inwardly ecstatic, he was also worried. The speed at which the God's spiritual veins escaped was too fast even for him to react. He wasn't the only one with no chance to react as Mo Wuji saw a few other God Kings stood there dazedly. They were simply unable to obstruct the escaping God's spiritual veins. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan but he didn't spot Kuan Yin anywhere. After spending some time with Kuan Yin, Mo Wuji knew that Kuan Yin wasn't someone who would miss out such an opportunity. However, Mo Wuji had no idea where that fellow was hiding and making a fortune for himself. Boom boom boom. The chasm of laws produced even louder explosions as spiritual wills were no longer able to seep into the chasm of laws. Tens of white-colored dragons were shot out from the chasm as many cultivators prepared themselves. They drew out all sorts of magic treasures and while some god spiritual veins were stopped, even more escaped. Following which was even more shocking is the majority of experts who went to chase after those spiritual veins started attacking with all their might. These god spiritual veins were wrapped around by all sorts of domains and spiritual will so no one cultivator was able to bring it away. Blood fog flew all over the place as cultivators fell from the void continuously. Among those who fell from the void, there were even god kings. At this moment, there was no longer a divide between cultivators of the god domain or god's race. Everyone was purely focused on one thing and that was the god spiritual vein. Mo Wuji took in a breath of cold air as he stopped his act of taking out the restriction array disk. Given his current level of strength, he was fearful that the moment he managed to stop a god's spiritual vein, it would be the moment he dies. Such peak-grade god spiritual veins had dense god spiritual energy with complete laws so even unity god experts would be fighting for it. Who would simply allow a cultivator who used a restriction array disk to get hold of the god spiritual vein as he wished? When compared to these peak-grade god spiritual veins produced by the chasm of laws, the peak-grade god spiritual veins of the god domain or god continent were simply trash. Regardless, Mo Wuji must obtain a large number of god spiritual veins from this fight. Otherwise, his future cultivation would definitely not be fast. The exhaustion from his cultivation was something not any sect could handle. Mo Wuji had no idea how long the chasm of laws would continue to produce the god spiritual veins so he grabbed a bunch of low-grade god equipment. Following which, these pieces of equipment acted like his array flags as he threw them out. In a short period of time, Mo Wuji managed to set up a grade 6 god death trap array. This time, everyone around him could see that Mo Wuji had set up a death trap array. He used low-grade god equipment to set up this array instead of using void runes. Even if a god king was trapped in it, he wouldn't be able to get out in about 1.5 hours. The explosions within the chasm were intensified once more and Mo Wuji had no idea how many god spiritual veins had been produced. However, Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered as even more light radiances were shot out. This time, Mo Wuji threw out over 10 restriction array disks and a white-colored radiance was caught by Mo Wuji and its speed flowed down tremendously. After this, most of the white radiances were drawn into his death trap array. This time, over 10 peak-grade god spiritual veins were trapped by Mo Wuji as he threw them into his mortal world. Mo Wuji was incredibly elated as he became exceedingly grateful to Kuan Yin. If it wasn't for Kuan Yin's early warning, he wouldn't have spent over 2 years forging these large piles of restriction array disks. Similarly, if Kuan Yin didn't mind leaking the array Dao secrets to him, he wouldn't have become a grade 7 array expert in such a short period of time. He was only slightly regretful that he should have installed a grade 7 death trap array first. If he had done so beforehand, he wouldn't need to waste time using low-grade god equipment to set up the grade 6 death trap array. As for the grade 7 death trap array which contained his furnace of the heaven and earth, Mo Wuji never intended to touch it. That was where he was gathering fate, and according to Kuan Yin, the fate in the god world was much more important than peak grade god spiritual veins. Yet another wave of god spiritual veins were produced as the fight outside was getting increasingly violent. Every god spiritual vein that was stopped, a large number of cultivators would perish. This time, Mo Wuji threw out tens of restriction array disks as white lights containing pure god spiritual energy were slowed down and drawn into Mo Wuji's array. Mo Wuji kept over 10 peak grade god spiritual veins and sent them into his mortal world rapidly. Despite knowing that what he collected was less than 1% of what was produced, Mo Wuji was still delighted. After 2 consecutive collections of a large number of peak-grade god spiritual veins, Mo Wuji's actions had finally caught the attention of other cultivators. Even though Mo Wuji had killed Luo Huangsang in front of everyone before, some god kings couldn't bother about that anymore. Even one of this peak-grade god spiritual vein was enough to allow a god king in the Great Circle stage to step into the Unity God stage. Which god king wouldn't dream of having such treasure? Without waiting for the next wave of god spiritual veins, a few god kings started to attacking Mo Wuji's grade 6 god death trap array. Mo Wuji spotted the 4 god kings attacking his death trap array and was furious. The chasm of laws was constantly shooting out so many god spiritual veins, and instead of fighting for those god spiritual veins, these B** stars came to disturb him. Yet another large pile of white radiances were shot out from the chasm, and Mo Wuji was even more infuriated. Because of the attacks of these 4 god kings, he was unable to collect those god spiritual veins. Presently, Mo Wuji gave up restraining those peak-grade god spiritual veins as he wanted to expand his defensive array. When he wanted to draw these god kings in to finish them off, a mighty treasured radiance struck against his defensive array. Mo Wuji's defensive array let out a loud cracking sound and a crack was seen. Mo Wuji's heart sunk as he actually spotted that short Unity God expert from the God's race. Coincidentally, Kuan Yin was not around. Fortunately, Mo Wuji had his grade 6 God death trap array protecting him. Otherwise, he could only await his death. Following the arrival of this short Unity God expert, even more cultivators of the God's race swarmed forward like bees. All of them started attacking Mo Wuji's grade 6 God array with their magic treasures. No matter how strong Mo Wuji's array was, it was still only a grade 6 God array. Even though Mo Wuji was controlling his God array was still being ripped apart. At the sight of how his death trap array was about to be torn apart completely, Mo Wuji knew that he shouldn't hope for anyone to come to his aid now. Even if Kuan Yin was here, he would probably not have time to help him. He knew Kuan Yin well, and at a time like the restoration of the God world, why would Kuan Yin bother coming to help him? Mo Wuji raised his hand to throw out 10 more restriction array disks, but this time around, the array disks that he threw out were different and were all separated. Over 10 peak-grade God spiritual veins were restrained by Mo Wuji's array disks as they started to slow down. The majority of the crowd who wasn't able to catch any of the God spiritual veins started to surge over to those veins at the sight of it. Even some of the cultivators attacking Mo Wuji's array was distracted, and about 90% of them were gone. Mo Wuji didn't waste time as his body flashed and turned into a radiance as he disappeared. He was heading towards the place where he left his furnace of the heaven and earth. That was where he had his grade 7 death trap array. He had a feeling that this short Unity God of the God's race wouldn't let him off easily. Mo Wuji wasn't wrong, because while everyone else was distracted by those restrained God spiritual veins, that short Unity God has his eyes on him as he chased after Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1069, Mo Wuji's Sacred Art. Chapter 1069, Mo Wuji's Sacred Art. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was not foolish enough to think that this unity god would follow him into his grade 7 death trap array. The death trap array which he had set up was not entirely made of void runes. A unity god, even with an ordinary level of knowledge on array Dao, would be able to tell. Moreover, this short unity god's array Dao was certainly not ordinary. If it was ordinary, he wouldn't have been able to destroy his void runes so casually. The moment he entered the array gate, Mo Wuji's body trembled before disappearing into the thin air. In the next moment, an ordinary-looking rock appeared at the entrance of the death trap array. Mo Wuji had executed the fetal transformation technique, and in his first attempt, he managed to turn himself into a rock. This calmed Mo Wuji's mind and heart. Every sacred art of the heavenly spirit transformations had its benefits. Mo Wuji's choice of learning the fetal transformation technique first was definitely a wise choice. No matter how incredibly powerful Bai Dai was, he would never have expected Mo Wuji to turn into a rock so abruptly. It wasn't because he was inexperienced, but because whether it was the god domain or god's race, transformation's sacred art was simply unimaginable. In his eyes, all he saw was that Mo Wuji had darted into the death trap array. No matter how strong a death trap array was, it would be useless unless he stepped inside it. He didn't believe that after he destroyed the death trap array, Mo Wuji would still choose not to show himself. Given Mo Wuji's ant-like strength, he was certainly unable to sweep him into the death trap array. He was fearful of Koan Yun, not Mo Wuji. Did he really think that he could survive after killing a god king of his god's race? Even though he wasn't able to kill Koan Yun now, he would eventually get rid of him someday. Before killing Koan Yun, it was a must for him to kill an ant like Mo Wuji. Bai Dai landed in front of Mo Wuji's grade 7 death trap array before expanding his domain. Despite being certain that Mo Wuji had no means of drawing him into his death trap array, he was still on high alert. A large imprint was brought out by Bai Dai as it swept up an overwhelming amount of god elemental energy. This entire force was struck against Mo Wuji's grade 7 death trap array. Even though the grade 7 death trap array set up by Mo Wuji appeared strong, it started to tremble intensely after suffering a strike of such power. Bai Dai started to sneer as his large imprint started to strike against the death trap array once more. After tens of strikes, the grade 7 death trap array finally let out a cracking sound. The large ocean bowl placed in the center of the array had half its body exposed too. A few god kings of the god domain saw how Bai Dai was attacking Mo Wuji's defensive array, but no one came up to say anything. Mo Wuji, even you have a day where you fall. What was happening? God King Clear Rise landed beside God King Lone Cauldron as he asked. God King Lone Cauldron looked at God King Clear Rise before chuckling away. Nothing much. Is that God's races Bai Dai attacking Mo Wuji's defensive array? God King Clear Rise didn't need God King Lone Cauldron to inform him, as he had already seen the situation. Everyone knew that Mo Wuji had been installing a death trap array so openly at the periphery of the leafless forest. Now that Bai Dai was attacking Mo Wuji's death trap array, he instantly knew what was happening. Aha, the evil we bring upon ourselves is the hardest to bear. That fella had it coming. God King Lone Cauldron laughed, and just when he was about to tell God King Clear Rise to not intervene in such matters, God King Clear Rise and already charged forward. Mo Wuji was his and God King blazing heaven's future for the god domain. If a talent like this were to be destroyed in the hands of Unity God expert of the god's race, what future would the god domain have? Mo Wuji's spiritual will sensed the arrival of God King Clear Rise as he sighed. Initially, he wanted to wait for a little while before attacking. Now that God King Clear Rise had intervened, he couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, because his death trap array was destroyed by this god's race expert, he was already considered near the entrance of the death trap array. Once Clear Rise arrived, he would definitely back down. Bai Dai's spiritual will sense the arrival of Clear Rise, who was a god king even he, Bai Dai, knew of. Even though Clear Rise was one of the 10 great god kings of the god domain, Clear Rise was merely an ant in the eyes of Bai Dai. At this moment, a killing intent, capable of tearing a void apart, had surged towards his back. This shocked Bai Dai, as he was certain that his domain had covered the area well. Before this, he didn't even detect any threat, so where did this killing intent appear from? Mo Wuji put all his strength behind this strike of the Kuan Wu sword. From Mo Wuji's judgment, he guessed that only the killing intent of the Kuan Wu sword would be able to destroy Bai Dai's domain in the shortest possible time. Mo Wuji's guess wasn't wrong, as the Kuan Wu sword's killing intent contained energy of the heaven and earth. It destroyed his killing intent and locked onto his life force in all directions. Bai Dai didn't even think as he dashed forward. Even if it was a death trap array in front of him, he had no other choice. If he dared to not dodge this ambush which caught him off guard, he would undoubtedly be severely injured in the very next moment. An injury like this wouldn't just be an injury to the fleshly body but also his sea of consciousness and primordial spirit. Given Mo Wuji's craftiness, he didn't believe that Mo Wuji would let him go after severely injuring him. The instant Bai Dai entered Mo Wuji's death trap array, the killing intent of the Kuan Wu sword disappeared. Bai Dai reacted promptly as he tried to back out immediately. Gotcha! An ear-piercing sound was heard, and following that, Bai Dai found out to his shock that his retreat route had disappeared because the death trap array had been sealed. The spatial laws in the surroundings started to change and his domain was no longer able to expand. Bai Dai didn't attack because he knew that if he was the only one in the defensive array, he could still destroy the death trap array from the inside before escaping. However, it was clear that this death trap array belonged to Mo Wuji, and Mo Wuji was the one who had just ambushed him. Even though he had no clue how Mo Wuji did that, he had a strong sensing that his judgment was right. Mo Wuji, I've underestimated you. Bai Dai placed the massive red imprint suspending on top of his head before staring at the death trap array as he spoke. In front of him, there was nothing at all except for some blurry fog. AI, you made me feel odd since you actually didn't attack. Mo Wuji's calm and clear voice was heard. Would I be able to destroy this death trap array if I attacked? Bai Dai was equally as calm. Mo Wuji replied faintly. No, because before you destroy it, I would have killed you. Then why should I attack? Bai Dai laughed. Before I die, I do want to know how you're able to hide behind my back unnoticed and even manage to ambush me? And if I'm not wrong, the sword you used to ambush me should be the Kuan Wu sword, right? Mo Wuji's voice was heard once more. Sure, let me tell you. Boom! At the instant Mo Wuji spoke, intense explosions were heard. How cunning! Bai Dai's heart was infuriated. He was planning to burn his life force into one mighty attack while Mo Wuji was speaking. Who would have thought that Mo Wuji had the same thought as him? When he used all his strength to attack, Mo Wuji also drew out his half-moon weighted halberd. If they were outside this death trap array, Mo Wuji's halberd would have been sent flying even if its power were to multiply by several folds. Because this was Mo Wuji's death trap array, this was his turf. Bai Dai's large imprint was brought out but was instantly restrained by the death trap array's Tao spirituality. Following which, lightning bolts and halberd radiances charged towards him. Concurrently, Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd had struck against the large imprint. Bai Dai sensed that his spiritual will had turned sluggish and his large imprint was no longer struck out. The half-moon weighted halberd drew out yet another silver halberd radiance. At this very moment, the full force of this death trap array was displayed. Even a Unity God expert like Bai Dai found it difficult to maneuver in Mo Wuji's grade 7 death trap array. If Mo Wuji was merely a god monarch, there was still a chance that Bai Dai could kill Mo Wuji before breaking out of this death trap array. The truth was that Mo Wuji was no longer a god monarch but a world god expert who could match any god kings. Not only that, Mo Wuji's halberd was also peculiar in a sense that it was actually able to turn his spiritual will sluggish. Boom! The half-moon-weighted halberd clashed against the large imprint once more as Bai Dai spat out a mouthful of blood. This wasn't caused by his half-moon-weighted halberd but two of the god equipment hammers from within the death trap array which struck against Bai Dai's chest. With his domain destroyed, god elemental energy suppressed and spatial laws restrained, it was considered impressive that Bai Dai only spat out a mouthful of blood after being struck by the hammers. Mo Wuji no longer wanted to let Bai Dai off and was even unwilling to slow down his attack. His winding river had descended and this was the first sacred art Mo Wuji executed after trapping Bai Dai. A silver-colored winding river descended from the top of the gray and foggy death trap array which reflected a type of gloominess in the surrounding. Bai Dai had countless techniques to break free of this halberd radiance but the pity was that he was unable to execute any of the technique. Just like a sick patient, Bai Dai finally understood what it meant to have the heart but not the energy to do something. Mo Wuji, if you stop, I'm willing to gift you the entrance of my world and let you obtain all the treasures of my world. I've obtained a large number of heavenly techniques from the chasm of laws. As long as you stop, they are all yours. Bai Dai was no longer as calm as before. His tone became evidently anxious and worried. The descending silver river stopped abruptly and Mo Wuji's voice was heard. I wouldn't be interested in those rubbish techniques of yours. So many people have been fighting for the chasm of laws. Take a look for yourself. Following Bai Dai's voice was the appearance of a large void gate in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's spiritual will could see the large pile of treasures easily. AI. The winding river landed rapidly and Bai Dai's body was split into two. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1070, Land Waves. Chapter 1070, Land Waves. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Bai Dai's voice revealed endless anger and despair because he didn't expect Mo Wuji to act even after he showed him his world. Even if Mo Wuji wanted to attack, he should have allowed him to take out the items first, right? Trying to play tricks with me? Even a unity god like you shouldn't try. That was the last few words Bai Dai heard. Boom! Just like the collapse of an entire world, a terrifying explosion could be heard. Mo Wuji's heart jumped because the reason why he slowed down his attack when Bai Dai talked about his world was because he wanted to destroy Bai Dai's world completely. Even Bai Dai didn't reveal his world, Mo Wuji wouldn't have the capability to cause the other party's world to collapse. Given his understanding of the laws of the heaven and earth, he wouldn't have been able to find Bai Dai's world. What Mo Wuji didn't expect was that the collapse of Bai Dai's world would cause such a commotion. The laws of the surroundings started to mess up and Mo Wuji started to worry that his grade 7 death trap array might be destroyed by this explosion. The chasm of laws continued to shoot out God's spiritual veins. If he spent the time to install another death trap array, who would help him collect the God's spiritual veins? Mo Wuji took out the Book of Luo without hesitation as 6 pages of the Book of Luo formed a protective screen to block off the explosion from the collapse of the Unity God's world. Even with the protection by the Book of Luo, Mo Wuji's death trap array was still unstable, surprising God King Clear Rise who was on the outside. His array Dao was limited from the start and as much as he wanted to enter the array to help, he couldn't even find the entrance. After a while, the laws of Bai Dai's world had collapsed completely. Besides a golden light, everything else in Bai Dai's world had turned into nothingness. Mo Wuji opened his palm as he caught hold of the golden light. This was a gold-colored leather scroll with a few words which shocked Mo Wuji. It says Great Art of Destruction. Everything else was destroyed in Bai Dai's world except for this Great Art of Destruction's leather scroll. Evidently, one could tell how powerful this scroll was. It was so powerful that even the collapse of Bai Dai's laws was unable to cause any harm to it. At the moment Bai Dai revealed his world for Mo Wuji to see, Mo Wuji had such a thought when destroying Bai Dai's world entirely. If there was anything not destroyed within Bai Dai's world, it would undoubtedly be a good item. If nothing was left behind, he wouldn't feel any heartache because this meant that Bai Dai's world didn't have any ridiculously powerful treasure. He knew that if an old fellow like Bai Dai was unwilling to give up any of his items, Mo Wuji would not be able to receive any of it. After sending the Golden Light Leather Scroll and Book of Luo into his mortal world, Mo Wuji shot out multiple array flags as he instantly managed to recover his death trap array. "Dao friend Mo, you're alright?" Seeing how Mo Wuji walked out calmly, God King Clear Rise approached him anxiously. Bai Dai was known as the God's Race's #1 Unity God expert and the only one in the Unity God stage level 4. Mo Wuji was actually able to walk out in perfect condition against Bai Dai? Moreover, from the looks of Mo Wuji's expression, it seemed like he had slaughtered Bai Dai easily. Mo Wuji clasped his fist as he replied. "Many thanks, Dao friend Clear Rise, for coming to help. I've gotten rid of Bai Dai." Towards God King Clear Rise, Mo Wuji was thankful even though this fella almost spoilt his big plan. Even so, Mo Wuji was convinced that God King Clear Rise was sincerely attempting to help him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to intervene against an expert like Bai Dai. Mo Wuji didn't lower his voice and all the cultivators standing afar heard the words of Mo Wuji and shivered subconsciously. After which, most of them simply turned and left the scene. Those few God Kings who had gathered to attack Mo Wuji's grade 6 death trap array lowered their heads as they left hurriedly. If Mo Wuji was able to kill Bai Dai, killing them wouldn't be any harder than killing chickens. Mo Wuji's eyes fell on the escaping God Kings, but he didn't chase after them. With his current strength, he could only kill an intermediate or advanced God King stage expert with the help of his death trap array. If he didn't have his death trap array, dealing with an advanced God King expert might be slightly troublesome. Ah! God King Clear Rise revealed a flabbergasted expression but managed to calm himself down soon after. Previously, Mo Wuji killed Huan Ji with the help of his friend, and now, killing Bai Dai of the God's Race should not appear odd too. I am going to continue collecting God's spiritual veins. If Dao friend Clear Rise needs my help for anything in the future, feel free to sound out. Mo Wuji said joyfully. God King Clear Rise's heart was finally calmed because he was expecting to die when he made his decision to help Mo Wuji. He was hoping that in the few seconds which he could distract Bai Dai, Mo Wuji would have the chance to escape. In his heart, Clear Rise could die, but Mo Wuji must not die. Whether it was in the God world, immortal world, or even cultivation world, people like God King Clear Rise and God King Blazing Heaven were already extinct. Mo Wuji's last sentence reassured God King Clear Rise that he didn't make a mistake. Mo Wuji would rather reject God King Blazing Heaven's offer of a large sum of cultivation resources than to make a promise. Now that he displayed his intention to help Mo Wuji on his own accord, Mo Wuji actually said such words. Evidently, Mo Wuji was very different from all the other cultivators. He was indeed a unique person who valued gratitude. Many thanks, but I didn't help much. I shall make my move first, and when the God world had been restored, we shall meet again. God King Clear Rise hurried to express his thanks. He knew that Mo Wuji needed to collect God's spiritual veins, so he took the initiative to leave after expressing his gratitude. The chasm of laws was still producing God's spiritual veins wildly, and the speed at which the veins were being shot out kept increasing. Even though many cultivators found a pattern and formed a few domains together to restrain one God's spiritual vein, there were only a few people who managed to obtain one of the God's spiritual veins. Because the restrained God's spiritual veins were getting increasingly lesser, every God's spiritual vein restrained resulted in a bloodshed. Perhaps it was because Mo Wuji had proved his might by killing the #1 expert of the God's race. Nobody dared to stay anywhere near Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had seen a few God's spiritual veins coming to his direction, so he chose not to change location. These God's spiritual veins made too many people jealous, so staying near his grade 7 death trap array proved to be the safer option. Even though he had no way of luring an expert like Bai Dai into his death trap array while he was attacking it, Mo Wuji was confident he could change the array to draw a weaker cultivator into his death trap array. This was, of course, if any of those cultivators dared to attack his array. Yet another wave of God's spiritual veins were shot out, and while the range was wider, Mo Wuji could feel that the God's spiritual veins this time around were much thinner. He was frustrated at the timing of Bai Dai because he came right at the time when the thickest and most God's spiritual veins were being shot out. Now, he had missed that golden opportunity. However, Mo Wuji was certain that even if that short unity God didn't find him, there would be an increasing number of experts trying to stop him from collecting those large number of God's spiritual veins from the same spot. Multiple restriction array discs were thrown out by Mo Wuji as a few God's spiritual veins were drawn into Mo Wuji's grade 7 death trap array. The God's spiritual veins in Mo Wuji's mortal world was also growing continually, and when the numbers had hit over 200, the chasm of laws stopped producing anymore. Boom! 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 Another frightening sound was heard from beneath, and the entire God domain felt like a massive earthquake was going to happen. The entire land started to tremble vigorously. Dense God's spiritual energy was emitted from the chasm of laws, and dark shadows emerged from it. Mo Wuji knew that this chasm was a chasm of creation and was about to restore the laws of the God world. However, when he saw such frightening aura, he was still dumbfounded. The chasm started to compress rapidly from both sides, and the black shadows emerging from the boundless chasm were unbroken mountains, rivers, deserts, swamps, oceans, glaciers, wastelands. All the cultivators standing on the land of the periphery of the God domain nest were being engulfed by the land beneath them, as the new land was going to replace the original land. The land replaced itself continuously, just like waves on the ocean. The sight was simply breathtaking. Explosions were constantly heard as clear laws started to extend. Even though Mo Wuji had yet to start cultivating, the clear laws coupled with the dense elemental energy of creation resulted in him being able to step into the world God stage level for any time. I'd been fooled by Kuan Yin, that old fella. Looking at the wave-like transformation of the land, Mo Wuji knew that even if he had set up a grade 70 death trap array, let alone grade 7, he would eventually be swept away and gobbled up by the rigorous land waves. Why would Mo Wuji care about his death trap array anymore? Without any hesitation, Mo Wuji grabbed onto his large ocean bowl as he placed it on top of his head. He started waving for Wei Ru, De Huan, and Shuaigui to retreat instantly. The God spiritual energy and laws of this place would allow anyone to break through, but the key was that one wouldn't be able to find a place to land their feet to cultivate. Mo Wuji wasn't the only one, as every other cultivator in the periphery of the God domain nest started to retreat anxiously. Just like Mo Wuji, they couldn't wait to start cultivating here. However, they were well aware that with such immense transformation of the land, no one was capable enough to sit down to cultivate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1071, The Great Era of the God World. Chapter 1071, The Great Era of the God World. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was different from the other cultivators because he cultivated with meridians and didn't have any primordial spirit or spirit roots. As long as all 108 meridians formed spiritual circulations, he would be able to cultivate. Others might need to find a quiet place to cultivate, but Mo Wuji was able to cultivate while retreating. Mo Wuji was not the only one who could do this, as De Huang could the same or even better than Mo Wuji. De Huang had 108 meridians and also 108 spirit channels. However, De Huang learned from Mo Wuji, so he didn't cultivate his primordial spirit too. Moreover, De Huang had a purer heart and mind, so he was able to cultivate well even while retreating. Everyone was dazed by this change because nobody expected such a huge transformation in the God world. A few experts of great sects wanted to retreat back to their sect to retrieve some of the sect's valuables, items like God's spiritual veins. Under such tremendously frightening transformation, all sects were merely as useful as a small rock. Some of them tried to enter the newly transformed land, but just as they approached it, the hurriedly transformed laws crushed them. After multiple days, Mo Wuji managed to advance past the World God Level 3 as he stepped into the World God Level 4. The terrifyingly dense energy of creation coupled with the insanely clear laws of heaven and earth allowed Mo Wuji to feel an indescribable type of carefree as he cultivated. Koen Yun was right, because the restoration of the God world was indeed his big opportunity. It wasn't just for him, but it was also for everyone else in the God world. Because a few days had passed, there were flying ships meant for cultivation. As long as you paid a specific number of God crystals, you would be able to cultivate peacefully on those ships. The flying ship would constantly retreat and promised that they would not be sucked into the transformation. Such a land transformation was caused by the laws of the heaven and earth, so once someone was sucked in, death was the only outcome. Even Wei Ru had brought Shuaiguo onto the flying ship, and after handing over the God crystals, they started to cultivate wildly. At this point in time, nobody cared about how you cultivate. Everyone was focused on cultivating because they knew how rare such an opportunity was. There was a great rise of cultivators undergoing their tribulation as one tribulation occurred after the other. Normally, millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years were required for a cultivator to break through the bottleneck or gain insights to sacred art. Now, there was someone breaking through during every minute, and all the previously complicated sacred arts were no longer complicated under such clear laws of the heaven and earth. While Mo Wuji was cultivating, he could still feel the changes of the surrounding land. He personally witnessed how many great sects were swept away by the land waves and a new land had emerged. This was simply land exchange. Such ferocity was not something any cultivator could go against. A month later, Mo Wuji stepped into the World God Level 5. 2 months later, World God Level 6. 7 months later, Mo Wuji had already stepped into the World God Level 9. His mortal world had grown to be even more majestic and gorgeous. Just like his cultivation level, it was constantly changing. Boom! 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 A shockingly loud lightning explosion was heard as Mo Wuji's spiritual will sensed God King blazing heaven standing on the void as he tried to block off the incoming lightning tribulation. Mo Wuji had heard of God King blazing heavens matters before. A God King with shocking talents, and was wholeheartedly concerned for the God domain, so much so that he had chased after him before. Even though God King blazing heaven mentioned that he wasn't chasing to kill him, Mo Wuji didn't believe. Mo Wuji was certain that if he was caught, even if God King blazing heaven wasn't the one who killed him, he would have been dead by now. Therefore, no matter how great God King blazing heaven was to the God domain, Mo Wuji never had a good impression of that man. At the very most, Mo Wuji would admire that fella's heart for the God domain, which was why he could give up his intention to kill him. When blazing heaven gave Mo Wuji the time transformation talisman, he instantly told him about the restoration of the God world. Mo Wuji really didn't wish to owe him any favors. God King blazing heaven had been stuck in the great circle of the God King stage for countless years now. At this very moment, Mo Wuji knew that God King blazing heaven was undergoing his Unity God tribulation. The restoration of the God world was indeed an opportunity for everyone. Because of his early warning, God King blazing heaven was undergoing his Unity God tribulation now. It could be said that his lifelong wish had finally been fulfilled. Besides God King blazing heaven's tribulation, there were even more world gods stepping into the God King stage. Also, numerous God monarch and world God tribulations could be seen everywhere. Mo Wuji retracted his spiritual will. He knew that after the restoration of the God world, the God world's God domain would not just have that few God Kings anymore. There wouldn't be as many God Kings as dogs, but the numbers in the future would be significantly greater than now. A great era was about to arrive. He needed to step into the God King stage because otherwise, he wouldn't have any rights to establish a sect in the God world. The ocean bowl above his head was calm as usual. Mo Wuji didn't feel any God world's fate surging in. Mo Wuji didn't mind because he was fully focused on increasing his own cultivation level. A year later, Mo Wuji had arrived at the great circle of the world god stage. In spite of the terrifying clear laws here and the wave-like god spiritual energy of creation surging over, Mo Wuji was still unable to step into the god king stage. 2 years later, Mo Wuji had retreated to the periphery of the nirvana ocean of extinction. When he arrived at the periphery of his mortal sect, his spiritual will had sensed that the continuous land waves had come to a halt. The entire god world let out a loud explosion of displacement as tall mountains were instantly gobbled up as rivers turned into tall mountains. The god world was no longer transforming in the form of land waves but transformation on the spot. This was almost like the clash of tectonic plates of ancient earth. Mo Wuji stopped cultivating and in one wind teleportation, he landed on top of his mortal sect. The space around the mortal sect started to let out sounds of explosions. Mo Wuji was wondering if the mortal sect started transforming and the land shape started changing, would he be able to keep his small life? Before Mo Wuji could finish wondering, the mountains beneath his feet started to collapse. The Grade 7 defensive array which he had installed previously was being torn apart like paper. Not good. I bet Koen Yun, that old fella, didn't know what was going on too. He didn't sense any fate of the sect but was swept into the transformation of laws. AI. A warp law broke Mo Wuji's shoulder as the space around Mo Wuji no longer had any directions and Mo Wuji had nowhere to escape. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart because he was well aware of how terrifying this replacement of laws could be. If he didn't leave now, he would be crushed by these laws. Enter the mortal world first. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji's cultivation shackles loosened and a vast and terrifying lightning source energy locked onto him. F***CK Mo Wuji cursed out loud. After being stuck in the great circle of the world god stage for almost a year, he didn't even touch the shackles of the world god stage. Now that he was escaping for his life, the shackles turned loose and even without any further cultivation, the God King lightning tribulation had descended on him. Under the lightning tribulation, Mo Wuji had no means of escaping. Boom boom boom. Lightning bolts fell and Mo Wuji couldn't think of anything else except to pass his God King tribulation first. Every single lightning bolt that descended had Mo Wuji's heart palpitating in fear. This was the first time he suspected if he was able to survive a lightning tribulation, even in his sage physique. Kakaka. Mo Wuji's ocean bowl started to crack under the ferocious lightning bolts. The lightning soul stones which he used to wrap around the ocean bowl were sent flying like mud. In just one wave of the lightning tribulation, his furnace of the heaven and earth had returned to its original appearance. The God King tribulation was about 2 times mightier than what he expected. However, none of the lightning bolts landed on his body. All the lightning bolts were blocked off by the towering furnace of the heaven and earth. Any lightning bolt which landed on the furnace was instantly turned into nothingness. Mo Wuji was delighted and in one step, he landed beside the furnace. He wasn't afraid of the lightning tribulation but he was fearful of the transforming laws of the heaven and earth. Yet another wave of lightning bolts descended and those landed on Mo Wuji's body. The lightning bolts tore his clothes and resulted in the cracking of his bones and bleeding of his flesh. Mo Wuji calmed himself down. He was at the periphery of the furnace of the heaven and earth. As long as the spatial laws were still transforming, he would hide in his furnace first. Meridians had formed spiritual circulations as Mo Wuji started absorbing the lightning source of the lightning bolts. The heaven and earth elemental energy were swept away by Mo Wuji intensely. The lightning bolts kept descending and Mo Wuji was struck so many times that he no longer had much skin left on him. However, because his cultivation level was continually on the rise, he managed to break through the shackles of the world god stage. A clear explosion was heard from Mo Wuji's world channel as Mo Wuji suddenly felt as though he was standing on top of the world. He became mightily tall and big and everything else in space became much smaller. Mo Wuji let out an ecstatic breath as he knew that he had stepped into the God King stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1072, Gathering Fate. Chapter 1072, Gathering Fate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. At almost the same time Mo Wuji stepped into the God King stage, he felt an indescribable energy landing on his furnace of the heaven and earth. He felt as though he saw his future in the blurriness, even his soul had been sheltered. At the God King stage, he was only able to feel and unable to touch. As he opened his spiritual eye, he saw mist-like purple energy. This was definitely fate, as Mo Wuji's heart was in mad glee. Even though he didn't know how to use fate, he knew that his furnace had been collecting the God world's fate intensely. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and rebuild your mortal sect and become the number one sect of the new God world. After you are done establishing your sect, I will bask in your light. Following this voice, a figure flashed across. In an instant, Mo Wuji recognized that person as Koen Yun. Koen Yun looked ridiculous as he flew across the void with a large pot on his back. Mo Wuji didn't know if Koen Yun spotted his furnace of the heaven and earth, but he couldn't care anymore. He believed that Koen Yun was right, that if he were to build a sect now, it was likely to become the number one sect of the new God world. Presently, the land of the mortal sect had calmed down, and to Mo Wuji's surprise, there wasn't a significant change to the mortal sect except for the destroyed array and transformed mountains. He suspected that it was due to his furnace of the heaven and earth. Mo Wuji constantly threw out more array flags as he managed to envelop the sect with a defensive array once more. After setting up the defensive array, Mo Wuji shockingly realized that the Nirvana ocean of extinction had not been toppled over. After the restorations of the laws, it had turned into a real ocean. In a flash, Mo Wuji landed on the Nirvana ocean, and it felt just like an ordinary ocean without its suction or energy of extinction. Ripples started to appear on the water as it had truly become a true ocean. Using his spiritual will, Mo Wuji noticed many cultivators escaping in all four directions madly. Mo Wuji knew that he needed to increase his speed. At this moment, Mo Wuji's wind escape technique was executed at full force. The newly formed gigantic mountains had been shifted away by Mo Wuji, and so were the newly formed rivers. Even those newly formed secret realms with God's spiritual herbs had been brought away by Mo Wuji using array Dao techniques. 3 months later, the mortal sect had been completely transformed. An area with a radius of 500,000 kilometers was enveloped temporarily by Mo Wuji's defensive array, and at the core center of the mortal sect was filled with unending mountains and winding rivers. Half a year later, Mo Wuji was thoroughly done with the setup of the mortal sect. With his spiritual eye, he could see that on the void above the mortal sect was pieces of purple color hovering around. These purple color have gradually seeped into the mortal sect as the sect's aura grew. The word mortal looked even more ordinary under the encirclement of these purple color energy. Koen Yun was indeed not lying to him. After the sect had been established, fate was really gathered here. However, fate only gathered at the sect which was re-established after the restoration of the God world. On the peak of the mortal sect's main mountain, Mo Wuji installed another concealed defensive array before installing grade 7 death trap arrays. Only after doing this, he left the furnace of the heaven and earth there for it to gather fate. The restoration of the God world would certainly not only last for 1 or 2 days. Naturally, it would be better if he could gather more fate with the furnace. Mo Wuji wasn't wrong, because the restoration didn't only last for 1 or 2 days. After secluded cultivation for many years, the God world was still having its laws restored. Presently, Mo Wuji's speed of cultivation was multiple-fold slower than before. Regardless of how suitable the energy of creation was for cultivating, it would turn back into ordinary God spiritual energy once it started to merge with the laws of the heaven and earth and the God world. It wouldn't allow him to have such rapid increase in cultivation like before. After the multiple years of secluded cultivation, Mo Wuji had stabilized his cultivation at God King level 1. He started to progress gradually towards God King level 2. Even though many laws in the God world was still perfecting itself, most of the places had stabilized and calmed down. Countless sects started to rebuild and nobody would bother about how their sects were previously destroyed. The restoration of the God world resulted in those elemental energies of creation. Even cultivators of the poorest aptitude would be able to break through rapidly. Those with better luck would be able to make use of these energies of creation to cleanse their spiritual roots and had their aptitude increased by one more level. Cultivating under such conditions, it wouldn't be obvious whether your aptitude was good or bad. Yet another 100 years had passed and Mo Wuji stepped into the God King stage level 2. Following the stabilization of the laws in the God world, Mo Wuji's cultivation started to slow down. At this point, the God world had gradually quietened down. As Mo Wuji opened his spiritual eye, he could clearly see how the fate of the heaven and earth had started to stabilize too. Even if he continued to leave his furnace of the heaven and earth on his highest mountain, it wouldn't gather any more fate. Mo Wuji sent his furnace into his mortal world as he was still clueless as to how he could use the fate. He was certain that Kuan Yin would come looking for him, so there was no need to rush. He could simply ask Kuan Yin when he arrived. Mo Wuji, get out here now. Just as Mo Wuji was going to contact De Huang and the rest of them, a clear voice sounded. As Mo Wuji extended his spiritual will outwards, he saw Wei Ru, De Huang, and Shui Guo. Standing beside them was a familiar fella named Jin Xinjue. That pair of huge ears were simply too eye-catching. Shui Guo gave a glare. Jin Xinjue, don't think that just because you've helped us once, you can act all arrogant here. How dare you order my lord to get out here as you wish? Your balls have gotten quite big now, eh? De Huang commented while staring doubtfully at Jin Xinjue. Small fella, you better be more polite in front of my lord. Mo Wuji's figure flashed across and landed just outside the sect's defensive array. My lord! Both De Huang and Shui Guo exclaimed at the sight of Mo Wuji as they rushed forward. Wei Ru greeted Mo Wuji before walking over to Jin Xinjue was the only one left standing at his original position. Not bad, everyone has made a great improvement. Mo Wuji could sense that Wei Ru was in the God Monarch level 4, De Huang was in the World God level 4 and Shui Guo was in the World God level 1. These improvements made him very pleased. Jin Xinjue, your cultivation level had improved quite a bit too, ah? But since when have I offended you? Speaking of which, I've even helped you once before. What is the problem that you have to shout here at my sect? Mo Wuji said unhappily. Jin Xinjue was merely in the God Monarch stage level 1 back then and now, he was already in the World God level 3. His improvement was no lesser than Shui Guo and company evidently, everyone had made a huge jump forward in terms of cultivation during the God world restoration. Jin Xinjue looked gloomy as he replied. Mo Wuji, back then when you gifted my junior sister Chuyu the primal God lattice crystal, I have admired your generosity as well as open-mindedness. However, you've returned to the God world for so many years now, so how could you remain so unconcerned for my junior sister Chuyu? Even if you cannot rescue her, shouldn't you help her seek revenge? You killed that Unity God expert of the God's race, right? What's so hard about helping my junior sister seek revenge? Jin Xinjue felt that Mo Wuji wanted to explain himself when he mentioned the first part. However, when he spoke about avenging Chuyu, Mo Wuji started to furrow his brows. Chuyu was from the Forgotten Creek Dao School, so who dared to kill Chuyu? Even if Chuyu was killed, didn't the Forgotten Creek Dao School do anything? What happened? Mo Wuji questioned because Chuyu did save his life once. Even after Mo Wuji gifted her the primal God lattice crystal, Mo Wuji never felt that a life-saving grace could be repaid with items. He and Chuyu weren't related in a way many thought they were, but if Chuyu was in danger because of him, Mo Wuji would never stand idle and not help. You really didn't know? Jin Xinjue stared doubtfully at Mo Wuji. To him, the first thing Mo Wuji would do after returning to the God world was to find out more about Chuyu's well-being. The fact that Chuyu was forced into the God Burial Valley by many big sects was known to many. If Mo Wuji had the heart, he would have found out about it. Mo Wuji replied calmly. Yes, I have no idea. Please enlighten me and I will definitely seek justice for Chuyu. He was after all in the God King stage level 2 and also one of the mortal Dao. Even if he were to face an elementary unity God expert, Mo Wuji was confident he could handle that. As for God Kings, Mo Wuji wouldn't even put them to heart. He might be in the God King level 2, but he was completely different from the other God King level 2 experts. Ever since the nascent God stage, every stage of his had 12 levels. Without mentioning that his cultivation resources were multiple folds more than others, every small level of his cultivation would surpass the other same stage cultivator. This proved how perfect his Grand Dao was. While he made use of the Grade 7 Death Trap Array to kill a Unity God expert while he was in the World God Stage Level 3, Mo Wuji was confident that he wouldn't need a Death Trap Array to kill an elementary Unity God now. The God world had just been restored, and it was true that many God Kings managed to step into the Unity God stage due to the perfect laws as well as the energy of creation. However, Mo Wuji believed that they would at most be in the elementary stage of Unity God. Seeing that Mo Wuji really looked clueless about what happened to Chuyu, Jin Xinjue calmed down as he answered. Since that is the case, let me tell you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1073, Solo Trip to the God Evolution Sect. Chapter 1073, Solo Trip to the God Evolution Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Back then, Cultivator's Embassy Lord God King Su Ping brought his son Su Sha, Star Concealing Mountains Elder Ra Shu brought Genius Disciple Ji Fian, and the sect head Tai Lanshan of the God Evolution Sect brought Disciple Wang Yinshen towards the Forgotten Creek Dao School to look for Chuyu. At that point in time, the Forgotten Creek Dao School had no choice and they needed to choose one. Under pressure, Chuyu said that her heart had belonged to you and wanted to see you for the last time in the God Burial Valley. Using that excuse, she escaped into the God Burial Valley and never came out. After listening to Jin Xinjue's brief explanation, Mo Wuji's face turned gloomy. Killing intent started shrouding his body, and if he didn't have anything else to settle, he would have left to avenge Chuyu. How could Mo Wuji not know how the God Burial Valley was like? Back then, he was almost forced into the God Burial Valley, and that was where he met Tian Nu too. If it was before the restoration of the God world, Mo Wuji would have left for the God Burial Valley. Now, he was certain that the God Burial Valley would have been destroyed and looked totally different from before. Chuyu had entered the God Burial Valley for countless years, so naturally, Mo Wuji wouldn't expect her to still be alive. Wei Ru, Yu, De Huang and Shuaigua shall return to the sect to cultivate. I will make a trip to the God Burial Valley. Despite knowing that the land appearance had changed and the God Burial Valley shouldn't be there anymore, Mo Wuji's heart was still fixed on heading to the God Burial Valley before finding the other sects to avenge Chuyu. Jin Xinjue shook his head. There's no need for you to head to the God Burial Valley now. I'd been there and it had turned into a piece of flat and empty land. There was no longer any energy of the previous God Burial Valley, so even if you head there now, all you would see is a piece of flat land. I know. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath of air. Even if I know that place had turned into a piece of flat land, I still want to head there. Mo Wuji had made his decision to first head to the God Burial Valley to look for Chuyu. Even if he couldn't find her, he felt like he needed to make the trip. However, the first place he wanted to visit was the God Evolution Sect. Out of the three sects that Jin Xinjue mentioned, only the God Evolution Sect was in the God domain. The God Evolution Sect should have more than one Unity God, but since they forced Chuyu to her death, Mo Wuji had to make a ruckus at their sect regardless of how many Unity Gods they had. Even if he was incapable of killing everyone, the least he had to do was to kill Tai Lanshan and Wang Yunxian. Mo Wuji's heart was certain that after killing their sect head and genius disciple, Mo Wuji would have formed a deadly feud with the God Evolution Sect. Therefore, between himself and the God Evolution Sect, only one could survive. Old brother Wuji, you must not go anywhere now. I am here to stabilize my cultivation level, and once I'm done, you must fulfill your promise. Koan Yun descended from the void. He was still carrying the same massive pot on his back. The only difference was that the pot was covered with restrictions now, and Mo Wuji was no longer able to see what was inside the pot. Mo Wuji's face turned gloomy as he replied, I have urgent matters to settle now. You can stay here to cultivate first. Noticing Mo Wuji's expression, Koan Yun knew that Mo Wuji was determined. He replied, all right, I shall cultivate here, but make sure you come back fast. Also, haven't you offended too many people already? You've offended Lu Xing too, right? AI, it seems like you're pretty similar to Lu Xing himself. Lu Xing? Mo Wuji instantly thought of the statue back at the Heavenly Mortal sect. The statue had some residue left on his sacred art wheel of life and death. Eventually, he spent so many years to peel off those residue and threw them into the Nirvana ocean. You know Lu Xing? Mo Wuji asked curiously. Koan Yun sneered coldly. This fella's Tao was slightly similar to yours, but he was far from being comparable to you. If you're the old ancestor of the mortal Tao, that fella could only be considered as a newbie who had just joined the outer sect. However, you must be careful of this fella because he had a very powerful backing. Even though he had offended a vicious person and was torn into pieces back then, he had obtained new life because of the restoration of the God world. His strength should surpass you in a very short period of time. Once he said this, Koan Yun lowered his voice. You must be careful of this fella's woman. If his woman found out that you have offended Lu Xing before, you would be dead. Everyone knew how insane this fella's woman was. How did you meet him? Mo Wuji asked. Koan Yun pointed at the Nirvana ocean. That ** chanced upon an opportunity in the Nirvana ocean and used the energy of creation to condense his fleshly body. After which, he spotted me carrying this huge pot while I was crossing the Nirvana ocean. That fella didn't recognize that it was me, so he tried to snatch my pot. Naturally, I wouldn't show any mercy as I kicked his ass. Mo Wuji sensed that Koan Yun's words were not completely honest, so he asked with a straight face. Koan Yun, are you hiding anything? If you refuse to say and I suffer a disadvantage, I will no longer help you with anything. But you agreed since a long time ago. Koan Yun replied anxiously. Mo Wuji answered. I've agreed, but I didn't swear. Maybe about 100 years later, when I'm feeling happier, I will follow you over. Don't. Koan Yun hurried to stop Mo Wuji as he continued. It was a slip of the tongue when I mentioned that you have an ocean bowl which wouldn't be worse than my pot. It was only after that which I realized you have a beef with him. Mo Wuji glanced viciously at Koan Yun because he was certain that it wasn't a slip of tongue but intentionally. Mo Wuji was not sure of the specific reason, but he could guess that Koan Yun was taking advantage of him. Old brother Wuji, if you're willing to let me take a look at that huge ocean bowl, your matter will be my matter. Koan Yun wasn't bothered by Mo Wuji's attitude as he chuckled. Mo Wuji didn't care about Koan Yun as it seemed like Koan Yun started to suspect that Mo Wuji had the furnace of the heaven and earth. However, the furnace was in his mortal world, so no matter what tricks Koan Yun played, he wouldn't be able to bring his furnace away. As Mo Wuji drew out his half-moon-weighted halberd, he stepped right onto it. The halberd drew out a long and clear halberd radiance as he left in a hurry. Koan Yun wasn't worried about Mo Wuji as he looked at the suspending word, mortal. Not bad, it is pretty impressive, and this was indeed a good place to cultivate. God Evolution Sect, it was an existence in the God domain which wouldn't be any weaker than the Forgotten Creek Tao School. Before the restoration of the God world's laws, sect head Tai Lanchan of the God Evolution Sect was also one of the 10 great God Kings in the God domain. He was ranked number 8 with the title, God King Orchid Tomb. When Mo Wuji was escaping from the God domain, he knew where the God Evolution Sect was. After the restoration of the God world's laws, the God Evolution sect would definitely be destroyed and rebuilt into a new sect. However, Mo Wuji believed that the land of the God Evolution sect wouldn't change. After stepping into the God King stage, Mo Wuji's strength rose insanely. Even without using any transfer array, he had already appeared in front of the God Evolution sect in less than a day. Just like Mo Wuji's guess, the God Evolution sect had been rebuilt completely. A grade 6 God array covered the continuous stretch of mountains. A few of the higher mountains were inside the sect's defensive array, which was suspending in midair. The golden buildings looked even more majestic, and when the words God Evolution sect were floating within the clouds, it displayed an extremely mighty Tao spirituality. Mo Wuji had no idea how the previous God Evolution sect looked like, but he was certain that the present was much more impressive than the previous one. Not all the disciples of the God Evolution sect had returned. As Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to bypass the defensive array of the sect, he only saw about 100 disciples within the sect. Sensing Mo Wuji's spiritual will, a few cultivators darted towards the entrance of the defensive array speedily. Mo Wuji raised his hand and the halberd landed in his hand. With a swing of the halberd, a winding river started to descend from above. Boom! The descending winding river fell accurately on the sect's defensive array's foundation. Gotcha! The entire defensive array of the God Evolution sect was destroyed in an instant. The collapsing sound was heard by everyone in the sect. The situation within the sect became clear to Mo Wuji, and before Mo Wuji could use his spiritual will to sense the area, he felt as though his half-moon-weighted halberd had plunged into a pool of powerful energy. Following which, many runes restrictions started to appear on the pitch-black half-moon halberd's shaft. These runes soon fade out into his halberd. Mo Wuji was in mad glee because his half-moon-weighted halberd had advanced. At this moment, his half-moon-weighted halberd was equivalent to an intermediate grade equipment at the peak of the grade. The rootless god steel was indeed a good item. To Mo Wuji's surprise, the advancement of the half-moon-weighted halberd was not dependent on how many souls he had destroyed, but it was a natural process. Where did this thud come from? How dare you attack the defensive array of my God Evolution sect? I, Tai Lanshan, do want to see how you look like. An enraged voice was heard. Following which, a middle-aged man with a face full of beard landed in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's guess wasn't wrong, because this fella was indeed in the elementary Unity God stage. Standing beside this bearded man were 3 God Kings, but all of them were in the God King stage level 1. It's you? Mo Wuji, my God Evolution sect had no enmity with you, so why did you destroy the defensive array of my sect? Tai Lanshan recognized Mo Wuji and his angry tone was suppressed. Before the restoration of the God world, Mo Wuji killed the God's race's Unity God stage level 4 by die. No matter how proud Tai Lanshan was, he didn't believe that he was comparable to Bai Dai. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1074, Head-on Fight with a Unity God. Chapter 1074, Head-on Fight with a Unity God. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Did your God Evolution sect and the 2 other sects force you into the God Burial Valley? Mo Wuji's tone was icy cold. Tai Lanshan's heart stopped beating for a moment. After learning that Mo Wuji had killed Bai Dai, this was his biggest worry. Before the restoration of the God world, Mo Wuji was already capable of killing Bai Dai. During the restoration, any cultivator would be able to improve tremendously in terms of their cultivation level. Taking this into consideration, one could only imagine how much stronger Mo Wuji was than when he killed Bai Dai. He had just stepped into the Unity God stage, so how was he supposed to stop Mo Wuji? The fact that Bai Dai was tricked by Mo Wuji's fetal transformation technique and how Mo Wuji forced him into the death trap array, Tai Lanshan had no idea of it. Dao friend Mo, I'm merely at the Forgotten Creek Dao School to propose a marriage. Just like what you've said, my God Evolution sect wasn't the only one to do so. Chuyu's choice to enter the God Burial Valley was not forced by my God Evolution sect. Tai Lanshan spoke while preparing to defend against Mo Wuji. As for Mo Wuji's act of destroying the God Evolution sect's defensive array, Tai Lanshan didn't even mention about it. Mo Wuji managed to destroy his defensive array in one move, so it showed how powerful Mo Wuji was. So that's how it was. Mo Wuji calmed his tone as he retracted his killing intent. Yes, that was what happened back then. One of the God King beside Tai Lanshan sensed that Mo Wuji's killing intent had subsided, so he hurried to comment. Mo Wuji nodded. I wonder if sect head Tai has any Dao companion? Tai Lanshan furrowed his brows as he replied calmly. Dao friend Mo should stop joking. Everyone in the God domain knew that I have a Dao companion. That's right, and I knew that you have a Dao companion too. I've admired her for a long time now, so I wish that you could let me have your Dao companion. Is that possible? Mo Wuji spoke with sarcasm. Mo Wuji, so what if you manage to kill by Dai? Don't you think you're going overboard by coming to my sect to bully us? Tai Lanshan was infuriated now. The entire God domain knew that Tai Lanshan's Dao companion was a first-class beauty who had tons of suitors in the God domain. Eventually, she chose Tai Lanshan. Mo Wuji's voice had turned warm and gentle now. Since sect head Tai was so infuriated, why must you propose a marriage to Chuyu, who had mentioned that she already had a Dao companion? Unless in this world, only sect head Tai's Dao companion is a Dao companion and you can snatch other people's Dao companion? Tai Lanshan was dumbfounded and was at loss for words. Chuyu was Mo Wuji's Dao companion, and this was a fact that the entire world knew about. Otherwise, why would Mo Wuji give Chuyu the primal god lattice crystal? Mo Wuji didn't have the mood to continue wasting time as he drew out his half-moon weighted halberd once more. Concurrently, he brought out 6 pages of the Book of Luo. Regardless, Tai Lanshan was still a unity god with the help of 3 other god kings. He was, after all, only in the God King stage level 2. The sky full of halberd radiance had turned into the immense sand as it charged towards the entire God Evolution sect. Mo Wuji's first strike was with all his force, as he had no intention of showing any mercy. Everyone attacked together to kill him. Tai Lanshan shouted furiously as loud as he could. After Mo Wuji stepped into the God King stage, the grand desert of the half-moon weighted halberd brought along an insanely massive wave of sand with incredible energy swept over. Mo Wuji didn't reveal his own energy, so even Tai Lanshan was unable to discern Mo Wuji's cultivation. However, there was one point which he was certain, and that was how Tai Lanshan was probably the only person in the God Evolution sect who could stop Mo Wuji's sacred art. After Mo Wuji swept out his Grand Desert sacred art, he rushed to the front as he raised his hand to sweep up his 1,000 piles snow. Yes, it was really 1,000 piles of snow. Countless snowflakes instantly turned into piles of extremely cold snow. These piles of snow had turned into a killing array as it surged towards Mo Wuji. The laws of the God world was already complete, and these snow piles appeared likely to freeze the spatial laws in the surrounding. Not only that, the 1,000 piles snow shot out invisible icicles which contained deathly energy in every single one of them. Boom! Before both their sacred arts clashed, their domains collided first. Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain managed to tear Tai Lanshan's domain, but even his whirlpool domain started to show signs of being routed. Tai Lanshan was inwardly delighted because he felt that Mo Wuji wasn't as strong as he imagined. His spiritual will started to ignite his sacred art with full force. However, in the very next moment, Tai Lanshan's heart sunk. He noticed that the item Mo Wuji brought out was the Book of Luo. The 6 pages of the Book of Luo managed to block off his 1,000 piles snow completely. Fortunately, the killing array formed by his 1,000 piles snow was about to freeze the space. Even if he had the Book of Luo, he wouldn't be able to do much once he could lock onto Mo Wuji's space. At this moment, Tai Lanshan suddenly felt an obstruction in his spiritual will. Despite not seeing a chance water before, Tai Lanshan had heard of it. This was definitely the sign of spiritual severing, which could only be executed by a Chancewater's magic treasure. Tai Lan Shan let out a breath as that obstruction in his spiritual will disappeared, and the 1,000-pile snow was like an endless protective screen of ice. It was going to lock the entire space around Mo Wuji. Even if Mo Wuji had the Book of Luo, it would be frozen together with his body. Moreover, under his killing array, the Book of Luo couldn't protect the entire space and had revealed a few cracks. A long white halberd radiance was condensed behind Tai Lan Shan. He was waiting for the instant Mo Wuji was locked onto by the 1,000-pile snow before finding the gap of the Book of Luo to kill Mo Wuji. Even if he couldn't kill Mo Wuji in one attempt, he must injure Mo Wuji severely. Presently, Tai Lan Shan had forgotten about the fear in his heart. He felt that Mo Wuji wasn't that strong or had yet to display any bit of the frightening strength which helped him kill by die. Mo Wuji could sense that the laws in the space around him had disappeared, or rather, it seemed like everything was frozen by Tai Lan Shan's 1,000-pile snow. Without mentioning Tai Lan Shan, all the other god kings knew that Mo Wuji was certainly going to die. All of them heaved a sigh of relief, as it seemed like Mo Wuji's strength had been exaggerated. Who knows what method this fella used to kill by die? Mo Wuji appeared as though he didn't see how the piles of snow were going to restrain him as he raised and waved his hand calmly. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down and all the laws had come to a halt. Even though this halt lasted for less than a breath, Unity God Tai Lan Shan was able to notice it. He looked shockingly at Mo Wuji's act of waving his hand, and his heart was in fear and disbelief. What did he just see? It was a time-sacred art. Yes, it was truly a time-law sacred art. In the vast universe, the time-law sacred art might not be the strongest, but it was definitely one of the great supreme sacred arts. Even the gods' race's cursed arts would only mean little against a time-law sacred art. Before Tai Lan Shan could regain his composure, he saw a finger descending from above. In the very stabilized god world, this finger was still able to ignite a massive tremble. No matter how strong the god evolution sect was in the past, how much hope they had for the future, whether Tai Lan Shan was a unity god or not, everything under this finger became ordinary and had turned into an ordinary world of man. Tai Lan Shan panicked as he drew out his magic treasure hurriedly as he tried to break out of this world of man. Even more god evolution sect's cultivators had already lost themselves in this world of man. Boom! The world of man instantly transformed in an entire lifetime was merely a breath of time now. If it was just like that, there would be nothing harmful if he were to spend an entire lifetime living ordinarily in this world of man. However, at this moment, calamities fell upon the world of man as the heaven and earth were flipped and the world was crushed. All the cultivators within this world of man, including Tai Lan Shan, seemed to have seen the same majestic land waves which they witnessed during the restoration of the god world. Everything before was being destroyed while new things were produced. Everything that was being destroyed was simply everything in the world of man, including all their lives and future. Mo Wuji's 7-world finger sacred art, second finger, heaven and earth. No! Tai Lan Shan woke up once more as he raised his hand, and that white radiance had turned into an impressively long and massive blade. The 1,000 Piles mountain suddenly erupted as the coldness seemed to be tearing the space around Mo Wuji. Even Mo Wuji's Book of Luo was being blown apart and Mo Wuji was currently exposed. After losing the protection of his Book of Luo, Mo Wuji's skin was torn apart by the freezing cold as blood scars started to form on his body. Tai Lan Shan's long and massive blade had descended as it contained an indescribable anger wanting to slice Mo Wuji into two. He had struggled free from Mo Wuji's world of man, and while he had yet to break free from Mo Wuji's heaven and earth sacred art, he could tell that Mo Wuji was definitely a sage physique expert. Otherwise, the explosion of his 1,000 piles snow shouldn't have only caused those minor external injuries. Mo Wuji remained calm as his half-moon weighted halberd strikes again. It struck out a setting sun as if it was about to exterminate this entire world. Halberd Sacred Art's Third Realm, Setting Sunday. As compared to the setting sun previously, the setting sun now had merged with Mo Wuji's time laws, and after the set-off by the world of man, Tai Lanshan started to see the nightfall of his declining years. The setting sun was like a disk but also like a ring of flame. Even the most gorgeous flame was bound to wither upon landing on the disk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1075, The Rock Cave of the God Burial Valley. Chapter 1075, The Rock Cave of the God Burial Valley. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Tai Lanshan was a unity god, and even though Mo Wuji's setting sun's intent level sacred art was fully executed, he still managed to wake up from it. However, Mo Wuji didn't give him any chance to fight back. Under the restraint of his 7 world fingers, heaven and earth, the setting sun descended. Just like a drop of water descending from high above onto a green slab, a splash of faint water fog was formed. Blood fog was formed as the surrounding exploded. Tai Lanshan's eyes revealed an expression of unwillingness as he saw his own forehead exploding into a fog of blood. Before his consciousness went into an endless darkness, he felt a lightning bolt striking his primordial spirit. His entire life flashed across his eyes like a lightning bolt. The God world had finally been restored and he had just stepped into the Unity God stage, but he was going to die any time now. How did it end up like this? Boom! After the explosion of the God Evolution sect was heard, Tai Lanshan's consciousness fell into complete darkness. After Mo Wuji left, the news of him exterminating the God Evolution sect as well as killing their sect head Tai Lanshan started spreading like wildfire. In the shortest possible time, the entire God domain knew of the news. The sect head of the God Evolution sect was definitely a Unity God expert because many cultivators had witnessed his lightning tribulation. A Unity God expert, with the help of his sect at the territory of his sect, could still be killed by Mo Wuji. Moreover, the sect was phased by Mo Wuji. After that incident, Mo Wuji's reputation in the God domain surged once more. The only difference from the first time Mo Wuji became reputable in the God domain was that back then, Mo Wuji is a fat sheep that everyone wanted to capture. Now, Mo Wuji had become the taboo in the God domain. This wasn't simply in God domain. Even the God's race didn't dare to openly find trouble with Mo Wuji. If people were still not fearful back when Mo Wuji killed Luo Huangsang, Mo Wuji went on to kill the God's races by Dai and then the God Evolution sect's Unity God Tai Lanshan. This was not all because Mo Wuji even raised the God Evolution sect. Rumors spread that the God's race's Huan Ji was also killed by Mo Wuji and his friend. Try imagining who would dare to find trouble with a vicious person like Mo Wuji? The mortal sect was near to the nirvana ocean of extinction, and after the laws of the God world had been restored, it was immediately established. One could say that their aura and land were a first-class existence in the God world. Even so, nobody dared to do anything to mortal sect. This was because everyone knew that Mo Wuji was the one who established mortal sect. In the God domain, besides the God Evolution sect that had been exterminated by Mo Wuji, the Forgotten Creek Dao School was equally as worried that Mo Wuji might find his way there. The Forgotten Creek Dao School had 2 Unity gods, but both Scoured Sea and Guiding Wood didn't believe that Mo Wuji would be fearful of the Forgotten Creek Dao School. The transfer array of the Nirvana Ocean had yet to be repaired, so Mo Wuji was unable to head over to the God continent to find the Cultivator's embassy and Star Concealing Mountain. If Mo Wuji was bent on seeking revenge, he would definitely head to the Forgotten Creek Dao School next. The Forgotten Creek Dao School had just been rebuilt and it looked even more impressive than before it was destroyed by the restoration of the God world. However, everyone in the Forgotten Creek Dao School was constantly worried that Mo Wuji might appear out of the blue. Naturally, Mo Wuji wouldn't act against the Forgotten Creek Dao School even though he really didn't like a sect like them. He didn't fancy them, but it wasn't to the extent where Mo Wuji would destroy them the way he did to the God Evolution God sect. At this moment, Mo Wuji had arrived at the periphery of the God Burial Valley. Just like what Jing Xinjue mentioned, the previous God Burial Valley had disappeared. The one in place of it was a flat piece of land, and there was no longer any signs of the previous God Burial Valley. Mo Wuji had just stepped into the God Burial Valley, and his spiritual will extended outwards. He wanted to find some traces of clues. The pity was that this place felt as though nobody had been here before, and there was not a single trace left behind. After half a day, when Mo Wuji was prepared to leave this place, his spiritual will sensed a cave entrance with the size of a fist. Because this entrance was this small, it looked more like mouse hole. To Mo Wuji's surprise, his spiritual will was actually unable to seep through the depths of this hole. Mo Wuji took a step and landed right beside the hole. Concurrently, he threw out a punch. Walala! The sound of collapsing rocks could be heard, and an entrance of at least 30 meters appeared in front of Mo Wuji. This entrance was tilted downwards, and the sides of the rocks were covered with rock runes. As he extended his spiritual will downwards, it felt as though he saw fog and was unable to head any further into the depths of the place. Instead of saying it was a hole, one could call this a rock cave. Mo Wuji suddenly recalled the words of Tian Nu. Tian Nu mentioned that the only way to survive in the God Burial Valley was some cave. Could this be the place which Tian Nu mentioned? Mo Wuji hesitated for a while, but chose not to head down because he had no idea where this burrow would lead to. Even if he must head in to take a look, he wanted to settle whatever leftover matters of the mortal sect before making an announcement to look for Shuin. With his present strength, nobody would do anything to him even if he were to search for Shuin openly. After doing these, Mo Wuji still had something he must do. He wanted to destroy the cultivator's embassy first. Truth be told, Mo Wuji had been very unhappy with the cultivator's embassy for a very long time now. After covering this rock cave with a concealment array, Mo Wuji returned to the sect. Once he set foot back into his mortal sect, he saw a few familiar faces. God King Blazing Heaven, God King Clear Rise, and possibly God King Scoured Sea. The last one was a white-faced scholar-looking cultivator who Mo Wuji didn't recognize. Of course, these four people here were no longer God Kings, as they had already stepped into the Unity God stage. It seemed like 90% of the cultivators in the Advanced God King stage managed to step into the Unity God stage during this restoration of the God world. Blazing Heaven's cultivation level seemed to be the highest, and Mo Wuji's guess was that he should be in the Unity God level too. Mo Wuji was not surprised to see this because he did warn Blazing Heaven about the restoration beforehand. Blazing Heaven should have been well prepared, and in addition to the fact that he had been in the Great Circle of the God King stage for a very long time, stepping into the Unity God level 2 wasn't too surprising to Mo Wuji. Congratulations, Sect Head Mo, for establishing the mortal sect. Here's a small gift which I hope you won't mind. Scoured Sea was the first one to clasp his fist with a smile as he greeted Mo Wuji before handing Mo Wuji a jade box. Even though Mo Wuji looked down on Scoured Sea, he didn't have much personal enmity with Scoured Sea. Back then, Scoured Sea had also tried to capture him, but out of the 4 experts in front of him, who didn't try to capture him? This was, of course, with the exception of Clear Rise. Mo Wuji could guess what Scoured Sea was worried about. He should be worried that Mo Wuji would destroy his Forgotten Creek Dao School. If he didn't accept this man's gift, he would undoubtedly feel uneasy. Mo Wuji casually accepted Scoured Sea's gift as he nodded. Many thanks, Dao friend Scoured Sea. Following which, Blazing Heaven and Clear Rise both presented their congratulatory gifts. As he sensed that Mo Wuji didn't recognize everyone here, Blazing Heaven took the initiative to introduce. Sect Head Mo, this is Valley Lord Wen Mingyang of the Godly Grain Valley. You should know him, right? So you're Valley Lord Mingyang. Please hurry in. Mo Wuji extended his arm politely. As for the Godly Grain Valley, Missouri Wuji had a good impression of them. Back then, when Ancestor Pang Jia hosted the ceremony, the Godly Grain Valley was the only big sect who came to congratulate. Even though it wasn't Valley Lord Wen Mingyang who came down himself, it was still a good gesture. Wen Mingyang clearly knew about this matter and was rejoicing that his Godly Grain Valley took the initiative to head over to congratulate God King Pang Jia. He was pleased that they managed to form this friendship with Mo Wuji from the very beginning. The mortal sect had just been established, but it looked menacing and majestic. The only drawback was the lack of people in the sect. Even though Mo Wuji had just returned, there was only 5 of them. To be specific, it was only Mo Wuji, Kuan Yun, Wei Ru, De Huang, and Shui Gua. Sect head Mo's mortal sect had a multifarious ambience and looked destined to be a reputable peak-grade sect in the god world. When Ming Yang sensed the aura of the mortal sect as he commented enviously. He was a unity god expert, so he was naturally able to sense such majestic aura. Mo Wuji didn't reply because he knew that his mortal sect had collected a large amount of fate which was hovering around the sect now. Even if there came a day where he had to leave the sect, he would leave 1 page of the Book of Luo behind to protect the fate of the sect. Very soon, Mo Wuji invited the few of them to the guest hall, and after pouring tea for these unity god experts, Mo Wuji inquired, "I don't think the few of you came all the way to my mortal sect just to congratulate me, right?" Even though the mortal sect was established, Mo Wuji had yet to announce this to the entire god world. He was certain that these unity gods didn't come here just to congratulate him. Blazing Heaven clasped his fists as he said with a serious face, "Before anything else, I must thank sect head Mo for your early notice, which was why I am able to charge into the unity god level 2. Besides coming to congratulate you, the few of us are here to ask you about some matters." Mo Wuji replied, "Dao friend Blazing Heaven, please ask. If there is anything I know and I can tell, I will definitely let the few of you know." Blazing Heaven expressed his thanks before saying, "I wonder if I could ask if sect head Mo did condense a primal god lattice too?" Mo Wuji shook his head. "No, why did you ask?" Mo Wuji didn't condense the primal god lattice, and all he answered was no. He didn't let Blazing Heaven know that he didn't even condense any god lattice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1076, God Throne. Chapter 1076, God Throne. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Sect head Mo, when you were at the chasm of laws, you should know that the laws of God domain were restored, right? At the same time, you should also know that God domain, God continent, Nirvana ocean, and even the God's race belong to God world, right? Blazing Heaven asked. Mo Wuji nodded, "That's right. I do know of this. Then do you know why we need to condense a God lattice?" Blazing Heaven asked one question after another. Mo Wuji knew that Blazing Heaven definitely wanted to lead to something. However, he didn't mind answering such questions. Wasn't it said that those that didn't condense a god lattice would be unable to step into the heavenly god stage? Blazing Heaven sighed. Yes, it's true that a person that didn't condense a god lattice would be unable to step into the heavenly god stage. However, have you heard of the God Throne? Mo Wuji frowned slightly. He did hear about God Thrones before, but his knowledge of it was very shallow. Before Mo Wuji could answer, Blazing Heaven continued in a solemn tone, "Sect head Mo, why do we cultivate the Tao?" Mo Wuji said with pride, "Of course, this is so that we will not be corroded by the heaven and earth and we can always be with our loved ones. The reason why cultivators pursue the Tao has always been eternal life." But to Mo Wuji, besides eternal life, he also wanted the peace and quiet to do what he wants. He would not disturb others and he hoped that others would not disturb him. It was just that he didn't need to say such ideas aloud. For example, in the immortal world, he started Pingfan, while in the God world, he started Mortal Sect. As for being with his loved ones, that was also one of his honest feelings. If not for the cultivation of the Tao, Shuyin would have perished a long time ago. Because of cultivation, Shuyin was still around. It was just that he hadn't managed to find her. Blazing Heaven continued, "Actually, even if we are able to step into the Unity God stage, we will still be unable to achieve eternal life. Even if we got stronger, we will still ultimately fall into the rivers of time." "Why?" Mo Wuji asked in shock. In reality, Mo Wuji had never thought much about longevity. Most cultivators spend their longevity in secluded cultivation. Through secluded cultivation, they raised their cultivation level, and in turn, they extend their longevity. However, cultivators would need to continue to cultivate in order to continue to extend their longevity. Otherwise, they would still return to the earth. Mo Wuji didn't know how much longevity he had left. However, he believed that he would still be alive after millions of years. He had always thought that as he continued to raise his cultivation, his longevity would eventually reach an immeasurable level. But today, after hearing Blazing Heaven's words, he suddenly came to a rude awakening. Blazing Heaven said solemnly, only those that possess a god throne would truly live forever. This is because these people are the ones that truly control the Tao. The reason why nascent gods need to condense a god lattice is so that they could strive towards a god throne. Those that don't condense a god lattice would not be able to obtain a god throne, even if they managed to step into the heavenly god stage. Even though there were countless cultivators in the god world, the number of god thrones were limited. Not everyone could obtain a god throne. Most people, even those with high cultivations, could only remain under those with the god thrones. Mo Wuji didn't ask any further. All this was still too distant from him. He looked at Blazing Heaven calmly and asked, Tao friend Blazing Heaven, why did you suddenly tell me this? Because, according to the information I have obtained, after the god world recovers, it will attract the attention of those throned god. After they set their eyes on god world, our life and death would be within their control. Blazing Heaven's voice contained a hint of hoarseness and helplessness. When Ming Yang said with certainty, sect head Mo, Tao friend Blazing Heaven's words are the truth. We are not fabricating this. Previously, when the god world was complete, such a situation had also taken place. It was just that after the god world broke apart, it no longer attracted the focus of the throne gods. In their eyes, we were merely loaches stuck in a drain. But if this drain becomes an ocean, we would have the rights and opportunity to threaten their position. I'm afraid that things would no longer as stable as it was before. Clear Eyes also said, Sect Head Mo, besides discussing this matter with you, we also came here to seek a consultation. Mo Wuji came to an understanding, you are here to seek a consultation with Koan Yun, right? Blazing Heaven stood up, yes, we wish to seek a consultation with Senior Koan Yun. Koan Yun's slightly raspy voice sounded, you guys are right. Moreover, your knowledge on this matter isn't shallow. Just as his voice sounded, Koan Yun's figure appeared within the hall. Senior. When they saw the pot-backed Koan Yun enter, Clear Eyes, Scoured Sea and Wen Mingyang all stood up and paid respects. Koan Yun nodded to the group. After which, he turned to Mo Wuji, old brother Wuji, this is also the reason why I need your help. It was just that I didn't think that the god world would be restored. The restoration has caused me to feel a deep sense of urgency. After the god world is restored, this place would no longer be as safe as it was before. This place would become coveted by those shameless people. If you have anything to say, then just say it straight. There's no need to beat around the bush. That simply vexes me. Mo Wuji knew that Koan Yun wanted his help. It was just that he still didn't know exactly what Koan Yun needed help with. Koan Yun chuckled and sat down, old brother Wuji, you are already a god king. You should know that the stage after the God King stage is the Unity God stage. If the day comes when you surpass the Unity God stage, what existence would you be? Koan Yun's casual question caused everyone's ears to perk up. Mo Wuji wasn't the only one that wanted to know this. The rest of them were also equally eager to find out. Mo Wuji didn't have a master. His mortal Tao was forged according to his meridians. Because of his Tao revelation channel, he would automatically move on to the next cultivation stage after he reaches the peak of his current stage. It was exactly because of this that he didn't think too much about the stage after the Unity God stage. Koan Yun retracted his smile and said seriously, don't simply notice that the laws of the God world are recovering. This restored God world could allow many God kings to step into the unity God stage. However, I need to tell you this, in the entire God world, there probably wouldn't be a single person that could surpass the unity God stage and reach the next level. Mo Wuji chuckled, "Old brother Koan Yun, don't scare me. Isn't your stage above the unity God stage? Koan Yun shook his head and said, I have indeed surpassed the unity God stage. However, I'm not a person of the God world. I'm an existence with a God throne. Hearing that Koan Yun was a throned god, Blazing Heaven and company went incomparably silent. Koan Yun slowed down and said solemnly, the stage after unity god is quasi-sage. When Mo Wuji heard the two words quasi-sage, his heart pounded. Immediately, he laughed and said, then is there the sage stage after that? Koan Yun nodded his head seriously, you're right. The stage after quasi-sage is the sage stage. However, in the boundless and vast universe, the total number of sages will not exceed 8. Not only is the number of sages limited to 8, only those with extreme fortune would be able to be a quasi-sage. Mo Wuji recalled the myths of China. Ancient ancestor Hong Jun was naturally a sage. His 6 disciples were also sages. 1, thus, the total number of sages was only 7. Wait, that's not right. Ancient ancestor Hong Jun should have surpassed the sage stage. Could it be that those sages were the sages of myth? Mo Wuji immediately shook his head. This didn't seem likely. Although some treasures were the same as myths, he had never actually seen a person from the ancient myths. Old brother Koan Yun, is Sage Luo Su one of the 8 sages? Mo Wuji suddenly recalled Sage Luo Su. Koan Yun nodded, that's right. He's indeed one of the 8 sages. The distance between sages and us is too far. Even in my eternal life, I cannot hope of reaching it. Old brother Wuji, don't simply look at the fact that you opened a new Tao. There's no need to think about becoming a sage. I look upon you highly, which was why I allowed you to establish a sect to suppress fate. In the future, you have a chance of entering the ranks of quasi-sages. If you are able to obtain a god throne, you will be able to live forever in this heaven and earth. Mo Wuji remained silent. He did not question Koan Yun's words. In Chinese mythology, which quasi-sage wasn't a world-shaking figure? Ancestor Xin Yuan, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, Celestial Emperor Hao Tian, Ancestor Xin He, Taoist Duo Bao, Emperor Jiang, the god of water, etc. However, which one of these figures were able to live freely? The 12 magic gods were hunted to extinction, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi died, and even Xian He's outcome wasn't very desirable. On the other hand, the sages were the ones that get to play and scheme. They used the lives of others to take part in the machinations. By this point, Mo Wuji started to believe Koan Yun's words. Koan Yun had allowed him to establish the sect, so that the sect could defend against the calamity. Mo Wuji did not wait for Blazing Heaven and company to ask about his sect. Instead, he asked a question that Blazing Heaven and company were also thinking of, old brother Koan Yun, then may I ask who are the true god thrones? Koan Yun chuckled, this was the thing that I wanted you to do. Those years ago, I was struck by the cataclysm to the point where I almost lost the opportunity to free myself. If I don't take revenge, then I'm a cowardly tortoise. 1. Wow, Hong Jun's disciples include the Supreme Lord Laozi, Buddha, Bodhi, Pangu, Tong Tian, and the heavenly monarch Yuanshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1077, Sage's Decree. Chapter 1077, Sage's Decree. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji, Blazing Heaven and company didn't say anything. Instead, they silently waited for Koan Yun to explain about the god thrones. Indeed, after Koan Yun expressed that sentence of discontent, his face turned serious as he said, there aren't many god thrones. The fight for each god throne is an annal filled with bloodshed and massacre. Besides some god thrones which have sealed themselves, the true god thrones include 8 sages, 4 Dao monarchs, 3 rogues, 12 god emperors, 108 principal gods and 108 valued gods. Within the 108 principal gods, there are 36 ministers and 72 lords. Besides all these, there are also 10,368 minor gods. As Blazing Heaven and company heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Mo Wuji, on the other hand, said, "Old brother Koan Yun, according to what you've said, there's actually quite a number of god thrones, but..." Koan Yun sneered, "Quite a number of god thrones? Do you know how many god worlds there are in the boundless universe? Do you know how many experts there are in every god world that would fight just for a minor god throne? Just a little over 10,000 god thrones, and you feel that it is quite a number?" Mo Wuji remained firm. "Old brother Koan Yun, you said that you are a throned god. What's your god throne?" Koan Yun said proudly, "I'm one of the 36 ministers of the principal gods. It's just that I almost had my soul destroyed during the cataclysm. But as long as I'm still alive, my god throne will not be taken away." When Blazing Heaven and company heard that Koan Yun was one of the 36 ministers of the 108 principal gods, they all hurried to stand up and bow once more. Mo Wuji's heart was inwardly shocked. He knew exactly how powerful Koan Yun was. Such an expert was only one of the 108 principal gods? According to what he thought, even if Koan Yun wasn't one of the 4 Dao monarchs and 4 rogues, he should at least be a god emperor, right? From the looks of it, even though they aren't sages, the 12 god emperors, 4 Dao monarchs and 3 rogues were definitely supreme experts. How is it? You're scared, right? Old brother Wuji, follow me properly. After I take back what is mine, I will definitely help you obtain a minor god throne, Koan Yun said complacently. Mo Wuji shook his head and sighed, "Old brother Koan Yun, I thought that even if you didn't manage to get yourself a sage throne, you should be able to barely make it to a god emperor throne. I didn't think that you are merely one of the 36 ministers. Moreover, you were beaten to the point where you are begging to live in a lower world. You..." Koan Yun almost coughed out blood at Mo Wuji's words. "What do you mean merely one of the 36 ministers? Those years ago, which person didn't hurry to kowtow when they heard his name?" Mo Wuji waved his hand, "Don't be agitated. I'm just encouraging you to improve yourself." Koan Yun laughed bitterly, "Improve myself? Your words sound even better than a song. But do you know what that entails? There's no need to talk about the 12 god emperors. Even the top of the 36 ministers is a great quasi-sage that's close to the sages. I only managed to obtain one of the 36 thrones because of my luck, but..." Mo Wuji stood up, "Old brother Koan Yun, tell me. How can I help you? This time, I will definitely help you. Of course, I also want to go out and take a look whether I can get one god throne to sit on." Koan Yun waved his hand, "Old brother Wuji, with these words of yours, my confidence has been bolstered. It's true that my physical body had collapsed during the cataclysm. However, others did not do much better than me. Many didn't even retain their primordial spirits. This is the opportunity that you are looking for." As he said this, Koan Yun saw the envy and desire in Blazing Heaven and company's eyes. He chuckled and said, "Your paths of Tao are too ordinary. However, as long as I am able to sit stably in my 36 ministers' throne and brother Wuji gets a god throne, it isn't impossible for the rest of you to rank among us. Of course, after old brother Wuji and I leave, his mortal sect's business needs to be left to the rest of you. Mortal sect would affect the stability of old brother Wuji's future god throne. Thus, it would also affect your future." This time, when Ming Yang and Scoured Sea seemed to stand at the same time, "Senior, rest assured. Sect head Mo can also rest assured. After the two of you leave, Mortal Sect will be the most important sect of our god world." Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards Blazing Heaven and company, "My wife is lost in the god world. Before I leave with old brother Kunyan, I need to find my wife Shuin. I hope that you Dao friends would be able to extend your help. Koan Yun felt slightly helpless. He knew that it was impossible to advise Mo Wuji against finding Sin Shuin. Sect head Mo, your wife is? Blazing Heaven hurriedly asked. Although they all believed that Mo Wuji's Dao companion was Chuyu, Mo Wuji had clearly stated that his wife's name was Shuin. Facing such sort of matters, it wasn't proper for them to ask him openly. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and drew an image. This is my wife, Sin Shuin. She should have arrived at God World. It's just that there's no longer any news of her besides her arriving at the periphery of God Burial Valley. Sect head Mo can rest assured. With me here, I will definitely return to you with news as soon as possible. Blazing Heaven said in a straightforward manner. As he spoke, he had already shot out multiple flying swords. Mo Wuji did not suspect Blazing Heaven's words. After all, Blazing Heaven used to be the #1 person in the God domain. Although he might not be able to rally large masses, he should still have a high position in God domain. According to Mo Wuji's thoughts, he intended to spend half a year to find Sin Shuin. What he didn't expect was that after merely half a day, a flying messenger sword charged into Mortal Sect and landed in Blazing Heaven's hands. After looking at the contents of the sword, Blazing Heaven's face changed. Mo Wuji could no longer care about courtesy. His spiritual will directly penetrated into Blazing Heaven's flying messenger sword. The contents of the sword were very clear. Years ago, someone saw a person that looked like the woman that Mo Wuji drew, entering God Burial Valley alone. Mo Wuji immediately felt his brain buzzing. Sin Shuin walked into God Burial Valley? Why? Could she also have been forced inside? It was just that Mo Wuji didn't have the time to investigate why Shuin entered God Burial Valley. He needed to pay a visit to God Burial Valley as soon as possible. Looking at Mo Wuji's expression, Koan Yun knew that things weren't good. Indeed, after sending his spiritual will into the flying messenger sword, he understood Mo Wuji's feelings. Indeed, Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards Koan Yun and said, "Old brother Koan Yun, I'm truly sorry. I will temporarily be unable to follow you. I intend to go to God Burial Valley." After saying that, Mo Wuji drew the sketches of Immortal Empress Wen Lan and Lin Gu and passed them to Blazing Heaven, requesting for his help with the two of them as well. Koan Yun's expression was ugly, but he did not flare up. Instead, he said solemnly, "Old brother Wuji, how is the lack of a Dao companion a worry? God thrones are the things that are truly important. Now that the God world is restored, if we don't rush to do that thing, we might not even have leftovers." Mo Wuji shook his head. He wasn't in the mood to refute Koan Yun's words. He needed to go to God Burial Valley. It's true that God Burial Valley had become a flat plain. However, Mo Wuji did not completely lose hope. That's because there was still a rock cave in God Burial Valley. According to Tian Newswords, that stone cave was likely to be the safe zone of God Burial Valley. Originally, he wanted to search for Sin Shuin and establish his mortal sect, which was why he didn't have the time to enter the stone cave. But now that he heard that Sin Shuin had entered the God Burial Valley, he definitely needed to visit that stone cave. Koan Yun could only say, "Actually, the place that I want to go is also the God Burial Valley. That place is slightly special. How about this, I will follow you to search God Burial Valley. But if we are unable to find her, then you will follow me to complete my task. How about that?" Mo Wuji did not hesitate to shake his head. "I intend to go to a rock cave in God Burial Valley. I don't even know if I'm able to come out alive after I enter, so..." "You actually know of God Burial Valley's God Burial Cave?" Koan Yun asked in shock. "That's also the place that I want to go. How did you know of it?" "That place definitely wouldn't reveal itself." Towards the end of his sentence, Koan Yun started to frown. Originally, the place he needed help to get to was God Burial Cave. However, he was sure that God Burial Cave wouldn't reveal itself. Since it couldn't be seen, how did Mo Wuji know about it? At this point, a golden light suddenly descended and hung above Nirvana Ocean. Although everyone was within Mortal Sek's main mountain, they could still see the golden light in the distance. The golden light soon transformed into a golden staircase. Following which, a deep voice came from that staircase, announcing Sage Luosu's decree. Congratulations to this God world for restoring the laws. Now, the sage will perfect this God world and share the Tao. All sects are to join hands to erect a tower. This tower must be 99,999 meters tall, and it must be built using the materials obtained from the Chasm of Laws. After the tower is completed, plant 49 peak-grade God spiritual veins and name as God's Tower. After completing God's Tower, Sage Luosu will reward multiple God thrones. They would go to those that contributed the most to the God's Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1078, Mortal Mo Wuji. Chapter 1078, Mortal Mo Wuji. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. It must not be built. If the God's Tower is built, God World will become their farm of ants. Koan Yun sprang up and said anxiously. Mo Wuji discovered that Blazing Heaven and company weren't saying anything, they only shot glances at one another. Mo Wuji knew that they were probably hesitating. After all, this was a sage's decree. Not only that, God thrones were promised. Today, these group of them were existences at the pinnacle of the God world. If Sage Luosu was truly bestowing God thrones, then they would definitely be able to have a share of it. Before the sage's decree, they could only choose to believe Koan Yun. But after hearing the decree, Koan Yun's words were clearly placed in the back. Although Koan Yun was very anxious, Blazing Heaven and company remained silent. Old brother Wuji, I'm really speaking the truth, Koan Yun could only turn to Mo Wuji nervously. If only one or two people didn't believe him, he, Koan Yun, could force them to listen. However, this was the entire God world, this was enough to stop him. Not just Koan Yun, Blazing Heaven and company also turned to Mo Wuji. Their trust towards Mo Wuji far exceeded the already throned Koan Yun. Mo Wuji said calmly, I believe that Sage Luosu's promised God thrones are the real deal. When he heard these words, Koan Yun's face turned pale. Old brother Wuji, I'm really not speaking blindly. Mo Wuji waved his hand and continued, however, I believe old brother Koan Yun's words. There's no need to ask me much. It's simply because I have seen a God's Tower before and I have even entered it. Within that God's Tower, there was an immortal sealing array. Countless gods were trapped in that array, and each of them was stronger than the few of you. Koan Yun nodded forcefully, right, the God's Tower is a place to confine and raise gods. They extract the fate of the world to fuel their own Tao. There's nothing that they wouldn't do. They don't even require the God's Tower to be fully built. As long as the foundation is completed, they could use the God's Tower to enter God world. After which, they would extract the fate of God world and suck out God world's roots. Before Koan Yun finished speaking, Clear Eyes said determinedly, if God world's foundations would be destroyed, I, Clear Eyes, would not do it, even if he gives me a God Emperor throne. I believe sect head Mo's words. We definitely mustn't build the God's Tower. Blazing Heaven also didn't hesitate to say, I also believe sect head Mo's words. My idea is the same as Clear Eyes's. We definitely mustn't be the accomplices to the destruction of God world. With Clear Eyes and Blazing Heaven leading the way, when Ming Yang and Scoured Sea both expressed their support. Mo Wuji could feel that Clear Eyes and Blazing King were truly in disagreement with the decree. However, when Ming Yang and Scoured Sea did seem to have some other thoughts. Old brother Wuji, the two of us will go and destroy that golden staircase together. After this matter is done, I will definitely follow you to God Burial Valley to find your Tao companion. Although Mo Wuji had verbally agreed to support him, and Clear Rise and Blazing Heaven had agreed with him, Koen Yun was still nervous. Mo Wuji guessed that this God's Tower definitely didn't spell anything good for Koen Yun. However, he didn't say anything much. This was because he also knew exactly what the God's Tower was. Koen Yun was truly anxious. With the restoration of God World, there were plenty of God Kings and Unity Gods. Even with the support of Blazing Heaven and company, it didn't add up to much when compared to the entire God World. Mo Wuji asked doubtfully, "Old brother Koen Yun, if we destroy this golden staircase, will it appear again?" Koen Yun said resolutely and decisively, "It definitely wouldn't. This golden staircase is created with the help of creation energy. The God World would soon be stabilized. After the God World stabilizes, those people would have to use some other method before they could create that golden staircase again. By that time, many years would have already passed." Mo Wuji laughed coldly. "That means to say that after many years, they would still be able to come to God World." Koen Yun said with utmost sincerity, "That's right. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to come now. After many years, there might be a change to this story. Perhaps I would be able to reobtain my God throne and do something for the God World." Mo Wuji did not mince his words as he said, "What shit can you do? You're merely one of the 36 ministers." An expression of embarrassment appeared on Koen Yun's face. He knew that Mo Wuji was speaking the truth. In his eyes, being one of the 36 ministers of the principal gods was already a high and lofty existence. But to sages, it was indeed a puny position. To Koen Yun, he didn't really care whether God World was destroyed. He only cared whether he could take back the God throne which belonged to him before that happened. Everyone knew what Koen Yun was saying. No one stood forward to rebut him. After all, a disaster which takes place many years later was better than a disaster which takes place now. Mo Wuji sighed, "Let's go. We'll go to Nirvana Ocean. No matter what, we cannot let the God's Tower be built." Mo Wuji had seen the might of the God's Tower before. Fortunately, the golden staircase was at Nirvana Ocean. That wasn't very far from Mortal Sect. By the time Mo Wuji and company arrived at Nirvana Ocean, the surroundings of the golden staircase were already filled with cultivators. Moreover, Mo Wuji and company weren't the only ones that were rushing here. Countless beams of light shot towards Nirvana Ocean. A thin man was speaking loudly, "I believe that many people know of me, Spirited Flame. Now that the opportunity of a God throne has appeared, I hope that everyone would support me in the construction of the God's Tower. If I have a chance to obtain a God throne, I definitely wouldn't forget the Tao friends that supported me. By my side, there would definitely be a place for you. I, Pan Shi, support Throne God Spirited Flame. I, Finzhong, support Throne God Spirited Flame." As Spirited Flame's voice descended, it caused the crowds to gather in agreement. Koen Yun chuckled, "A mere ant that is billions of miles from a god throne actually dares to call himself a throned god? How shameless. Who are you?" Just as Spirited Flame uttered that question, his eyes landed on Blazing Heaven. As for Clear Rise, when Ming Yang and company, they were all dismissed by him. Mo Wuji, who was at the very back, was completely disregarded. "Oh, so it's Blazing Heaven. Ha ha. Blazing Heaven, over the past countless years, you have always been suppressing me, Spirited Flame. But don't think that I, Spirited Flame, am afraid of you. If you dare to stop me from obtaining the God throne, I will definitely kill you. If you know how to behave, you can ask me for help. There's more than one God throne. Naturally, you would be given a position." Spirited Flame's voice was filled with killing intent. The surrounding seawater was pushed back by his killing intent, resulting in huge waves forming. Cultivators with lower cultivations all hurried to retreat. Mo Wuji knew Spirited Flame. This fellow was ranked 2 among the 10 great god kings of God domain. It could be said that blazing heaven and him were like well water and river water respectively. 1. Blazing heaven said harshly, "Spirited flame, this god's tower definitely cannot be built. If it's built, our god world would be uprooted and its fate would be extracted. The countless cultivators of god world would be treated as ants. You still dare to do it?" Spirited flame chortled loudly, "Blazing heaven, your words could only fool idiots. I, spirited flame, understand you well. You are a false gentleman, putting on the pretense that you care about the god world, also that you would be respected. Today, I, spirited flame, am telling you this. From today onwards, you, blazing heaven, can only stay in that puny land of your blazing heaven palace. If you dare to fight with me for the god throne, you will be killed without mercy." As he said this, spirited flame's eyes turned to the crowd. He hoped that everyone would support him. Except for a few god kings and one unity god, most people were hesitating. After all, blazing heaven's influence in god domain was too big. Few would actually dare to stand up against blazing heaven openly. I, Mo, naturally support Tao friend spirited flame. If you stand against my Tao, what's the difference between that and killing me? I, Fan Chi, also support Tao friend spirited flame. Who is blazing heaven? He dares to behave arrogantly here? 10 voices sounded consecutively. Following which, many figures landed around spirited flame. Blazing heaven's face changed. He scolded harshly, "Spirited flame, you are a human race cultivator. You actually dare to team up with the god's race to bring disaster upon god world?" By the side, Scoured C said to Mo Wuji, "Sect head Mo, these are all god's race experts." Mo Wuji nodded. He had already seen it. Among the people that arrived, there were at least 5 unity gods and 10 god kings. Mo chuckled and pointed towards blazing heaven. "Tao friend blazing heaven, aren't those words of yours equivalent to slapping yourself in the mouth? Those years ago, when I represented the god's race to meet with god domain, you welcomed me personally and you agreed to my requests. Moreover, you said that there will no longer be a god's race and god domain, and that we would all be cultivators of god world. Today, you are actually bringing up the matters of the different races. Could you be slapping yourself in the mouth?" Blazing heaven's face turned ashen in anger, but he didn't continue to argue. This was because Mo's words were completely true. Those years ago, he did agree to Mo's requests elatedly. Mo Wuji said impatiently, "Old brother Koan Yun, you take the lead here. Eliminate these ants. Don't let them continue to spout their mouths off. I don't have that much time to wait." Mo Wuji also wanted to see exactly how strong Koan Yun was. Koan Yun said awkwardly, "I can only get rid of 2 to 3 of them at the very most. So many unity gods, I can't do it." Mo Wuji looked at Koan Yun in disbelief. After a long time, he finally said, "Old brother Koan Yun, have you spent all those years on a dog?" Koan Yun helplessly glanced at the pot behind him and transmitted a message to Mo Wuji, "Old brother Wuji, over these years, I didn't spend the time cultivating, nor collecting treasures. I spent it all on this pot." Mo Wuji suddenly came to an understanding. This Koan Yun intended to borrow without returning. He looked at Koan Yun with disdain as he said, "Koan Yun, with this kind of character, don't ask to borrow anything from me in the future. Otherwise, I promise to beat you to death." Blazing Heaven and company turned to look at Mo Wuji. Don't simply look at how everyone seemed to be on talking terms. If everyone actually fought, things would immediately escalate into an explosive mess. If their side fell into a disadvantage, the surrounding cultivators would definitely swarm over and help Spirited Flame and his group. Mo Wuji could only come forward and say, "Everyone, calm down. According to what I know, Tao friend Blazing Heaven's words are true. The God's Tower definitely cannot be built. If it is built, it would cause a disaster on God world." Mo Wuji did not believe that he was a talented speaker. Thus, as he was speaking, his spirit storage channel already started to inscribe void array runes. "Who are you? You dare to behave so brazenly here?" Spirited Flame shouted harshly. If not because of his slight apprehension towards blazing heaven, he would have sent a slap over to squash Mo Wuji. "I do want to behave brazenly. Come and bite me then." Mo Wuji chuckled. Opening his hand, his half-moon weighted halberd appeared in front of him. "Mortal Mo Wuji?" Looking at the half-moon weighted halberd, Spirited Flame's expression changed. He finally realized who Mo Wuji was. Basically, these two kinds of water don't mix. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1079, I don't have the time to tell jokes. Chapter 1079, I don't have the time to tell jokes. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. If there was only one person in the entire God world that was enough to strike fear in Spirited Flame, it would be Mo Wuji. He could not see through Mo Wuji's exact cultivation. He only knew that before the God world was restored, Mo Wuji was able to kill God's race's #1 God King, by die, in a head-on battle. After God world was restored, Mo Wuji killed a river of blood out of God Evolution sect. Not only did he kill God Evolution sect's unity god Tai Lanshan, he razed God Evolution sect to the ground. From that day on, there was no God Evolution sect in God world. Mortal sect was the sect established by Mo Wuji. Mortal sect's land was top class. Moreover, Mortal sect's mountains were the most majestic and oppressive ones in the entire world. It was also rumored that after God world was restored, Mo Wuji plundered many secret domains for his mortal sect. However, no one dared to covet all these. This was because mortal sect was Mo Wuji's. Mo Wuji looked at Spirited Flame coldly, but he did not say a word. If Spirited Flame dared to continue to spout rubbish, he would directly seal that fella and kill him. Seeing that Mo Wuji merely looked at him coldly without saying a word, a sense of helplessness arose in Spirited Flame's heart. He was a proud man. He was proud to the point where being the #2 God King in God domain was considered shameful to him. This was why he didn't want to work together with Blazing Heaven. The reason why he dared to oppose Blazing Heaven was because he believed that he was stronger than Blazing Heaven now that he had stepped into Unity God stage level 2. However, even if he was any stronger, he did not dare to say that he was stronger than Bai Dai. Mo Wuji was able to kill Bai Dai, and that was even before the laws of God world were restored. Since sect head Mo wishes to lead the construction of God's tower, I, Spirited Flame, do not dare say anything much. I only hope to contribute my effort and resources. If not for the chance of a God throne, Spirited Flame wouldn't have backed down and offered his items to Mo Wuji. You didn't believe the words that I said? If the God's tower is erected, the God world will be uprooted. After which, it would collapse like it did before. Spirited Flame shook his head. Sect head Mo, I admire your cultivation. However, the sage's decree is glorious and respectable. How can I dare to suspect it? After saying these words loudly, Spirited Flame even turned to clasp his fists towards the golden staircase. In reality, Mo Wuji's rejection of the construction of the God's Tower had infuriated him. If not for his fear of Mo Wuji, he would have already attacked. Fuck off. Mo Wuji could no longer be bothered to exchange words with this fella. Spirited Flame's expression changed and his aura immediately started to rise. Mo Wuji did not say another word as his whirlpool domain swept outwards with great force. Although Spirited Flame's domain was very strong, it was also helpless against Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain. Spirited Flame did not wait for Mo Wuji's domain to envelope him. His figure flashed and he instantly disappeared without a trace. After sensing Mo Wuji's powerful domain, he was scared. He suspected that if he really fought this mortal sect head Mo Wuji, he, Spirited Flame, might not have a tomorrow. Mo Wuji did not chase after spirited flame. Instead, his gaze turned towards God's races Mo. Before Mo Wuji said anything, Mo and company clasped their fists respectfully. Greetings Sect Head Mo. Congratulations to Sect Head Mo for establishing Mortal Sect. Mortal Sect will definitely become the #1 sect of the entire God world. Mo Wuji said calmly and expressionlessly, I killed Huanji and I also killed Bai Dai. If you people still dare to behave arrogantly in my God domain, don't blame me for killing you and exterminating your entire God domain. Sect Head Mo must be joking. Mo's expression changed. He barely forced a smile to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji said indifferently, I'm not funny enough to tell jokes. If you'd like, you can try me. This time, Mo Wuji did not wait for Mo to retreat. He directly activated his trap array, trapping those 10 over-experts of the God's race. His domain and killing intent also soared rapidly. At the same time, his half-moon halberd threatened to cleave down. Sect Head Mo, slow your hand. Since Sect Head Mo isn't willing to approve the agreement between God's race and God domain, my God's race will take our leave. Mo did not wait for Mo Wuji to make a move as he hurriedly cried out anxiously. No one was clearer than him about Bai Dai's might. Till now, he still didn't know how Mo Wuji was able to kill Bai Dai. He wouldn't believe it even if someone told him that Mo Wuji had killed Bai Dai with the help of an array. Even a grade 6 trap array would not pose much of a threat to Bai Dai. A grade 7 God array? Besides Tsang Jingxing, who else could install a grade 7 God array? Mo Wuji did not make a move. He knew that his grade 5 trap array was enough to scare these fellas. If a battle really ensued, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the group of them. Even if Blazing Heaven, Koan Yun and company all joined in to help, who was sure that Spirited Flame wouldn't come back and interfere. The moment this became an all-out battle, it would not be settled for a long time. Ha ha ha. A bunch of cowardly mice. Koan Yun chuckled. He was clearest of Mo Wuji's bottom line. Mo Wuji definitely wasn't stronger than him. However, Mo Wuji was adroit at creating opportunities. In God world, Mo Wuji's reputation was resounding. In comparison, his reputation could not be compared to Mo Wuji's. Mo Wuji glared at Koan Yun, then he turned to clasp his fists towards the crowd. Various Dao friends of God world, all the words that I said were the truth. This is because I have seen an actual God's tower. Within the God's tower were gods that were sealed by various methods. This golden staircase isn't a path to God thrones but a path to death. I suggest that everyone joins me to destroy this golden staircase. We definitely mustn't construct the God's tower. We will listen to Sect Head Mo. A voice called out loudly. Following this voice, more people continued to show their support for Mo Wuji. Blazing Heaven and company didn't know Mo Wuji's true bottom line. They also believed that Mo Wuji was far stronger than them. Thus, they did not find it strange that Mo Wuji was able to scare away Spirited Flame and those God's race experts. On the other hand, Koan Yun, who knew Mo Wuji's bottom line, could not help but sigh emotionally. He even suspected that if Mo Wuji's power continued to grow, Mo Wuji might actually be able to obtain a God throne. However, Koan Yun soon shook his head. He knew that this was unlikely. It wasn't because Mo Wuji didn't have the ability, nor because Mo Wuji's Dao wasn't good. Instead, it was because Mo Wuji had offended Sage Luo Su. Was Sage Luo Su a person that could be casually offended? This fella's banquet was full of sages, Dao monarchs, rogue sages, and god emperors. Even he, Koan Yun, barely managed to obtain a remote spot on that banquet. Mo Wuji had offended Sage Luo Su. This was equivalent to severing his road to a god throne. Mo Wuji did not know what Koan Yin was thinking. He said loudly, various Dao friends, since we know that we cannot build God's tower, I hope that everyone can lend me a hand to destroy this golden staircase. With that, Mo Wuji's half-moon halberd cleaved down with a winding river. God elemental energy exploded. Light from the magic treasures shot out a beautiful scene above Nirvana Ocean. Those that didn't know what was going on might even think that a war was taking place. They definitely would not believe that everyone was attacking the same object. Some newcomers that arrived did not even ask anything as they directly took part in bombarding the golden staircase. Perhaps they thought that treasures would fall after the golden staircase was destroyed. With so many experts attacking the same staircase, even if this staircase had a strong foundation, it would fall. Moreover, its foundation wasn't even very strong. In merely half a day, the golden staircase released cracking sounds. Thereafter, it exploded into countless beams of light which disappeared into the air. At this instant, all the cultivators could feel an enigmatic Tao energy. Regardless of whether they regretted their actions, most of them all stopped to gain insights on this Tao energy. The happiest person was naturally Kuan Yin. When he saw the golden staircase collapse, he was so happy that he released a long roar. Thereafter, he ran to Mo Wuji and clasped his fists. "Old brother Wuji, I owe you a favor. You can rest assured. In the future, I will definitely help you with my full effort. Enough with the nonsense. Follow me to God Burial Valley." Mo Wuji said straightforwardly as he clapped Kuan Yin's shoulder. Although Mo Wuji didn't say anything much, Blazing Heaven and company all unconsciously treated Mo Wuji as the leader of Godworld. Even Clear Rise, who had a good relationship with Blazing Heaven, felt that Mo Wuji was more suitable than Blazing Heaven as the leader of the Godworld. Even without Mo Wuji's reminders, Blazing Heaven and company all reassured Mo Wuji that they would not allow trouble to befall Mortal Sect. In reality, there was nothing much that could happen to Mortal Sect. Currently, there was only Shuaigua, De Huan, and Wei Ru in Mortal Sect. If anyone wanted to invade Mortal Sect, it would definitely be for the land. But with Mo Wuji's name, even those with big balls would not dare to cause trouble with Mortal Sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1080, God Burial Cave. Chapter 1080, God Burial Cave. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. God Burial Valley. This was the second time that Mo Wuji came here. The only difference was that Kuan Yin was now with him. That's right, that's God Burial Cave. After Mo Wuji removed the concealment seals, a rock cave was revealed. Kuan Yin immediately cried out in astonishment. "Why does it have such a name?" Mo Wuji asked. Kuan Yin pointed at that rock cave and chuckled, "Because in God Burial Valley, only this place has a path of retreat. In other words, one would have hopes of surviving after entering God Burial Valley. Within God Burial Cave, there's a flower called Paramitha flower. If you possessed the primal god lattice, you would be able to see the Paramitha flower. The Paramitha flower will send you to Paramitha, which is a plane controlled by a sage. There, even an ant is worth more than an average unity god. Alright, if your Tao companion was able to make it to God Burial Cave, then she might have a chance of surviving. In God Burial Cave, she will not face any corrosion of her spirit channels and sea of consciousness. You want to go in and find the Paramitha flower? Mo Wuji immediately asked. Kuan Yin shook his head. "If I go in just to search for the Paramitha flower, it's the same as not going in. God Burial Cave is vast and endless. Moreover, there's only one Paramitha flower and it's white. Those without the primal god lattice would be unable to see the Paramitha flower. I heard that you gave a primal god lattice to a woman? You truly deserve hardship. Otherwise, if you were able to find the Paramitha flower, it's set in stone that you would be able to become a quasi-sage." Mo Wuji's expression was slightly unsightly as he said, "Old brother Kuan Yin, you're saying that after we enter here, we might be unable to leave?" Kuan Yin chuckled. "I knew that you would ask that. Others might be unable to escape, but I have my ways. Moreover, I can promise you that I will be able to bring you out. Look at this pot on my back. This is a supreme treasure of fortune. It will definitely help us escape God Burial Cave. Hearing that Koan Yun actually didn't mention his ocean bowl, Mo Wuji wondered, could this fella not know about my own supreme treasure of fortune? But what do you intend to do inside? Regardless of Koan Yun's purpose, Mo Wuji intended to go in and take a look. However, before all this, he still wanted to know. Koan Yun sighed, because there are many people that are similar to me inside. After they snatched a god throne, they fell into God Burial Cave. God Burial. The people being buried aren't cultivators of God world, but throned gods. Besides trying to take back what belongs to me, I also intend to recover my cultivation and wrest back my god throne. As he said this, Koan Yun paused slightly. He looked at Mo Wuji seriously and asked, "Old brother Wuji, do you know how I managed to escape from here those years ago?" "How?" Mo Wuji subconsciously asked. After asking that question, he realized the meaning behind it. So Koan Yun used to be one of the people trapped in God Burial Cave. Koan Yun patted the pot on his back and said, "The reason why I was able to escape was this pot. The previous owner of this pot was a demon. The true form of that demon was a Tao Tai. You should also know that Tao Tai stays at Tao Tai Valley. The two of us came from God Burial Cave. It's just that he found God World's Tao Tai Valley while I could only struggle between world. Eventually, I could only hide in my own sea of consciousness." Mo Wuji looked at Koan Yun with contempt. "Tao Tai saved you, but you actually coveted his pot. Your character is indeed like a flimsy pole." When Koan Yun heard Mo Wuji's words, there was no guilt on his face. He said indifferently, "You think that I want his Tao Tai pot? It was just that he had to give it to me. Those years ago, if not for me, he wouldn't have escaped God Burial Cave even with his Tao Tai pot. Moreover, he coveted my monk's spade, for many years. This time, I used my monk's spade as a leverage and I agreed to give him 50% of God World's fate. That's why that fella decided to lend me this Tao Tai pot. I'm sure that fella is currently trying hard to refine my monk's spade so that it would be his weapon. Do you know why he wants my monk's spade? Because without my monk's spade, even if he was given another 10 million years, that Tao Tai can only hide in his Tao Tai Valley, forever unable to come out." Mo Wuji shook his head and remained silent. He felt that such transactions were truly tiring. "Old brother Wuji, if your Tao companion entered God Burial Valley and survived, she would definitely be in God Burial Cave. Why don't we enter right now?" Koan Yun was still worried that Mo Wuji wouldn't follow him in. "If you get killed by your friends in God Burial Cave, how should I use your Tao Tai pot to escape?" Mo Wuji suddenly asked. Koan Yun looked at Mo Wuji with slight speechlessness. "Old brother Wuji, if I am killed, do you think that you would survive? I only know that it's better to be safe than sorry. What if you die but I manage to survive?" Mo Wuji continued asking without any expressions on his face. Koan Yun looked at Mo Wuji with a peculiar expression and said, "As long as you have the Tao Tai pot on your back, you would be able to easily leave God Burial Cave. You can rest assured. When I leave, I definitely wouldn't leave you behind." Mo Wuji chuckled. "Now, can you finally tell me why you need my help?" Koan Yun said sincerely, "Because the laws in that place is superior to everything. Everyone that enters would be pressured by the laws with no means of resistance. Only you cultivate the true mortal technique. Perhaps you can dismiss the pressure from the laws of heaven and earth and support me." Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of air. He could not help but admire Koan Yun's acumen. This old fellow was right, he could do that. The laws of heaven and earth did not have any pressure on him. "Come on then. Follow behind me." With that, Koan Yun's figure flashed as he jumped in. Mo Wuji did not hesitate as he followed behind Koan Yun and jumped in. The instant that he jumped in, Mo Wuji felt that his sea of consciousness and spiritual will had lost all their abilities. He felt just like a falling rock. If this height was tall enough, he suspected that he would be turned to mush even with his sage physique. Mo Wuji hurriedly activated his spirit storage channel. Immediately, he felt his body loosening. His spiritual will could finally slow down his descent. However, Mo Wuji soon retracted his spirit storage channel's spiritual will. He believed that since Koan Yin got him to jump down, Koan Yin would definitely have some methods. What Mo Wuji didn't expect was that Koan Yin actually said, "Old brother Wuji, there's no need for you to worry. After we fall, only all our bones would be shattered. With our abilities, we only need to rest for a few days before we can start moving." As Mo Wuji heard this, his heart sank. Koan Yin seemed to know what Mo Wuji was thinking. He continued loudly, "Old brother Wuji, there's no need to worry about your Tao companion. This descent is dependent on your cultivation level. The higher your cultivation, the faster your descend. The lower your cultivation, the slower your descend. If you have the primal God lattice, then you would even be able to use your spiritual will. Wait, my pot can also simulate the laws." As Koan Yin said this, Mo Wuji felt the laws of space around him shaking. Soon, his speed of descending became slower. Mo Wuji was not a fool. He had a gloomy expression on his face as he said, "Koan Yin, did you just lie to me? Even if Shuin's cultivation was weaker, things wouldn't bode well for her when she falls like this, right?" Koan Yin went silent. After some time, he finally said, "That is true. Of course, if your Tao companion has some Xian Tian defense-type treasure, she could end up safe." Mo Wuji was furious. This old fella was truly devious. This old fella only cared about getting him down here. As for Shuin's life and death, this fella definitely didn't put it in his heart. Mo Wuji didn't say anything further. He knew that Shuin had a page of the Book of Luo. If Shuin fell here, she might be able to protect herself. "Old brother Wuji, sorry. I have definitely been selfish. But you should also know, your Tao companion has already been here for so many years. If she died, she would have died a long time ago. But now, I really need your help. If you don't help me, then I wouldn't even have the rights to obtain the things which belong to me." Koan Yin knew that now was definitely not the time to anger Mo Wuji. Otherwise, his years of effort would be equivalent to using a wicker basket to hold water. Mo Wuji indifferently asked, "What things?" "My good things definitely wouldn't be weaker than the energy of creation when God world was restored. Rest assured, I will definitely give some to you. That will definitely allow you to reach the intermediate Unity God stage." When Koan Yin heard Mo Wuji ask about his things, he was instantly spirited and he hurried to add oil to the flames. "I want half and I get first pick." Mo Wuji was expressionless. He knew that his chances of winning this old fella in terms of cunningness weren't high. "That's too vicious." Koan Yin hurriedly said, "Didn't you obtain the God primal lattice before? As long as you have a bit of its crystal shreds, I can use it to help you find the Paramitha flower. The Paramitha flower is very useful, perhaps you might." Mo Wuji waved his hand, "Stop, it's not as if I had never seen the Paramitha flower before. It's nothing special." "What? You've seen the Paramitha flower before?" Koan Yin's voice jolted. It started to tremble with fear. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/monk%sign27s_spade. This is what a monk's spade looks like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1081, Fighting for a Sage Throne. Chapter 1081, Fighting for a Sage Throne. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Because of Koan Yin's fright, he momentarily lost control of the Tao Tai pot. Once again, Mo Wuji felt like he was descending like a rock. Even though Mo Wuji had the spirit storage channel and didn't have to worry about being hurt, he still scolded Koen Yun, are you trying to get me killed? It's just a mere paramitha flower. Is there a need for you to be frightened like a little mouse? Since he discovered Koen Yun's disregard of Shuin's life and death, Mo Wuji had been very discontented with Koen Yun. If Shuin didn't have the Book of Luo and she fell like this, it was possible that she might lose her little life. Koen Yun finally regained his countenance and took back control of the laws of space. Mo Wuji's pace of descent finally slowed down. After a whole half an incense time, Koen Yun finally asked, where did you see the paramitha flower? Was it red? Mo Wuji replied, that's right. It was indeed a red mutation. It was near a sect. That flower was floating in mid-air and it was at least 30 meters wide. What's the matter? Could there be something wrong with that flower? Mo Wuji knew that Koen Yun had never been to God Continent, so he didn't talk about Nirvana Learning Academy. AI. Koen Yun released a long sigh. There are 2 paramitha flowers, one red and one white. Both of these flowers allow people to reach paramitha, that is the plane controlled by the sages. Mo Wuji wasn't a fool. The moment he heard Koen Yun's words, he came to an understanding. His face changed as he said, you mean that even after we destroyed Sage Luo Su's golden staircase and prevented the God World cultivators from building the God's Tower, Sage Luo Su could still use the paramitha flower to come to God World? Koen Yun's voice was lined with slight fatigue and helplessness. You're right. Perhaps the person that comes to God World might not be Sage Luo Su. But what's the difference? The laws of God World have just been restored. To all those with God thrones, this place is a huge slab of meat. What do you mean? Mo Wuji subconsciously asked. Koen Yun said indifferently, a world that has just restored its laws of heaven and earth could be considered the highest grade world in the entire universe. Anyone could have the opportunity and fate to use the God World to enter the Sage Dao. They can extract God World's world channel or strip God World of its fate. They can even use the chasm of laws to search for the secrets of creation. What do you think now? Hearing Koen Yun's words, Mo Wuji's heart sank. He had offended Sage Luo Su and he was also the master of Nirvana Learning Academy's Land of Mortals. Not only that, his mortal sect still had Shuaiguan and De Huang. If a throned god like Sage Luo Su comes to God World, would Sage Luo Su simply forgive him? Koen Yun, why are we still wasting our time? Let's hurry back to destroy that paramitha flower. Isn't your Tao Tai Pot a supreme treasure of fortune? Let's hurry and go back. Hurry! Mo Wuji cried out anxiously. Mo Wuji knew that even if the transfer array across Nirvana Ocean hadn't been properly built, he would still have a way to rush back to God Continent. He knew that there was that Turtle Shell Island. Although he didn't know who that fella on Turtle Shell Island was, he knew that he didn't even fear Koen Yun now. Thus, he believed that he didn't need to be afraid of that fella. Koen Yun remained silent. How could Mo Wuji not know that he had been lied to again? His expression was ugly as he asked, Koen Yun, did you lie to me again? This Tao Tai Pot isn't able to get us up? Sorry, old brother Wuji. I did not mean to lie to you. Actually, the Tao Tai Pot can get us out. It's just that it will require my cultivation to return to the half-step quasi-sage stage. Moreover, the place that we are going to will definitely allow me to recover my cultivation back to that level. Thus, you cannot say that I lied to you. Koen Yun clearly wasn't very confident when he said these words. Mo Wuji knew that not only was this fella not a reliable partner, he even had to constantly be on the guard in case this fella tried to cheat him. Fortunately, he wasn't without his own methods. The moment Koen Yun apologized, Mo Wuji directly stepped out of the domain of Koen Yun's Tao Tai Pot. He had the spirit storage channel. He didn't believe that without this butcher Koen, he would still need to eat pork with hair left on it. You can control your own descent? The instant Mo Wuji left the domain of his Tao Tai Pot, Koen Yun noticed it. he instantly exclaimed in shock. Mo Wuji was the first person he met that was able to control his descent in God Burial Cave without the help of a supreme treasure of fortune and with a cultivation less than the quasi-sage stage. At this instant, Koan Yun's heart was filled with agitation. Could the mortal technique really be that amazing? He even started to think that he would support Mo Wuji. Perhaps Mo Wuji might actually be a sage throne holder. If that's the case, then he will ride along the waves and benefit from it. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered with Koan Yun. He struggled to control his body and soar upwards. No matter Mo Wuji activated his spirit storage channel and controlled the laws of space around him, he was only able to slow down his descent. He was unable to truly fly up. Koan Yun's voice came timely. "Old brother Wuji, there's no need to continue with such useless actions. No matter how impressive your methods are, your cultivation is too low. You will not be able to get rid of restraints here. I do have an idea. You can follow me to find my resources and I will work hard to help you raise your cultivation. Thereafter, we will rush to God Continent as soon as possible. Perhaps, by the time we return, those sages' havens used the Paramitha flower to get here? After all, it would take time to connect with the Paramitha flower." Mo Wuji sighed and finally gave up on his meaningless actions. He allowed himself to fall. At the same time, he took out his great art of destruction and started to study it. If his mortal sect and land of mortals are destroyed when he returns to God world, then he would use this great art of destruction to strike back. So what if it was a throned god, or a sage? If this person dared to offend him, Mo Wuji, then that fella better be ready for his retaliation. The great art of destruction was recorded on a gold scroll. The moment Mo Wuji took out the great art of destruction, Koan Yun caught its ancient aura. Koan Yun's heart started to pound. This was a great sacred art. This was definitely a great sacred art. Others might not know about great sacred arts, but he, Koan Yun, knew about them all too well. "Old brother Wuji, you actually obtained a great sacred art?" Koan Yun's voice was trembling slightly. When Mo Wuji obtained the great art of destruction and the heavenly spirit transformations, he was still busy refining his pot. Mo Wuji was too lazy to respond to Koan Yun. Since he dared to take his great art of destruction out, he wasn't afraid that Koan Yun would snatch it away from him. After some time, seeing that Mo Wuji was ignoring him, Koan Yun could only say, "Old brother Wuji, can you use that great scared art to derive some minor sacred arts for me to learn?" Mo Wuji asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by deriving minor sacred arts?" Koan Yun hurriedly explained, "Only the original text can be considered a great sacred art. The moment it is replicated into other books, it will become a minor sacred art. If the minor sacred art is replicated once more, it will become scattered sacred arts." Mo Wuji acknowledged with an "oh," but he didn't speak any further. Seeing that Mo Wuji was ignoring him again, Koan Yun felt vexed. He could only say, "Lord Wuji, we two brothers from the same world. Is there a need to differentiate between who's the leader and who's the follower? You can let me learn the minor sacred art while you learn the great sacred art. In the future, if you need any help from a brother, you only need to ask." Mo Wuji sneered, "I don't dare to be brothers with a cunning, old fella." Koan Yun hesitated slightly before asking, "Old brother Wuji, what's that sacred art of yours?" "Great art of destruction." Mo Wuji was too lazy to lie to Koan Yun. He told the simple truth. When he heard that it was the ancient great art of destruction, Koan Yun's heart started to itch. "Old brother Wuji, as long as you allow me to learn the minor art of destruction, if you become a sage in the future, I will definitely stand behind you and serve you, but..." "What do you mean?" Mo Wuji asked. Koan Yun had previously said that there were only 8 sages. Although he didn't think that his mortal Tao was weak, he didn't think that he was strong enough to compare with the sages. There was no need to talk about sages. If this Koan Yun was fully recovered, he, Mo Wuji, would be nothing more than an ant. Koan Yun said seriously, "Old brother Wuji, although I previously believed that your mortal Tao is not simple and it might even be one of the more powerful Taos, I still felt that your mortal Tao is still a distance away from those sages. But this time, you actually showed me that you were able to control yourself within God Burial Cave and slow down the laws of space. This made me think that my previous perception was wrong. Perhaps you might actually have the rights to fight for a sage throne. I, Koan Yun, understand my own Tao clearly. There's no need to talk about the sage thrones, it would be too hard for me to even fight for a God Emperor throne. Moreover, every battle for a sage throne is a process which will result in mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. You, alone, definitely wouldn't be enough. Not only would you need a sect, you would need powerful followers. You want to be my follower? Mo Wuji asked in disbelief. Koan Yun hurriedly said, "Old brother Mo, don't be mistaken. I'm only saying that if you actually earn the rights to fight for a sage throne, I will be willing to follow you to fight through the heavens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1082, Ku Shinran. Chapter 1082, Ku Shinran. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Kiki, that's just a fake promise. I don't need that. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to reject Koan Yun's request. It was truly laughable. Fight for a sage throne? Right now, he only hoped that he wouldn't die. This old kid Koan Yun actually dared to ask him to fight for a sage throne? This old kid was probably harboring some ill intent. Koan Yun didn't think that Mo Wuji wouldn't even blink an eye before rejecting him. He was talking about a sage throne. From the depths of Koan Yun's heart, he really did feel that Mo Wuji had the potential to fight for one. He wanted to say these words now because he would be able to earn the most benefits if Mo Wuji actually becomes one. Thus, all his words were the truth, there was nothing false about. It's true that he did say them because of a minor sacred art. But the more important was that he wanted to invest in Mo Wuji. Of course, he knew that Mo Wuji's chances of obtaining a sage throne weren't even 1%. However, for most people, there's no need to even talk about 1%, even 0.1% was a struggle. How could Koan Yun have expected that Mo Wuji would reject him in such a straightforward manner? Deep in his heart, Koan Yun knew that he wasn't as cunning as Mo Wuji thought him to be. If Mo Wuji could really earn the rights to fight for a sage throne, he would truly and wholeheartedly support Mo Wuji. But of course, that was if Mo Wuji earned that right to fight for the throne. Koan Yun also thought about what would happen if Mo Wuji failed. If Mo Wuji was killed, he would be closest in proximity to Mo Wuji. When that happens, he would be the first to obtain the loot from Mo Wuji's body. What kind of situation had he not seen before? Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal Tao and was such an outstanding person. It would be weird if Mo Wuji didn't have some secrets. If Mo Wuji did die, he definitely wouldn't allow those secrets to be revealed. This was because those secrets would end up with him. As for Mo Wuji's corpse, of course, he would offer it to the sage as repentance. Seeing that Mo Wuji wouldn't waver even with that, Koan Yun could only say, "Old brother Wuji, isn't your cultivation very low? After we go to the place where I hid my treasures, I will bring you to meet an old friend. That old friend of mine also has a treasure. As long as you can borrow it for a few years, I assure you that you will transcend the God King stage and arrive at the Unity God stage in a short time." What treasure is that? Mo Wuji could not hear but ask. Time plate. Koan Yun chuckled as he tried to speak with a hint of mysticism. Mo Wuji had never heard of the time plate before. Now that Koan Yun said that the time plate could allow him to advance past the God King stage in a short time, Mo Wuji was moved. What do you mean? This time plate can allow me to step into the Unity God stage in a short period of time? Koan Yun's voice was certain, yet uncertain at the same time. That's right, the time plate has the ability to accelerate time. During the acceleration, your perceptivity towards the laws of heaven and earth will not be affected. As long as you have enough things to feed the time plate, you will be able to get the time that you want. There's such a treasure? Mo Wuji also got excited. Previously, he had a time-converting array disk. However, it was as useful as chicken bones and his benefits from it were shallow. If he could obtain the time plate which would not affect the laws, then it would definitely be a pending. Koan Yun said proudly, of course. It is a supreme treasure of fortune which even the 8 sages would desire. This is also why I'm so anxious to come here. If those sages arrive at God World, would we have a share of the treasures here? You said that you can borrow it? Mo Wuji recalled Koan Yun's words. Koan Yun said awkwardly, that's right. When the time comes, I will lend him my Tao Tai pot. If we give him a little more benefits, he would definitely lend us the time plate. You aren't trying to snatch it, but borrow it. That's out of my expectations. Mo Wuji's voice was lined with contempt. Towards Koan Yun's character, Mo Wuji had no trust nor faith in it. Koan Yun was slightly embarrassed as he said, that fella is too strong. Even sages would have some reservations towards him. Who's that? When he heard that even sages had apprehensions towards this fella, Mo Wuji was slightly shocked. Dao Monarch Darkness, Kushinrin, Koan Yun replied. When Mo Wuji heard this name, he had some suspicions in his heart that this fella might be related to Kukai. Actually, Mo Wuji wasn't very sure of Kukai's real name. He thought that she took up the name Kukai because she was forced with nowhere else to go. If this Dao Monarch Darkness was related to Kukai, then her name might have more meaning than he thought. Mo Wuji hesitated slightly before saying, since that's the case, I will inscribe an art of destruction for you after we land. Because the time plate is likely to require a lot of resources and because I was blocked by the gods race's unity god experts when the laws were being restored, I don't have many peak-grade god spiritual veins left. I will need you to lend me some. Mo Wuji didn't suspect those words of Koan Yun. Although this fella had a belly full of dirty water, Koan Yun did not go back on his promises. As for the god spiritual veins, Mo Wuji had thought about it a long time ago. Even if there wasn't this matter, he would have still gotten some spiritual veins from Koan Yun. With Koan Yun's current abilities, and with no one stopping him, he would definitely snatch more god spiritual veins than Koan Yun. Alright. I will give you 100 peak-grade god spiritual veins. Oh, and they all have the energy of creation. Koan Yun did not hesitate to agree to Mo Wuji's request. Mo Wuji's heart turned cold. He thought that he was already overestimating Koan Yun's wealth of god spiritual veins. After hearing Koan Yun's words, he knew that he was still underestimating Koan Yun. If this fellow wasn't rich, he wouldn't have offered 100 veins at one go. 500 peak-grade god spiritual veins. There's no room for bargaining. You have to agree now. Mo Wuji was straightforward in the way he spoke. All right. I agree. Once again, Koan Yun didn't hesitate to agree. Mo Wuji already started to sigh in his heart. Exactly how rich was this fella? After this agreement, Koan Yun also started to take more initiative. When Mo Wuji was studying the great art of destruction, he went ahead to help control Mo Wuji's pace of descent. Time passed slowly in freefall. 1 month later, Mo Wuji suddenly waved his hand. Right below Mo Wuji, Koan Yun immediately felt a terrifying energy of destruction. Even though they were in a void-like space, he did not suspect that this energy of destruction was enough to tear apart his body and primordial spirit. What a powerful great art of destruction! Moreover, Koan Yun was sure that Mo Wuji had only touched the surface of the great art of destruction. Just this surface was enough to destroy the laws of space in this area. This further ignited Koan Yun's desire to learn the art of destruction. Boom! 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 The space around them started to collapse. Koan Yun hurriedly entered the Tao Tai pot. Although he was being defended by the Tao Tai pot, Koan Yun could still feel the intense spatial waves. He couldn't even send his spiritual will out. The moment his spiritual will left the pot, it would be destroyed by Mo Wuji's great art of destruction. Koan Yun sighed. Previously, he thought that he was still on the same level as Mo Wuji. Now that Mo Wuji had some control over the great art of destruction, he knew that the distance between the two of them was getting larger. The sounds of rumbling persisted unceasingly. While in mid-air, Mo Wuji continuously formed hand seals. Even though the laws in this area were incomparably tough, they could only emit sounds of cracking under Mo Wuji's great art of destruction. As he stood in mid-air, Mo Wuji was incomparably excited. It was true that he was only at the surface of the great art of destruction. But this surface was already able to produce such grand power. By the time he achieves major success in the great art of destruction, perhaps even the god world would crumble under a single stroke. This was a sacred art which could even destroy the laws of heaven and earth. Against such a sacred art, his sea of consciousness and spiritual will were pierceable. No wonder why that God's race unity god expert was able to use an unperfect minor art of curses to kill millions of people. What if the other party was using a great art of curses? As he thought of this, Mo Wuji suddenly felt scared. This sacred art was truly too powerful. If it was circulated, how terrifying would it be? Taking a deep breath, Mo Wuji firmed his resolution. No matter what, he would not allow his great art of destruction to leave his hands. Against this great art of destruction, no life was spared. Bang! Mo Wuji felt a huge impact below his feet. Mo Wuji just realized that he had stopped falling. His 2 feet were right above the Tao Tai pot. He didn't see Koan Yun, that fellow was probably under the pot. Just as Mo Wuji stepped off, Koan Yun dug out from under the pot. At this instant, his entire body was covered with mud. He simply brushed the mud off his face and said expectantly, "Old brother Wuji, your great art of destruction almost killed me." Mo Wuji did not respond to Koan Yun as he sent his spiritual will outwards. The spiritual energy here wasn't rich. Instead, the air here was filled with defeat and agedness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1083, Paramitha Flower Blooms. Chapter 1083, Paramitha Flower Blooms. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This is the land of cultivation treasures? Mo Wuji was slightly suspicious of Koan Yun's words. Koan Yun waved his hand over himself and cast a dust-removing spell. After which, he chuckled, "Of course it isn't. This is the God Burial Cave. The place that we are going to is called the Resting Land of Gods. When we reach the Resting Land of Gods, you will realize that the number of geniuses and experts in this universe is truly more than you could count." Mo Wuji nodded. Thereafter, he passed a jade letter to Koan Yun and said, "This is a segment of my great art of destruction. And, according to what you said, this should be a minor art of destruction. Now, I need you to bring me to find that Tao Monarch Darkness Kushinrin." "No problem, leave it to me." Koan Yun accepted the jade letter and slapped his chest. Then, he picked up his pot and sped off. Compared to Mo Wuji, he was much more eager to reach the Resting Land of Gods. Nirvana Learning Academy. After the restoration of God World, this was the only place which was not hugely affected. The laws over Nirvana Learning Academy had always been more complete as compared to the rest of God continent. Thus, when the God World got restored, there were only minor restorations to the laws. Most land terrains remained largely the same. This was also the case for the land of mortals. There was no change in the terrain here, although the defensive array that Mo Wuji installed previously had been destroyed during the restoration. Baiyu was still around and he had immediately installed a new one. Now that the God World was restored, Baiyu had already reached the early world God stage. Even though this was still a puny cultivation when compared to the rest of Nirvana Learning Academy, it was much better than when the two of them were in the heavenly god stage. Because of his low cultivation level, Yu knew that he would be oppressed if he left the land of mortals. Thus, he rarely left the area and he mainly spent his time in secluded cultivation. Thus, he didn't really know much of Mo Wuji's deeds in Godworld. He only knew that Mo Wuji had gone missing after accepting a mission. With his current abilities, there was no need for him to consider taking revenge for Mo Wuji. He didn't even have the rights to leave the land of mortals and investigate what happened. The only thing he could do was to continuously raise his cultivation level. At this moment, a lady in a light gray dress arrived at Nirvana Dao City's city gate. As she lifted her head and saw the majestic and grand Nirvana Dao City words, she went silent. These words were the trace that she had been searching for more than 10,000 years. Nirvana Dao City was like Nirvana Learning Academy. After the restoration of Godworld, it didn't experience many changes. Also, it was still the largest city in the entire God continent. This gray-dressed lady stared at these words for an entire incense's time before she finally retracted her gaze and walked into the Dao City. After walking into Nirvana Dao City, she went straight to the Affairs Guild. "This senior sister, are you here to issue a mission?" The person at the reception window was a red-robed female who looked equally young. This attendant could sense that this gray-dressed lady's cultivation was higher than hers. She should be in the late heavenly god stage. This gray-dressed lady hurriedly bowed and said, "I want to obtain news of a person called Mo Wuji. I heard that he had taken part in Nirvana Learning Academy's assessment and had gotten in." "Ah!" This red-robed female uttered a slight exclamation before she hurriedly said, "I know of this senior brother Mo. He had taken part in the selection and he had passed the tests. Moreover, he even got the 22nd place. Your information is right. He had successfully entered Nirvana Learning Academy. However, after he chose the land of mortals, there's no longer any news of him. Oh right, he had another name called Rogue Cultivator 2705. This was the name he used during the assessment." The red-robed female uttered all these information in a single go. After all, this information was common knowledge in God continent. Right, that's him. Where is he now? Is he still in Nirvana Learning Academy? This gray-dressed lady agitatedly grabbed the red-robed female's hands. Her voice was slightly choked, there were even 2 trails of tears flowing out from her eyes. How many years had it been? She had always been searching for her young master. From Jinxing to the immortal world, from immortal world to God domain. All this time, she had only heard some scattered pieces of news of her young master. With these scattered pieces of news, she found her way to Nirvana Dao City. Even the red-robed female could sense the elation and excitement radiating off her. "Is he your Dao companion?" This red-robed female could not help but ask this unprofessional question. She was truly touched by this gray-dressed lady's desire. This gray-dressed lady blushed slightly. Immediately, she shook her head and said, "No. He is my clan's young master." "What?" This red-robed female looked at the gray-dressed lady in disbelief. This gray-dressed lady was clearly telling the truth. However, a late-stage heavenly god was actually willing to be a female servant? And such a loyal one at that? This gray-dressed lady was exactly Yen Air. Over these 10,000 years, she had been to many places and experienced countless deadly experiences. The only thing that didn't change was her desire to search for her young master Mo Wuji. Back when her peak-grade wood-type spiritual roots were destroyed, it was her young master that risked his life to enter the 5 elements desolate domain to save her. Not only did this save her life, it allowed her spiritual roots to evolve and become mutant wood-type spiritual roots. However, it was also due to this incident which caused her to forget about her young master. Even so, her young master did not have any regrets nor resentment. Back in Thunder Fog Forest, he saved her once more. His words still ring beside her ear, "Work hard to survive." Perhaps, he was the only such young master in the entire universe. No matter what, she was going to try and find her young master. No, she definitely needed to find her young master. Then, she would tell him that she had listened to his words, she had worked hard and survived to this day. Can you please tell me where my young master is? Is he still in Nirvana Learning Academy? Yennere's voice was trembling slightly. This red-robed lady could sense the deep attachment that Yennere felt towards her young master. She hesitated slightly before she said, Senior Brother Mo is an exceptional genius. However, he chose to go to the land of mortals. The land of mortals is desolate with no future. It's said that there's no further news after Senior Brother Mo entered the land of mortals. However, I have also heard people say that Senior Brother Mo had perished during a mission. That's impossible. Yennere was completely unaware that she was speaking loudly. Her words immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Seemingly noticing that, Yennere hurriedly said in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry. May I ask how I can enter Nirvana Learning Academy's land of mortals? The red-robed female didn't scold Yennere. She only shook her head as she thought in her heart, how could it be so simple for you to enter Nirvana Learning Academy? Just as she was thinking how she could break the news to Yennere, a shrill cry suddenly came from outside the guild. All the cultivators within the guild frantically rushed out, even the red-robed female in front of Yennere dismissed everything as she charged out. Yennere followed the crowd and arrived on the streets. Everyone's eyes were turned towards Nirvana Learning Academy. There was a 300-meter-wide red flower floating above the academy. The red flower was continuously shooting out a faint gold light. Even though Nirvana Dao City was a distance away, everyone could feel the resounding and clear Dao energy from the flower. Even in this distance, some cultivators started to have breakthroughs in their cultivation. That red flower was expanding rapidly. Soon, it was 3,000 meters wide, and that clearly wasn't the limit. That's Nirvana Learning Academy's Nirvana flower. No, that's just Nirvana Learning Academy's name for it. I heard that its real name is Paramitha flower. After a short discussion, many cultivators understood what was going on. Back when the God world was restored, countless cultivators had obtained great opportunities. Now, another opportunity had presented itself in front of them. Although the Paramitha flower was in the space above Nirvana Learning Academy, countless cultivators still swarmed over. There was no need to talk about how the Paramitha flower was moving away from Nirvana Learning Academy. Even if it remained stationary above the Learning Academy, no one would let go of such an opportunity. Yennere also charged over. After roaming alone by herself for so long, she was clearer than anyone else about the importance of power. She was merely at Heavenly God level 9. To her, it was very important that she raised her power. Just as Yennere charged out of Nirvana Dao City, she suddenly stopped. This was because she saw a yellow figure speeding past everyone at an extreme speed. She recognized that person. He was Lei Hongji. She also knew that Lei Hongji was her young master's enemy. With the speed that Lei Hongji had displayed, he was clearly many times stronger than her. After a brief hesitation, Yennere decided to use a veil to cover her face. Then, she joined the crowd and charged over to the flower. Lei Hongji had already become so strong. If she didn't raise her cultivation, how was she going to help her young master? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1084, This is not a good place. Chapter 1084, This is not a good place. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Closer to the Paramitha flower, the Tao laws became much clearer. Many cultivators knew that they wouldn't be able to get a spot right next to the flower. Thus, they directly took out their flying ships and started to cultivate. At this moment, even the people in Nirvana Learning Academy didn't bother about blocking others from approaching the Paramitha flower. They were also not willing to miss out on this opportunity to cultivate. Everyone could still clearly remember the benefits which came when the God world was restored. Because many of them didn't prepare themselves for it, they missed the opportunity to advance through a stage. They could only live on in regret and self-blame. Now that they encountered a treasure like the Paramitha flower, no one was willing to fall back. Yennefer knew that her cultivation level was very low and she would only be courting death if she tried to fight for a space right next to the Paramitha flower. Thus, she was like many of the other cultivators, she brought out her flying ship while at a distance from the Paramitha flower and frantically started to cultivate. Yennefer's innate talent had always been first-rate. After her spiritual roots mutated, her talent improved even further. Back when she first arrived at God Continent, her cultivation was merely in the late immortal reverend stage. But because of the restoration of the God world, she was able to step into the immortal emperor stage, nascent God stage, and eventually, the late heavenly God stage in a short period of time. If not because of the upheaval of the terrain that she was cultivating on, she might have already reached the great circle of the God monarch stage. Now, the Paramitha flower had brought the clear Tao laws from the Paramitha. Yennefer's cultivation rose rapidly, and in a short time, she felt the God monarch lightning calamity brewing. Yennefer hurriedly retreated into the distance and prepared to face her tribulation. At this moment, no one cared about Yennefer's tribulation. This was because there were far too many people that were experiencing their tribulations. It wasn't simply Yennefer, many cultivators suddenly broke through their bottlenecks and started to face their tribulations. There was no need to talk about the God monarch lightning calamity, there were even people experiencing the world God and God King lightning calamities. If there was a person whose innate talent was higher than Yennefer, it was naturally Lei Hongji. In less than half a day, he welcomed his Unity God lightning calamity. Since he started cultivating, Lei Hongji had never experienced any bottlenecks. For others, an innate talent was fixed. In fact, some innate talents might weaken due to emotions or battles. However, his innate talent got more powerful as his cultivation level increased. Lei Hongji didn't even have any intentions of moving away. He directly started his tribulation right next to the Paramitha flower. One bolt after another came crashing down. The cultivators that were next to Lei Hongji all hurriedly retreated. Everyone, hurry and destroy that Paramitha flower. Otherwise, the entire God world would be implicated. An anxious voice cried. Following which, two old men appeared. It's Senior Tsang Jingxing and Senior Xing Mu. When they saw the two, many people bowed in respect. Tsang Jingxing and Xing Mu. Not only were they venerable existences in Nirvana Learning Academy, they were also top experts in the entire God continent. At almost the same instant that the two arrived, an arch-like rainbow appeared. It hung above the Paramitha flower. Tsang Jingxing and Xing Mu whipped out their magic treasures and started to attack the Paramitha flower. At the same time, they shouted loudly, "Everyone, attack the Paramitha flower together. Hurry!" Many Nirvana Learning Academy disciples and some cultivators that respect the two of them listened to their words and started to attack the Paramitha flower. However, most people continued to cultivate. In their eyes, raising their cultivation level was the most important thing. Moreover, even if the sky collapses, there were giants to tank the weight. Dwarves like them didn't need to do anything. Mo Wuji followed Koan Yun and sped along God Burial Cave. After traveling for a few days, he suddenly felt an immense pressure on him. Cultivating to such a level, there was no need for him to breathe. However, Mo Wuji actually felt suffocated, he felt like an ordinary mortal deprived of oxygen. "This is not a good place," Mo Wuji said in a low voice. Koan Yun chuckled, naturally. "But when compared to the previous God Burial Valley, this place is much better. Hand me the spiritual veins." Mo Wuji felt as though something was amiss. He directly stopped walking and asked Koan Yun for the spiritual veins. Koan Yun laughed and said, "There's no rush. After we borrow the time plate, I will definitely give them to you." Mo Wuji looked at Koan Yun calmly. "What if we don't get to borrow the time plate?" We will definitely be able to, Koan Yun said with great certainty. Then that's good enough. Since we will definitely be able to borrow the time plate, it will only be a matter of time when the god's spiritual veins will come to me. But you aren't willing to give them to me now. Could you have some other intentions? You must remember, I have already given you the minor art of destruction. Mo Wuji was straightforward and went straight to the point. Koan Yun laughed embarrassedly. Oh, you're right. Helplessly, Koan Yun handed a storage ring to Mo Wuji. These were 500 peak-grade god spiritual veins, ones that contained the energy of creation at that. These were treasures that many could only dream of. But now, he had given them to Mo Wuji. However, he also knew that he could not avoid it. He understood Mo Wuji clearly. If he didn't give them to Mo Wuji, there would only be two possibilities. 1. Mo Wuji would turn against him and lay hands on him. With his current abilities, he wasn't confident that he was able to handle Mo Wuji. 2. Mo Wuji would turn and leave. Even if he called, Mo Wuji probably wouldn't listen. Mo Wuji examined the storage ring, then he contentedly threw it into his mortal world. Not bad. Continue leading the way. Now that he had these 500 peak-grade god spiritual veins, he would no longer need to be worried about any tricks that Koan Yun might play. At the very most, he would run away. With his abilities, he didn't believe that he would fail to find a way to survive. Perhaps it was because he had given a good half of his peak-grade god spiritual veins to Mo Wuji. Koan Yun seemed to lose the mood to talk and his speed had also increased significantly. God Burial Cave seemed to be vast and boundless. Koan Yun finally stopped after traveling for another 7 to 8 days. Mo Wuji's spiritual will had already scanned the area. In front of them was an array gate. This array gate held rows of wave runes. These wave runes radiated an enigmatic and vast Tao aura. When Mo Wuji sent his spiritual will in, it was like when a raindrop met an ocean, it instantly disappeared without a trace. Old brother Wuji, explode a hole in this array gate and we would be able to get through. Koan Yun pointed to the array gate and said. Mo Wuji looked at Koan Yun in confusion. Old brother Koan Yun, this should be a transfer array gate. As long as we step through, wouldn't we be transferred away? Koan Yun laughed coldly. You can try and see whether you will be transferred away. If you dare to take a step in, your entire body and soul would be destroyed thoroughly. This is a trap? Mo Wuji jumped in fright. Koan Yun shook his head. This can't be considered a trap. Because, except for inexperienced people like you, everyone else would be able to see through it. Mo Wuji's heart sank. He was worried about Xin Shuyin. If Xin Shuyin came here, treated this as a transfer array gate and stepped in, what would have happened to her? Koan Yun seemed to know what Mo Wuji was thinking. He said indifferently, do you think that it is easy to come here? That woman of yours wouldn't be able to find this place. If I didn't lead the way, you definitely wouldn't have found this array gate even if you had 100,000 years. Do you know why I can't attack this array gate? It's because I don't cultivate the mortal Tao and I am subjected to the pressure of the laws of heaven and earth. As long as I dare to attack this array gate, I would immediately face the pressure of the laws of heaven and earth and my cultivation would begin to fall indefinitely. Eventually, I could be killed with a single brush. This is why you found me? Mo Wuji looked at Koan Yun and asked. Koan Yun nodded. You could say that this is one of the reasons. Mo Wuji didn't ask anything else. He gestured for Koan Yun to retreat and he whipped out his half-moon-weighted halberd. At the same time, he prepared his few pages of the Book of Luo in his Sea of Consciousness, ready for anything that might happen. He only believed half of Koan Yun's words. To Mo Wuji, he would rather believe himself than believe Koan Yun. A half-moon-weighted halberd moved in a silver arc as it cleaved down against the array gate. At almost the same instant, Koan Yun hurriedly retreated. He believed that Mo Wuji's mortal Tao would be able to dismiss the pressures from this array gate. Even so, he wasn't willing to risk his life. If Mo Wuji's attack failed, then he would pack up and go. If Mo Wuji's attack succeeded, then he would naturally continue to work with Mo Wuji. Boom! 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 The half-moon-weighted halberd slammed against the array gate, resulting in loud rumbles from the gate. Mo Wuji could feel waves of myriad laws surging towards him. These waves of laws made it feel much more unbearable. However, Mo Wuji wasn't startled. Kuan Yun was right. Attacking this place would result in the huge pressures from the laws. This was the same when one went from a higher plane to a lower plane. However, he cultivated the mortal Tao. Although he could sense these pressures, they didn't have any effect on his own Tao flow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1085, Great Sage. Chapter 1085, Great Sage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After verifying that there was no effect on him, Mo Wuji cleaved out with his half-moon-weighted halberd once more. This time, he used Winding River. A resplendent, silver river came cascading down from mid-air, crashing the array gate. Gotcha! A minute crack appeared on the array gate. In the distance, Kuan Yun almost sprang in glee. He had guessed that Mo Wuji's mortal Tao wouldn't be subjected to the pressures of the laws. However, a guess was still a guess. But now that he had personally witnessed Mo Wuji attacking the array gate to the resting land of gods without facing any backlash, his heart was simply overflowing with excitement. At this moment, he felt that his 500 peak-grade god spiritual roots had been well spent. Seeing that the winding river had been effective, Mo Wuji's half-moon-weighted halberd continued to conjure one winding river after another. It felt as though countless silver fireworks were bursting in front of this array gate. Each time the winding river landed, a beautiful silver flower-shaped light would splash from the gate. Mo Wuji also discovered that if he didn't increase his attack speed, the crack which he formed would gradually disappear. After attacking for 10 times, that crack was big enough for a person to fit through. Mo Wuji did not hesitate as he directly entered that crack. At this moment, Kuan Yun was still sighing in praise at the strength of Mo Wuji's spiritual will as he was able to strike out with sacred arts consecutively. When he saw that Mo Wuji had actually entered the crack alone without calling him, he could no longer care about anything else as his body transformed into a light beam and shot through the crack. At almost the same instant that Kuan Yun passed through the crack, it closed up. Old brother Wuji, you can't do such a thing. If I hadn't noticed it, I would have been trapped outside. Kuan Yun was very dissatisfied with Mo Wuji's actions. Mo Wuji shot a glance to Kuan Yun and said indifferently, "If you aren't agile enough to do such a simple thing, then I really can't be bothered to work with you." Kuan Yun could only keep his anger to himself as he continued to lead the way. Mo Wuji didn't care about Kuan Yun. Instead, he was examining his surroundings. After he went through the array gate, he immediately felt the pressure disappear without a trace. Moreover, the laws here seemed rather peculiar. However, the rich elemental energy here was clearly very suitable for cultivation. At the same time, Mo Wuji could detect a faint aura of massacre and rage. "Old brother Kuan Yun, where are you going?" Just as Mo Wuji asked that question, a world-shaking rumble reverberated through the air. Following which, Mo Wuji saw 2 magic treasure lights crashing against one another, exploding into bursts of elemental energy. The space in the area trembled vigorously. At this moment, Mo Wuji could clearly and unmistakably sense the stability of the laws of space in this area. There are people fighting? Mo Wuji stopped and stared at Kuan Yun questioningly. After witnessing those 2 magic treasure lights, Mo Wuji knew that he was not a match for those people. Kuan Yun chuckled, "This is too common. There are too many experts here. At every instant, there would be a battle. Kuan Yun, I didn't think that you would actually be able to find yourself a fleshly body. You even brought the Tao Tai pot. Following this voice, a khaki primordial spirit whizzed down and appeared in front of Mo Wuji and Koan Yun. Who's this ant? Why has he lapped himself up to you? Ah, Koan Yun, this fleshly body you brought is not bad. Thank you. The khaki primordial spirit exclaimed when he saw Mo Wuji. Soon, he realized Mo Wuji's huge value. It was almost impossible to leave the resting land of gods. Thus, those without bodies here could only roam around with their primordial spirits. Mo Wuji extended his hand and his half-moon weighted halberd conjured a silver light. When this khaki-colored primordial spirit saw that Mo Wuji actually dared to attack him, he sneered deviously. He directly opened his mouth as he tried to suck Mo Wuji in. Now that a great fleshly body had presented itself in front of his door, how could he let it go? However, he was soon dumbfounded. The space around him had actually been sealed by Mo Wuji. At this moment, it even felt as though time had slowed down. Stop. Koan Yun, hurry and get this fella to stop. Feeling the threat of death, this khaki-colored primordial spirit instantly cried out in alarm. Old brother Wuji, this fella is rather tactless with his words. Just spare him this once. Although Koan Yun didn't want to seek mercy from Mo Wuji, he still asked for it. Mo Wuji's face remained emotionless as his half-moon weighted halberd continued to descend. After slicing this primordial spirit in half, the halberd suddenly paused. At this moment, Mo Wuji said indifferently, if you have anything to offer to save your own life, then take it out. Otherwise, then you can disappear from this world. Seeing that Mo Wuji wasn't even afraid of Koan Yun, this khaki primordial spirit finally knew that he should be afraid. He hurriedly said, I have some smithing materials. I will give them all to you. As he was speaking, his already opened his world. When Mo Wuji saw the pile of peak-grade smithing materials in this primordial spirit's world, he did not even hesitate as he waved his hand and swept them all away. After which, he kept his half-moon weighted halberd and sneered, Kid, next time, pay attention to your words. Make sure not to offend me. Yes, yes. This khaki primordial spirit acknowledged multiple times, then he hurriedly disappeared into the darkness. Koan Yun smiled ruefully as he said, Old brother Wuji, you have gotten yourself into a huge trouble. Do you know who that fella is? He is working under the great sage, AI. Mo Wuji stopped and looked at Koan Yun, you're saying that there's a sage here? Previously, didn't you say that there were only 8 sages and all of them had got thrones? Koan Yun didn't directly answer Mo Wuji, but transmitted, it's true that there are only 8 sages. However, there's a supreme quasi-sage here called Min Yuan. Although he isn't a sage, his power is no weaker than one. Those years ago, he was beaten into God Burial Cave during his attempt to obtain a sage's god throne. While in God Burial Cave, he sealed his god throne. This god throne is the great sage, implying that it is above the 8 sages. This time, I have come here to find the great sage. Find that fella? Why? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. Koan Yun continued to use voice transmission. During the cataclysm, all those below the sages were in danger. No one could be sure that they wouldn't die. At that time, the great sage stood forward and volunteered to deal with the sages. He spoke for the ordinary throne gods and he even offered his life to help them. In all of history, he is the only quasi-sage that dared to stand up against the sages. Because of his forthright character and his benevolent behavior, many throne gods placed their treasures with him before the cataclysm arrived. If they survived, they would go back to him and take back what was theirs. Mo Wuji's heart sank. He immediately asked, that means that you have also placed your treasures with him? Koan Yun seemed to know Mo Wuji's worry. He chuckled and said, Old brother Wuji, there's no need to be worried. The great sage is benevolent and magnanimous. He is even willing to lend his Xiantian treasures and sacred arts to people. In terms of integrity, no one in the entire universe could compare to him. Moreover, I have only left a portion of my items with him. As for the other portion which is related to my cultivation, I had hidden them somewhere else. When the time comes, you would have to help me retrieve them. Mo Wuji didn't say anything else. He could tell that Koan Yun also had doubts with this great sage. It was just that this fella didn't wish to say it out loud. Koan Yun, welcome back to the resting land of gods. Another voice sounded. Following which, a pale-faced youth in red robes walked over. Although he was welcoming Koan Yun, his eyes were glued to the Tao Tai pot on Koan Yun's back. Koan Yun did not seem to fear that his Tao Tai pot might be taken. He clasped his fists and said, "So it's Dao friend Ting Lin." After saying that, Koan Yun introduced to Mo Wuji, "Old brother Wuji, this is Dao friend Ting Lin." He was one of the 108 valued gods. Because he wasn't loyal to the sages, he also fell under the cataclysm. Hearing Koan Yun's words, Ting Lin clasped his fists towards the sky and said loudly, "If it wasn't for the great sage, how could there be Ting Lin? If the great sage chooses to leave, I, Ting Lin, will always be his beck and call. Only death will end it." Koan Yun smiled and said, "I have to request Dao friend Ting Lin to lead the way. I wish to meet the great sage." Ting Lin nodded, "All right, follow me." Mo Wuji transmitted a message to Koan Yun, "Old brother Koan Yun, why does this Ting Lin have a fleshly body?" Koan Yun returned a transmission, "Do you think that everyone in the resting land of gods would have lost their fleshly bodies? Only some of them are like that. However, a perfect fleshly body does not mean that the other parts of him are perfect. You will come to realize it after staying here for a while." Ting Lin's speed was very fast. In less than a day, he brought Mo Wuji and Koan Yun to the bottom of a huge mountain. As Mo Wuji saw this dazzling mountain, he realized that the resting land of gods also had mountains and rivers. In fact, right in front of this mountain, there was a river. This river significantly raised the majesty of this mountain, making one feel like prostrating oneself in worship. Koan Yun bowed deeply. Koan Yun, 36 Minister Principal Gods, has come to meet the great sage. Mo Wuji didn't bow. He only clasped his fists and said, "Rogue cultivator Mo Wuji greets the great sage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1086, First Confrontation with the Great Sage. Chapter 1086, First Confrontation with the Great Sage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. "Come on up." A warm voice sounded. Following which, a golden path appeared from above and paved its way to Mo Wuji and Koan Yun. Mo Wuji was extremely sensitive to the Tao laws of heaven and earth. The moment this golden path appeared, he immediately noticed that it was from a Tao law which he had never interacted with before. Originally, he wanted to ask Koan Yun about it. However, Mo Wuji noticed that Koan Yun had stepped onto the path with a lowered head, seemingly not having any intentions to speak. Thus, Mo Wuji could only forget about it. This is not right. The instant Mo Wuji's feet stepped onto the golden path, a deep sensation of danger struck him. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to step back. After suffering those years ago, he had a strong trust in his sixth sense. At almost the same time, Koan Yun also stepped off the golden path. He bowed and said, "Great sage, Koan Yun's current cultivation is very low. If I enter the sage's mountain like this, it would be disrespectful to the great sage. I can only request for the great sage to return me the items that I left behind with you. When Koan Yun recovers his cultivation, he would come back and work for the great sage." What kind of person was Koan Yun? He was unable to notice anything amiss with the golden path. However, Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal Tao. Since Mo Wuji seemed to notice something, that meant that it was truly possible that something was wrong. Even though he had the Tao Tai pot and wasn't worried of what the great sage could do to him, he still believed in those words of Mo Wuji, "It's better to be safe than sorry." It was true that the great sage was magnanimous and just. However, so many years had passed. Who could know whether the great sage had changed? There was no need to talk about the great sage, didn't he, Koen Yun, also change? If someone had treated him the way that Mo Wuji does, he would have extracted that person's soul and used it as a lamp. How could he work with a person like Mo Wuji? Moreover, why would he even have given so many cultivation resources to Mo Wuji? That's fine. These are your things. You can go and cultivate peacefully. If you need anything, you can always come and find me. As the great sage was speaking, a storage ring appeared from the sky and floated in front of Koen Yun. Koen Yun accepted the ring. He didn't look in it before he bowed deeply in gratitude. Many thanks to the great sage for safekeeping Koen Yun's treasures. Koen Yun will definitely repay this debt. Koen Yun will take his leave now. Wishing the great sage limitless fortune. You can leave and cultivate. Being able to escape God Burial Cave and obtaining a suitable fleshly body is also considered your fortune. This Mo Wuji that came with you, however, will need to stay. The voice said indifferently. Koen Yun's heart pounded. He hurriedly said, because Mo Wuji is young, he doesn't know too much about manners. I seek the great sage's magnanimity to forgive him.